Introduction. Following a failed blind date, Yi-young unexpectedly activates a wealth-generating system centered around extravagant spending. From that moment on, his only remaining concern becomes how to indulge in lavish expenditures. Chapter 1. Spending to become rich. The journey begins with a top-tier supercar. Since we are here for a blind date, let me be straightforward. If you can meet my requirements, I will consider marrying you. Before Yi-young could settle into his seat, he heard the voice of the woman across from him. Casting a glance at her, he was struck with disbelief. The woman was quite dark-skinned, probably around 5 feet tall, heavily made up, and donned a revealing black lace dress that she believed to be sexy. The pungent scent of cheap perfume assaulted his senses. What on earth kind of person has she introduced me to? Yi-young exclaimed softly, taken aback by such an extraordinary encounter on his very first blind date. Go ahead, he urged hastily, eager to conclude this meeting. I require my partner to have a monthly salary of at least 50,000. Only then can my standard of living be maintained, she stated, raising her fingers to count off her demands. Additionally, you must own an apartment in downtown Shanghai. Otherwise, our future could be secure. As for a car, it should be nothing less than $1 million, but am willing to consider anything above that. Oh, and you must be at least 1.8 meters tall. If you're shorter, we're just not a match. She rattled off her list of requirements with relentless fervor. Besides that, any property and vehicle must be registered in my name. Each month, you should take me out for a fine dining experience costing no less than 10,000. I expect you to buy me the latest handbag, and we should have at least one round-the-world trip a year. Oh, and if you can't meet all that, your parents should prepare around 500,000 for the betrothal gift. I'm not asking for much. I don't plan on having children after all. A woman should learn to love herself. Whenever we go out, you must also include my male best friend, as he is very dear to me. After enthusiastically sharing her demands, she cast a glance at Yi-young. So, what do you think? My requirements aren't excessive, are they? With a broad smile, Yi-young nodded, yet he finally let his expression harden as she reached her crescendo, coolly retorting, you must be joking. You, how dare you, a man, speak to me like that? You poor wretch. What kind of trash has Wang Shu introduced me to? A scoundrel. Yi-young could no longer endure it. Being forced to spend another moment with such a self-unaware, vacuous woman felt like wasting his precious youth. You scoundrel. How dare you just walk away? The woman flailed in indignation, visibly enraged. However, when she noticed Yi-young heading toward the cashier, her expression softened slightly. Oh, at least you know to settle the bill. That's commendable. She had just selected a meal that cost several thousand. At the front desk, the attendant, who was both appealing and gracious, spoke in gentle tones. It was clear she had overheard the gold digger's comments and looked at Yi-young with pity. May I help you, sir? Just a bottle of cola. Yi-young casually tossed 3 coins onto the counter. Ah? The attendant expected him to cover the bill for the gold digger and silently sympathized, only to realize he had approached the desk solely to purchase a soda. This move is so audacious. Imagine the look on that gold digger's face when she realizes he hasn't paid for anything. Very well, sir. Here is your cola. Please enjoy. As she regarded Yi-young, tall and radiantly handsome, her fondness for him grew. Thanks. Yi-young shook the cola in his hand, taking a sip before deliberately letting out a burp. System notification. The wealthy spending system has been bound. You have successfully spent 3 yuan to purchase a bottle of Coca-Cola, and as a reward, you receive a Lamborghini Veneno valued at 70 million Huangxia coins. What? Yi-young nearly spat the cola all over the front desk attendant. The exhilaration of suddenly acquiring a system was enough to send any ordinary person's heart racing. System? A Venom worth 70 million? Is this for real? Feeling a hard object like a key suddenly appear in his pocket, Yi-young barely took another sip before hurrying out of the shop. Once outside, he noticed a crowd gathered, their exclamations filled with awe. The murmurs hinted that they were gushing over luxury cars. Yi-young's excitement surged, and he felt parched. Any prior frustration faded into oblivion. Compared to the new system and a luxurious vehicle, a failed blind date seemed utterly trivial. With trembling hands, he pressed the button on the Lamborghini key fob. Vroom! The thunderous roar of the supercar ignited the atmosphere instantly. All eyes turned to him, filled with envy and admiration. This Lamborghini Veneno belongs to him. In the precious real estate of Shanghai, where luxurious cars roamed the streets for a few $100,000, A supercar costing tens of millions was a rare sight. It's real. Yi Yang secretly tucked the car keys away, taking a deep breath. Could this be the moment his life truly undergoes a transformative change? Just as he tried to maintain his composure, a sweet and surprised voice called out to him. Yi Yang, is that really you? Chapter 2. You have no right to call me Brother Yi. The materialistic woman, filled with regret, Yi Yang turned his head and was met with the sight of a pure and beautiful girl gazing at him in delight. Lin Schwer, the flower of their high school class, had always excelled in her studies, that he had admired her sunny disposition and handsome looks, never expecting that their first meeting in 4 years after university graduation would occur here. Is it really you? Yi Yang exclaimed in surprise as he waved graciously at the charming girl in denim. After years apart, he was astonished to find she had upgraded to a luxury car. Lin Schwer looked at Yi Yang with a tinge of envy. She had pursued a degree in finance, yet struggled to find work after graduation, resorting to live streaming instead. Today, while filming on the street, she had been drawn by the roar of a supercar and was pleasantly surprised to encounter her former idol. It's just mediocre. Yi Yang scratched his head and flashed a charming smile. Wow, the live streamer actually knows such a wealthy old classmate. The crowd erupted in excitement to Schwer. If you could latch onto this old classmate, it would be far more impressive than being a millionaire influencer. The chat room exploded with activity. The Lamborghini Veneno, a rarity in the financial capital, was known to most, with only 20 units produced globally. To possess such a top-tier supercar not only signified immense wealth, but also hinted at substantial power behind it. Stop with the nonsense. He's just an ordinary old classmate. Lin Schwer blushed at the remarks that it turned out that the super-rich young master and this beautiful girl were indeed old classmates. What a match! Bystanders witnessing the scene couldn't help but feel envious as well. I admit, I'm jealous. My parents brought me into this world just to make up the numbers, a 70 million supercar. When will I even have enough for a tire? That would suffice. Just then, a loud noise interrupted the crowd's admiration. They all turned to see a heavily made-up woman storming out. Hey, you broke loser. You scumbag. You just ran out without paying halfway through our date? Are you even a man? Mid-rant, she fell silent, her eyes fixated on the supercar before her. With her materialistic tendencies, she had undoubtedly researched luxury cars. This was clearly a multi-million-dollar masterpiece. The Lamborghini Veneno. Today is my lucky day. Even if I ran into a broke loser, as long as I can ride in this supercar, I, a future beauty, can travel the world in luxury. No, I must sever all ties with this broke loser. I can't let the super-rich know I was ever associated with him. That would be too disgraceful. Regardless, today she had to ride in this luxury vehicle. The gold digger Jiang Yin felt parched, realizing the opportunity of a lifetime was right before her. Who are you to insult my brother Yi? Lin Schwer was incensed to see Jiang Yin shamelessly attacking her idol. And who are you? Little SLT, to criticize me? Jiang Yin rolled her eyes in jealousy at Lin Schwer's beauty, dismissing her with a wave. But since I'm in a good mood today, I won't hold it against you. Just a friendly piece of advice. Don't get involved with this broke loser. If a woman doesn't marry a rich man, she'll only regret it. Wow. Even someone driving a Lamborghini Veneno is being called a broke loser. Unbelievable. Seriously, take a look at yourself. You look like a black potato. The surrounding crowd gasped at her audacity. They had just witnessed Yi Yang start that 70 million supercar. How could he be a broke loser? This woman must have lost her mind. Lin Schwer gritted her teeth, but her education and upbringing prevented her from engaging in a public spat. Just a foolish girl poisoned by toxic ideals. It wasn't worth her time. It's been years. Let us go eat an MY treat today. Yi Yang waved dismissively, opening the door to the Veneno. Really, can I? Lin Schwer hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Cars are meant to be ridden in. Get in. Yi Yang urged her repeatedly. All right, brother Yi, I won't be shy then. Lin Schwer smiled and took her seat in the passenger's side. But since I'm riding in your car, I'll treat you to dinner later. That won't do. Yi Yang pressed the gas pedal. The roar of the supercar echoed down the street. He still needed to spend money to get rich, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. The Veneno's acceleration was undeniably impressive, disappearing from sight in an instant, leaving behind a stunned Jiang Yin, who knelt on the ground, crying in disarray. Chapter 3. Does the wealthy young master also eat street food? This is so approachable. That little black potato truly brought this upon herself. failing to appreciate the opportunity presented by such a remarkable young master in her presence. The onlookers clearly grasped the situation. "What business is it of yours? This wealthy young man is mine. Jiang Yin screamed hysterically to the crowd. "Sigh, what a madwoman. Let us go. Let her cry." The crowd dispersed. "No, this chance to change my life is right in front of me. I must get Uncle Wang's contact information. I have to secure him." Buzz! The roar of the street faded. A roadside stall selling grilled cold noodles. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer stepped out of the car. Yi Yang smiled at Lin Shuer. Having studied software in college, he had just begun his career as a programmer, and his first month's internship salary hadn't even arrived yet, although he had just been rewarded with a luxury car. His pockets were emptier than his face today as he prepared to apologize for the modest meal. The chat room exploded. "Wow, the taste of a wealthy young master is different. Even he comes to eat at a street stall. Is this the approachable, wealthy young master? He is so handsome. I'm in love." It turned out that the entire journey had seen the impact of a low-key millionaire slapping a materialistic woman in the face. The appearance of the 70 million Lamborghini Veneno on the street had caused the viewership to surge from 30,000 to over 100,000. "I believe in love again. I want a boyfriend who drives a Lamborghini and takes me for grilled cold noodles." Hey, you don't just want grilled cold noodles. The highlight is definitely him driving a Lamborghini, right? Rarely had the viewer counts surged like this, and Lin Shuer was reluctant to end the stream. After all, she had just graduated and was in a financially tight spot. Earning a little extra would be beneficial. "Brother Yi, don't mind what they say. I'd Yang shrug it off that I end the realm of live streams." Viewers loved to stir the pot. He was unfazed. He turned to the stall owner. "Boss, 2 servings of grilled cold noodles. Everything added, one with extra sweet and sour." "Didn't he expect you to remember I love sweet and sour?" Lin Shuer was genuinely touched. I didn't realize you liked it so much." Yi Yang scratched his head and added, "Then make it 2 servings with extra sugar and vinegar." Lin Shuer was amused. Realizing her feelings were one-sided, 2 servings of grilled cold noodles. "Keep the change." The stall owner handed over the grilled cold noodles. Ding, the system chimed. Host spent 20 yuan on grilled cold noodles. Reward. Cash 1,000,000,000,000. What the? Yi Yang trembled as he received the noodles, still reeling from the previous Lamborghini experience. Now, purchasing grilled cold noodles had rewarded him with 1 billion in cash. This felt surreal. "You eat first." Yi Yang quickly opened his phone, seeing the balance of 1,000,000,932.23. His heart soared with joy. It was real. 1 billion. For an ordinary person, 10 luxury cars couldn't match the sense of security and satisfaction 1 billion could bring. With this billion, he could live worry-free for a lifetime. After all, this was a pursuit many never achieved. 10 small goals. Haha, I'm in a good mood today. After we finish the cold noodles, I'll treat you to some milk tea. Yi Yang declared with grandiosity. Having been validated by cash and luxury cars, he knew spending would lead to wealth. Wow, the wealthy young master is actually treating us. The onlookers were astounded. The rich young master who could drive a Lamborghini Veneno had no reason to feel jealousy. Indeed, but it seems Xiao Shui is really about to hit it big. I just came to look at luxury cars. The live stream became even more lively, slapping a materialistic woman in the face, driving a supercar, and the approachable wealthy young master dining at a street stall. These elements combined to create an unprecedented surge in viewers, surpassing 300,000. After indulging in a generous serving of sweet and sour grilled cold noodles, Yi Yang promptly escorted Lin Shuer to an upscale milk tea shop nearby. Based on recent experiences, the more one spends, the greater the rewards. He was eager to validate his thoughts. "Brother Yi, you've treated me to the meal, so I must treat you to drinks. I can't let you bear the expenses alone," Lin Shuer said shyly. "How about you treat me to a lavish dinner in a few days? We can chat anytime on WeChat." Yi Yang replied with a slight smile. Having just acquired the wealth system, why not relish in spending? What if the system vanished tomorrow? That would be quite distressing. The proprietress, sharp-eyed as she was, immediately recommended the latest couple's drink, childhood sweethearts, upon seeing the handsome pair enter. "Oh, even a struggling intern like you has such a beautiful girlfriend. Truly a waste." Just as Yi Yang was about to settle the bill, a sarcastic voice came from behind him. Chapter 4. "All the milk tea here is on me, Yi Yang turned around to find a middle-aged man in formal attire, wearing glasses, holding a heavily made-up woman in his arms, that he was all too familiar with this man. Jean Bouging, the leader of the intern group at the software company where Yi Yang worked. Relying on connections to secure a small position, he wielded his authority over others, often finding ways to trouble Yi Yang. That it was unexpected to encounter him here. Your internship salary hasn't even been paid this month. Has it? Huh. With barely a couple of coins in your pocket, you dare to imitate others in courting women. Jean Bouging tightened his grip on the woman's waist, eliciting a feigned coyness from her. His jealousy and frustration were not unfounded. The intern girls he had his eye on were all enamored with Yi Yang's charm, utterly disregarding him. He had felt a sense of accomplishment until now. Seeing Yi Yang with a girl far more stunning than the interns, consumed by envy, he prepared to provoke Yi Yang. What did you just order? Childhood sweethearts, was it? Fine, I'll take every cup of that milk tea in your shop today. Milk tea was not cheap, especially in the bustling metropolis. To buy out an entire category of milk tea in a single day would cost at least 100 cups, amounting to several thousand yuan. Brother Zheng is so handsome. His grandeur is unmatched by these mere interns. The flamboyant woman chimed in. This is too much. Lin Shuer protested repeatedly. The live stream was in an uproar. How can someone be so arrogant? Is he trying to show off in front of a super rich person? Has he lost his mind? Exactly. Spending a few thousand and acting so smug is utterly ridiculous. The three themes of slapping a gold digger's face. Supercars roaring through the streets and a wealthy man enjoying grilled cold noodles attracted hundreds of thousands to the live stream. Just as the excitement peaked, another unexpected figure emerged. A self-important man, daring to flaunt his wealth before the super-rich. Yi Yang was not one to be easily provoked. Yet with the wealth system at his disposal, his mindset had transformed entirely. The method of retaliation would not be through petty verbal sparring. If spending more meant greater rewards, a sardonic smile crept across his lips as he turned to the proprietress and declared grandly, I'll take care of all the milk tea here. Truly the wealthy Yi? What a generous gesture, the onlookers exclaimed. This is exhilarating. What? Are you out of your mind? Can you even afford this? Jean Bouging was taken aback that he knew Yi Yang well. During his internship, Yi Yang barely had any money and was awaiting his next paycheck. How could he dare to spend tens of thousands to buy out the shop's milk tea? After a moment of contemplation, he relaxed, sneering, just putting on a FA for show, that I bet you can't back it up with cash. Looking like a poor intern in front of the goddess. Brother Yi, should we reconsider? Lin Shuer urged repeatedly. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, handing his bank card to the proprietress. Charge it at W. Young man, my milk tea shop makes nearly 100,000 a day, even at an 80 discount. It has still 80,000. The proprietress hurriedly tried to reason. Let us not do this for the sake of a fleeting impulse. She could see that Yi Yang's attire was not expensive, and likely he was just a fresh intern. No discounts. Yi Yang was startled by her offer of a discount. With the principle of spending more for greater rewards, accepting a discount would mean losing out on substantial benefits. He had no intention of accepting it. This is what being wealthy looks like. Even discounts feel like an insult. Indeed, when will I ever live such a lavish life? The viewers in the live stream continued to speculate. They believed Yi Yang rejected the discount out of pride. Wait, is this kid actually swiping the card? Jean Bouging was stunned. How could an intern possess such wealth? I must be dreaming. He shook his head in disbelief, feeling a burning embarrassment on his face. Okay, fine. With a wry smile, the proprietress processed the transaction. All ingredients will be used just for you today. Yi Yang casually pointed at Jean Bouging. You can sell to anyone else except these two. He effectively purchased the entire day's operation rights to the milk tea shop for 100,000 yuan, claiming ownership over the establishment. Ding! Detected that the host has spent 100,000 yuan to purchase one day's operational rights to the milk tea shop. Reward: ownership of the entire Empire Commercial Building in Modu. Empire Commercial Building. ISNT, that where my company is located. Yi Yang's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Chapter 5. Paying rent, directly gifted a mountaintop villa? Are you openly challenging me? Jean Bouging was completely enraged, feeling a burning sensation on his face. Challenge you? You think you're worthy? Yi Yang chuckled, showing no intention of engaging with Jean Bouging. Now, he was a figure of immense wealth with billions in cash. Top-tier supercars and ownership of a commercial building. That a mere Jean Bouging was hardly worthy of his attention. That I'll tell you, you're finished. Tomorrow at work, I'll have my uncle fire you. Although Jean Bouging had some savings, he couldn't afford to spend tens of thousands just to save face. Losing this confrontation meant he had to maintain his composure, so he resorted to threats. In no way. Brother Zheng's milk tea is the best. I want this one. The woman whined in disappointment. You. Jean Bouging was furious, nearly spitting blood. How could this foolish woman not grasp the situation? Did she really want to force him to spend over 100,000? How had he brought such a dimwit with him? Here is your milk tea. Please enjoy. The proprietress reveled in watching Jean Bouging's humiliation. While spending tens of thousands might seem unwise, it was undeniably gratifying. Why are you still standing there? You might just get your turn tomorrow. Yi Yang shrugged, taking his milk tea and leaving the shop with Lin Shuer, leaving behind a furious Jean Bouging trembling with rage and the woman whining beside him. Yi Yang, if I don't have my uncle fire you tomorrow, I'll change my last name to yours. I'll be your son. He shouted that as Yi Yang reached the door, he paused. Forget it. I don't want an unfilial child like you. It's not worth making a father die of anger. Virum. The supercar roared to life, and Lin Shuer laughed heartily beside him. Brother Yi, you read truly amazing. Look at that pompous man. He is about to smash his phone out of anger. Just a casual affair. Yi Yang replied with a faint smile. The real excitement was yet to begin tomorrow. By the way, Brother Yi, that guy seems quite influential in your company. Will he cause you trouble tomorrow? Lin Shuer expressed her concerns that Yi Yang patted the steering wheel of his supercar, his expression saying it all. All right, Brother Yi is now a super rich man. The one who will be in trouble should be him. Lin Shuer smiled sweetly that Yi Yang grinned and pressed the accelerator. The supercar's exhilarating roar echoed once more. Slicing through the bustling streets of Modu like a shadow in the night, did I end the affluent Huahua community. Lin Shuer, though merely a small internet celebrity, earned a decent income from her followers, allowing her to rent a much more upscale apartment than Yi Yang's. She raised her phone, suggesting they connect on WeChat. I find it unlikely. Today, being with such a wealthy person, I've witnessed so much drama. It's truly fulfilling. The live stream's popularity remained high after Yi Yang's departure. As viewers eagerly anticipated the so-called wealthy man's reaction and whether the wealthy Yi would suddenly appear in the live stream, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The residents of the Xinhua community were typically low-paid workers, most of whom had never encountered such extravagance. When the Lamborghini Veneno rolled in, it sparked countless gasps and curious onlookers that as Yi Yang stepped out, the astonishment only grew. How could such a super-rich young man suddenly appear in Xinhua community? Aunt Zhang, I've transferred this month's rent to you. Upon entering, Yi Yang sent the long-overdue rent via WeChat, standing a little taller. Where did you come into such fortune? Aunt Zhang gazed at the WeChat transfer with profound astonishment. Not only had the rent for these past few months been settled, but there was even a surplus. You have taken great care of me these past few months, and this is only right. Yi Yang offered no explanation, merely smiling. Ding! The system detected that the host had spent 5,000 yuan on rent, rewarding him with a luxurious villa in the prestigious Yunding district valued at 880 million. The property deed and related documents have been added to the personal space. Yi Yang felt a stir within. After experiencing a Lamborghini Veneno, $1 billion in cash, and even a commercial building, he had developed a certain psychological resilience to such sudden wealth. Opening the system's personal space, he found not only the property deed, but also an array of complete documents, including the ownership certificate for the Empire commercial building, which the system had previously omitted, likely due to the sheer volume of documentation. Thus, he managed to maintain his composure. My daughter holds you in such high regard. It is only natural to care for you, so it seems you were planning to move? Aunt Zhang inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Yes, Aunt Zhang, Yi Yang replied with a smile. With the wealth system at his disposal, he had indeed contemplated purchasing a new home, ideally a top-tier residence like Tang Chini Pin. Little did he expect that after paying the rent, the system would reward him with a grand villa in Yunding. In comparison to such a super villa, Tang Chini Pin felt like a mere junior. A mansion is still just a mansion. When compared to this renowned super villa in Modu, it hardly stands on the same level. But, Aunt Zhang said, a sense of urgency in her tone, isn't it quite comfortable living here? If you move out, Qianqian might come to me with grievances. Yi Yang scratched his head. Now that he possessed a magnificent villa, it would be unreasonable to continue residing in this modest place. However, Aunt Zhang had indeed taken good care of him these past months, which was why he had transferred her some extra rent. Aunt Zhang regarded Yi Yang with satisfaction, as a landlord with 3 or 4 properties in Modu. She considered herself financially secure, simply wishing for a son-in-law who would treat her daughter well. Yi Yang, tall and handsome, was kind-hearted and ambitious, having secured a position at a reputable software company right after graduation. His future appeared promising. She was quite fond of him. I see. You must have received your salary, and now you wish to upgrade to a better apartment. Coincidentally, we have a nice apartment in Fuhua community, and the tenant is moving out tomorrow. I can offer it to you at a 30% discount, so the rent would be just 3,000 yuan for the month. Originally, her daughter had wanted Yi Yang to move in there. However, Yi Yang was reluctant to owe anyone, insisting on staying in Xinhua community, and now fate had aligned to allow him to move there. Aunt Zhang's offer deeply touched Yi Yang. Fuhua community was considered a high-end apartment complex, with rent starting at a minimum of 5,000 yuan. Getting it for 3,000 was truly a bargain. Yi Yang responded with nonchalance. Buy a house. Aunt Zhang was taken aback. She was well aware of Yi Yang's circumstances. Otherwise, he wouldn't be squeezed into Xinhua community. She understood all too well the exorbitant property prices in Modu. A single apartment would cost at least several million. How could an intern suddenly afford to buy a house when the movers arrive? Just instruct them to deliver everything to Villa number 1 at Yunding, Yi Yang said with a smile. What is it, Aunt Zhang? Is there a problem? Noticing Aunt Zhang's suspicious gaze, Yi Yang felt a pang of guilt. Child, have you been discouraged at your internship? Is that why you are experiencing delusions? Aunt Zhang gazed at her future son-in-law with concern, brushing her fingers across Yi Yang's forehead before expressing her confusion. But you don't have a fever. Oh no, he must truly be foolish. Yi Yang forced a bitter smile, understanding her reaction. Yunding Villa, renowned throughout Modu and even across China, represented the pinnacle of luxury. Those who resided within were the elite and the super wealthy. Even the likes of Heir Ma owned property there. To suddenly claim possession of such a dwelling, which only existed in urban legends, would indeed make anyone question his sanity. Reluctantly, he produced the exclusive identity card for Yunding Villa. This surely cannot be a forgery? The Villa card was a supreme magnetic card adorned with gold and jade. The craftsmanship and materials alone were worth millions, rendering it impossible to counterfeit. Even Aunt Zhang, who owned 3 or 4 properties in Modu, trembled as she accepted the card. This was Yunding Villa. In comparison to the top-tier elites residing within, she felt akin to a beggar. My heavens! She found herself at a loss for words that if Yang had suddenly purchased a regular property, she might have speculated he had engaged in dubious dealings. But to acquire a villa worth at least several hundred million, there was no way he could have done anything wrong. Or perhaps he had fallen head over heels for Qianqian, deliberately concealing his identity just to get closer to her. You sigh, this child really keeps his talents hidden. No, she must quickly contact Qianqian. Such a super-rich second generation must not be overlooked. At that moment, she felt immensely grateful for her prior kindness towards Yi Yang. The Lamborghini Veneno sped along, drawing countless envious gazes. Eventually, it came to a halt in front of the Yunding Villa district. What is happening? Yi Yang observed the gathering of numerous stunning women clad in black stockings at the entrance of the villa district. Oh no, it was the property management's black stocking beauty team. Is this Yi Yang? A security guard inquired respectfully. That would be me. Yi Yang remained unclear about the current situation. Congratulations on acquiring the king of Yunding District, Villa number 1. Our Yunding Property Company has organized a welcoming ceremony to provide you with an imperial homecoming experience. The leader of the beauty team, elegant and poised, explained to Yi Yang with utmost respect. Chapter 7. The White Horse Prince of Yu Momo. The awe of corporate giants, the Lamborghini Veneno was driven into its owner's garage by a professional driver, while Yi Yang was surrounded by the black stocking beauty team, familiarizing himself with the Yunding Villa District. Here we have the king of Yunding District, Villa number 1, that the leader of the beauty team, exuding grace, was voluptuous and beautiful. Her curves brushed against Yi Yang's arm, stirring excitement within him. Although he had received admiration from some girls in the past, being so willingly embraced by multiple beautiful women was an experience he had never encountered before. Is this what it feels like to be wealthy? Yi Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Since they were offering their affections, he had no reason to refuse. allowing himself to revel in the delightful sensations that it must be said. The opulence found in the gathering place of top-tier tycoons was beyond Yi Yang's imagination. This was no mere villa district. It could easily be called an estate. His own villa occupied an entire hill, complete with a golf course, a rooftop temperature-controlled swimming pool, and a horse ranch in the backyard, all of which were luxuries. In the precious land of Modu, acquiring such a villa for a mere 880 million felt like a tremendous gain. As for sanitation and villa maintenance, the district provided specialized cleaning staff, and one could even hire a personal butler from talent websites. The leader of the beauty team, Yu Momo, softly hinted at this. Understood, Yi Yang replied with a smile. After Yu Momo guided him through every corner of the villa, she stood at the door, her cheeks flushed as she looked at him. This is my WeChat. I am the designated personal consultant responsible for your daily needs. Whatever you require, no matter how late, I will personally attend to your service. Yu Momo's sparkling eyes gazed at Yi Yang, the phrase personal service articulated with clarity. Those residing in this district were the ultra-wealthy, typically of advanced age, that a handsome young man like Yi Yang, who had become a top-tier tycoon at such a young age, was an exceedingly rare gem. Something Yu Momo fully understood from her years in the elite circles, that in her eyes, Yi Yang was the embodiment of her dreams. Understood. Yi Yang nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to the stunning Yu Momo. Sighing, he reclined comfortably on the luxurious Becker sofa in the lobby, which Yu Momo had mentioned was worth an 8-figure sum. Becker furniture was also supplied to the White House and the Oscars. This was what life was meant to be. Suddenly feeling parched, Yi Yang casually retrieved a bottle of the highly priced Romanée-Conti from the ice wine cellar, savoring the taste of wealth as it unfolded on his palate. He realized he would need to hire a few professional maids soon. Otherwise, he'd have to handle everything himself, that if only he hadn't let Yu Momo leave. While Yi Yang indulged in the red wine, all the financial giants of the Empire Commercial Building in Modu were working tirelessly through the night, convening an urgent meeting. The Empire Commercial Building, with its 188 floors, housed the most powerful companies on the upper levels. Presently, the renowned chairpersons of these companies had gathered together. Have you heard? The owner of the building, Mr. Li, transferred the property to a mysterious M.Y.E. this afternoon for a staggering 300 billion. Now, Mr. Yi had officially become the owner of the Empire Commercial Building. Indeed, Mr. Yi is shrouded in mystery. The only pertinent information currently accessible is that he has purchased the Villa King at Yunding Mountain. This revelation comes directly from the Yunding authorities. Villa King? Is it not the case that both Mr. Ma's have competed fiercely to acquire it, yet it remained unsold? A true super villa? The chairpersons present gasped in astonishment. The influence behind M.Y.E. must be extraordinarily formidable. Very well. The top-tier tenant, chairman of Chonglai Financial Company, tapped the table, representing these chairpersons. Currently, his company is the most powerful tenant in the Imperial Commercial Building. The purpose of today's meeting is to select a representative to approach Mr. Yi. If we each attempt to contact him individually, we may inadvertently annoy him and risk being expelled from the building altogether. The leasing of the commercial building is an entirely different concept from that of ordinary residential rentals. Just for the ground floor, the annual leasing fee is in the millions. The entire Imperial Commercial Building requires a minimum lease term of 10 years, meaning that leasing a single floor costs tens of millions, or even over 100 million, significantly impacting a financial company's cash flow. This implies that starting today, with each 10-year lease term coming to an end, Yi Yang could potentially receive over 10 billion in rent. Should Yi Yang decide to evict them from the building, he could effortlessly sever their financial lifeline. Next month marks the end of the current 10-year lease, and we must ensure to appease M.Y.E. and secure the contract. The chairpersons nodded in agreement. Yes, this is all the information we have gathered regarding Mr. Yi. Let us compile our request this evening and officially reach out to M.Y.E. tomorrow. The chairman of Chonglai placed a thin sheet of paper on the table, which elicited gasps and exclamations from everyone present. The paper bore Yi Yang's name, photograph, gender, and the title of Villa King in the Yunding district. This is simply too young. Chapter 8. The Impatient Heiress and the Exasperated Tycoon in Villa No. 1 at Yunding Mountain. Yi Yang reclined comfortably on a Becker sofa, savoring a glass of supreme Romanée-Conti. He casually browsed through his phone when suddenly, WeChat chimed. Upon seeing the notification from Lu Qianqian, Yi Yang's expression brightened. Lu Qianqian is the daughter of An Zhang, And since he moved in, she has been harboring ulterior motives. To put it simply, she is quite taken with him. Speaking of Lu Qianqian, she is indeed a genuine heiress. Standing at 1.72 meters tall, with a score exceeding 90, she rivals Lin Schwerer in stunning beauty, currently pursuing a master's degree at an Ivy League university and hailing from a family that owns 4 properties in the bustling metropolis. Unfortunately, Yiyang has never had a taste for living off others. However, now that he possesses confidence, his mindset has certainly become more relaxed. Why Yiyang? Why did you move away? Didn't you say you would move into the Fuhua community if you were uncomfortable living here? You're not keeping your word. Well, Lu Qianqian sent a message with a pouting expression, causing Yiyang to scratch his head in amusement. I bought a house. I can't just leave the new house empty. Can I? He had no choice but to tell the truth that as a quintessential straight man, he has always relied on his looks and ambition to attract women, completely oblivious to the concept of licking as it has never applied to him. As for those who lick, their outcomes are often dismal. After all, goddesses typically favor confident, sunny straight men like him. Buying a house. My mom said you bought Villa number 1 at Yunning Mountain. I thought she was joking. But it's true. Yiyang, you're actually such a super rich second-generation heir. Could it be that you've had your eye on me all along, renting a place just to assess me over these past few months? Watching the barrage of messages from her, Yiyang found himself torn between laughter and tears that if a girl likes you, even if you insult her by calling her a pig, she will automatically interpret it as a compliment. Therefore, being a licker is not the way. Being a straight man is the hard truth. Then I will wait for you, Dad, of course. That was a joke. Let us agree on that. In America, Lu Qianqian has usually aloof face flushed with bashfulness. Yiyang, this is the first time you've made such an obvious hint. I'm so happy. She lowered her gaze, glancing at her pristine white attire, exuding confidence in her looks and figure. She believed that if given the opportunity, she could make Yiyang infatuated with her. All right. I'll directly message my professor for a leave of absence and book my flight in advance. As Lu Qianqian indulged in fantasies of happiness, Yiyang opened the app and entered Lin Schwerer's live stream room. Lin Schwerer, who had spent the day filming on the streets, was now live streaming, singing and dancing. However, tonight she appeared particularly busy. After witnessing the daytime antics with the extravagant Yiyang, including confronting a gold digger and enjoying street food, her follower count surged by hundreds of thousands. The new viewers bombarded the chat with questions regarding Yiyang. Schwerer, what is your relationship with that wealthy guy from earlier? He was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Yes. The video of that 70 million luxury car is now viral. Everyone is speculating about the true identity of this down-to-earth wealthy man. Who is this hidden elite's rich second-generation heir? I want his contact info. ID looks stunning in women's clothing. Get lost. Yiyang is mine. Lin Schwerer glanced at the comments, feeling a mix of joy and jealousy. While she was happy to see Yiyang gaining popularity, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy, having had feelings for him all along. However, she understood why such an exceptional man would attract attention. Yet, she was taken aback by the comments. She realized that while she had suspected Yiyang's car was expensive, she had never imagined it was worth 70 million. 70 million. What kind of concept is that? People dream of winning 5 million in the lottery. Congratulations, how good for sending 9 helicopters. Wow, the wealthy guy is here. Let the show begin. Haha, how good has long been the top donor, having coveted Schwerer for quite some time. Now that everyone is praising Yiyang, his blood pressure must be skyrocketing. Lin Schwerer was momentarily stunned. Why was this annoying person back again? She harbored feelings for Yiyang and had no interest in Hauge. However, the more she expressed her disinterest, the more gifts he sent, resembling a masochist, which she found utterly perplexing, that in a small villa somewhere in Kyoto. Hauge, Jinghao, sat on a genuine leather sofa, his eyes gleaming with a hint of desperation as he gazed at Lin Schwerer. This pure and unblemished beauty was unlike any he had encountered in his life. He showered her with gifts, attempting to overwhelm her with money. Yet, upon entering the live stream, he found that the discussion wasn't centered on him, the wealthy tycoon, but rather on this so-called ye-god. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade about who this ye-god was, a low-level account named ye-god entered the chat, instantly igniting fervor in the entire live stream. Chapter 9. The Carnival Showdown. Soaring to the trending list, Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yiyang enter, Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with delight. Zheng Hao, seated on the sofa, turned crimson with rage. I've sent thousands in gifts and you ignore me. Yet this mere low-level account strolls in, and you call him brother. Jealousy twisted Zheng Hao's features as he gritted his teeth. You and nobody. How dare you? Watch me crush your momentum with gifts. Congratulations. Hao Gu has sent one carnival, which will be announced to the entire live stream. Yes, everyone speculated whether the low-level account you got was the same wealthy man from earlier. The carnival effects filled the screen. Wow. Hao Gu is generous. 666 good evening. Shue, the low-level account you got sent a rather out-of-place greeting amidst the flood of 666. Wow. Ye God spoke to the host. This is the closest encounter with a wealthy man. I am about to faint from happiness. Does Ye God need a maid? I look great in women's attire. Heh. Not you again, you disgusting creep. Get lost, don't steal my male god. Wait. Zheng Hao was utterly baffled. What is happening? One line is more impressive than my carnival. Who on earth is this guy? He wasn't foolish and quickly realized that Yi Yang might indeed be a formidable rival worthy of his attention. Hey Yi Yang, you're quite impressive, huh? Care to have a little competition? He boldly challenged. Wow, Hao Gu is jealous. I've always said that if Hao Gu discovers Yi Goddess' existence, his blood pressure would surely soar. Which of these two is more extravagant? Is a showdown between wealthy men about to begin? I've arrived at the perfect moment. Get your peanuts and sunflower seeds ready for the front row. The viewers were eager for the spectacle, fanning the flames of the drama. Dawai Yang took a sip of Romanicani, a cold smile gracing his lips, as he found the opportunity to spend his money had just presented itself. What is a carnival to him? A mere sip of Romanicani could eclipse countless carnivals. Perfect, he could also earn some gift money for his old classmate. Let us have some fun. That a simple phrase ignited a frenzy in the live stream room. Yi Xinhao truly deserves the title of a top-tier tycoon. His words are as cool and succinct as those of a domineering CEO. How fortunate. The battle has commenced. Haha, there is a splendid show to behold. How splendid. Zheng Teheo, brimming with excitement, rose from the sofa, his face eager for action. Your Zheng Yi is never lost in a head-to-head match. His fingers danced furiously over the screen, unleashing an arrogant declaration of war. All right. Let us keep it simple and brutal. Only the most expensive carnival will do, and let us see who can outdo the other. Just don't end up losing so badly that you can't even pull your trousers up. What a disgrace. Wow, Brother Hao is so confident. It seems he has loaded up quite a bit today. Yi Xinhao is in peril. The folks upstairs must be fools. Yi Xinhao is a super-rich second-generation heir who drives multi-million-dollar luxury cars. Cowardly Brother Hao, you old fool? Haha. The live chat erupted in laughter and cheers, eagerly anticipating the showdown of the affluent. Meanwhile, Yi Yang merely smiled faintly and typed a reply in kind. What the? He dares to retort? Zheng Teheo was already furious, his face flushed, completely losing his composure as he cranked the carnival quota up to 10. Tap, 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 tap. His fingers clicked 10 times in rapid succession, instantly sending out 100 carnivals. What the heck? 100 carnivals. Brother Hao is extravagant. One carnival costs 2 to 3,000 yuan. 100 at once amounts to 2 to 300,000. How about that? With this first wave, I'll make you unable to keep up. What can a young lad like you compare in wealth? How much pocket money can your father give you? Zheng Teheo held no belief that Yi Yang was wealthy. If he had money, it was given by his father down on the Becker sofa. Yi Yang shook his head, smiling nonchalantly as he adjusted the carnival quota to 100. After a single click, he added one more, making it a total of 101 carnivals, just enough to overshadow Zheng Teheo. Haha, Yi Xinhao's maneuver is incredibly audacious, impressive, just enough to put him in his place. Lin Shuer watched in astonishment as the screen was flooded with carnivals, her heart racing in the blink of an eye. For the 500,000 in cash gifts had floated by, she had no interest in Zheng Teheo. But Yi Yang was her idol. How could she allow her idol to spend so lavishly? Perhaps it's better to let it go, Yi Go. She softly suggested that I'll be damned. Zheng Teheo was infuriated. You dare slap me in the face? I'll show you the financial strength of your Zheng Yi. With that, he reloaded a few million in Douyin coins into his account. A battle of the affluent. I came over from next door just to watch this live showdown. Is there anyone who knows the backstory to Kick a Little Brother? The clash of the wealthy instantly sent the live chat's heat soaring past 1 million. This topic quickly climbed to the trending list on Douyin. The showdown imminent. Chapter 10 in the name of the tycoon. 5 million followers overnight. I came in through the trending list. Where is the tycoon battle? Yi Xinhao. Is he the one who drove a Lamborghini Veneno during the day and accompanied the goddess to eat street-side cold noodles? The super tycoon? That video went viral online. After hitting the trending list, the live chat's popularity reached an astounding 200,000 people. Countless viewers frantically liked the stream, pleading for the tycoon carnival battle to escalate. Want to show off to me? You're still too green. Jung Tae-hyo gazed at his colossal sound waves, feeling confident. Let's add another 100 carnivals, I'll bury you, oh. Yi-young raised an eyebrow and added 101 carnivals once more. Each time, he solely focused on him. Jung Tae-hyo's face turned crimson. Although he had loaded in hundreds of thousands, at this rate, 2 or 3 rounds would drain him dry. Meanwhile, Yi-young appeared to be an endless pit of wealth. No matter how much he spent, he could effortlessly match Jung Tae-hyo's every move. Gulp. He began to feel fear, that a sense of dread overwhelmed him, his hormone-fueled brain slowly cooling down. Wait, am I being played? Jung Tae-hyo hesitated, pacing around the hall for a long while before gritting his teeth and declaring, no matter what, I refuse to believe that after living more than 30 years, I can't compete with a mere child. Congratulations, Brother Hao sent out 199 carnivals. Wow, is Brother Hao about to unleash his might? Can Yi Shinhao keep up? 199 carnivals, that's nearly 50,000 yuan. Isn't it? That's no small sum. A furious charge for the sake of a beauty. So exhilarating. If I had that much money, it would be fantastic. This wave of carnivals instantly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. While everyone was ecstatic, Yi-young merely shook his head. Had it been before, seeing someone splurge hundreds of thousands might have left him in awe and envy. But to him now, this truly was a big deal. Casually, he sent out a wave of 999 carnivals. Yi-young tossed his phone aside, knowing that the tycoon opposite him was about to crumble, unable to keep up. The moment 999 carnivals floated past, everyone was left dumbfounded. The 200,000 viewers in the live chat fell silent, as if in a haunted house. Lin Shuer also covered her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. 999 carnivals. 2 million. This is simply... After a long pause, someone in the live chat finally reacted, typing with trembling fingers that is this what being a tycoon means. I'm on my knees. The barrage of comments followed suit, kneeling for an extended period. This is terrifying. Moving a finger, 2 million just vanished. This is utterly inhumane. Jung Tae-hyo also slumped on the sofa, completely surrendering. His previous assumptions were correct. He had encountered a genuine super-rich second-generation heir. Although he was wealthy, he was merely a small-time boss in Beijing, with assets barely amounting to a few billion. He had just spent over $1 million in a fit of rage, clouded by Lin Shuer's beauty. Alas, he had hit a brick wall. He silently opened Douyin, covering his face, too ashamed to show himself. Why has Brother Hao gone silent? It's been a while with no movement. Haven't you noticed that he is no longer listed among the viewers? He has already run away. I thought he would retaliate with a jaw-dropping 4-digit carnival to make a scene. What a loser. It's just that our Yi Shinhao's display was too grand, scaring him into tears. This showdown of tycoons ultimately concluded with Yi-young's 999 carnivals. And tonight, it marked Yi-young's ascension in the entire Douyin live streaming realm. The name Yi Shinhao successfully topped the Douyin trending list. A super tycoon has emerged? 2 million in a second. What profound implications lie behind those 999 carnivals? The tycoon battle revealed a dark horse. 999 carnivals in one night aided a beautiful streamer in gaining 3 million followers. Countless individuals flocked to follow Yi-young, and overnight his followers surpassed 5 million, directly overtaking the originally popular streamer Lin Shuer, leaving both of them in a state of amusement. Could it be that wealth attracts more attention than beauty? Yi-young gazed at the sudden surge of 5 million followers, chuckling softly. Perhaps he is the first person online to become a super quirky influencer with 5 million followers without posting a single video. In the list, countless young women actively shared their alluring photos, subsequently bombarding Yi-young with private messages, hoping to catch his attention, though Yi-young even suspected that if his address were revealed, these women would flood his villa. Terrifying, overwhelmed, Yi-young directly activated privacy settings to block these superficial girls, consumed by their materialistic desires. Today has truly been troublesome for Yi-ge. After the stream, Lin Shuer continuously explained to Yi-young on WeChat, "How about I just return the money you gifted? Yi Yang's generous tipping had been exceedingly lavish. She couldn't accept it without reservations, as she never wanted Yi Ge to perceive her as a gold digger. Chapter 11. I truly had no idea how wealthy I am. How about you help me count? Phew. The next day, Yi Yang awoke on a handcrafted cherrywood bed worth tens of millions, sunlight streaming through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a comforting warmth upon his face. Is this the security that comes with being a tycoon? Throughout his previous life, Yi Yang was constantly troubled by financial worries that it seems that starting today, he must begin to worry about how to spend his money. Although still a worry, it is ultimately a joyful concern. By the way, having tipped so much last night, there should be some rewards, right? After being thoroughly intoxicated by the several tens of thousands of yuan worth of Romani Conti, he had completely missed the system's notification sound. This wine truly packs a punch. However, upon waking, he felt an immense sense of comfort rather than a headache. Perhaps this is the true charm of Romani Conti. Hailed as the king of wines. Wait, I just remembered why Yi Yang suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling the system's reward notification sound just before he fell into a stupor from the wine. Ding detected your expenditure of 2.68 million for tipping, triggering a special reward. Mastery of Huaxia martial arts. Could it be that my lack of a headache is not merely due to the fine wine, but because my physical condition has improved? Yi Yang leapt up, discovering he felt as light as a feather, nearly colliding with the nearly 4-meter-high ceiling of his bedroom. What the heck, it's true. He didn't even need to test his own abilities. With a casual leap, he soared over 4 meters high, while the world record stood at a mere 3 meters. This was already in the realm of surpassing the average person. The invigorating sensation of boundless energy, capable of enduring 7 days and nights of battle without fatigue, was truly remarkable. Yi Yang clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming vitality coursing through him, his confidence soaring to new heights that he murmured to himself that he had initially intended to set aside half of his first month's internship salary to buy gifts for his parents. The massage chair his mother had coveted for years but never mentioned. The top-tier professional fishing rod his father had always dreamed of owning, and a new laptop for his younger sister to replace her outdated one. He would buy them all. Yi Yang opened Taobao and began placing orders in a frenzy. He was certain that his parents and sister would be overjoyed upon receiving these gifts. Although these items might not be inexpensive for an average person, the total was merely tens of thousands. This time, the system had rewarded him with a staggering 100 million in deposits. That seemed that the more one spent, the more rewards the system provided. Within the already spent limits, the rewards were randomly granted. Clearly, the art of spending money was indeed a profound skill. As Yi Yang listened to the notifications of rewards chiming in his ear, he also contemplated the system's reward patterns. Perhaps he should transfer 200,000 to his parents' bank account as well. Resolving this in his mind, he noted that he was set to visit the Empire State Building today to check on his newly acquired property, and he would also take the opportunity to transfer some funds to his parents at the bank. The reason for transferring 200,000 was not out of frugality. He feared that if he transferred 1 million, his parents might worry he had fallen into some trouble in the bustling metropolis. Leading to a lecture on moral conduct at Dongfa Bank, Rainbow Road branch, Yi Yang parked his car and entered the bank. Transfer? The teller, Lung Mei, cast a disinterested glance at Yi Yang's attire and casually inquired. Your card has a daily transfer limit of 50,000. You can't transfer more than that. Upon hearing Yi Yang's request to transfer 200,000, she scoffed dismissively. Can the limit be raised? Yi Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that Lung Mei's tone suggested he was not a customer, but rather someone indebted to her. Sure, how much can it be raised? Is 100 million enough? Lung Mei rolled her eyes. Just the night before, she had followed a super-wealthy influencer on a social media platform who could spend 999 carnival tickets in an instant, even sending him 2 photos. She had nearly offered herself to him. Yet he had completely ignored her, which stoked her insecurities and left her in a foul mood today. Seeing this young man dressed like a pauper only intensified her disdain. What do you mean by that? Yi Yang's expression hardened, his tone growing equally frosty. That don't you check how much you have in your account? Trying to act like a big boss and raise the limit. Hilarious. Lung Mei's overt disdain masked her own self-loathing for not being able to attract a wealthy benefactor. I honestly have no idea how much is in my account. Why don't you help me count it? Yi Yang replied with a cold chuckle. Count. You poor young man, that meager savings of yours is hardly worth a glance. Wait, what the hell? Lung Mei glanced at the appalling balance displayed on the screen, and she immediately leapt from her chair, covering her mouth in disbelief. 10, 2 zeros. This was over 10 billion. Having such a sum in a single bank account indicated that one's assets must exceed 100 billion. Right? Her unintentional mockery of her own insecurities had landed her in a colossal predicament. The sharp-eyed bank manager, having caught wind of the situation, rushed down from the office upon learning that they had offended a super VIP client with deposits exceeding 10 billion. The manager, despite his disheveled appearance, wore a facade of ingratiating smiles, recognizing the significance of this client. Chapter 12. Wrath of the Past, Tenfold Retribution Today. The manager continuously showered Yi Yang with compliments. While there were many wealthy individuals in the metropolis, he was merely a branch manager, and losing a client with such substantial deposits could lead to his dismissal from the main office. Thus, he set aside his dignity to curry favor with Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded slightly, begrudgingly satisfied with the branch manager's attitude. The prestige of the Dongfa Bank's Supreme Black Card was undeniable. Simply presenting it was sufficient to verify one's identity. The Supreme Black Card had no transfer limits and offered annual deposit interest rates that were privately negotiated, typically exceeding those offered to standard clients by several multiples. 1 Needed assets, exceeding 100 million to qualify for it, with processing fees of several hundred thousand, keeping money in the account guaranteed annual asset growth of tens of millions or more. This was precisely why the rich continued to accumulate wealth effortlessly. Even by merely holding money in the bank, it would appreciate and multiply. This young man's potential was astonishingly intimidating. Bowing her head, she felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness, vowing never to judge others by appearances again. After transferring 200,000 to his parents' account with the Supreme Black Card, Yi Yang exited and hopped into his Lamborghini Veneno. La la la. As soon as he settled into the car, he received a call from his parents. Just as I thought. Yi Yang chuckled, shaking his head as he answered the call. Xiao Yang, what happened? Suddenly so much money. Your father and I counted several times. 200,000. His mother's voice came through the phone that, I quit my job to start my own business and made some money. Feel free to spend it. It's all legitimate earnings. You started your own company. My son is a big boss now. How impressive. His father chimed in with pride that, oh, stop it. Yi Yang chuckled as he listened to his mother's lecture. Previously, he might have felt anxious hearing such things. But now that he resided in the luxurious Yunding No. 1 villa, his mindset had completely transformed. He no longer felt any discomfort from their concerns. Our company is doing well. We have some major projects coming up. Once I succeed, I'll send you both more money to don't. We have everything we need. Our salaries are sufficient. That don't spend recklessly. Save some for future expenses like buying a house, a car, or finding a wife. Enough, you short-sighted woman. Our son is destined for great things. Your vision is limited. Weren't you the one who married me first? You want our son to just make money and not get married. Dante, you want a chubby grandson? The two parents bantered back and forth. Yi Yang smiled as he listened. With his current mindset, hearing his parents' chatter had turned into a source of happiness. After ending the call, he considered that his younger sister was still in high school and not suited to receive too much money. He transferred 5,000 to her via WeChat, knowing she would probably see it after school. All right, it's time to check on my property. Whistling cheerfully, Yi Yang drove his Lamborghini Veneno toward the Empire State Building. That building was his most significant asset that he had checked yesterday, discovering that the entire building could be worth several hundred billion. And owning it would catapult his assets to the forefront of the Forbes list in China. The potential for growth was boundless. Just by holding it without any effort, he could earn hundreds of billions in rent every 10 years. Truly a golden goose. It turned out that the only thing separating him from the wealthiest individuals in China was merely a building that Yi Yang drove casually. And before long, he arrived at the Empire State Building. It was already 10 in the morning. After parking in the underground garage, he walked into the building as usual, that he still had some matters to settle at his old company, including resigning this month. He had certainly endured a lot at the internship company, which, under the guise of training newcomers, was merely exploiting their labor, coupled with the troublesome team leader, Jean Boujing, who always stirred up trouble. Chapter 13. What do you intend to do? You don't come any closer. The elevator chimed as Yi Yang lazily stepped into the internship area of the office. That moment, the atmosphere was tense, with everyone whispering nervously. Rumor had it that team leader Jean had been humiliated by Yi Yang at the milk tea shop yesterday and was now waiting here to confront him. Is Yi Yang afraid and hasn't he shown up yet? What nonsense. Yi Yang wouldn't he be scared? Protested a nearby female in turn. Then why hasn't he come yet? Sneered another. Cowards, several envious male interns were relentless in their jibes. You. That's the truth, the female in turn conceded, mumbling. Maybe he just overslept. Whatever the reason. Jean Bouging had his foot perched on the desk, his face contorted with rage. He had always come from a well-off family, with a well-placed uncle serving as a company executive, and had always gotten whatever he wanted. Who dared to act arrogant in front of him? Yesterday, not only had Yi Yang, this freshly graduated brat, managed to show off, but he had also done so without incurring any backlash. That night, the alluring woman had berated him for lacking backbone and had unceremoniously dumped him. Not only had he failed to show off, but he had also lost his fling, which infuriated him even more. He dared to provoke me. He's dead me today. Even the king of heaven can't save him. I genie guarantee it. Oh, is that so? Yi Yang's languid voice rang out. The female interns brightened at the sound, glancing over eagerly. But soon their expressions turned to concern for Yi Yang, knowing full well that no one dared to provoke Jean Bouging in the office. Clearly, Kim Jong is truly infuriated this time. Yi Yang is in for a rough time. The envious onlookers are reveling in his misfortune. Yet, the only genuine friend of Yi Yang present, Zheng Xian, keeps casting him warning glances. Yi Yang, noticing Zheng Xian's persistent gestures urging caution against Kim Jong-un, merely offers a nonchalant smile. Zheng Xian has known him since middle school and has always been his loyal sidekick, calling him Boss Yi. After graduation, they coincidentally ended up in the same company, solidifying their bond. Well, you're late today, and you act so brazenly. Quite the attitude. Huh? Kim Jong-un, seizing the opportunity, leapt off the table, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, and approached aggressively. Yi Yang chose to resign first rather than revealing his identity to take over the building. Precisely for this moment, he understood that, given Kim Jong-un's nature, trouble was inevitable today, that if he were to expose his identity. With Kim's cowardice, he would likely be begging for mercy instead of experiencing the satisfaction of revenge. With Yi Yang's current standing, it would be a mere matter of words to have both Kim and his uncle expelled from the company. However, such a punishment would hardly suffice for his thirst for retribution. Yi Yang believes in reciprocating kindness with gratitude, but when it comes to grievances, he repays them with a fist. No leniency. What, do you still want to fight? Yi Yang chuckled lightly. What is wrong with that? Today, not only will I beat you, but I will also throw you out of this company. Kim Jong-un bellowed, Hey, why don't we just let this go? It is not a big deal. A simple apology would suffice. Get lost. Who do you think you were to plead on my behalf? Kim Jong did not even glance at Zheng Xian, casually pushing him aside. Zheng Xian, furious, hesitated to act, knowing the stakes of their employment. Getting beaten up and then kicked out of the company. That sounds like a fitting plan for you. Yi Yang grinned. Have you gone mad? Kim Jong-un was momentarily taken aback by Yi Yang's smile. That don't you dare play tough with me. Security. He was uncertain if he could contend with the tall and robust Yi Yang. So he had already colluded with the security guards that I will publicly humiliate you today. I'll step on your face. Let us see how you survive in this circle afterward. Kim Jong-un waved his hand. And the two security guards, who had been in on the plot, quickly surrounded Yi Yang. With a sigh, Yi Yang's body erupted with energy. He spun around and delivered a sweeping high kick. The wind howled. The kick was so swift it nearly became a blur, striking with unparalleled ferocity. Before the gathered colleagues could comprehend, the two security guards were sent flying by a single kick, crashing into the 2-meter-high glass door and shattering it. They tumbled amidst the shards, crying out in agony, bloodied and bruised. What the hell? What the hell? The interns present gasped in shock, utterly bewildered. Even Zheng Xian, who was about to intervene, was taken aback, finally realizing, Boss Yi, you've been hiding your skills. You actually know martial arts. The female interns, who had been worried about Yi Yang, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, their idol was formidable in a fight. Or today could have turned dangerous. The sound of shattering glass attracted other colleagues, and some rushed to report to their superiors, the ITSA brawl. It's a brawl. A furious northeastern colleague exclaimed as he raised his fists in indignation. What? What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Kim Jong had already been petrified by the might of Yi Yang's kick, retreating on his rear, terror filling his eyes. That I warn you, my uncle is Manager Gao. Yi Yang pressed his foot firmly against Kim Jong-un's face. Guarantee you quite the hotshot. Why can't you stand your ground now? This, boss Yi. Zheng Xian was also left dumbfounded by Yi Yang's boldness. Although the interns and nearby employees felt a sense of vindication, they understood that Kim Jong-un had powerful connections, and treating him this way could invite retaliation. Yi Yang, what are you doing? Let go of Kim Jong-un. The leaders, alerted to the violent altercation, rushed in to intervene. And if I don't? Yi Yang tightened his grip. His strength now exceeded that of ordinary men, and with a little more force, he could easily crush Kim Jong-un's skull. Brother-in-law, save me. I'm my sister's only brother. If anything happens to me, she won't spare you. Kim Jong-un wailed. Release him. Manager Gao shouted furiously. You, a mere employee, not only arrived late, but also engaged in a violent brawl, showing utter disrespect to your superiors. I'm going to fire you today and have you arrested, ensuring you rot in prison for years, ruining your future. Oh, Yi Yang sneered, gradually easing his foot, given his elevated status. He had no intention of killing Kim Jong-un in public and tarnishing his own reputation. Kim Jong-un scrambled behind Manager Gao, his face marked with a conspicuous red shoe print, glaring fiercely at Yi Yang in fear. You refinished, I tell you. Is that so? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Do you think you can call yourself wealthy in my presence? Just as Manager Gao was about to unleash another threat, Yi Yang's phone rang. Hello? Yi Yang answered. This Yi Yang. Mr. Yi? I am the spokesperson for the board of directors of the Empire Building, and I would like to discuss the future of the Empire Building with you. The caller was exceedingly polite. I am Yi Yang. There is no need for formalities over the phone. I'm currently on the 10th floor. Let us meet in person. What is going on? Is he bluffing? Murmured the nearby newcomers, questioning how a mere rookie in the bustling metropolis could have such connections. Manager Gao, intrigued, awaited to see who this young man could possibly summon, eager to humiliate Yi Yang and shatter his confidence before tossing him into prison. What a gratifying prospect. On the 100th floor, the directors are in their offices. After hanging up, Chairman Chong Lai expressed his anxiety. What? Where is Yi now? We must personally drive to pick him up. We need to give him the respect he deserves. The board members echoed in agreement that no need. He is already on the 10th floor. Let us go meet him. His tone doesn't sound good. He might have encountered some unpleasantness. Chairman Chong Lai looked worried. The board members turned to Zhang Wanmin, who had previously been inconspicuous among the crowd. Old Zhang, ISNT the 10th floor your software company. You didn't cross Mr. Yi, did you? If you gave me 800 guts, I wouldn't dare. I haven't even seen him Yi. Zhang Wanmin's face paled at the thought that if this was due to him, and Yi Yang retaliated against the board, he would face severe consequences. He silently prayed, hoping it wasn't his subordinates causing trouble. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to the 10th floor to pay our respects to Mr. Yi. Do we plan to wait for Mr. Yi to come up here to see us? Chairman Chong Lai urged. Yes, let us rush to the 10th floor. Ding. The elevator doors on the 10th floor opened. The high-ranking individuals surrounding Yi Yang instinctively turned to look. Wow, they arrived quickly. Fast enough to come begging, Manager Gao scoffed. Just as he turned around, his legs gave way, and his smile vanished. ISNT that the chairman of Suming Design Company. This can't be happening. This kid couldn't possibly know such a wealthy business titan worth billions. What followed was even more astonishing for the executives. After the chairman of Suming Design Company, the other floor chairman began to pour in from the stairwell. The once elusive and enigmatic chairman now flooded the 10th floor like dumplings. What on earth is happening? Almost all the chairmen of the building are here. Everyone was dumbstruck. Dozens of super wealthy business magnates, each worth at least billions, arriving together created a spectacle that was truly eye-popping. Manager Gao had just intended to approach Zhang Wanmin to inquire about the situation and perhaps flatter him, but was unexpectedly shoved aside by Zhang Wanmin. He watched in disbelief as the board members, all wearing respectful expressions, moved toward the very person he had previously looked down upon, convinced he was doomed today. Yi Yang, what is happening? Not just Manager Gao, but everyone felt their minds struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Chapter 15. You still want to fire the master of the building? How dare you? Upon witnessing the groans of the security guard through the shattered glass door and the expressions of those surrounding him, one could surmise the situation with considerable accuracy that a wave of tension surged within me, and I found myself cursing these despicable minor characters for daring to provoke the master of the Empire State Building. The chairman beside me were no less than remarkable figures themselves, and they too discerned the unfolding events that they would rather not witness. They were now all incessantly smiling at Yi Yang, seeking his favor. Duddy nodded slightly. After all, these chairmen would be the ones providing him with long-term financial support, warranting some maintenance of goodwill. To Mr. Yi, has something occurred here that has displeased you? Please inform us, and we shall endeavor to resolve it to the best of our abilities. Zhang Wanmin, astutely perceptive, approached, thumping his chest as he made such a promise that in that moment, there was no need for conjecture. These chairmen had come to seek out Yi Yang, and their demeanor was notably humble, as though they were imploring him for something. This revelation left everyone present utterly astonished at a mere intern, who had clocked in and out with them just days prior, was now being revered by a cadre of billionaires. This was an utter challenge to their worldview. Yi Yang tilted his chin, his gaze piercing as it fell upon the now trembling and seemingly soul-deprived chief steward Gao. So it truly was this little rascal that a shiver coursed through Zhang Wanmin's heart as he realized the gravity of the situation, his face contorted with rage. Gao Dan, explain yourself. How did you offend Mr. Yi? What the hell is going on here? Internally, the chief steward was screaming, contemplating leaping out the window. Just moments ago, he had expected to call upon Yi Yang. Yet the reality had flipped entirely. Yi Yang had summoned a host of titans of industry, figures to whom he should have been showing deference. Any one of them could easily orchestrate a life of dependency for him with but a flick of a finger. Fear gripped him. The murderous aura that had previously surrounded him vanished without a trace, and his voice now quivered with uncertainty. Zhang, Chairman Zhang, what exactly is happening here? What do you mean? What is happening? Zhang Wanmin's fury was palpable, his head nearly smoking with rage. The gentleman standing before you, Mr. Yi, is the rightful owner of the entire Empire State Building. His assets are worth no less than several hundred billion. What on earth emboldened you to provoke Mr. Yi? What? The owner of the Empire State Building? The room erupted in gasps of disbelief. What did this signify? This was no mere second-generation rich kid. This was a super-wealthy first-generation magnate, among the elite of Huaxia. Most astonishingly, this colossal figure was someone they had thought they could easily bully. A fellow intern? The female interns covered their mouths, gazing at Yi Yang with starry eyes that I actually guessed right by sheer accident. So young, so handsome, and so wealthy. My heavens, perfection incarnate. As the crowd upstairs buzzed with incredulity, Gao Dan's mind was in turmoil, stuttering as he exclaimed, Chairman Zhang, you must be joking. Surely this is a jest. This kid is merely an intern we were about to dismiss. How could he possibly be the owner of the Empire State Building? Dismiss? Intern? What was going on here? I had interned here for 2 months after graduating. Today was a real eye-opener. Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly, replying, Mr. Yi, you must be jesting. The chairman, however, were not convinced that Yi Yang was merely an intern. Such a super-wealthy individual typically possessed an eccentric temperament, and he could very well be undercover to conduct an on-site investigation. Your vision is unparalleled, and your methods are unorthodox, truly a rare commercial titan of Huaxia. They flattered. Indeed, Mr. Yi, your willingness to come here for an inspection is deeply appreciated. Yi Yang was at a loss for words, for he had genuinely come to intern. Gao Dan, you scoundrel, you better explain this situation clearly, or we will not let you off lightly, Zhang Wanmin bellowed, causing Gao Dan to buckle at the knees. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure from the chairman, Gao Dan recounted the entire affair in exhaustive detail, leaving nothing omitted that as he narrated. The chairman listened with growing trepidation. The audacity to oppress M.R.ye, to withhold his intern's salary, even plotting to find an excuse to dismiss him? My heavens! The most outrageous was that Jean Boujing had conspired to humiliate and assault Mr. Yi before his departure? Outrageous! Zhang Wanmin felt as though his lungs might burst from anger. How had such a brazenly foolish and pig-headed supervisor arisen from among his ranks? At that moment, he contemplated throwing Gao Dan and Jean Boujing out of the building. However, as a man of stature, he suppressed his fury and turned to Yi Yang with a congenial demeanor. Mr. Yi, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of Zhang. You dictate the course of action, and I shall comply without dissent. Chapter 16. Rent, $1,890,000,000. Well then, let us proceed according to the method he had intended for me, Yi Yang stated casually. Very well. Zhang Wanmin agreed without hesitation. Having a solution was a relief. Had Yi Yang not provided clarity today, his company would have been in peril. I am profoundly grateful to M.R.Y.E. for granting me this opportunity to redeem myself. Gao Dan, you imbecile. I have yet to settle the score with you. Gao Dan was utterly demoralized. Zhang Wanmin roared. You and Jean Boujing are hereby removed from my company from this moment forth. Security. Take these two, along with the ones lying on the ground, and escort them to the authorities. Charge them with inciting unrest and nearly injuring M.R.Y.E. With that, he turned to Yi Yang with a smile. Mr. Yi, how does this resolution sit with you? I will personally oversee the subsequent proceedings to the very least. The charge of conspiring to endanger a prominent figure's safety could not be dismissed lightly, and they would undoubtedly face several years in prison. Yi Yang nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. As Jean Boujing was led away by security, he cried out in despair. I was the one who was assaulted. You're trying to twist the truth. Amidst Jean Boujing's pitiful and aggrieved demeanor, everyone present could not help but burst into laughter. The usual bully of newcomers was finally receiving his comeuppance, and justice was being served. Today he had truly shot himself in the foot. All right, disperse. Surely there is no work left to be done. Zhang Wanmin addressed the remaining employees, initiating a return to order. The employees, recognizing that the chairman had spoken, dared not linger and dispersed to their respective tasks. Mr. Yi, please follow us. Once the employees were adequately managed, Yi Yang was escorted by a throng of chairmen to the top floor. As they ascended in the elevator, the 10th floor erupted into fervent discussions. The events of the day had been nothing short of staggering, and the twists and turns had left everyone in a daze. Initially, Jean Boujing had arranged to target Yi Yang, leading everyone to believe he was doomed. Yet, he had effortlessly defused the perilous situation and retaliated against Jean Boujing. Then, when Chief Steward Gao appeared, it seemed Yi Yang was on the verge of being dismissed. Just when all hope appeared lost, a battalion of chairmen descended like divine intervention, instantly elevating Yi Yang's status from that of an ordinary intern to the master of the Empire State Building's assets. Haha, I always knew Yi Yang was extraordinary. How regrettable that I lacked the courage to seize the opportunity to ally with him. Had I known of his true identity, I would have boldly stood up to assist this magnate in delivering a sound thrashing to Jean Boujing. Enough, you armchair critic. Today's events would undoubtedly become a legend on the 10th floor, a tale that would be recounted among both new and old employees for years to come, at the pinnacle of the Empire State Commercial Building. Within the joint office of the chairman, Yi Yang sat in the chief position, surrounded by the chairmen of various floors. Please take a look. Next month we are due to renew our lease. We have drafted a proposed contract in accordance with the previous owner's terms. Kindly review it and see if it meets your approval. Chairman Feng Xiao of Zhonglia handed a contract to Yi Yang with great respect. Yi Yang scanned the document briefly. He had previously copied the contract from the Empire Commercial Building into his personal space, although he was unsure how the system had procured it. Nevertheless, it was largely similar to this one, and the companies had even voluntarily proposed a 15 rent increase, demonstrating considerable goodwill. Feigning a thorough examination, he felt a twinge of embarrassment that it seemed he would need to acquire a law firm to assist him in managing contracts and assets in the future, as the legal jargon was beyond his comprehension. However, upon comparing it to the previous contract, he confirmed that aside from the adjusted rent, everything else remained unchanged, granting him the confidence that the contract was sound. The chairman held their breath, watching Yi Yang intently. Such a young man who had acquired the entire Empire Commercial Building was undoubtedly remarkable. He could not possibly be ignorant of commercial finance. They dared not take him lightly. After deliberation, the board members unanimously acknowledged that Yi Yang was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Thus, they refrained from engaging in any petty tricks within the contract. In fact, they even took the initiative to propose an increase in rent, fearing Yi Yang might disagree. Quite commendable. Yi Yang closed the contract, his expression as nonchalant as ever. Sigh. All the board members breathed a sigh of relief. Given your earnestness, we shall proceed according to the terms of this contract. The rent for the next decade should be transferred to my account within 3 days, totaling 189 billion. Very well, Mr. Yi, rest assured. We will expedite the process. The board members were exceedingly pleased, never expecting their new master, Yi Yang, to be so accommodating and not to impose any undue difficulties upon them. With the contract duly signed, Yi Yang decided it was time to leave. That he stood up. All right, let us see him or ye off together. The board members were exceedingly attentive, escorting Yi Yang to his vehicle, watching as the Lamborghini Veneno roared away, finally allowing themselves to relax completely. Truly a prodigious youth, capable of acquiring a Lamborghini Veneno. For these tycoons worth tens or even hundreds of billions, such a top-tier hypercar, valued at nearly 100 million, was indeed a superlative luxury. Those who could spend 100 million on a car without a second thought typically possessed assets in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. Yi Yang was in remarkably high spirits. Today, being treated with deference by these billionaires, who previously existed only in his television news, was undeniably gratifying. Coupled with having dealt with the oppressive Jean Bouging, he felt utterly revitalized that it was time to refresh his wardrobe. Yi Yang looked down at his attire, which collectively cost less than 1,000 yuan, and shook his head with a smile. As a top-tier affluent individual, wearing such garments seemed rather incongruous with his status. The 6th Fashion Street, the largest luxury goods hub in the magical city, would be an ideal place for a shopping spree. With determination, Yi Yang pressed the accelerator, and the powerful engine of the Lamborghini Veneno erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to a wild beast awakening Virum. As the car sped away, the wind generated by the Lamborghini swept across the faces of pedestrians, leaving no trace of displeasure, only boundless envy and longing. Chapter 17. Shop. Shop. It turns out luxury goods are so affordable. In the luxury goods district of the magical city, after parking in the exclusive lot, Yi Yang stepped out of the Lamborghini Veneno and casually entered a store. Welcome, sir. The service at the luxury goods store carried an air of nobility. However, Yi Yang's attire appeared rather shabby. After all, everyone's time is valuable. Yi Yang clearly looked like a penniless youth merely browsing for luxury goods, wasting the time of those who would earn no commission from him. Naturally, no one wished to squander their time on him. Only a newly hired, charming young salesgirl named Gao Xiaoxin, upon seeing Yi Yang, brightened up. She felt it was a pity for such a handsome young man to be neglected. What type of products is this young man interested in? She wondered. Yi Yang glanced at her name tag, and despite being aware of the disdainful glances from the other sales staff, he remained unfazed. Soon enough, they would regret their judgments. I want a complete outfit. Take me to the most expensive items. Yi Yang spread his hands, indicating he wished to change his entire ensemble. Gao Xiaoxin nodded eagerly. Follow me, please. The nearby sales staff couldn't help but chuckle. Look at that penniless boy, truly believing he is a big spender ready to buy clothes. Putting on a show, aren't we? They watched as Xiaoxin beamed, thinking she had encountered a significant client. Youth. If only she had my 3 to 5 years of experience, she would understand that wasting time on someone who is merely here to browse is akin to throwing money away. Indeed, so young. Several experienced sales staff, confident they would never misjudge a customer, smirked at Gao Xiaoxin's naivety. In terms of men's fashion, our store carries all 10 of the world's top luxury brands. The number 1. Blanio only accepts private orders. If you wish to customize, we can help you contact their designer, but the garments will take at least a month to arrive. However, if you wish to purchase something today, Armani and Versace have released new collections that would suit someone as handsome as you. Gao Xiaoxin explained attentively. While she could see that Yi Yang's outfit was indeed shabby, she was careful to preserve his dignity, treating him as a genuine customer. I see. Yi Yang scratched his head. Let us order 10 sets from Blanio, the highest standard, 1.2 sets for each season, and throw in 2 fun outfits as well. Deliver them within half a month. As for the price, it's of no concern. This Gao Xiaoxin blinked in disbelief. Are you joking, young man? Blanio, as private orders at the highest level, cost 50 to 60,000 euros for a single set. 10 sets would amount to 500,000 euros. And if expedited, the price doubles, which translates to 10 million yuan. 10 million? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Gao Xiaoxin nodded repeatedly, kindly suggesting that if he found the price unsuitable, he could consider other brands. 10 sets for just 10 million seems a bit too inexpensive. Yi Yang shook his head. With the wealth system at his disposal, spending more equates to earning more. 10 million was indeed not excessive. Is Blanio the most expensive custom clothing brand in the world? Not exactly. Blanio is simply the most expensive in large-scale private customizations, ranking at the top. There are also several world-renowned super luxury master studios. The most expensive diamond suit set was crafted by Master Stewart, a one-of-a-kind piece priced at $1 million. One suit sold for over $7 million. Yang nodded. That sounds good. I might consider customizing a few sets in the future. Gao Xiaoxin let out a wry smile, feeling a bit disappointed in Yi Yang. If only this handsome young man could be a bit more pragmatic and grounded. Clearly, a $7 million suit was likely an exaggeration. Aside from custom orders, just get me 2 sets, each of all the men's clothing from your store for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Pack them up and deliver them to the Yunding Mountain Villa No. 1. Yi Yang envisioned the astonishingly spacious wardrobe in the Yunding Mountain Villa. Even with such a purchase, it would likely only fill a small portion of the space. This young man knew, seeing that Yi Yang's demeanor showed no signs of jest. Gao Xiaoxin was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that her moment of kindness had led her to encounter a true financial titan? What are you dawdling for? Card. Swipe it. Yi Yang casually tossed his supreme black card to Gao Xiaoxin. She fumbled to catch it. Having interned at a luxury goods store, she certainly recognized the East Bank Supreme black card. Suddenly, everything clicked for her. This handsome young man was indeed a bona fide tycoon. The previously mocking, experienced sales staff who had ridiculed Yi Yang and Gao Xiaoxin were now utterly stunned. The supreme black card. He truly is a financial titan. I can't believe I misjudged him. These sales staff felt a wave of regret wash over them. Yi Yang's purchasing behavior, reminiscent of a bulk buyer, was something they had never encountered in their years of work at. How much commission will Gao Xiaoxin earn from this? This single transaction could cover all the commissions we've earned over the past few years. The female sales staff lamented their misjudgment, cursing their own blindness for not recognizing Yi Yang as a hidden financial giant. It turns out luxury goods aren't as expensive as I imagined. Watching over $8 million being charged to the card, Yi Yang murmured to himself that he had purchased over 100 sets of clothing and shoes, averaging around 80,000 yuan per set. Indeed, it was quite reasonable. The store manager, a sophisticated and graceful woman in her 30s, rushed out, her presence commanding that Mr. Yi, we will expedite your connection with the Blanio designer. Here is our black gold card. Please keep it safe. Once we reach the designer, we will finalize the styles, and you can pay the deposit then that I will personally visit you at the Yunding Mountain Villa to discuss further. Yi Yang nodded lightly. For him, it was merely a trivial expenditure in the tens of millions. However, for the luxury store's owner, Chong Wei, it represented a significant business opportunity not to be overlooked. Ding! Detection of your expenditure of 8 million yuan on clothing rewards you exclusive shares in the Stewart workshop. That sounds familiar. Yi Yang recalled that Stewart was the designer renowned for creating the world's most expensive suits, reputedly the pinnacle of luxury. How fortuitous! Yi Yang's purchases were promptly delivered to the villa, and he did not intend to linger. He turned and left, preparing to buy a watch next door, leaving behind a group of saleswomen filled with regret, their eyes lingering on his retreating figure. Chapter 18. In the blink of an eye, I became the largest shareholder of Vacheron Constantin. The impoverished indulge in cars, while the wealthy indulge in watches that if one does not possess a luxury watch on their wrist, they cannot claim to be a financial titan. Having resolved to completely revamp his attire, it was only natural that a watch would not be overlooked. Vacheron Constantin, that Yi Yang lifted his gaze to the store's name. He acknowledged that, despite having once been a destitute university student, it did not preclude him from recognizing the names of world-renowned timepieces. Vacheron Constantin, the aristocratic ruler among watches, a pinnacle of luxury in the horological world. "Sir!" exclaimed the saleswomen, their eyes gleaming as they beheld his Armani suit, worth around 100,000, but the contrast was rather stark. A slight smile graced Yi Yang's lips as he shook his head, about to utter a remark when an unexpected voice called out from behind. Yi Yang? Raising an eyebrow, he turned to find none other than Su Pengfei, clad in an exquisite summer ensemble, accompanied by a fashionably attired young woman. Though her beauty was not extraordinary, her poise added considerable charm. The duo were former classmates. Su Pengfei was the most affluent among their peers, while Kai Mao Mao was regarded as the class beauty. It was rumored that she once harbored a crush on Yi Yang, but it appeared that the two had now become a couple. "What a surprise to encounter you in such a luxury store," Su Pengfei remarked, his tone laced with mockery, fully aware of Kai Mao Mao's prior infatuation with Yi Yang. After all, beauty is often swayed by wealth. Good looks and academic prowess are of little value without financial backing. As they transitioned from the carefree days of university to the harsh realities of society, family wealth became paramount. But Su Pengfei felt a surge of confidence at this thought. That is Vacheron Constantine a family business of yours? Had I known, I wouldn't have come, he continued, his words dripping with sarcasm. That I'm surprised that mere months after graduation, you can afford an Armani and dare to step into this store to peruse watches. I wonder if your funds are legitimately acquired. During their university days, Yi Yang was a radiant presence, but now, in the real world, he dared to maintain an air of superiority, showing no deference to Su Pengfei. How could he endure such insolence? Thus, he retorted coldly. Enough, Pengfei, let's refrain from further comments. Kai Mao Mao gently tugged at Su Pengfei's arm, her eyes filled with concern as she regarded Yi Yang. Once fond of him, she had come to terms with the harsh realities of life and had ultimately yielded to the allure of wealth. She was well aware of Yi Yang's circumstances, while he had managed to amass some wealth through his talents. It paled in comparison to the vast resources of someone like Su Pengfei. Is there a watch that has caught your eye? Su Pengfei interjected, his jealousy intensifying as he coldly added, I am quite familiar with the owner of this establishment. Would you like me to procure a finer piece for you? Avoid those trinkets in the tens of thousands, lest you remain forever a pauper. He ostentatiously revealed his wrist, adorned with a Patek Philippe worth over $1 million, intending to impress Kai Mao Mao with his wealth. Should he successfully entice her to spend the night at his residence, he might reward her with a lavish watch as a token of gratitude. The sales associates, upon noticing Su Pengfei's extravagant timepiece, were visibly captivated. This customer certainly exuded a greater aura of affluence than Yi Yang. How fortunate that I was delayed earlier, they thought, for this is the true patron. Su Pengfei's lips curled into an uncontainable smirk, as if to convey, do you see, in the face of absolute wealth, you are but a speck of dust. Yi Yang shrugged, no longer requiring the attention of the sales staff. The prices were laid bare, and he would simply select what appealed to him. After all, he was here to purchase a watch, and he had come to spend money, for he now needed to leverage his expenditures to generate income. Noticing that Yi Yang was entirely indifferent to him, as if he were a mere insect unworthy of acknowledgement, Su Pengfei felt a surge of frustration. His earlier display of bravado had seemingly left no impact on Yi Yang, who remained unperturbed, making Su feel foolish. Enough, Pengfei, weren't we supposed to be here to help me choose a watch? Let's not dwell on this, Kai Mao Mao urged. That Su Pengfei grunted in response, trailing behind Yi Yang into the inner hall. You little brat, having made a small fortune, you think you can waltz into the inner sanctum? Don't be shocked by the prices. In the outer hall of Vacheron Constantine, the selections were mostly under $1 million. The more exclusive pieces resided in the inner sanctum. Once inside, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. These prices seem appropriate. The watches outside are far too inexpensive. They likely wouldn't offer any worthwhile rewards. This, and this, he remarked casually, pointing to several striking pieces that aligned with his aesthetic. Su Pengfei and the sales associates, upon entering, were taken aback to see Yi Yang already selecting 7 or 8 timepieces, each worth several million. What on earth was he doing? Su Pengfei was left speechless. Did he think these watches were free for the taking? He began to suspect that Yi Yang might be nearsighted, oblivious to the prices marked on the tags. Otherwise, not even his father would dare to purchase watches in such a reckless manner. What are you doing? Do you realize each of these watches is worth millions? If you damage one, can you afford to pay for it? Su Pengfei shouted in indignation that Yi Yang's actions had also drawn the attention of the store manager. After all, aside from a singular emerald KV, nearly all the supreme-class watches had been swept away by Yi Yang, accumulating a total value in the tens of millions. Just these will suffice. The others are far too unattractive. Yi Yang waved dismissively. Su Pengfei scoffed. What a show. Let us see how long you can keep this up. When it comes time to settle the bill, your facade will crumble. Just as Su Pengfei prepared to relish Yi Yang's impending embarrassment, the system notification chimed again. Detected that the host has spent $75.98 million on a regular watch. Reward, 45 of Vacheron Constantine's global shares. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that his earlier assumptions had been correct. The rewards from the system were largely contingent upon the nature of his expenditures. That he cast a sympathetic glance at Su Pengfei, who had ridiculed him, while he had just acquired a significant stake in a world-renowned company. Shall I process the payment? Yi Yang casually handed over his supreme black card. The moment Su Pengfei laid eyes on it, his heart quaked. The black card represented personal assets exceeding 100 million. This was tangible bank savings. Although he was a wealthy second-generation heir, he had to request funds from his family for cars and watches, with only a meager few million in personal savings to his name. He was leagues away from qualifying for a black card. Su Pengfei was left dumbfounded that as the transaction was processed, the Vacheron Constantine Information Network suddenly retrieved encrypted data. The store manager's heart raced in alarm. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. This indicated that the cardholder was a high-level executive of Vacheron Constantine. He cast a startled gaze at Yi Yang. Mr. Yi. Please hold on to why Yi Yang arched an eyebrow, sensing that this shift was likely related to the substantial stake he had just acquired in Vacheron Constantine. In such large corporations, even a chairman would consider it a remarkable achievement to possess 20 to 30 of the shares. He had seized a staggering 45, effectively becoming the de facto owner of Vacheron Constantine. Finally, the truth is unveiled. Su Pengfei exhaled in relief. I knew this brat was merely putting on airs. Haha. Kai Mao Mao shot a disdainful glance at Su Pengfei, her doubts about her choices intensifying. The store manager, Gong Xiaoqing, input her password and upon reviewing the decrypted information, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. She stood up, bowing respectfully to Yi Yang. I apologize, Mr. Yi. I was blind to your presence. Your esteemed visit is truly an honor. Clearly shaken, she was acutely aware that this young man was the actual controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine, possessing 45 of the company's equity. Such an extraordinary tycoon, visiting her store merely to purchase a few million worth of watches, was undoubtedly a subtle reprimand directed at her. How foolish of me. Mr. Yi, I should not have allowed these inferior goods to tarnish your experience. Please allow me a moment. With that, she hurriedly retreated into the most exclusive inner chamber. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be expelled for lacking funds? And what was that title she used, Mr. Yi? How could a mere pauper like him be addressed as such? Su Pengfei was utterly bewildered. Completely lost in the unfolding situation, the sales associates exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and fear. If Su Pengfei was merely stunned, they were gripped by terror. Gong Xiaoqing was one of the 3 top officials overseeing Vacheron Constantine in China. Her status was unmatched, and even billionaires would not warrant her deference, as there was simply no need. Even upon encountering the wealthiest individual of Huaxia, one could merely extend polite respect. It would be inconceivable to react as one has just seen a father, drenched in cold sweat. Who, exactly, is this young man that could elicit such an immense reaction from Director Gong, a figure of considerable stature? They sensed an underlying unease, realizing that their previous choice had been far too hasty. A person capable of instilling fear in Director Gong is undoubtedly on an entirely different echelon compared to a wealthy second-generation don in $1 million watch. Director Yi, the sales staff murmured, the tantalizing answer lingering in their minds. Yet they were reluctant to believe it, as it seemed too outrageous. Before the safe in the private room, click, click. Gong Xiaoqing meticulously and cautiously opened the safe, carefully retrieving the purple wood and gold diamond watchbox within. Merely the box itself was worth more than all the watches Yi Yang had purchased earlier combined. This should be worthy of Director Ye's status. Presenting this item should elicit some measure of satisfaction from him. Gong Xiaoqing, now one of the 3 chief executives for Vacheron Constantine and Huaxia, held a transcendent status. However, her identity and standing were conferred by Vacheron Constantine, and Yi Yang is the master of Vacheron Constantine. A single word from him could strip her of all her glory and position. How could she not show respect? Upon returning to the front desk, she forced a smile and said, Director Yi, this is the only Vacheron Constantine Artisan Series 80253000R9593 allocated for the Huaxia region. Since you require a watch, this one is barely suitable for your status. Oh! Yi Yang had only heard of certain luxury watch brands, but was unclear about their specific rankings. Thus, Gong Xiaoqing's words held no meaning for him. Vacheron Constantine Artisan Series 80253000R? Su Pengfei exclaimed. Director Gong, what are you doing? While others might not be familiar with the 80253 series, Su, a top-tier wealthy second generation who had long been an aficionado of watches, certainly knew. The Vacheron Constantin Artisan Series 80253000R. Limited to only 6 pieces globally, not 600, not 60, merely 6 pieces, one of which is currently worn by Tsar Peter the Great of Russia. The price is beyond description. This watch cannot be purchased with money. To wear it, one must possess unparalleled status and power. Yi Yang, a mere impoverished individual compared to a global titan like Tsar Peter the Great? Insanity. What are you doing? Director Yi is the global controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantin. Only a watch of this caliber is worthy of his status. No further explanation is needed. Gong Xiaoqing reprimanded. He recognized Su Pengfei. His father had once crossed paths with him. At this moment, his chastisement was out of goodwill. Su, a mere second-generation rich kid, was insignificant before Yi Yang, that if a feud were to arise, it could endanger his entire family. By reprimanding Su, he aimed to awaken him to the reality of Yi Yang's status and prevent him from making a fool of himself. Director Gong, what are you saying? Su Pengfei was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank slate. The global controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantin? Even Kai Mao Mao, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock as she gazed at Yi Yang. Had she known this earlier, she would have done anything to secure what could possibly be the most perfect boyfriend in the world during her university days. Su Pengfei, in the face of Yi Yang's status, was utterly insignificant. I must be dreaming. Su Pengfei shook his head. Sigh. Gong Xiaoqing sighed internally. As long as this brat didn't stir up trouble and continue to provoke Mr. Yi, everything would be manageable. He was genuinely taken aback upon realizing that the young man before him was the controlling shareholder. Not bad, he looks quite handsome. Yi Yang donned the Artisan 80253000R, nodding in satisfaction at Gong Xiaoqing. You are quite perceptive. I shall remember you. Chapter 20. The Purple Light Pavilion. Only 10 guests daily? After exiting the Vacheron Constantin store and perusing the surrounding area, Yi Yang purchased a new mobile phone and some intriguing trinkets. Spending a total of several million, having completed his shopping in the lavish Demon 6 luxury area, Yi Yang had transformed his entire ensemble, clad in an Armani suit, wearing the Vacheron Constantin 000R, and driving a Lamborghini Veneno. He finally resembled the affluent individual he was meant to be. Yi Yang glanced at himself in the rearview mirror, feeling quite pleased with his appearance. Clothes make the man. And now adorned in noble attire, supplemented by a refined demeanor from his mastery of martial arts, the originally handsome and sunny Yi Yang appeared dazzling beyond measure. Just standing on the street drew the attention of countless beautiful women. The women frequenting the luxury shopping district possessed discerning tastes, yet even they felt their hearts race and cheeks flush at the sight of the radiant Yi Yang. However, seeing Yi Yang's attire made them feel somewhat inferior. In the presence of such a super-rich individual, they hardly dared to approach. At least, they were all exceptionally self-confident regarding their own looks and circumstances. A new message. Yi Yang opened WeChat to find a new message from Lin Shuer. Brother Yi, where are you now? Are you free tonight? I promised to treat you to dinner. Yi Yang shook his head. After seeing her react to his generous tips last night, he had half-jokingly suggested that she treat him to dinner today to repay him. He expected the girl to take it seriously, that I'll come pick you up. You just need to choose a good place to eat. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs at my house. Putting away his phone, Yi Yang opened the car door to go pick up Lin Shuer when a voice called out, Hey, handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow and turned his head, his eyes lighting up. The Demon 6 was replete with fashionable beauties, but a girl dressed in stunning traditional Hanfu with an exquisite, oval face was particularly eye-catching. Okay, the girl, likely around 19, looked up with sparkling, hopeful eyes. Naturally, Yi Yang wouldn't let the opportunity to connect with such a pure beauty slip by. He smiled gently as they exchanged WeChat contacts before driving off in his Lamborghini Veneno. So handsome. After Yi Yang departed, Ling Shuer's infatuated smile lingered on her face. Now, who among her circle of friends would dare to mock her for not being able to find a cosplay partner? If she could attract that handsome guy, she would undoubtedly dazzle the entire event. Hiya. In front of Fuhua Residential Complex, Lin Shuer had also taken special care to dress up before stepping out. Her cherry-red lips, while not overly flashy, accentuated her delicate features exquisitely. The creamy white, knee-length chiffon skirt swayed gracefully with the summer evening breeze, making her mere silhouette breathtaking. Passers-by were transfixed by her beauty, with one even crashing their electric scooter into a pole while distracted. So beautiful. It felt like the stars on television couldn't compare. Clearly taken, waiting for someone. I wonder which lucky guy gets to claim such a beautiful flower. Definitely not you. Ha ha. Onlookers whispered among themselves. Lynn Schwer was accustomed to such discussions. Whenever she dressed up, she inevitably became the center of attention. However, at this moment, she was too preoccupied to mind the surrounding chatter, anxiously glancing at her brown leather high-heeled sandals and looking around. Until a sleek black figure caught her eye, her tension and anxiety gradually dissipated. Click, the car door opened automatically. Sorry for the wait. Yi Yang smiled and waved at a. Lin Shui nodded repeatedly as she climbed into the Lamborghini Veneno. Have you decided where to eat? Yi Yang inquired. That I researched for quite a while last night, and the highest-rated Michelin 3-star restaurant in Magic City is the Purple Light Pavilion. A meal there costs several tens of thousands, but it's still nothing compared to what you spent last night, Lin Schwer replied with a sheepish smile, unable to find a pricier restaurant. The Purple Light Pavilion? Yi Yang nodded slightly. Dining at such upscale establishments usually required advance reservations that he dialed the official phone number. Hello, sir. This is the inquiry desk for the Purple Light Pavilion. A sweet female voice answered on the other end. Hello, I would like to make a reservation for dinner at the Purple Light Pavilion tonight. Lin Schwer said, that I'm sorry, but the Purple Light Pavilion only accommodates 10 guests daily. Today's guest quota has already been reached, and reservations are currently booked 10 days in advance. Regardless of your status, you'll have to wait until 10 days later to make a reservation. The response came. Yi Yang furrowed his brow. With his keen hearing, he could clearly discern everything. Although the attendant's tone seemed polite, there was an underlying arrogance that made him uncomfortable at a small restaurant, and they dared to be so pretentious, observing Lin Schwer's troubled expression. He handed her the phone. Have your boss take the call, or he will miss the opportunity to prepare $1 million feast. Yi Yang frowned, stating bluntly, $1 million? The attendant stammered, clearly startled. The so-called rules of the Purple Light Pavilion were merely a guise for hunger marketing. Even if they served 10 exclusive meals a day for thousands each, the monthly profit would only amount to a few million. Moreover, judging by the gentleman's tone, it seemed he casually spoke of spending $1 million on a meal as if it were as easy as breathing. She was aware that this was indeed a person of great significance. Not daring to delay, she directly handed the phone to Paul Parrot, who was personally cooking in the kitchen. Paul, a French national, was among the world's most esteemed chefs, a true culinary virtuoso that he established Zigwang in the vibrant city of Shanghai to pursue his ideals and vision. Each day, he welcomed only 10 guests, crafting every dish personally for each patron. Had he not proclaimed that unless in dire circumstances, one should not disturb him during his sacred cooking moments? Paul furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by the interruption. Yet upon hearing the operator's explanation, he reluctantly answered the call. Sir, if you intend to belittle my dreams with your wealth, you have mistaken your target, Paul declared firmly. Even if I were to cease operations today, I would never compromise the principles of this establishment. I possess professional integrity and unwavering standards. Rules are rules. Is that so? Yi Yang replied, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. From this moment forth, I shall be the owner of Zigwang, and the rules shall now be amended to accommodate 12 guests daily. What madness are you spouting? Does wealth make one superior? Paul scowled, eager to continue articulating his ideals. However, Yi Yang's next statement rendered him speechless. 300 million. Excuse me, sir. What did you just say? Paul was taken aback. 300 million to purchase your Zigwang. If that isn't sufficient, I can offer $1 billion. Yi Yang smiled serenely. After all, the more he spent, the greater the rewards. He was eager to see whether Paul's pride was more resilient than $1 billion. Chapter 21. Initially, I was inclined to refuse, but alas, the offer was simply too generous. Is this some kind of jest? Sir, Paul mumbled, rubbing his Mediterranean bald head. Utterly flabbergasted, he had purchased Zigwang for 100 million, and its current value, considering renovations and external enhancements, was estimated at 150 million. Tio proposed 300 million outright. A markup of 100% for Zigwang? And before he could even negotiate, the offer was raised to $1 billion. He scratched his head, completely at a loss. As time passed, the figure of $1 billion loomed over Paul like a hammer. incessantly striking at his resolve. Fine, I won't force you to sell if you truly wish to retain it. Yi Yang remarked nonchalantly that no. I was merely taken aback. Of course I will sell. Paul snapped back to reality, his earlier air of superiority having vanished without a trace. Originally, I was opposed, but the offer was simply too enticing, boss. Very well. Young nodded slightly, realizing that in the grand scheme of things, all beings ultimately succumb to the universal law of irresistible temptation. After their conversation, Paul's earlier haughty demeanor dissipated entirely, now referring to Yi Yang as boss with eager enthusiasm. Boss Yi, whatever you desire, I shall prepare the finest for you at your own establishment. Boss, should your foie gras be air-freighted from France or sourced from the preserved regions of Xiang'an? Enough, you decide what we shall eat, and I'll simply handle the serving. That Yi Yang waved his hand impatiently, somewhat irritated by Paul's fervor that a mere billion had transformed the proud chef into a sycophantic servant. The allure of wealth truly was astonishing. Beside them, Lin Shuer chuckled in disbelief. I intended to treat Brother Yi, but it seems he has ended up spending on me instead. Haha, no matter, I merely saw potential in this restaurant as an investment, Yi Yang replied casually. Ziguang required only a bit of financial backing to enhance its reputation and marketing. And by lifting the constraints of hunger marketing, achieving a valuation that doubled within a year would be a breeze. Paul had failed to recognize the consumer capacity of Shanghai, which was why he had struggled so. Ding, you have spent 1 billion to purchase the Ziguang restaurant. Reward granted. Mastery of musical instruments, Dutto? Yi Yang was somewhat surprised, expecting a stake in a company rather than a talent. However, with his current assets amounting to several hundred billion, he was not particularly concerned about the monetary aspect. Skills such as mastery of traditional Chinese martial arts or top-tier musical proficiency were the true treasures that captivated him. Such exquisite abilities were beyond the reach of any sum of money. All right, let us go. You'll cover the meal. Yes? Yi Yang smiled, eager to fulfill Lin Shuer's wish to treat him to dinner. Lin Shuer stuck out her tongue, amused by Yi Yang's earnestness. Her laughter brightening the moment. Suddenly, he felt a flutter in his heart. By the way, why didn't you go live today? Dining with Brother Yi is a moment exclusively for us that I don't want anything else to interfere. Silly girl. Yi Yang chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Lin Shuer's smooth forehead. You are the one being foolish. Lin Shuer showed no signs of retreating from such affectionate gestures. Instead, she leaned closer to Yi Yang's hand, her face adorned with a joyful smile. With a press of the accelerator, the Lamborghini surged forward, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers who sighed in envy of Lin Shuer's figure. Indeed, the most exquisite beauties are often the companions of the wealthy elite. The Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar valued at 70 to 80 million. Of course, flowers belong in crystal vases. Why would they be placed upon something as crude as cow dung? You weren't saying that just a moment ago. In Shanghai, on Binhai Road. After parking the Lamborghini in Ziguang's exclusive lot, Yi Yang and Lin Shuer made their way towards the entrance. Hey, you two are late, a portly man in a suit with gold teeth remarked sarcastically. Draped over a striking beauty in black stockings that Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. The gold-toothed man leered at Lin Shuer, grinning. Ziguang only accommodates 10 groups of guests each day, and we are the 10th. You cannot enter. However, if this lovely young lady wishes to go inside for a glimpse, I could escort her. Clearly, the gold-toothed man had his sights set on Lin Shuer, attempting to invite her to dine with him, while sidelining Yi Yang. Such overt attempts at undermining someone were a first for Yi Yang. That's unnecessary. Lin Shuer, too, had little fondness for the gold-toothed man, her brow furrowing, her tone icy. Utterly ungrateful. The gold-toothed man scoffed, but soon the grand classical doors of Ziguang swung open, revealing dozens of servants lined up in respectful formation. Wow, no wonder it's a banquet worth thousands. What a spectacle. I didn't expect such a grand welcome for me. Wait. What are you doing? The gold-toothed man had presumed the pomp was for him, only to be shoved aside as the servants bypassed him, rendering him an outsider. Dear, what's happening here? Wasn't it promised that we would enjoy a noble experience? The alluring woman beside him was instantly displeased, shaking the gold-toothed man. Chao Xiaoquan, the gold-toothed man, was equally eager to vent his frustrations, but as the line of servants parted, Paul emerged alongside his assistant. Lilith. Wow, it's the head chef. Chao Xiaoquan recognized Paul instantly. Having secretly studied Ziguang's reputation to impress his girlfriend, he was well aware of the chef's esteemed status. The fact that Paul personally came out to greet them indicated that a significant figure had arrived. The gold-toothed man's desire to hurl insults dissipated as he realized the gravity of the situation that he had dressed to impress. Yet he possessed little wealth. His girlfriend had pressured him for half a month to dine at Ziguang, and he had reluctantly spent 2,000 to maintain an air of sophistication, hoping to charm her by the end of the evening. Just as he speculated about the identity of this important person, he saw the young man he had intended to sideline, accompanied by his enchanting goddess, walking towards them. What the hell? Who does he think he is? This is hilarious. All just to save face, and soon he might be thrown out like trash. He sneered, but his words were cut short as Paul and Lilith respectfully stood before Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. In the next moment, dozens of attendants, alongside Paul and Lilith, bowed deeply, exclaiming in unison, "Welcome, bossy!" In that instant, the gold-toothed man was utterly bewildered. Chapter 22, A Feast Worth Millions, Boss? The gold-toothed man was completely stunned. Such a high-end establishment as Ziguang was utterly beyond his means. Merely a place to flaunt wealth, Tio have the owner address him as bossy. What kind of status must Yi Yang possess? He had dared to consider undermining such a significant figure? I must be out of my mind. Anxiously, he realized that had it not been for the alluring woman he had courted for months, he might have knelt before Yi Yang in apology. After all, in Shanghai, offending a major player could spell disaster for one's future. Yi Yang nodded slightly, fully aware of his own stature. If such a small fry could provoke his ire, that would be unbecoming. Phew! Noticing Yi Yang's indifference, Cao Shaoquan finally exhaled, preparing to leave with his goddess, who would dare to dine after offending a major player. He feared that even a single frown could spell his doom. What do you intend to do? The alluring woman, having observed Cao Shaoquan's earlier arrogance, now crumbling, was furious, her nostrils flaring with indignation. You are still not a man, regardless of whether you enter or not. I am determined to go in today. The woman rolled her eyes. The owner of Ziguang Pavilion, a significant figure, and so sunny and handsome, I must find a way to get closer to him. As for the one beside her, he is merely a sycophant. After 2 months of flattering himself, he is only graced with her company for a meal. Well, fine. Chu Shaoquan let out a bitter laugh and cautiously followed the woman into Ziguang Pavilion. Trailing behind Yi Yang, inside the grand hall of Ziguang Pavilion, the decor was extraordinarily opulent, embodying the essence of classical French nobility. The most striking feature was an ancient yet stylish piano, bathed in sunlight, seemingly the focal point of the entire venue. Behind the piano lay a salvaged shipwreck from the Renaissance period, a treasure of considerable worth. The ambience mimicked nature, adorned with vibrant lights, creating a comfortable and enjoyable atmosphere. This environment is truly luxurious. Although Lin Shuer had experienced some lavish dining establishments, compared to the Ziguang Pavilion, they seemed trivial. Please take a seat. Paul and Lilith warmly invited Yi Yang to the chief seat. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer settled into their chairs. Dining at Ziguang Pavilion, each table had its dedicated server, and for Yi Yang's table, the former assistant manager, Lilith, was assigned as the exclusive attendant. Lilith was the epitome of a French beauty. Tall and statuesque, her azure eyes sparkling with vitality, and golden curls cascading down like a waterfall, captivating all who beheld her. Wow, assistant manager Lilith is personally attending to him. Who on earth is this young man? A guest nearby exclaimed. Gulp. Lilith is so beautiful. I dream of having her serve me a meal. They expressed their envy as they watched Lilith bustling around Yi Yang, her alluring figure occasionally brushing against him. Oomph. Lin Shuer regarded the attentive Lilith with a hint of jealousy, but in such a high-end setting, she felt it inappropriate to voice her feelings. Delightful, Yi Yang did not order any dishes. All his meals were meticulously prepared by Paul, each a signature dish of his. This is an appetizer, a rare Italian signer that Paul has cherished for over a decade. Even he is reluctant to share it. Lilith personally poured the signer bitter for Yi Yang and Lin Shuer, adding ice cubes. Yi Yang nodded slightly. As a premium aperitif, the signer's value was substantial, and given Paul's collection, this small glass was worth no less than 100,000 Huaxia coins, Yi Yang casually remarked. This is exquisite. Lilith chuckled. Roman Econ is the emperor of red wine. If we were to compare everything to it, many would go out of business. The aperitif primarily aims to awaken your taste buds, allowing you to better appreciate the intricate flavors of the dishes to come. As they spoke, dish after dish was served. First, we have a pre-dinner appetizer, Lilith introduced. This is the Golden Phoenix cupcake, adorned with gold leaf and gold powder, crafted from the finest chocolate in the world. Wow, even the Golden Phoenix has made an appearance. This guy is truly extravagant. Just this small piece, 2 bites, costs over 100,000 huaxia coins. I've encountered a true tycoon today. The average consumption at Ziguang Pavilion is over 10,000, but that merely allows for the most ordinary items on the menu. The Golden Phoenix cupcake, being a rarity, was certainly not among them. Delicious. Yi Yang's eyes lit up as his appetite surged. The cupcake's flavor was indeed a rare delight. Following there were delicacies such as fresh French foie gras, white truffle bread, fried egg pancakes with sturgeon lobster, golden caviar, Kobe beef with truffle sauce, and crystal king crab. A total of over a dozen exquisite dishes, each priced in the thousands of huaxia coins. The nearby patrons were left in awe. Initially, they thought dining at Ziguang Pavilion was already a high-end experience. But witnessing Yi Yang's lavish banquet made their own meals seem utterly pathetic. This meal, including the bottles of red wine, must be nearing 1 million, right? Damn it. Over 1 million for a meal. Today has been an eye-opener. Here I thought dining here placed me among the upper echelon of society, but perhaps I should consider reincarnation instead. The surrounding tables of guests were astounded. Most had come merely to impress their girlfriends. But tonight, under the shadow of Yi Yang's extravagant feast, their pretensions were thoroughly shattered. As these men glanced at their girlfriends, they suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of envy. They fidgeted restlessly, prepared to escort their girlfriends out. Leaving now would only cost them several thousand in dining expenses. But if they stayed any longer, they might risk losing their girlfriends altogether. Though there were numerous dishes, the portions of French cuisine were notoriously small. And it wasn't until Yi Yang had finished everything that he felt satisfied. Yet, simply dining seemed a tad mundane. After a satisfying meal, Yi Yang stood, his gaze drifting towards the classical piano nearby. In such a serene and elegant moment, it would be a pity not to indulge in some music. Chapter 23. A young piano master? Brother, you can play the piano? Lin Shuer's eyes brightened with surprise. Having some understanding of music, she watched as Yi Yang waved his hand and took a seat at the piano. This classical instrument, reputed to be an old, noble heirloom from a century ago, was impeccably preserved, with a historical value that would have cost at least several million to acquire. Yi Yang had just been rewarded with mastery of musical instruments, achieving the pinnacle of human capability. What does it mean to reach human limits? His current skills in playing instruments had surpassed all past and present masters, renowned figures, and even the founders of musical schools throughout history. As his fingers rested upon the keys, a multitude of knowledge and exquisite sensations flooded his mind. Could it be that this affluent young man also plays the piano? Surely not. That would be too perfect. Wealthy individuals dabble in whatever they fancy. Do you truly think he can play well? A music theory teacher present, who had been irritated by his girlfriend's adoration for Yi Yang, scoffed, ready to witness his downfall. Indeed, the patrons around echoed, glancing at the music theory teacher as if he were their savior. Why Yi Yang had been simply too dazzling tonight. Yi Yang played freely, his fingers moving like nimble birds, gently caressing the keys of the classical piano. This? It cannot be. The music theory teacher, after merely 10 seconds of listening, was so astonished that he stood up from his chair. What's wrong? It sounds quite pleasant. His girlfriend queried, puzzled. Pleasant is an understatement. The music theory teacher closed his eyes, focusing intently. The precision of the scales, the nuanced emotional control, the dexterous technique. He was nothing short of a master. No, a grandmaster-level virtuoso. He found himself at a loss for words to describe his shock. This is my Prince Charming. The one I long for. Several women in attendance were already captivated, their gazes fixed on Yi Yang. Their thoughts laid bare. Compared to their boyfriends, the difference was stark. They felt their partners were utterly lacking. How could he be so handsome? As the light shone down, Yi Yang sat amidst it, his fingers dancing across the keys, producing perfect melodies, each note imbued with a unique magic. The listeners were instantly transported into the emotional realm of the piece. With each performance, they could vividly experience the imagery conveyed by the music. In tender moments, it felt like a gentle breeze caressing their faces. In climactic bursts, it was akin to a tempest. Everyone, including those men who were green with envy, found themselves unwittingly entranced by the piano's sound. This was Yi Yang's favorite piano piece, Maxim's famed Croatian Rhapsody, lauded as one of the 10 most challenging piano compositions in the world that he had once dreamed of playing it himself one day. Little did he expect that today, that dream would come true. The speed of his fingers, the precision of his control. To call him a master would be a gross understatement. He was a maestro of the era. The music theory teacher, who had previously anticipated Yi Yang's flaws and sought to expose him, now slumped helplessly in his chair, utterly unqualified to critique. It was simply sublime. The women present were completely smitten. Not only was he handsome and wealthy, but he played the piano with such prowess. How could such a perfect individual exist in this world? And then they looked at their own companions. To have them treat them to a lavish meal cost them so much effort. As thoughts of jealousy consumed Sun shouting, she kicked Chu Xiaoquan's foot under the table, causing him to gasp in pain. "What is wrong, shouting?" Chu Xiaoquan questioned, bewildered. Having felt intimidated by Yi Yang's presence, he was further distressed by the sight of his girlfriend's admiration for him. "Just look at him. And then look at you. Don't he ever invite me out to dine again? I want a boyfriend like Yi Yang, not a loser like you." With that, she resumed, gazing adoringly at Yi Yang. "You." Chu Xiaoquan was seething with rage, harboring deep resentment towards Yi Yang. How could the goddess be at fault? The one truly at fault was evidently Yi Yang. If it weren't for the appearance of such a perfect man, how could his beloved goddess ever have strayed? Ultimately, a sycophant is still just a dog, their thoughts never originating from a human perspective. Bang clap clap. The music theory teacher, who had just moments ago been mocking Yi Yang, was now an ardent admirer, more fervent than any gold digger, applauding with the loudest enthusiasm. "Wow, Brother Yi, you truly possess a remarkable understanding. I am still familiar with this piece. To play it like this, one must at least be of master caliber." Lin Shuer gazed at Yi Yang, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Haha, it was just a little practice," Yi Yang casually explained. Beside him, Lilith was utterly at a loss for words. As a French girl, she was most captivated by romance, and Yi Yang's superb piano skills had completely conquered her heart. "It's about time. Let us call it a night." Yi Yang smiled, casting a knowing glance at Lilith. Lilith quickly understood. "Miss Lin, your total comes to 108,888 Huaxia coins. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash? 100,000? All right. At this moment, the effects of the wine were starting to take hold. Lin Shuer's delicate face had taken on a slight rosy hue, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, utterly enticing. After swiping the card, Lilith watched as Yi Yang supported Lin Shuer towards the Lamborghini, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. This meal could have easily cost over $1 million, but under Yi Yang's guidance, it was impossible for Lin Shuer to actually spend that much. After all, he was the owner of Ziguang Pavilion. He would surely return, and there would be opportunities aplenty. Lilith bit her lip, silently resolving to herself. Phew, finally, they left. The male patrons present collectively sighed in relief. Had Yi Yang lingered any longer, they genuinely feared their girlfriends might have eloped right before their eyes. The Yi Yang chuckled. "No, I'm all alone at home. It's dark and cold." At that moment, the effects of the wine were fully inebriating Lin Shuer. Her flushed, tender face nestled against Yi Yang's chest. "Tonight, I only wish to be with Brother Yi." Chapter 24. The Han Pavilion does not accept takeout in Villa No. 1 on Yunding Mountain. Yi Yang helped the slightly dazed Lin Shuer into the hall. "Am I heavy?" Lin Shuer, wrapping her arms around Yi Yang's neck, collapsed onto the sofa, her face flushed as she inquired. "Not at all," Yi Yang replied. Being well-versed in martial arts, he could easily manage her weight of around 100 pounds. "That you're drunk. Let me take you upstairs to find a bedroom." The villa was spacious, boasting 6 or 7 bedrooms, along with a butler's room and a maid's room, totaling 9. However, he had yet to find a butler or a maid. "Shuer is not drunk." Lin Shuer pouted, displeased. "That I can still drink." "Stop talking nonsense. Your face is as red as it gets." Yi Yang found himself with Lin Shuer's arms pressing against his face, their eyes mere centimeters apart, allowing him to catch the intoxicating scent of her wine-infused fragrance. "If you continue like this, I cannot guarantee your safety." Gazing at her stunning and entrancing visage, he felt her warmth and softness at such close proximity that, as a normal man, he naturally experienced the expected response, which intensified after his physical enhancement, that I'm not drunk. I know that dinner it was Brother Yi who didn't he want me to spend too much money. Schwerer had long harbored feelings for Brother Yi. Now that she had finally encountered him again, she didn't wish to miss this chance. She gazed softly at Yi Yang, whispering, "Brother Yi, come." All right, that Yi Yang relaxed, yielding to the moment. After a while, Lin Schwerer finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Yi Yang scratched his head, realizing that although he knew his upgraded physique was extraordinarily powerful, he hadn't anticipated it would be to such an extent. Even after a busy night, he felt no fatigue. He playfully pinched Lin Schwerer's tender cheek before also drifting off to sleep. The next day, Yi Yang awoke and opened his phone, only to find a multitude of messages. Instinctively, he clicked on a message from his sister Yi Xiaoji. "The other party has accepted your red envelope." "What the heck, brother? You've hit it big." The sun must be rising in the west. A sudden $5,000. "Did you win a lottery?" Confused, just as he was about to send a reply, another message arrived. "Wow, brother, did you buy me a new laptop? Surprised I checked online. This laptop costs over 50,000. My goodness, happiness has come so suddenly." Yi Yang smiled. His sister had been using an old laptop for 5 or 6 years and had been nagging him about getting a new one. It seemed the express delivery from Jingxi was indeed remarkably swift, delivering it in just a day. Yi Yang chuckled, shaking his head at his sister's quirky nature. Yi Xiaoji excelled in her studies, prompting their family to invest heavily in her education at a prestigious high school in Modu. Although their parents were ordinary folks, they placed significant emphasis on education, since she attended a highly esteemed high school. Her peers were either from influential families or exceptionally bright students, limiting her opportunities to leave campus. It had indeed been a while since they last met. He resolved to take her out for a day of fun this weekend. Glancing at the still sleeping Lin Schwerer, who had battled until the early hours, he surmised that she would find it difficult to rise before noon. Even when she did wake, she would likely be too weak to leave the bed. It seemed he needed to procure some nourishing delicacies for her. Since they had dined on Western cuisine the night before, he decided to order Chinese for lunch. The culinary arts of Huaxiao are profound. A simple dish of boiled cabbage at a state banquet could not be compared to any dish from the previous night in terms of price. While Western cuisine, no matter how expensive, has its limits, the costliness of Chinese cuisine is often without a price tag. Though rarely featured in Michelin ratings due to the dining system, Chinese cuisine is, in truth, the true uncrowned king of the culinary world. The best Chinese restaurant in Modu must be Han Pavilion. That if it were to be rated, a Michelin 5-star would not be an exaggeration for a restaurant that specializes in the highest-end Chinese cuisine. "Hello? Is this Han Pavilion? I'd like to place an order for lunch takeout." Yi Yang spoke casually. "I'm sorry, sir, but we are a high-end dining establishment and do not accept takeout." Upon hearing Yi Yang's opening line, the female operator's lips twitched awkwardly. "What kind of place is Han Pavilion? A single dish can cost several thousand to tens of thousands. Takeout? Those two words simply do not belong in the same context as Han Pavilion." "Oh, are you certain?" Yi Yang scoffed. "I intend to order at least 1 million worth of food. If you want to accept takeout, I'll just have to find another place." "Wait, what did you say?" The operator was utterly flabbergasted that a meal costing over 1 million? Although Han Pavilion is high-end, that pertains to the restaurant itself, not to her as a mere operator. If she botched such a massive order, she would be close to being fired. Thus, she hurriedly contacted the general manager of Han Pavilion. "Hello, Mr. Yi, good day. Please share your requirements. I will ensure that everything is handled properly." The previous person was a temporary worker, and I apologize for any misunderstanding. "I would like to order your most premium dishes, aiming for around 1 million in total. Please have it delivered before noon." Yi Yang spoke nonchalantly. "Absolutely, Mr. Yi. Please provide me with your address." The manager discreetly probed. "Yunding No. 1 Villa. No further elaboration needed?" Yi Yang concluded before hanging up. That on the other end, the manager was left in shock, his hands trembling as he set the phone down. Yunding No. 1 Villa, valued at over 1 billion. Acquiring that villa signifies not merely wealth, but the highest caliber of influence and power behind it. With that realization, he dared not delay any further and immediately notified the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Just as he hung up, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yi Yang casually glanced at the electronic screen, revealing it to be Momo and several suited staff members. That he raised an eyebrow and activated the smart voice-controlled door of the villa. "Boss Yi, The clothes and purchased items you ordered have arrived. The Yu Momo, still clad in sizzling professional attire, resembled the most attentive housekeeper. Chapter 25. Maid and housekeeper? Master, what do you think of me? Yu Momo's gaze was fiery as she appraised Yi Yang. She had long anticipated Yi Yang's affluent status, but to her surprise, just one day in, he had already acquired such an array of luxurious items. Altogether, this must amount to at least 100 million. Right? Such a handsome, perfect young tycoon is more than just a Prince Charming. He is simply a celestial being. Please place these in my wardrobe, the Yi Yang replied casually. Of course, I will take care of it. Yu Momo led the staff to the wardrobe. The Yi Yang's so-called wardrobe in the villa consisted of three: a private wardrobe in the bedroom, a family wardrobe adjacent to the main bathroom, and an artifacts wardrobe in the basement. The smallest, the private wardrobe in the master bedroom, spanned over 100 square meters. One might mistake it for a luxury boutique. The Yu Momo escorted the staff into the family wardrobe beside the bathroom, an expansive space of 300 square meters after bathing. The experience of leisurely sifting through and mixing outfits must have been exhilarating, especially for a girl like Yu Momo. Gazing upon the grandiose wardrobe that dwarfed even her own home, Yu Momo's determination intensified. After an arduous day of shopping, Yi Yang had extravagantly splurged over 100 million on an array of garments and luxury items, yet even the modest family wardrobe remained far from full. All right, you may leave now, Yu Momo announced with a smile. Very well, the staff responded, their minds still reeling from the sheer scale of what they had witnessed. This was the first time they had encountered such an immense wardrobe throughout their years in the industry. I wouldn't want you to toil in vain. I happen to have ordered takeout, which I suspect will be too much for just the two of us. Would you care to stay and enjoy some? Yi Yang offered with a grin. Too much for two. Yu Momo's heart fluttered at the prospect of being closer to the illustrious Yi Yang. How could she possibly turn down such an opportunity? She nodded enthusiastically, sure. Yi Yang was taken aback. He had merely been polite, yet she had genuinely accepted. However, he was indifferent to the matter. The extravagant meal, costing over 1 million, was indeed more than he and Lin Shuer could consume. Yu Momo refrained from inquiring about the other individual, as she felt she lacked the standing to do so, and believed that person would reveal themselves in due time. By the way, I am planning to hire a few maids and a butler for the villa. Since you are experienced in this field, could you recommend any suitable candidates? Yi Yang asked with a light smile. Maids and a butler? A faint blush crept onto Yu Momo's face. Do the wealthy truly indulge in such whims? Yi Yang rolled his eyes, having clearly stated maids and butler. Mr. Yi, do you think I am capable? Yu Momo jested, though she was somewhat anxious as she gazed at him. You? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Momo is a certified 7-star gold medal housekeeper with international qualification certification that I assure you, I will not disappoint you. No, master. Yu Momo asserted earnestly. Yi Yang smirked. He rather enjoyed the title of master. This woman was clever and resourceful, making her a viable candidate for the position of household manager. Master, this is the common recruitment circle for domestic help among the upper class, Yu Momo explained as Yi Yang took her phone. A domestic talent network? He mused, finding the name surprisingly unpretentious. As he perused the application listings, he noted that each candidate was a stunning beauty, required to submit a bare-face photograph, which still radiated remarkable allure. The ratings range from 3 to 7 stars, each accompanied by a gold, silver, or bronze medal denoting their performance. Yi Yang chuckled. It seems you are indeed a top-tier talent within this realm. Flattered by the compliment, even the typically composed Yu Momo couldn't help but puff her chest with pride. Yes, indeed, she replied, her chin held high. As the first beauty to welcome him into the Yunding Villa, Yu Momo marked the beginning of a new chapter in Yi Yang's extravagant life. He felt a unique connection with her, setting her apart from the other 7-star housekeepers. Thank you, master, she replied dutifully, relishing the title. Since you are to be the housekeeper, I shall assemble a professional domestic maid team. Yi Yang mused, stroking his chin. This one, and this one. After we finish dining, have them come in for interviews. You can help contact them. The starting salary will be 500,000 with 15 months' pay annually. They may come if they wish. How much? Yu Momo gasped, realizing that all the candidates Yi Yang had selected were 7-star gold medalists. She had intended to caution him regarding the high hiring fees, but was utterly stunned by his revelation. This was the true essence of being a magnate. Typically, a gold medal 7-star housekeeper earned between 500,000 and 1 million annually. Yet Yang was offering 500,000 monthly. Let us settle this. As for your salary, let's start you at 1 million a month, that if you perform well, I'll consider a raise next year, Yang declared with a smile. Even Yu Momo, who had witnessed many grand occasions, was left dumbfounded. 1 million a month, with a total annual salary of 15 million. Previously, her annual salary as a service manager in the Yunding Villa area was merely 800,000. Is that too little? Yang furrowed his brow, uncertain if his offer was inadequate. No, master, you are too generous. Yu Momo stood up eagerly. That I shall certainly do my utmost to manage your villa. That's great. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction at why Yu Momo's heart soared. She had come to assist Yi Yang with the wardrobe, only to find herself drawing closer to her idol and even becoming his personal maid. Most importantly, 1 million annual salary. The master was simply too charming. Meanwhile, outside the villa, a grand classic carriage emblazoned with the elegant characters Hango had arrived. Oh, that was quick. I thought they wouldn't deliver. Yi Yang remarked with a chuckle. This is takeout? Yu Momo felt her worldview being challenged yet again. When had high-end dining establishments like Hango begun offering delivery? The scale of this operation suggested they had brought the entire restaurant with them. Staring at the enormous 7 to 8 meter long delivery cart, she felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 26. To choose integrity or an 8 million annual salary. Mr. Yi, due to the substantial amount of your order, Hango is treating this with utmost importance. Sending our team to prepare your meal on site. Here is our menu. Feel free to select any dish. Our chefs are top-tier national banquet experts, personally crafting a feast for you, the chefs boasted, still in awe upon entering Yi Yang's opulent villa. The grandeur of the hall was nothing short of a dreamlike modern residence. Oh, Yi Yang glanced over the menu, selecting the most exquisite and appealing dishes. Dragon liver and phoenix eyes, boiled cabbage, golden dragon entwined with pearls. Buddhist jumping over the wall, squirrel fish, Chilean dompa pork, golden rice, 300-year-old wild ginseng broth, and a diamond fruit platter. The chefs hurriedly noted the dishes while preparing the ingredients, all the while astonished. These were not just premium dishes. They were the pinnacle of national banquet cuisine, each costing tens of thousands, if not more. Is there nothing more noteworthy to drink? Yi Yang inquired, slightly dissatisfied as he flipped through the menu. The chefs exchanged hesitant glances. The menu listed all the high-end wines, but one particular bottle was too costly to mention. Mr. Yi, there is indeed a wine not listed here, but its price. They hesitated. Do tell, Yi Yang inquired, intrigued by what wine could command such a high price that they dared not include it. The National Collection Fingio. Only 20 bottles were produced, and the entire nobility scrambled to acquire them. 1 bottle was acquired by Hango for a staggering 298 million, serving as our prized possession. As they spoke, the chefs fell silent, realizing that while Yi Yang was indeed lavish, the exorbitant price of the National Collection wine was akin to a collector's item, not simply a beverage to be casually purchased. I'll take that one, Yi Yang decided, pleased with his choice, as its price was significantly higher than even Roman economy. The chefs were left in shock. Mr. Yi, are you serious? The price for our prized possession will be 300. Yi Yang frowned and waved his hand dismissively. Are you really discussing money with me? Indeed, given that he resided in a house worth over 10 billion, casually spending a few million to sample a rare wine was hardly an issue. This was the mindset of the wealthy, spending a few million on a bottle of wine. My house doesn't even cost 3 million. The chefs chuckled bitterly, yet they promptly contacted Hango to arrange for the delivery of the National Collection Fingio. As it was white wine, 1 bottle would suffice. The chefs, fervently preparing the national banquet in Yi Yang's luxurious villa kitchen, were filled with excitement. The kitchen equipment was of the highest international standard, with a single set of utensils potentially worth millions. For a chef, the dream was to cook in such a fantastical, luxurious kitchen. While the chefs were busy, Yi Yang leisurely turned on the living room television and began reaching out to the 7-star gold medal housekeepers on the domestic talent network. Guan Ruoyu? Yi Yang chuckled. The name is appealing. Let us have her. Give her a call. Yu Momo, undeterred, recognized this as yet another test from Yi Yang. As the chief steward, one must possess both wisdom and tact, devoid of jealousy towards the capable. Hello? The call connected, and a voice imbued with politeness yet tinged with a hint of arrogance emerged from the other end. Guan Ryu, a master's graduate from the internationally renowned Wharton School, stood at a height of 1.72 meters, and her beauty was truly exceptional. Naturally, she was regarded as a goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. Her disposition bore an inherent pride that ran deep. "This is the Yunding Mountain Villa. I am the steward here, formally extending an invitation for employment through your talent network." "Oh, are you seeking my assistance in financial management? What is the annual salary? Is there potential for growth? What is the character of the employer? If they are of dubious morals, I would not accept the position. By the way, I require a private office for my financial activities, complete with dedicated staff. After all, my assets." I interrupted. "Why you Momo furrowed her brow. We are merely looking to hire a maid." "What?" The voice on the line conveyed disbelief. "Please, have you not seen my credentials? Wharton School. You want me to work as a maid?" The offer was a flat monthly salary of 500,000, with an annual bonus of 15 months. Yu Momo narrowed her eyes, resembling a cunning, jade-faced fox. Silence enveloped the line. Wei Yong faintly heard the sound of a cup shattering on the floor. After several seconds, a timid inquiry came through. Is this salary for real?" "Indeed, if you find it acceptable. Please arrive at Yunding Mountain Villa number 1 before 8 o'clock tonight to commence your trial period." "All right, I will definitely be on time." In a modest apartment somewhere in the magical city, Guan Ryu stood in stunned silence, the shattered cup at her feet. Upon hearing that she was being offered a maid position, she questioned her very existence, even contemplating cursing the caller as insane. Yet upon hearing the salary, her mental defenses crumbled. A degree in financial management sounds prestigious, but even with a full scholarship from Wharton and lacking any connections, which Navi Company would offer an inexperienced master's graduate a salary exceeding 500,000 annually? Having returned from studying abroad for half a year, her pride had been battered by the harsh realities of the job market, leaving her to subsist on instant noodles in this cramped rental. A monthly salary of 500,000, equating to 7,500,000 a year. What if it meant being a maid? The brutal reality of the past 6 months had nearly obliterated her inner pride. Gazing at the broken cup beside her, determination surged within her eyes. Whatever the task, she would secure this job. "Master, I am here." She hastily rose, preparing herself meticulously for tonight's interview. At Villa number 1 of Yunding Mountain, she felt a pang of emotion. Wei Yong attracted individuals of exceptional caliber, all of whom were proud and ambitious. Yet upon hearing the annual salary of 7 to 8 million, they all resembled cats catching a whiff of fish, eager to rush over immediately. The feeling of wealth is indeed delightful. Chapter 27. Ownership of Lafite Winery. The Centurion Black Gold Card. Brother Yi. Yong turned to see Lin Schwerer descending the stairs, clad only in a silk homeware nightgown. Her graceful figure was subtly revealed, evoking memories of the tenderness and joy from the previous night, prompting Yong to lick his lips that there were no female clothes in the villa. Lin Schwerer's nightgown, borrowed from Yong, appeared somewhat oversized. The straps slipped off her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone and smooth shoulders. Yu Momo felt a jolt upon seeing Lin Schwerer for the first time. She was immensely confident in her own beauty. Yet in the presence of Lin Schwerer, she felt the rare sensation of having met a worthy rival. There was an almost ethereal purity to Lin Schwerer, coupled with a hint of allure, making Yu Momo feel somewhat inferior. In the high society where they mingled, a subtle maturity and elegance naturally radiated from one's demeanor. It was not to say that this was undesirable. But when confronted with a perfect and pure goddess like Lin Schwerer, one inevitably felt diminished. There was not a trace of artifice in her expressions. Alas, it seemed she would have to content herself with being the masteress maid. Yu Momo stuck out her tongue, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Regardless, she resolved to become Yi Yang's woman. Not merely for the sensational annual salary of 15 million, but also because Yi Yang was indeed the only man who had stirred genuine emotions within her over the years. Awake? Okay. Lin Schwerer nodded obediently. Her status did not afford her the luxury of staying here every day, but she was satisfied, having fulfilled a long-held wish last night. She would strive for that status in the future. Yi Yang glanced at Yu Momo, whose cheeks were puffed in apparent jealousy, and chuckled. Introducing the two, the camaraderie among women often arises in the most inexplicable of ways that if their statuses do not conflict. They can instantly become close friends over a shared affection for the same man. Observing the fan clubs of young idols, Yi Yang noted this phenomenon. The scenario he had been apprehensive about, of the two women clashing, had not materialized. Instead, they greeted each other like long-lost friends, sharing mutual admiration. The dynamics of female friendship are truly fascinating. What takeout did Brother Yi order? Just as Yi Yang was at a loss for words. Lin Shuer curiously leaned in to ask that you'll find out when the food arrives that why Yi Yang glanced at the antique art clock on the wall, valued in the millions, estimating that it was nearly time. The National Banquet's first course, boiled cabbage. The National Banquet chef had finally prepared all the dishes, beginning to call them out in accordance with National Banquet standards. Golden dragon winding around pearls. Buddha jumps over the wall from the sea. Dish after dish of earthly delights was presented, each more tempting than the last. Chinese cuisine emphasizes color, aroma, flavor, and texture, appealing to all five senses, simplicity concealing luxury. And great craft appearing effortless. Wai Yang had only heard of these delicacies before. Today, he was truly experiencing them. Let us sit down and eat together. We've been busy for quite some time. Wai Yang waved his hand generously. With two young ladies and himself, they would surely be unable to finish the meal. Rather than waste food, it would be better to repay the chefs for their efforts, for he had his own little scheme in mind. The chefs exchanged glances, visibly hesitant. This meal cost more than their combined salaries for several years. Who would dare to sit down and eat casually? However, under Yu Momo's persuasive insistence, the chefs eventually took their seats. This meal marked Yi Yang's most satisfying dining experience since his newfound wealth. Although last night's Western meal was luxurious and delicious, the portions were simply too small that a golden paper cake priced at over 100,000 was devoured in a single bite, costing over $1 million without leaving one satiated. Real culinary delights must come from China. Wai Yang smiled and nodded, casually uncorking a bottle of the National Treasury's Fingio worth over $3 million. Come. 1 cup for each. No, no, no. The National Banquet chef stood up in fright, trembling that Mr. Yi, this cup of wine alone is worth tens of thousands. We are not worthy of such indulgence. What if Wai were to become displeased and ask them to split the bill? They would have to sell their cars to repay their debts. Ha. Don't worry, it's on me. Wai Yang chuckled at the chef's fearful expressions. All right then. Finally, the chefs relaxed, sitting down with great respect, as if preparing for a solemn rite. Yi Yang found their demeanor amusing and shook his head, downing his drink. This truly is fine wine. Seeing Yi Yang's drinking style, the chefs were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. $3 million worth of National Treasury wine consumed in one gulp, only eliciting a 5-word review. Is this what it means to be a wealthy man? Yi Yang, observing the chefs savoring the wine, smirked. Since we are enjoying this wine, I might as well be straightforward that I have no time to cook and I need a few private chefs. Would you consider taking on the role? The National Banquet chefs nearly spat their wine out, realizing that wealthy individuals could be exceedingly cunning. How could one expect such benevolence? I will pay you 10 times your previous salary. What do you think? Yi Yang smiled. 10. 10 times? Are you joking? We normally earn 3 to 500,000 a year. 10 times would mean 3 to 5 million? They were all astounded. Even without the bottle of National Treasury wine, the dream salary of 3 to 5 million was beyond their wildest consideration. Yi Yang casually replied. Sounds good, doesn't it? All right, Mr. Yi. The National Banquet chefs internally celebrated their good fortune. This meal was immensely enjoyable. Let's settle the bill. Wai Yang produced his East FA Supreme Black Card. Mr. Yi, your total expenditure this time is $4,670,000. How about we round it down a bit for you? Now, Yi Yang was their true employer, and the chefs understood whom to please. No need. Wai Yang was eager to spend more, hoping for a chance at a grand reward. The chefs, along with Yu Momo and Lin Shuer, were awestruck. This was the demeanor of a true tycoon. Spending 4 to 5 million on a meal was merely a trivial matter to him. Ding, detected that you spent 4,678,980 yuan on a regular Chinese meal, rewarded with ownership of the Bordeaux Lafite winery, and an internationally recognized Centurion Black Gold card. Wow, just by having a meal, I've been rewarded a winery. Yi Yang relished the system's notification sound, feeling exhilarated. Chapter 28. The Piano God. exploding across the internet. Lafite Winery? Yeong casually searched for more information. IT has indeed been discovered that this is the renowned vineyard that produces the illustrious Lafite wine. Established in the 14th century, it has continued to this day as a family estate of the Lafite nobility. That IT is astonishing that the system possesses such remarkable capabilities, directly acquiring it for itself. The Lafite vineyard is the largest and most valuable in Europe, with an estimated worth of 6 billion euros. Although it pales in comparison to super rewards like the Imperial Financial Tower, it still constitutes an exceptionally formidable reward. However, when compared to the Centurion Black Card, it does fall somewhat short. That Wai Yong could hardly believe that he had been awarded a Centurion Black Card this time. This card is a symbol of status. Only high-ranking officials, billionaires, and individuals of considerable prominence across the globe are able to possess such a card. The Centurion Black Card, often referred to as the King of Cards, has an overdraft limit of 10 billion in the Huaxia region, with no limit internationally. This is an extraordinarily daunting concept. After the team of national banquet chefs departed, the responsibility for the villa's cleanliness naturally fell to Yu Weiwei, who would arrange for someone to tidy up. Suddenly, a Lamborghini Veneno screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Fuhua community. After a brief kiss farewell, Lin Shuer exited the vehicle. Wai Yong instinctively checked his phone for new messages, only to be taken aback by the flood of notifications. Wai Yong, is that you in the video? Wow, you boss. You become a sensation on Douyin, bro. You can play the piano? This can't be real, can it? I've never seen you play before. Yeong was somewhat taken aback as he opened the multitude of videos sent to him. The scene in the video was unmistakably within the Ziguang Pavilion. In the video, he sat before a grand piano, fingers deftly dancing across the keys as he played Croatian Rhapsody, his handsome visage illuminated by a radiant glow, executing a performance worthy of a master. The romantic ambience, combined with various factors, propelled him to viral fame online. Upon opening Douyin, the first video on the screen was his piano performance, garnering 2 to 3 million likes and tens of thousands of comments. Yeong, intrigued, clicked on the comments. That is so handsome. Absolutely my type. Love it. My new husband is definitely him. I have new material for my dreams tonight. I want to marry him. I want to bear him children. Not only on Douyin, but also on platforms such as Bilibili, Xigua, and Kuaishou, his video was receiving significant attention. Sigh. I never intended to become famous. Yeong shrugged, bemused by his unexpected rise to fame. Upon returning to the villa, Yu Momo's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at her phone screen. What are you so engrossed in? Yeong glanced over to find that she was watching his piano video. So, it turns out my master is so talented. Yu Momo's eyes widened, that you've been named the new generation's grassroots male god. If you do a live stream and show your face, you could become a major star. Who knows, you might even earn the title of the new national husband. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Being the national husband sounds exhausting. Yeong rolled his eyes to why Yu Momo chuckled softly, a rare display of youthful charm. Ding-dash-dong, Wai Yong raised an eyebrow. Who could that be? He glanced at the display screen to find it was the applicants for the maid positions. Initially aloof, they couldn't resist the allure of an 8 million annual salary. Eagerly rushing to the Yunding Mountain No. 1 villa, unable to wait until evening, hastily applying makeup. How industrious they are. Yeong chuckled to himself. Outside, Guanryu anxiously clasped her arms, worried that her employer might be some lecherous old pervert, offering such a high salary for dubious purposes. How would she choose then? To succumb to money, or just as she was lost in thought, the door swung open. Taking a deep breath, she resolved, no matter what. This is an opportunity for an 8 million annual salary. I must seize it. Guanryu and the 9 other beautiful women stepped into the villa. Welcome to Villa No. 1. I am the housekeeper. Yu Momo. Why Yu Momo stood, regaining her poised and elegant demeanor. Hello, I am Guanryu. She introduced herself repeatedly. My name is Chu Xuan. Although the girls were academically accomplished, they were taken aback by the mature, beautiful, and commanding presence of Yu Momo, feeling a wave of nervousness and no need to be anxious. I am merely here to serve the master. Why Yu Momo stepped aside, bowing respectfully towards Yeong, who sat on the sofa. Master. The utterance of such an embarrassing title caused the faces of the naive girls to flush crimson. However, when they caught sight of Yeong smiling at them from the sofa, their faces turned an even deeper shade of red. Isn't that the piano male god we just saw online? The girls' eyes widened in disbelief. They had braced themselves for a perverted, wealthy old man as the villa's owner. The contrast was astonishing in that moment. A tumult of emotions surged within them, particularly for Guan Ruyu, who had just expressed a desire to bear the piano male god's children in the comments. She internally shouted, "Forget the 8 million salary. I would gladly serve such a perfect male god, rich, young, handsome, and a talented pianist. Feel free to relax. Your only tasks are to keep the house clean and manage the villa." Yang reassured the girls. Understanding their apprehensions, No. We are willing to do anything." "Yes, as long as you are willing," Guan Ruyu and the other girls exclaimed in unison, only to realize what they had just said, their faces resembling ripe apples. Yi Yang scratched his head, surprised by their reaction. In that case, let's first familiarize ourselves with the villa's layout with you, Momo. The Yunding Mountain Villa, valued at over 10 billion, naturally had its merits. With 9 bedrooms alone, the sheer size of the villa was beyond comprehension. Furthermore, the basement was entirely different from what one might expect. The entire mountain serves as the underground space for Villa No. 1, which even houses a grand library. Before witnessing that library, Yi Yang could hardly fathom how extravagant a wealthy individual could be. Chapter 29. Jinsheng Law Firm. University Reunion. After familiarizing themselves with the villa, the girls were left in awe. Anyone from the Magic City would know the name of the Yunding Mountain Villa, with Villa Number 1 being the pinnacle of luxury. Yet, only by experiencing it firsthand could they truly appreciate its opulence. If there are no objections, we can proceed to sign the contract. With Yumomo's efficiency, the contract was prepared within a day. "Yes, we have no issues." The girls eagerly glanced over the contract, their anticipation palpable. Yi Yang nodded slightly and proceeded to pay their salaries, that he was not concerned about the girls abandoning their positions midway, as breach of contract would require compensation, and selling these individuals would not even cover half of the penalty. Ding! The system detected that the host had paid the maid group an annual salary of 90 million Huaxia coins and rewarded him with a 51 stake in Jinsheng Law Firm. A law firm? Yi Yang's eyes lit up that as his assets grew, he would inevitably encounter legal issues in the future, and having a law firm at his disposal would save him countless troubles. He had heard of Jinsheng Law Firm, a prestigious entity known throughout Huaxia, firmly established as the top law firm in the Magic City, unshakable in its position, with a flawless record in both domestic and international disputes. It was dubbed the must-win law firm in the Magic City. Its network of connections extended across all levels of society. Any legal matter or dispute could be effortlessly resolved through the power of their relationships. Such a firm was not something that could be easily acquired through financial means. After all, a team bold enough to claim must-win could earn tens of millions to billions from high-stakes cases. They were in no way short on funds and had no need to sell equity. At this moment, Yi Yang marveled once more at the system's might. Almost simultaneously, in an office building somewhere in the Magic City, Fong Han stared in disbelief at his secretary. "Are you certain? All the other high-cap shareholders have sold their stocks to this Mr. Yi." "Indeed," the secretary replied with a wry smile. "According to the acquisition information, Mr. now holds 51 of our company's shares." "This is unbelievable," Fong Han exclaimed. Jinsheng Law Firm was akin to a treasure trove. As long as one safeguarded it, they would never be short of funds. For the shareholders to sell their stocks, Mr. Yi must possess some insurmountable power or backing. "Can we find out more about him?" Fong Han took a moment to compose himself before inquiring. "The information we can access is extremely limited. All we know is that he is the owner of the Imperial Commerce Tower in the Magic City and appears to be a holder of the Centurion Black Card. Additionally, he has recently invested in the Lafite Vineyard, becoming its actual controlling shareholder, that he is also the true owner of the Vacheron Constantine brand." The secretary chuckled ruefully that he was well aware of how formidable Jinsheng Law Firm's network was. It had connections that reached the highest echelons of power and the deepest corners of society, leaving no information untapped. Only the private information of this Mr. remains elusive, no matter how one seeks it. Gulp. Fong Han clenched his fists. It appears that this Mr. undoubtedly holds a significant status. The prestigious Jinsheng Law Firm was founded by him, and today, the opposing party managed to transfer ownership of this renowned firm in Huaxia directly. The original owner, myself, was completely oblivious. This individual is utterly terrifying. Fong Han rapped on the table. "Call Saichi and Iwei." The three of us, the primary partners, must pay a visit to this M.R.ye together. Understood? I will arrange it immediately. The secretary recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly notified the remaining two primary partners to arrange the itinerary. That evening, Yi-Yong found himself at leisure. With the establishment of a maid brigade, the villa was finally infused with a touch of bustling warmth. Previously, the vast villa felt rather lonely with Yi-Yong as its sole inhabitant. To stave off boredom, he would invite several maids to play Ludo, with the loser facing a penalty drink. Alternatively, he would swim in the villa's rooftop heated pool with the ladies. One could say he was living in utmost comfort. The experiences of an ordinary person throughout their life could hardly compare to the joy Yi-Yong experienced in a single evening. The life of the affluent is indeed splendid. What is the master doing? Come and play. After adapting to the new environment, the maids were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Despite the size of the Yunding villa, with 10 of them working together, they could swiftly tidy up the place. Once done, they could happily frolic with their charming and wealthy master. There was no paradise more delightful than this. No, Noda Yi-Yong waved his hand, casually unlocking his phone. To his surprise, the university class group, which had been silent for a year, suddenly buzzed with activity. Has it reached 99 messages? What is happening? Yi-Yong was taken aback. After graduating, the class group had nearly gone dormant, with no one speaking for a year and a half. Yet tonight, it had unexpectedly come alive. Upon entering the chat, he discovered an announcement. Dear classmates, the internship period is over, right? If anyone is free, let's gather in a couple of days. The announcement was made by the class monitor, Yu Qinggong. This message reignited the class group, prompting many classmates to reminisce, leading to discussions about their jobs that, don't mention it. That idiot supervisor constantly pressures us to work overtime, insisting that 996 is a blessing. I could care less. Not only does he refuse to pay overtime, but now I'm also supposed to thank his ancestors for 8 generations? At least you're better off. You managed to land a job. I'm still struggling to find one. Sigh, it's enough to bring tears to my eyes. Old Sue must be doing quite well, right? After all, he is a second-generation rich kid. Were you calling Old Sue? You actually call him that. He's now a high-ranking executive in his father's company, and I'm currently working under Sue Good that I'm envious. He truly is a second-generation rich kid. By the way, what about Mao Mao? She was the belle of our class. Rumor has it that Su Gu and Kai Mao Mao are now a couple. Yi-Yong raised an eyebrow. That it was indeed quite a coincidence. The Su Pengfei and Kai Mao Mao praised in class were the very individuals he had encountered while purchasing a watch a few days ago. When they realized he was the actual controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine, their eyes nearly popped out. He still vividly remembered their comical expressions. Ahem, perhaps I shall skip this gathering. Su Pengfei finally made his appearance. Come on, Su Gu. You are the most impressive person in our class. If you don't come, what meaning will this gathering hold? Indeed. I still haven't found a job, so perhaps I should go to Su Ji's place for a meal. Su Pengfei, flattered by their words, floated away in delight. Ha, well said. Since my buddies are so complimentary, I will definitely attend. By the way, what about Yi-Yong? He was the heartthrob of our class back in university. Didn't Kai Mao Mao have a crush on him? Wang Dalong, known for his shocking remarks, directly commented, causing the buoyant Su Pengfei to sink back into silence. Chapter 30. What merit does one possess besides wealth? What kind of talk is that, Wang Dalong? Why bring up old wounds and expose Su Ji's scars? Wang Guan, a sycophant working under Su Pengfei, jumped in to retaliate. That what's wrong with speaking the truth? Just as both sides were about to erupt into a quarrel, Yi-Yong calmly sent a message. Since everyone wishes to gather, it would indeed be best to do so. Why Yi-Yong has spoken. How is brother Yi doing? I heard he seems to have joined a decent software company. Yi-Yang's popularity was evidently high. After all, he was charming, handsome, and academically proficient, making him a well-known figure in class. However, aside from a few rare close friends like Zheng Xian, most male classmates secretly hoped to see him stumble in his post-graduation life. Not to mention, Yi Laoda's achievements are beyond your imagination. Seeing someone belittle Yi Laoda, Zheng Xian couldn't help but speak up that, isn't that Yi-Yang's little follower? What? Still hanging around with little Yi after graduation? Come on now, even now, you still calling me Laoda? That's hilarious. We're all in society now. Can we be a bit more realistic? Only those with money are the true big shots. Exactly. Many in the class resonated with this sentiment. After entering society, they had truly grasped the meaning of this statement. No matter how capable one was, they were ultimately working for the wealthy. When respected, they were considered high achievers. When disrespected, they were treated as worthless. Those with power and influence were born into their class, transitioning into high-level positions in their father's companies right after graduation. This was the goal that most of the class would strive for their entire lives, for the latter half of their lives. If they couldn't secure a high-ranking position, they would be dismissed when they reached a certain age, living out their remaining days in poverty. You wouldn't believe it when the time comes for a reunion. Yi Laoda will surely shock everyone. Zheng Xian voiced his discontent. Shock everyone? Don't make me laugh. Oh, I can't wait to see what kind of status he holds that could possibly astonish us. TSK, can he be stronger than Su Ge? The boys led by Wang Guan were all filled with jealousy. Is it true, Zheng Xian? Has Yi Yang really achieved something? Some girls held a glimmer of hope, wishing for the well-being of their former heartthrob. However, such hopes were dim. After all, Yi Yang came from an ordinary family. How remarkable could he truly become? Perhaps Zheng Xian had merely inflated Yi Yang's modest achievements. I'm just a jobless wanderer. There's nothing much to say to why Yi Yang sent a message, halting Zheng Xian's further comments. A jobless wanderer? Recently unemployed? No way. Did Yi Gu really graduate only to be jobless? Society is indeed harsh. The boys who chimed in appeared concerned but secretly delighted. However, Yi Yang paid no mind to their messages. Given his current status, revealing too much would only create distance. All right, it's settled then. 3 days later. At Fengshan Restaurant in Modu. What is Fengshan Restaurant? I've never even heard of it. Dining there is too low-end. Han Siley, who had been quiet, finally spoke. Fengshan's prices aren't low. On average, it costs several hundred per person. Most of us are still interns. Even I think that's excessive. Yu Qinggong was somewhat surprised by Han Siley's tone. In university, she had a low profile, often appearing aloof despite her beauty. She never considered herself among the popular crowd. How could someone seemingly indifferent to group activities suddenly adopt such a bold demeanor? I mentioned it to my boyfriend, and he said he would book a private room for us at Hanggu in 3 days. Everyone can just go there. In front of the screen, Han Siley smirked, her disdain evident. Throughout her university years, she never deemed her classmates worthy of her attention, including Su Pengfei, the son of a small businessman. Her sights were always set on true magnates. Thus, she rarely participated in school events, opting instead to frequent nightclubs and KTV, fishing for opportunities. Her perseverance paid off, and over 4 years, she indeed found a genuine big boss and became his private companion. Now, during this class reunion, she was determined to make a grand impression. What? The most prestigious Hanggu in Modu? The restaurant renowned as a 5-star establishment in Huaxia? The average cost per person is at least 10,000. Are we talking about tens of thousands for our gathering? Siley, what does your boyfriend do? I'm so envious of you, to have found such a wealthy boyfriend. Some girl's eyes turned red with jealousy. He's just an ordinary businessman. Nothing special, except he has a bit more money. No worries, everyone will just join us there. Han Siley's pride was palpable in her words. So, what does everyone think? Class monitor Yu Qinggong inquired. Sounds good. A super big shot treating us. I want to meet such a prominent figure. Perhaps I might get noticed as a little follower. I wholeheartedly agree. The classmates eagerly chimed in. Most had never dined at such a high-end restaurant. So when someone offered a treat, they were excited to experience it. All right, it's settled then. Yu Qinggong finalized the arrangement. Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly. He was merely going to meet a few good buddies from college who had fared reasonably well. As for the others, their affairs held little significance for him. The door swung open, revealing Umo clad in a tantalizing black silk ensemble, her mere presence igniting a surge of blood within Yi Yang. What is this? Yi Yang hastily set aside his phone, striving to steady his breath. Before him stood a stunning beauty, her figure voluptuous and exuding an aura of sophistication, clad in a black silk camisole that revealed her fair, shapely thighs. It would be a challenge for any man to maintain his composure in such a situation. Made. One must fulfill their duties. To serve the master, Umo grinned, her gaze toward Yi Yang ablaze with fervor. Yi Yang gulped, licking his lips. Before he could utter a word, Umo gracefully approached him, her long legs striding confidently, and began to massage him. Yi Yang observed the diligent girl, choosing to think no further. Chapter 31. A Tribute from Han Pavilion. The same as stock god Buffett. Compared to Lin Shui, Umomo possessed a deeper understanding of myriad things. Regardless of her actions, she brought immense joy to Yi Yang. Every corner of the room, the balcony, and the panoramic sofa in the bedroom left a profound and delightful impression on him. Ultimately, everything concluded at Umomo's pleading. After their bath, Yi Yang contentedly embraced her tender, alluring form and drifted off to sleep. The transformation through national martial arts had bestowed upon him an extraordinary physique, allowing him to indulge in deeper levels of pleasure, regardless of the outcome. I have obtained what I desired. The Yumomo gazed at Yi Yang's profile with endless admiration, succumbing to a satisfied slumber. The following morning at 8 o'clock, the national banquet chefs, hired at a hefty price by Yi Yang, promptly began preparing breakfast. These elite chefs were not only skilled in the culinary arts, but also masters of nutrition. They crafted a bespoke dining menu for Yi Yang, ensuring that the dishes were not only delectable, but also the epitome of health. With a generous array of supplements included, this consensus formed as they observed the exquisite lace-clad maids residing in the villa. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. Such a stunning group of beauties, reduced to mere cleaning ladies. Chef Chen remarked with a raised brow and a mischievous grin. With so many around, I wonder how the boss manages each night, that if he overindulges, it could be disastrous for his health. Nonsense, the head chef scoffed. With top-tier chefs like us around, if the boss were to suffer due to such trivial matters, we ought to feel ashamed. The other chefs wiped their cold sweat in agreement. Increase the tonic soup. I refuse to let the circle mock us for not being able to maintain our health. The head chef, unwavering, promptly added an array of nourishing dishes to the menu. After a laborious morning, sleep was indeed sweet. Yi Yang stretched, playfully pinching Umomo's soft and fair behind before rising from bed. Umomo's vitality was evidently superior to Lin Shui's. With Yi Yang's gentle nudge, she wobbled out of bed. Umomo's face flushed crimson. It truly hurts, master. You are simply too strong. My legs are still trembling. Observing Umomo pouting and playfully seeking his affection, Yi Yang burst into laughter. Fear not, I just glanced outside, and breakfast includes plenty of nourishing items. You will recover in no time. Umomo's cheeks deepened in hue, master. You are so naughty. Breakfast was a gathering of over a dozen individuals, including Guan Ruiyu and several national banquet chefs. However, the main dining hall of Villa No. 1 was spacious enough to accommodate them comfortably, evoking a sense of a medieval noble family feast. Yi Yang occupied the head seat, savoring the shrimp and egg congee. This dish, if served at Han Pavilion, would fetch a price in the thousands. That be why the way, boss, we are here to work for you. The former owner of Han Pavilion not only did not blame us, but encouraged us to give our best, ultimately presenting you with the prestigious Black Dragon Gold card from Han Pavilion. Chef Do Jianfeng respectfully handed the card to Yi Yang. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, understanding the former owner's attitude. Clearly, they recognized him as a significant figure, since they could not afford to offend him. It was better to cultivate goodwill. What significance does this Black Dragon Gold card hold? Yi Yang inquired, intrigued that they would present such a card as a token of their meeting. The Black Dragon Gold card was the highest-tier VIP card at Han Pavilion, with only 2 holders to date, one being Buffett, the renowned stock god, and the other, Chairman Wang of Yida Real Estate Group. Yi Yang was aware of Buffett, the world's most formidable financial strategist. Revered internationally, the elite considered it a great honor to dine with him. It turned out he had dined at Han Pavilion, Days for Chairman Wang, who had dominated the ranks of China's richest for several years. He was a household name and required no further introduction. Yi Yang tucked away the Black Dragon Gold card. Holding this card granted him lifetime complimentary dining at Han Pavilion, making him the most esteemed guest. He could access the exclusive Black Dragon Pavilion, a private dining room reserved solely for the card's elite holders. The national banquet chefs eagerly explained. Lifetime free dining? Quite generous indeed, Yi Yang chuckled, shaking his head. It seemed that his extravagant meal had genuinely startled the owner of Han Pavilion. Having concluded the formalities, the chefs proudly introduced various dishes to Yi Yang, emphasizing the nourishing items, hoping he would indulge. Yi Yang recognized their intentions, finding it amusing. As a martial arts master, his internal strength was profound, and he need not worry about his health due to such matters. Well, breakfast is finished. Yi Yang requested Chef Do Jianfeng's bank card and transferred 10 million over. Boss, what is this for? Do Jianfang's eyes widened, astonished by Yi Yang's generosity. This is for your ingredient purchases. Choose only the finest. If you run short, let me know, and I will provide more. Yi Yang smiled. Enough, enough. Do Jianfang was both amused and bewildered. While high-quality ingredients were costly, receiving 10 million for purchases was indeed extravagant. Do not hold back. Yi Yang was unafraid of spending money. He was more concerned about not being able to spend it. He wished for the funds to be exhausted in a single day. And Yi Yang also transferred 10 million to Guanruoyu. You are in charge of household supplies. Choose the most expensive items. I estimate this 10 million won't last long. If it does, just inform me. After shopping, simply settle the account with you. Okay. 10 million, it won't last long? Was this something a person would say? Since meeting Yi Yang, everyone felt their understanding of money had completely collapsed. By the way, accompany me to the auto show later, Yi Yang said, glancing at the amused Uomo. Master, are you buying another car? Uomo's eyes widened in surprise. Is the Lamborghini Veneno not sufficient for you? Well, just one car makes it inconvenient for everyone to go grocery shopping. Besides, my old car only seats two, which is indeed inconvenient. Yi Yang shrugged. I plan to acquire something larger. Old car. The others gasped, realizing that in Yi Yang's eyes, a Lamborghini Veneno worth 70 to 80 million was merely a small two-seater vehicle. Chapter 32. Let's get a few more. Reach 1 billion if you wish to purchase a car. There happens to be an auto show in Modu right now. You might want to check it out. Mo suggested after her initial shock. That an auto show? Yi Yang nodded, appreciating the prospect of avoiding the hassle of visiting multiple dealerships. The auto show in Modu likely featured every luxury car imaginable. All right, let's tidy up and head to the auto show. Yi Yang smiled, understood. Mo hurried out to prepare the CA. An hour later, Yi Yang stepped out of the Lamborghini Veneno. The auto show venue was already teeming with people, most of whom were merely there to gawk at cars they could never afford. This auto show spanned an impressive 50,000 square meters, showcasing every luxury brand available in Modu. Let's go in and take a look, Yi Yang said with a slight nod, smiling as he noticed a crowd gathering around him. While a Lamborghini Veneno, a super-rich individual driving such a luxury car, must be here to purchase something extravagant. Exactly. They're certainly not like us. Just here to satisfy our curiosity, others murmured. Let us follow this wealthy gentleman and see what he is interested in. The crowd, primarily car enthusiasts, watched in awe as Yi Yang descended from the Lamborghini Veneno. Their eyes filled with envy. Luxury cars of this caliber were often described online as unattainable for the average person, a level of wealth that seemed forever out of reach. Inside the venue, the atmosphere was electric, with many capturing the moment on their phones and cameras. Alongside the luxurious cars, stunning models showcased their alluring figures, accentuating the vehicle's wild and sleek lines. Observing these magnificent machines, Yi Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. As a man who among us does not harbor a fondness for luxury automobiles, the Rolls-Royce exhibition area stands as a testament to the epitome of success, exuding an air of gravitas that in no way detracts from its striking allure. The emblematic figure atop the hood shines brightly, accentuating the very essence of opulence. The heart of the car show, the crowning jewel on display, is none other than the pinnacle of luxury. The Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gazing upon its imposing figure and unparalleled grandeur, Yi Yang found himself irresistibly drawn to it. While supercars may come with a hefty price tag, they typically accommodate only 2 passengers, rendering them less than ideal for group outings. However, for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, hailed as one of the world's top 10 bulletproof SUVs, such inconveniences are rendered moot. This one, Yi Yang declared, gesturing towards the top-tier Phantom. How much? I'll take it. The onlookers who had trailed in behind him were momentarily struck dumb. The demeanor of a true tycoon. The nonchalance with which he spoke felt akin to haggling over vegetables at a market. Sir, however, the staff and other visitors, unaware of Yi Yang's true identity, regarded him with a mix of bewilderment and incredulity. The starting price of the top-tier Rolls-Royce Phantom is at least 40 million. Its presence serves merely to command attention. Selling it was never the intention. Sir, are you serious? This upgraded Phantom is priced at 58 million, that the staff member stammered, clearly flabbergasted. Goodness, that's 50 to 60 million. Is this young man truly considering such a purchase? Surely he must be jesting. Ah, the audacity of youth, chuckled one onlooker, Now that he knows the price, he might just skulk away in embarrassment. Laughter rippled through the crowd, directed at Yi Yang. Yet those who had entered alongside him felt a sense of indignation at the mockery aimed at someone who could afford to drive a supercar worth 70 to 80 million. How could he possibly be lacking in confidence? Is that so? Yi Yang nodded. If it's so reasonably priced, then I'll also take this and that. Let us round it up to 1 billion. The surrounding spectators were left speechless, their expressions blank, that I knew he was just boasting. 1 billion. Who among those with a net worth in the hundreds of billions would dare to speak so casually? Exactly. I've never heard of anyone under 30 with such a fortune in Huaxia. True, but perhaps he really does intend to purchase these Rolls-Royces. Just idle chatter. After all, boasting costs nothing. The murmurs of the crowd did not escape the notice of Yumomo, who felt a twinge of annoyance. Swiped the card. Unfazed by the envious stares of the onlookers, Yi Yang anticipated that once he drove away in these luxury vehicles, they'd soon realize who the real fool was. The staff, upon catching sight of the Centurion black card in Yi Yang's hand, nearly trembled in shock. That MY word, a Centurion black card. This card is reserved for individuals of the highest social standing. What have I done? Mocking someone capable of wielding such power will I face retribution? Haha, just so you know, he arrived in a Lamborghini Veneno. I held my tongue earlier just to watch your expressions now. The group that had entered with Yi Yang erupted into laughter. The individuals who had been the loudest in their derision now found their faces flushed with embarrassment, retreating hastily. This truly is a person of great stature. Best not to provoke him. Indeed, just moments ago, they were so boastful. Others joined in the laughter. How long are we going to stand here in a daze? I still have shopping to do after swiping my card. Yi Yang remarked, eyeing the speechless sales staff. Yes, please, just a moment. I will expedite the process. The sales manager, now fully alert, realized he could not afford to be slow with someone like Yi Yang. What would normally take days was resolved in mere moments. Mr. Yi, the total comes to 138 million, but the card has been processed. Please keep it safe. Chapter 33, Generous Rewards. 100 billion in cash. 10 school district properties. Ding. Detected that the host has spent 880,000 on 3 vehicles. Reward. 10 school district properties in the metropolis. 10 properties. Yi Yang could hardly contain his astonishment. 10 buildings, not just 10 units. Each building contains at least a dozen units, summing to over 100 apartments. 10 school district properties meant 1 to 2,000 apartments. The value of such properties in the metropolis is beyond compare, with some square meters fetching astronomical prices. Calculating conservatively, if each unit averaged 15 million. He had just acquired nearly 200 billion in assets. What a delightful surprise. Yi Yang reveled in the thought of renting out these properties, generating substantial annual income. Should he tire of renting, he could simply sell them off. Why, you ask? Because having an abundance of properties grants one the luxury of choice. Initially, Yi Yang had thought that after amassing wealth, he would tire of lounging amidst riches. Yet with these school district properties, he could temporarily embrace the role of a landlord. It became clear why the wealthy often prefer to personally collect rent. Too much money can lead to restlessness. Mr. Yi, the sales manager, eager to please, clasped his hands nervously. Where should we deliver these vehicles? With only Yi Yang and the stunning beauty beside him, he naturally understood that arrangements for delivery were in order. Deliver them to the Cloud Peak Villa No. 1. Just coordinate with my housekeeper, and he pointed to Yumomo. Yes, of course. The sales manager wiped his brow, realizing the gravity of the young man before him. Buying cars as if they were mere cabbages, casually tossing out 1 billion in conversation. Was this the renowned Villa No. 1 in the metropolis, once contested by 2 of the wealthiest tycoons? The market value had soared to 20 to 30 billion due to their bidding war. 20 to 30 billion for a single villa. The rich truly live in a realm of their own. Yi Yang had grown accustomed to the awe of those around him as he strolled towards the next exhibition area. His objective was to procure luxury vehicles while simultaneously capitalizing on the opportunity. Even with assets in the hundreds of billions, his liquidity remained tied up in rental income. With an SUV secured, Yi Yang felt confident as he entered the supercar exhibition area, ready to purchase anything that caught his eye. After all, he had the means. The 36 million Ferrari LaFerrari. Purchased. The 73 million limited edition Maybach EXE. Acquired. What? Limited edition requires a Maybach membership and a prior spend of 50 million. No problem. I'll simply spend enough. The Bugatti Veyron L6 for only 88.88 million. A steal. Maserati, Bentley, Aston Martin. if it catches his fancy. It's his. The more he spends, the wealthier he becomes. Price is no object. Behind him, the crowd followed in disbelief. Many social media influencers seized the moment to live stream the spectacle, causing their streams to explode with views. Oh my goodness, this god must have purchased over 30 luxury vehicles by now. Could it be that multi-million-dollar cars are as trivial to him as cabbages? Absolutely astounding. Ahead lay the Koenigsegg exhibition area, recognized as the pinnacle of luxury vehicles. The anticipation of whether Yi Yang would express interest was palpable. Is there any doubt? No one questioned Yi Yang's spending power now, with daily spending limits exceeding 100 billion on his Centurion Black Card. He could easily clear out the entire exhibition. The representative from Koenigsegg, having heard whispers of the legendary tycoon in attendance, rushed to greet him from afar, eager to welcome Yi Yang, the true embodiment of luxury. The staff at Koenigsegg, typically haughty and aloof, had never before deigned to acknowledge anyone. Today, however, they were eager to roll out the red carpet for Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, this is the world's #1 limited edition supercar. The undisputed champion of the auto show. If anyone dares to claim second place, they are surely mistaken. The person in charge confidently bowed beside the Koenigsegg one, pride radiating from every pore. Is that so? Yi Yang scrutinized the Koenigsegg one, pursing his lips. It's decent, but it feels somewhat unattractive. The entire audience was left in stunned silence. The Koenigsegg one, priced at over 100 million, was astonishingly deemed a bit ugly. Never mind, I'll buy it. It perfectly rounds my expenditure to 10 billion. Yi Yang waved his hand, declaring that with his Koenigsegg one, his spending would surpass 10 billion tonight. Such a unique figure might just yield a super reward. All the onlookers were struck as if by lightning. What a terrifying tycoon, to simply achieve a lucky spending figure by purchasing an over 100 million supercar. I didn't believe it before, but today, I do. The extravagance of the wealthy is beyond our imagination. Indeed. Just as everyone marveled, the system notification chimed in as anticipated. Ding, detected that the host has spent 1,098,980,000 to acquire a means of transport, rewarding a deposit of 100 billion Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host, for reaching a deposit of 100 billion, triggering a special reward. Chapter 34. Controlling Yida Group. Assets at the level of a billionaire. Special reward? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Achievement of 100 billion deposits completed, rewarded with 51 shares of Yida Group. A simple sentence sent a shiver down Yi Yang's spine. 51% equity of Yida Group. Yida Group is one of the largest and most renowned top-tier groups in Huaxia. Its former chairman, Wang Silin, had repeatedly topped the list of Huaxia's richest people thanks to Yida Group. The group is most famously known for Yida real estate. However, it also encompasses numerous other industries, such as Yida Film, Yida Hotels, Yida Information, collectively worth no less than 20 trillion. Securing 51% of its shares means his assets have officially surpassed 1 trillion, with a trillion in wealth. He could now directly compete with those former billionaires in terms of assets, including Vacheron Constantin, Lafite Winery, and the Empire Financial Building. In fact, Yi Yang's personal assets have already exceeded the wealth held by several of them. If it weren't for my lack of need to market my worth, the name at the top of next year's Huaxia Forbes list should be Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled, elated within. A night of indulgent spending had elevated him from a super tycoon to the level of Huaxia's richest. He, accompanied by Yumomo, sat atop the Koenigsegg one amidst the fiery gazes of numerous car models. It was time to experience the driving thrill of this global top-tier supercar, the more than 100 million Koenigsegg, roar. As the Koenigsegg roared to life, it unleashed a thunderous sound, more potent than poison, that if poison is a wild elephant about to break free, then the Koenigsegg is a dragon poised to take flight. With a gentle press of the accelerator, the Koenigsegg transformed into a streaking shadow, racing through the bustling districts of the city. Everywhere it passed, gasps of astonishment followed. This terrifying supercar, worth over 100 million, would leave anyone aware of its price drooling with envy. Yet for most, it was merely envy. If one was not born into wealth, the chance of owning such a luxury in a lifetime was nearly zero. Exhilarating, Yi Yang reveled in the unparalleled thrill and speed brought by the king of luxury cars, his spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Yumomo was completely entranced by the spectacle. just as Yi Yang sped down the street. A frantic voice broke through. Tap tap. Chairman Wang, an urgent situation has arisen. Wang Silin's closest aide entered, his face ashen. Wasn't it said that matters not threatening the entire group should not disturb me during meetings? Wang Silin, known for his strict demeanor, was clearly displeased. Chairman Wang, the secretary hastily explained. This is serious. All stocks under our group subsidiaries have been rapidly sold off. We were caught completely off guard. In mere seconds, 51% of our shares were acquired by a single individual. What? 51%? All enterprises under Yida Group? 51%? This is impossible. There isn't anyone so formidable in Huaxia. Could it be an international financial giant? That shouldn't be the case. The entire meeting room erupted into chaos. Everyone was left speechless by the shocking news. Each attendee was at least a senior executive of Yida Group, accustomed to dealing with high-ranking officials, and rarely flinching even at 100 billion contracts. Yet, they were now utterly flustered. Enough. Wang Silin slammed the table, clearly shaken, but being a former Huaxia tycoon with remarkable acumen, he quickly regained his composure. The individual who forcefully acquired our stocks is a Mr. Yi. We cannot gather detailed information about him at this moment. All we could find were his assets, including the Empire Financial Building in the city, the Lafite Winery, Vacheron Constantine Holdings, and 10 properties in prestigious school districts. Quite strange. Wang Silin clenched his fist that in the time it took to hold a meeting, our group's owner was directly bought out with money. These assets alone cannot possibly account for the acquisition of 51% of our shares. He must have an even deeper and more powerful backing. If even we cannot uncover his details, he might be one of those super tycoons lurking in the shadows that it would be prudent not to provoke him. Since he is now the owner of us all, we should contact him to confirm if he has any specific requirements for the group's future. Truly a tycoon that in a remarkably short time. He organized his thoughts, accepted the current situation, and made the wisest choice, that I will call him R.Y. now. The secretary quickly affirmed. Yi Yang's phone rang as the Koenigsegg arrived at the Yunding Villa district. After parking, he casually answered, Hello. May I ask if this is Mr. Yi? Who are you? I am Wang Silin, chairman of Yida Group. HMM. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Although it was his first conversation with someone of billionaire status, he now felt no less worthy than the other party, perhaps even surpassing him. Naturally, he felt quite confident. Upon hearing the youthful voice of Yi Yang, Wang Silin was momentarily taken aback, sensing the calm and composed demeanor of this young man. He understood that this individual was not to be trifled with. It is like this. You recently spent a substantial sum to acquire 51% of Yida Group's shares as the new controlling shareholder. I would like to inquire if you have any further directives regarding Yida Group's strategy and operations? Wang Silin tentatively asked, tapping his fingers on the table. Chapter 35. Would you like me to introduce you to a job? Requirements? Yi Yang pondered. While he was not entirely ignorant of the operations of such a colossal company, he had no desire to burden himself with the intricacies. His current method of earning money was simply to keep spending. There was no need to delve into the complexities of corporate management. Just continue operating as usual, but I expect a financial report from you each month, and any major decisions must be reported to me. Yi Yang stated seriously. These billionaires are all formidable figures. All right, as you wish. Wang Silin hung up, exhaling deeply. How did it go, Chairman? The anxious executives inquired. Thankfully, he merely acquired the company, as long as we do not make any significant errors. We can continue along the previously established strategy. Wang Silin chuckled with relief. Phew, the senior executives also breathed a sigh of relief. This is what a tycoon is. With a single sentence, he can send these top elites on a roller coaster of emotions. After lunch, Yi Yang received another call. Feng Han? Yi Yang furrowed his brows, then recalled. Founder of the Jinqing law firm? You are now the boss. I cannot refer to myself as the founder. Feng Han replied politely. Unlike with Yida, where they could only vaguely speculate about Yi Yang's background, the connections of Jinqing law firm were extensive. Even they could not uncover the details of this Mr. Yi, instilling in Feng Han a genuine sense of awe and trepidation. Ah, you are quite courteous, that Yi Yang laughed at. Oh, then why not come to my home for a visit and have dinner? Yi Yang smirked slightly. Someone with connections like Feng Han must possess sharp insights and cunning. His visit would undoubtedly be a test of Yi Yang's capabilities. The Jinsheng law firm was a crucial entity for Yi Yang now. Since the other party intended to probe him, he must provide enough shock and awe. Fong Han looked at Ai Wei and Kai Chi before stating, I have arranged to visit M.Y.E. at his residence this evening. Visiting the mysterious Mr. Yi. Kai Chi's face also showed a hint of curiosity. Ever since hearing that even Fong Han could not unearth the details of this young tycoon, he became intrigued by this extravagant, enigmatic figure. Ai Wei nonchalantly curled his lip. After all, he was a top-tier lawyer at a prestigious law firm. Renowned internationally. What scene had he not witnessed? His inner pride forbade him from feeling intimidated before even encountering the other party. Especially you, Ai Wei, Fong Han anxiously advised. You must show respect to Mr. Yi. His background and lineage may well exceed our imagination. I know. Ai Wei waved his hand dismissively, a hint of impatience in his tone that if he truly possesses the prowess to conquer me, then I shall naturally regard him with respect, just like you. Brother Fong, that if he is not someone worthy of my admiration, no amount of wealth would entice me. Ai Wei was indeed qualified to make such a statement. With his abilities, he could thrive anywhere without lacking for money, free from any asset entanglements, and thus had no need to bow to anyone. You. Fong Han shook his head in resignation. Dio, prepare yourself well. Tonight's meeting is of great significance to us. Understood. Sai Chi and Ai Wei nodded in agreement before turning to depart. Fong Han sat in his office chair, twirling a ballpoint pen in his hand, his gaze drifting to the streets outside the skyscraper, his eyes deep and contemplative, lost in thought at the Yunding Mountain Villa. Just after hanging up the phone, Yi Yang received a message from Lin Shuer. Brother Yi, shall we meet for afternoon tea? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. This little girl certainly has a flair for romance. Please choose a nearby CAF and send me the location. I will arrive shortly. Sure thing. Task guaranteed. She playfully stuck her tongue out. Shaking her head, oh, understood, you silently pouted and made a face at Yi Yang. She was aware of Yi Yang's plans, but who was she to interfere with her master's decisions? I was prepared for this all along. She chuckled and shook her head, opening the navigation to Mingtang CAF. Just casually suggest a place, Yi Yang remarked. The Koenigsegg One, a supercar, was naturally equipped with the most advanced automatic navigation system. Received, Mingtang CAF continued straight on Jianxing Road, buzzing with the speed of the Koenigsegg. He soon arrived at Mingtang CAF. After parking, Yi Yang stepped into the CAF. Mingtang was among the finest AFS in the city, with branches sprawling across the burgeoning first-tier cities. IT was on the verge of becoming the leader in the coffee industry. And naturally, the prices of its coffee were steep. Upon entering, he noticed a man in a suit standing beside Lin Shuer, prattling on about something that he wore a Rolex and strutted with an exaggerated gait. Lin Shuer's expression displayed a hint of annoyance as she tried to explain something. Observing this, Yi Yang furrowed his brow. Lin Shuer had now become someone he regarded as his own, and this man seemed woefully unaware of his own limits. Even if a beauty is waiting for someone, wouldn't it be possible to exchange contact information with me? I'm confident I'm someone of note in this city. Who knows, I might even help your boyfriend find a job in the future. Ha! The Rolex-wearing man seemed quite self-satisfied. However, this self-satisfaction only served to irk Lin Shuer further, to Yi Yang. Upon spotting Yi Yang, Lin Shuer's eyes lit up with delight as she waved vigorously. Oh, is this your little boyfriend? The Rolex man raised an eyebrow, casting a dubious look at Lin. Chapter 36. Come here and let me hit your face. Step aside, Yi Yang said indifferently. Step aside? But my feet refused to listen to me. The Rolex man sneered. Surrounding patrons turned their attention to the scene, particularly many men who had been eyeing Lin Shuer, filled with jealousy towards Yi Yang for dating such a beautiful girlfriend. They could hardly contain their desire to see him taught a lesson. The world is a dangerous place. Haha. This young man is likely experiencing this for the first time, right? Who told him to find such a stunning girlfriend? Yi Yang chuckled, though his smile carried a hint of menace that if you can't walk, I'll make you crawl out of here, ditto. You're quite the cocky one, aren't you? The Rolex man flaunted his watch. Kid, open your eyes and take a good look. What is this? Rolex Submariner. My goodness, this flirter is indeed wealthy. This model's market price soared to over 300,000, right? Spending such a sum on a watch. He must be loaded. Those frequenting the CAF were mostly white-collar workers, well acquainted with luxury prices. Taisuke, could this be the classic tale of love meeting wealth? Just who would the girl choose in reality? Today, Yi Yang wore understated, luxurious attire. Though his outfit cost tens of thousands, most would fail to recognize the brand's subtle opulence. Thus, they assumed he was merely a commoner that, of course, it's all about the money. Right? How many girls nowadays don't love money? Ha! Spending 300,000 on a watch, following this boss must mean living the good life. Why would she endure hardships with this poor kid? The atmosphere already buzzed with gold diggers espousing their values. Did you hear that? The Rolex man, Li Chuyang, smiled smugly. You think you can show off in front of me? Oh, your eyes look fierce, heh? Thinking of throwing a punch? Let me tell you, my uncle is the chairman of Zhongli. Worth billions. Dare to lay a hand on me, and you'll find yourself in prison for life. Gulp. Many were taken aback by the name of Zhongli, the financial giant of the city, valued in the hundreds of billions. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. Gulp. Numerous patrons were intimidated by the mention of Zhongli, with the gold digger's eyes sparkling with interest. Zhongli? Yi Yang chuckled, calming Lin Shuer, who seemed ready to intervene, before fixing his gaze back on Li Chaoyang. I was considering personally teaching you a lesson, but it seems you've offered your face for me to hit. Kid, did you not hear what I said? Zhongli, the investment company with a market value of hundreds of billions located in the Imperial Financial Building. Li Chaoyang regarded Yi Yang with scorn. Now, what gives you the audacity to tell me to leave? Instead, you should be the one to crawl out of here, leaving your little girlfriend behind. I might consider letting today as incident slide. Yi Yang sneered. As I stated, today you will crawl out of here. Hiss, indeed, too young and reckless, knowing the other's background, yet still so bold. Heh. Once humiliated, you'll be far less cocky. Nearby patrons shook their heads. You all. Lin Shuer gritted her teeth. Is my brother Yi someone you are fit to comment on? Tsich. Seeing the goddess's anger. The men dared not speak further, though their internal thoughts remained unchanged at why Yi Yang smiled, disregarding their opinions. I'll have your uncle personally order you to leave. The patrons nearly spat their coffee. How could this young man be so brazen? Did he understand what being worth hundreds of billions entailed? Oh, good. Let us see what you can do to make me, Li Chaoyang, leave this place. Li Chaoyang, emboldened, admired his Rolex. He swiftly dialed Feng Zhao's number. Hello. Is this Boss Feng? Upon seeing the caller ID, Feng Zhao felt a jolt. Yi Yang was a significant figure, and he wouldn't reach out without cause. What could it be? A sense of foreboding crept in as he asked anxiously. Do you have a nephew named Li Chaoyang? Yi Yang's voice was cool and detached. Feng Zhao leapt from his seat, his heart racing. Has this young man offended you in some way? He hasn't directly offended me. Yi Yang replied coolly. Phew. That's a relief. Feng Zhao exhaled, but Yi Yang quickly added, however, he is currently harassing my girlfriend in front of me, insisting that I leave this place. What? Feng Zhao's relief turned to panic. Just days ago, he had mocked Zhang Wanmin for having a foolish subordinate, and now this misfortune befell him. This little brat dared to show disrespect to you. Mr. De Yi, please tell me how to handle this. I will comply without hesitation. Feng Zhao insisted, whether it involved compensation or otherwise, that a financial firm could not afford to offend someone who might have access to thousands of billions of funds. The power of such figures is too daunting. If offended, a mere obstacle could bring ruin to his company. Handle it. Have him kneel and slap himself 10 times, then crawl out of here. Yi Yang emphasized the last word. All right, I'll make it happen. Feng Zhao sighed in relief. As long as there was a solution, nothing was insurmountable. I'll call this little brat right away. Yi Yang hung up the phone. Kid, quite the bravado. Aren't you? Acting tough. Haha. But do you really think you can command someone of my uncle's stature? Do you believe I would buy that? Li Xiaoyang sneered derisively. Yi Yang shrugged. What if I can? There is no what if. If what you say is true, I swear I will eat my words right here. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Xiaoyang's phone rang. What the hell? Upon seeing the caller ID, beads of cold sweat instantly trickled down his back. Could it be that this young man truly knows the chairman of Zhongli? The customers, witnessing Li Xiaoyang's reaction, were equally bewildered. Hello, Li Xiaoyang, his voice lacking confidence, answered the call with skepticism. Hello? You little brat. What kind of chaos have you stirred up out there now? Feng Zhao's furious voice echoed from the other. Oh, you realize that whether my company has to roll out of the Empire State Building hinges entirely on this, Mr. James? I wish I could just kick you to death right now. Due to Feng Zhao's uncontrollable rage, many customers overheard his words, and the atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. Chapter 37. Not expensive. Just over 100 million This, a custom-made Zegna? Gulp. That watch. The Vacheron Constantin Artisan Series. Judging by the craftsmanship, with the serial number in the front, it must be worth at least 10 million. His hands began to tremble. Initially, he had dismissed this young man entirely, focusing solely on showing off in front of the beautiful women. Even if he had seen that Vacheron Constantin, he would never have believed it to be genuine. Mindset dictates judgment. Uncle, you have to save me. Li Xiaoyang, the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, immediately softened upon realizing he had encountered a true heavyweight. Save you? You should be thinking about how to please Mr. Yi. Why don't you kneel down and slap your own face in apology? Feng Zhao thundered. Today's events were a matter of reputation, as long as his nephew's face was dragged through the mud. Why he would likely not pursue the matter too seriously. Kneel, and apologize? When had Li Xiaoyang ever suffered such humiliation? Hearing this now, his eyes turned. Do you want to die? Feng Zhao shouted on the other end, frustrated by his nephew's lack of sense. Gulp. Li Xiaoyang steeled himself, immediately kneeling down, crying out, Mr. Yi, I was blind. I was foolish. Please have mercy on this lowly dog with poor eyesight. This left the waitstaff and customers utterly astonished. This young man was not just brash. He truly had the means. His background was so formidable that even Feng Zhao, the chairman of Zhonglia, had to treat him with respect. Yi Yang's gaze remained calm. You have insulted my woman. You shall bow and apologize to her. Yes. Li Xiaoyang turned around repeatedly, bowing profusely to Lin Shuer. It was my mistake. Please forgive me, a dog that looks down on others. Slap yourself. I want to hear the sound of each slap. Feng Zhao urged from the phone. This, Li Xiaoyang hesitated. Hurry up! Feng Zhao roared. Smack! Li Xiaoyang slapped his own face, leaving a bright red mark. Not loud enough, Feng Zhao insisted. Keep hitting. Smack. Not loud enough. Smack. After enduring over 10 slaps, Li Xiaoyang's face was swollen and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With his face resembling that of a pig, his vision blurred. That's enough. Get lost. Yi Yang casually waved his hand. Any further slaps would ruin his enjoyment of coffee. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, goddess. After bowing several more times to both Yi Yang and Lin Shuer, Li Xiaoyang finally crawled out of the CAF, hitting his head on a table leg along the way, eliciting a series of pained cries. Gulp. Those who had mocked moments ago quickly lowered their heads as Yi Yang's gaze swept over them, feeling a burning shame on their faces. They too wished to settle their bills and leave. But the pressure emanating from Yi Yang was overwhelmingly intimidating, causing their legs to tremble, and they dared not rise. The women present looked at Yi Yang with admiration. This was the man they ought to idolize. Young, wealthy, and so commanding. Brother Yi. Lin Shuer's gaze towards Yi Yang was filled with adoration. Yi Yang smiled nonchalantly. It's just a trifling matter. Let us continue enjoying our coffee, shall we? Lin Shuer nodded obediently, expertly ordering pastries from the menu. It seemed she had prepared quite a feast to welcome his arrival. Thus, amidst glances of awe and reverence, under the gentle afternoon sunlight, Yi Yang and Lin Shuer indulged in a delightful afternoon tea. As for the earlier incident, Yi Yang clearly paid it no mind. With his current status, a person like Li Xiaoyang was hardly worthy of his attention. All right, the bill is settled. Yi Yang pinched her cheek playfully and said, Follow me. What for? Lin Shuer asked, puzzled. That you'll find out when we get there. Yi Yang led Lin Shuer to the Koenigsegg 1.0. Did you buy a new car? As a girl, she was not particularly sensitive to luxury cars, but she could sense the car's extraordinary nature. Such a sports car must be worth several million, right? Yi Yang chuckled. A mere few million? I wouldn't be caught dead in something so cheap. With that, he opened the car door, watching Lin Shuer curiously peering inside, and smirked. This car is not expensive. It's just over 100 million. Lin Shuer almost twisted her waist upon hearing this, turning around in astonishment. This isn't expensive? You could buy a villa with that. Haha, it's all right. Yi Yang patted her head and got into the car. Let us go shopping. Why the sudden urge to shop? Is there something missing at home? Lin Shuer inquired. No, I'm buying you something. Yi Yang turned to look at Lin Shuer, just as she was about to speak. Yi Yang raised a finger to seal her soft lips. I know what you're going to say and what you're thinking. Today's gift, you must accept whether you want it or not. Woo-woo, Lin Shuer blushed, feeling bashful at Yi Yang's sudden dominance. The roar of the Koenigsegg's engine echoed that why Yi Yang understood that Lin Shuer didn't want him to think she liked him for his money. She had always been a good girl. However, based on today's events, if he didn't buy her something worthy of her status, wouldn't it embolden any random person to flirt with his woman in the future? He wanted everyone to feel inferior when they saw her, too intimidated to approach her. That why Yi Yang smiled as he gently brushed Lin Shuer's hair. I want my woman to be the most dazzling, the most unattainable princess in the world. Brother Yi, you're so bad. Lin Shuer's face reddened further. Clearly, feeling valued by the man she admired stirred her emotions. Huh. Yi Yang laughed heartily, pressing the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg won. One surged forward like a raging dragon. Racing towards the nearest luxury district. Chapter 38. The Queen of Watches versus the Empress of Watches. This time, Yi Yang chose not to visit the luxury street of Devil's Six, that the luxury stores that were mostly familiar with him, especially that Gong Shaoqing from Vacheron Constantine. If he stepped into their store to buy a watch, they would likely not let him spend a dime. Not being allowed to spend money, that simply wouldn't do. He still needed to rely on spending to become wealthy. Indulgent Rainbow, though why Yi Yang glanced at the introduction on the navigation. This district was specifically designed for women, dedicated to selling ladies' luxury goods. First, let us buy a watch. Yi Yang turned his head and spotted a direct sales store for Patek Philippe. A brand renowned alongside Vacheron Constantine. Its influence and prestige spoke for themselves. Sir, are you looking for a watch for your girlfriend? The staff at Patek Philippe appeared more knowledgeable and sensitive regarding luxury goods. After carefully evaluating Yi Yang's attire and noticing the Vacheron Constantine artisan on his wrist, which was worth at least tens of millions, they warmly welcomed him. Yes, please take me to see the most expensive item in the store, Yi Yang stated decisively. Having gained experience from his previous visit to Vacheron Constantine, where he learned that the inner room was not the highest tier of watches, and that they even had a core room and a secret vault, he realized that had his identity not been revealed, he would never have even laid eyes on the billion-dollar Vacheron Constantine 000R. Thus, this time, he was wise enough to request only the most expensive watch. The sales staff sensed the implications behind Yi Yang's words, but dared not confirm. Sir, the most expensive item in our store is the Patek Philippe 5002 Sky Moon Tourbillon. Let us show it to you. Yi Yang waved his hand. First, tell me the price. If it's too cheap, I won't bother looking. Sir, this Patek Philippe 5002 Sky Moon Tourbillon is crafted with precision, and its price is quite steep, approximately 8,800,000. It's exquisite and luxurious, making it the best choice for the elite in Magic City. The sales staff were momentarily taken aback by the notion of too cheap to buy, and could only mechanically continue their introduction. Are you joking with me? Yi Yang frowned and turned to leave. Such world-class timepieces at the branches in the Magic City are of the utmost caliber. A watch worth several million may be acceptable to ordinary wealthy individuals, but it is certainly not the most expensive in these boutiques. Sir, several sales staff appeared flustered, clearly thinking that 8 million was too inexpensive. Sir, the level you are requesting is simply too high. We are not qualified to make such decisions. Please give us some time to consult our manager. Indeed. We are merely ordinary salespeople. The top-tier timepieces in the core room are beyond our reach. Yi Yang paused, understanding their predicament. After a while, a mature and beautiful manager hurriedly emerged. Sir, I apologize for the earlier negligence of our staff. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Can you now take me to see the most expensive watch here? Gao Yuanyuan smiled, her gaze appraising Yi Yang. Could it be that such a young man possesses assets worth 100 billion? If it were merely inherited wealth, it would be of no use. As a noble watch industry, they only serve true aristocrats. One must possess at least 100 billion in assets to be recognized and accepted. Proof of assets. Yi Yang chuckled, casually tossing the Centurion black card to Gao Yuanyuan. Just check the balance. Gao Yuanyuan was taken aback, her body jolting slightly as she respectfully returned the black card to Yi Yang. Possessing a Centurion black card is more than sufficient. It was my oversight. Please forgive me. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The sales staff, after Gao Yuanyuan led Yi Yang and Lin Shuer into the core exhibition area, began to discuss excitedly. My goodness, after so many years in the luxury stores of the Magic City, It's my first time seeing a Centurion Black card. The king of cards, only the top-tier magnates are qualified to hold one. When he mentioned that the 8 million Patek Philippe 5002 Celestial Tourbillon was cheap, I thought he was boasting. I never expected him to be so impressive. Alas, how enviable her girlfriend must be to be the lover of such a man. One can only wonder how many lifetimes of fortune it took to achieve that. Indeed, the employee's astonishment did not escape Yi Yang's notice that I in the core watch room. Gao Yuanyuan smiled. Well, let's directly view the most expensive model. Yi Yang wasted no time and added, choose one for her. All right. Gao Yuanyuan approached the centerpiece, encased in a crystal display, showcasing the store's most prized possession. The Patek Philippe REF .1527, this exquisite timepiece is crafted from pure gold and adorned with 24 diamonds, a masterpiece of craftsmanship and beauty. It ranks second in the international watch industry among women's timepieces in terms of price and artistry. Gao Yuanyuan gazed at the dazzling watch, a dream even for her as the general manager. Its current price stands at 50 million Huaxia coins. I wonder, sir, are you certain you wish to purchase this one? Gao Yuanyuan looked at Yi Yang, a hint of uncertainty in her eyes that if Yi Yang bought this piece, she would become immensely wealthy this month. Of course, I'll charge it directly, Yi Yang stated. Brother Yi, this is far too extravagant. Lin Shuer shook her head repeatedly. 50 million. For a single watch. This is utterly insane. Gao Yuanyuan looked at Lin Shuer with envy. Having a boyfriend so willing to spend lavishly on her, alas, fairy tales are always about others. By the way, Yi Yang's words instantly ignited a flicker of expectation in Gao Yuanyuan. You just mentioned this watch ranks second overall. What holds the first position? A flicker of disappointment crossed Gao Yuanyuan's heart, but she quickly composed herself and smiled. The first is the Chopard 210 carat. Entirely crafted from diamonds and gemstones, unparalleled in luxury, hailed as the queen of watches. It seems I must find a time to acquire it. Given Yi Yang's nature, he would undoubtedly seek the very best. That seems highly improbable. Gao Yuanyuan chuckled wryly. This watch was initially released in only 2 pieces. One was purchased by a mysterious buyer, and the other is in the possession of the British Queen. Sir, no matter how powerful you are, do you intend to wrest it from the British Queen's hands? Gao Yuanyuan explained with a smile. The British Queen? Yi Yang nodded. There will always be opportunities for dealings. Gao Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Yi Yang closely. However, recalling his casual expenditure of 50 million on a watch for his girlfriend, coupled with that Centurion Black card in his possession, she felt reassured. Achieving such success at such a young age, it did not seem far-fetched that he could engage with the British Queen. In fact, even claiming that he had already done so would not be particularly extraordinary. The paperwork has been completed. This Patek Philippe REF .1527 now belongs to Ms. Lin Shuer. Gao Yuanyuan remarked with envy to Yi Yang casually placed the Patek Philippe REF .1527 on Lin Shuer's wrist, adjusting it for her. Not bad. It looks quite nice. Gao Yuanyuan was left speechless. Lin Shuer burst into laughter. Look at how flustered you've made her. How can one simply say not bad about a 50 million watch after purchasing it? Yi Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Let us go. There are many more stores to explore. All right. Lin Shuer nodded obediently, her heart brimming with happiness. Alas, how wonderful it is. I wonder when I will have such a lavish boyfriend. Gao Yuanyuan held her forehead, 3 parts sorrow mingled with 7 parts envy. However, the remaining 90% was sheer joy. Selling a 50 million watch would make her month exceedingly profitable. Just this one sale equates to her entire month's earnings. Or even more. Upon exiting Patek Philippe, Yi Yang led Lin Shuer into a women's fashion building. Inside, there were various ladies' clothing and bags, featuring all the luxury brands one could imagine. Soon, Yi Yang embarked on a frenzied shopping spree. Chanel? 2 sets for each season. Louis Vuitton? The same, only the finest. Money is no object. Bye Prada, Hermes Dur, Burberry, all of it. Bye. All right, brother, you please, no more purchases. If you keep buying, my room will be overflowing, leaving no space to stand. Lin Shuer exclaimed. Recalling her limited closet space, Yi Yang's extravagant shopping spree, casually acquiring 8 to 10 sets at a time, left her utterly astounded. This shopping trip must have cost at least several million, right? Of course. Compared to the earlier 50 million watch, these were merely a fraction. Well, now that we've finished with clothing, let us check out some bags. Don't girls love bags? Yi Yang scratched his head and said. Having just visited a clothing boutique, the next stop must be a bag specialty store. Amidst the sounds of arguing, they arrived at a Chanel handbag store. Xiao Lu, this bag is just too expensive. I truly can't afford it. A young man pleaded desperately. No way. They say a man must spend more than he earns to please a woman. I want this bag. Xiao Lu pouted defiantly. Exactly, a man can't be too stingy. What are you earning for if not to spend on a woman? A heavily made-up influencer chimed in with a sneer. What do women want from their boyfriends? Isn't it just that they can support you? Otherwise, what is the difference from raising a dog? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu was even more enraged and scolded her boyfriend. See, if you don't buy me a bag, you re even worse than a dog. This commotion drew a crowd. What is wrong with this guy? Lin Shuer huffed angrily. As someone in the streaming industry, she could clearly see that the influencer was instigating others' relationships for attention while subtly promoting luxury handbags. Such people are truly venomous. The words they utter are steeped in toxic rhetoric, making her, a girl with upright values, feel utterly nauseated. The accused boyfriend glared at the influencer. What? It seems you don't love your girlfriend at all. I'm kindly advising you to prove your sincerity, and you look at me like that. Haha, such men are truly unreliable. Exactly. You should break up with him immediately. Such a foolish man isn't worth your precious youth. The toxic influencer's live stream was filled with radical feminist sentiments. Xiao Lu, I just spent all my savings and maxed out my credit card on that outfit, right? I truly have no money left. The man pleaded desperately. Xiao Lu glared at her boyfriend, enraged that he was still hesitating. Finally, Hua, if you don't buy it for me, I'll give you a chance to make amends. You say it. What? Li Hua stammered. Get down on your knees. Xiao Lu shouted angrily. With a sudden thud, Li Hua instinctively buckled at the knees and knelt upon the ground. Wow, this young man moves with such practiced ease. Ha ha, surely he must engage in such antics frequently. What a pathetic loser, he deserves a girlfriend like that. This woman is truly impressive, isn't she? The onlookers nearby shook their heads and sighed at this spectacle. Regaining his composure, Li Hua lifted his gaze. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Xiao Lu. How utterly humiliating. Unfazed by the mockery, Xiao Lu continued to chastise her boyfriend. Did we not agree to refrain from discussing that in public? Li Hua's face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists, standing up and suppressing his voice, clearly teetering on the brink of anger. What? I haven't even scolded you yet, and you're already playing the victim? Xiao Lu crossed her arms, adopting an air of superiority. Fine. Very well. With that, she turned and walked away, after throwing such a tantrum. She only realized that Li Hua was genuinely enraged when panic set in. As a woman earning a meager $3,000 a month at the bottom of society, without this programmer boyfriend, she would be left with nothing but dust to eat. The ATM? Alas, no, Li Hua, don't run away. Wait for me. Is it too much to ask for forgiveness? Yi Yang sighed, reflecting on how men value their dignity and pride above all. At home, one might endure, but to behave so poorly in public is indeed deserving of such a fate. Nevertheless, this could be deemed the standard conclusion for a devoted admirer. He felt no sympathy whatsoever. Shall we go? He chuckled as he and Lin Shuer prepared to seek another establishment. With such a foolish, toxic female streamer present, he had lost all desire to spend. Chapter 40. Attempting to manipulate me? You're still too inexperienced. Yi Yang shook his head. Toxic female streamers thrive solely due to the support of foolish admirers and ineffectual men. This phenomenon cannot solely be blamed on the toxic streams. He personally held disdain for those sycophants. After all, a dog remains a dog, that if one wishes to be someone else's boyfriend, one must first learn to be a person, that if all men could dismiss these toxic female streamers as mere garbage, the trend would naturally dissipate. Having just separated a couple, streamer Su Hong felt a swell of achievement within her. I have saved another sister. Do you all think what I did was right? Sister Hong is practically a living bodhisattva. It is a pity that the sister involved did not see clearly and sought out that scoundrel who was unwilling to spend on her. The comment section erupted in praise, and her viewership surged significantly. This made Su Hong grin widely, her expression appearing grotesque to the onlookers with conventional values. Ditto? A new target? Having just dismantled one couple? Her live stream surged in popularity, Having tasted success, Su Hong was on the lookout for her next victim. Just then, she spotted Yi Yang and Lin Schwert, a match made in heaven. They were the epitome of a perfect couple. If she could break them up, her live stream would surely explode once more. Elated, she approached. "Excuse me, sir, would you be interested in participating in an interview?" Yi Yang cast her a glance, internally scoffing. Clearly, this woman had set her sights on them, intending to ensnare them. However, to ensnare him, this streamer was still too naive. Sure that as soon as Yi Yang appeared on camera, the female audience in the live stream erupted. "Wow, so handsome, such refinement. This is exactly the kind of idol I envision. Indeed, he seems somewhat familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before? Sister Hong, share your location. I want to fly over." Watching the excitement unfold in the live stream, Sister Hong smirked confidently, asking, "Young man, do you love your girlfriend? Would you be willing to max out your credit card for her?" "Max out my credit card." Not a chance. That Yi Yang shrugged, responding plainly. Su Hong was left dumbfounded. What is this madness? This is a live stream, with so many people watching. You can't even pretend? You just come right out and say you wouldn't tea? However, his refusal was even better. Such a blunt scoundrel could dismantle their relationship with just a few words. I thought this young man was a good person, only to discover he is unwilling to even max out his credit card for his girlfriend. Exactly. What a waste. Looking good is of no use. This kind of scoundrel is the most dangerous. The live stream audience began to clamor. The onlookers, their eyes lighting up, saw many men who had long been oppressed by their girlfriends fervently giving Yi Yang a thumbs up. Incredible. He's our role model. Well done. Cough, cough. The first step of her scheme had failed. The next step of enticing Yi Yang to max out his credit card for a handbag was impossible to execute. However, this was just as well that a seasoned manipulative influencer. She had prepared several tricks up her sleeve that if one set of tactics failed, she would simply switch to another. So, you don't love your girlfriend enough. Then, alas, if you can't even bear to max out your credit card, how could you possibly spend 8 to 10,000 on your girl? Today's men are truly heartless and ungrateful. She began to employ reverse psychology. Maxing out my credit card. Yi Yang smirked, retorting, "I would love to see which handbag dares to sell for 100 billion. 100 billion? The audience erupted in disbelief. They had come to witness a straightforward man tearing apart a toxic female streamer, only to discover this straightforward man was a super tycoon? A credit card limit of 100 billion? Do you even realize what you're saying?" Su Hong, with her snake-like face, nearly fainted at Yi Yang's bold proclamation, unable to accept the reality of it. This rebuttal is truly professional. Haha, this is fantastic. It feels so good to confront this toxic garbage. Onlookers were showering him with praise, and once they comprehended his words, they assumed Yi Yang was merely joking. What sort of credit card limit could possibly reach 100 billion? Just thinking about it is laughable. This young man is truly remarkable. Lin Schwer smiled softly at Su Hong, thinking to herself that Brother Yi is incredible. With just a few words, he rendered this woman speechless. Su Hong's eyes darted, preparing to counterattack. "Do you think I'm joking?" Yi Yang chuckled. "Very well, allow me to inquire. How much do you believe your entire outfit is worth?" Surely, a super tycoon with a credit card limit of over 100 billion would not dress so shabbily. Su Hong retorted with a sneer. "How much?" "Well, it's not much, really." Yi Yang shrugged. "That I knew it." "Sir, I suggest you wake up from this daydream. It's only a little over 100 million. Su Hong prepared to retort. Yi Yang's next statement caused her to bite her tongue in shock. "What did you just say? Over 100 million? Are you wearing a golden Saint Seiya costume or something? Anyone can boast." "Exactly. It must be all for show. Sister Hong, don't let him intimidate you. Hammer this scoundrel." Sister Hong regained her confidence. "You claim it's 100 million. Can you enlighten us on what it consists of so we can broaden our horizons?" "Don't believe me?" Yi Yang coldly laughed. "My entire outfit is from a low-key luxury custom line by Zegna, probably around 7 to 800,000. The shoes are custom-made by Seville Row craftsmen, probably over 50,000. As for the watch, the Vacheron Constantin Artisan 00R, I'm not sure of the price, but it starts at a minimum of 100 million. He spoke casually, and with each word, it was as if deep-sea bombs were detonating, causing waves of excitement among the audience and in the live stream. "Wow, I didn't look closely before, but this is indeed a private low-key custom from Zegna. The chairman of my father's company wears this." No way. I thought he was just spouting nonsense. If the clothes are real, does that mean the shoes and watch are also real? The onlookers were left stammering. What kind of super tycoon is this? An entire outfit valued at over 100 million? Everyone's worldview shattered that no way. That is truly the artisan 000R. The same model worn by the Russian emperor. Even with 100 million, without connections and status. One could never acquire it. The watch enthusiast present gasped in reverence. Chapter 41. A professional team arrives in full force that if you don't believe it, can this Centurion Black card be a fake? Yi Yang casually pulled out the Centurion Black card from his pocket, waving it in front of Su Hong. Upon seeing the black card, Su Hong completely wilted. Oh my goodness, the Centurion Black card. This is the real deal, a world-class tycoon. I just realized. That girl on the streaming platform was also a streamer named Schwer. Wasn't she? Ah, yes. I was so thrilled watching the carnival battle in her livestream a couple of days ago. That young man couldn't he possibly be the legendary Yi? Could he? What a shock, the real deal is right in front of me, and I was blind to it. My apologies, is it really him? I even followed him on the streaming platform. I never expected to see him in person, and he is truly handsome. In the live stream, a group of toxic streamers completely forgot their earlier mockery. Upon seeing the Centurion card and his outfit valued in the hundreds of millions, they frantically messaged Su Hong, desperately seeking Yi Yang's contact information, clamoring to date him and have children. Sisters, I just remembered. Isn't that the piano god from the video at Ziguan Pavilion that day? I was wondering why he looked so familiar. For the past few days, I've been dreaming of him as my Prince Charming. I can't believe I just mocked my idol. Sob. How regretful. At this moment, Su Hong was utterly humiliated, her face burning with embarrassment. There was no way she could continue standing in front of Yi Yang, and she had already quietly slipped away. Meanwhile, Yi Yang was joyfully continuing his shopping adventure with Lin Schwer. After purchasing several top-of-the-line luxury bags, Yi Yang exited the extravagant Rainbow Street with Lin Schwer, who was delightfully laden with treasures. Given the significant expenditure, the luxury items were naturally delivered to their home by the boutique. Throughout this shopping spree, rewards were consistently accruing, albeit primarily in the form of deposit bonuses. Today, having spent several tens of millions, he received a deposit reward of approximately 1 to 2 billion. However, with over 1,000 billion in his bank account and assets exceeding 10 trillion, such a deposit reward no longer elicited any surprise from him. It wasn't until Yi Yang returned to his Consequently, one that the system's notification finally chimed in. Ding, congratulations, host. Today's expenditure has surpassed 55.55 million, triggering a hidden reward. Mastery of all sports. With the mastery of all sports, you will attain proficiency in all known sports on Earth, with a skill level comparable to that of Olympic champions, reaching the pinnacle of human capability. Oh, Yi Yang chuckled, amused by the system's creativity in triggering hidden rewards unexpectedly, that he had now activated hidden special rewards 3 times. First, mastery of martial arts. Second, mastery of musical instruments. And now, mastery of sports. There must be hundreds, if not thousands, of sports in this world. What does it mean to achieve Olympic champion level in each? This is simply astonishing. At this moment, Yi Yang was far more excited about this special reward than the hundreds of billions he had spent. Splendid. Yi Yang was thoroughly pleased with this reward. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was nearly dinner time, that he pressed the gas pedal, and the Consequently one roared to life, racing towards the Yunding Mountain Villa like an enraged dragon. At the Yunding Mountain Villa area, a top-tier Range Rover was parked at the entrance of the community. This luxury vehicle, with a market price of 3 to 4 million, would certainly be regarded as a prestigious car in ordinary circumstances. However, within the Yunding Mountain Villa, it seemed somewhat devalued. The license plate was not on the registration list that a few security guards, puzzled, stepped out of the guard booth. Hello, we are here to visit M.Y.E. from the first villa at Yunding, Fong Han said, poking his head out of the window with a faint smile. Yunding Villa. The security guard appraised the Range Rover with a smile. Are you sure you're visiting the king of Yunding Villa? The first villa at Yunding is now valued at over 2 billion. What kind of status does that entail? Who is a mere Range Rover driver to meet him? Cough. Seeing the guard smirk, AI Wei felt quite displeased and retorted. What? You look down on us? Oh, foreigners. That's not it. It's just that the owner of this first villa possesses an extraordinarily esteemed status that if you wish to visit, we cannot easily grant entry without verification. Let us call Sister MOMO for confirmation first. The guard chuckled. Umph, such pretentiousness. AI Wei, filled with indignation, developed a poor impression of the entire Yunding Mountain Villa area. Feeling a surge of frustration, that as a top attorney, he was accustomed to being surrounded by bosses wherever he went, being treated with utmost caution. To be stopped by the guards here was simply unacceptable. After a few minutes, once it was confirmed that these individuals were indeed guests of Yi Yang, he seethed. What a grandiose manner! Are they trying to put us in our place, after passing through the security gate? AI Wei grumbled. Did you forget my instructions? Fong Han coldly replied. Perhaps this was the new boss's way of putting them in their place. The Range Rover traversed the expansive Yunding Mountain Villa area, flanked by serene lakes and lush greenery. A sight to behold, in the concrete jungle of the metropolis. This villa area was nothing short of a paradise. The ultra-wealthy truly know how to indulge. AI Wei, already simmering with frustration, could only comment sourly. Kai Chi, however, gazed in awe at the picturesque scenery, akin to a hidden utopia. As the sun set, casting a crimson glow across the clouds, they were still nowhere near their destination. AI Wei sighed in exasperation. After a while longer, they finally arrived at Yunding Mountain. The YUMOMO, accompanied by several maids, awaited them at the entrance. Wow! Even seasoned individuals like Fong Han and AI Wei couldn't help but gasp upon seeing the elegantly attired maids. UMOMO greeted them with a courteous smile. That I understand that a person of such stature, as boss, you must be incredibly busy, likely engaged in significant projects. Fong Han jested, trying to fill the silence. UMOMO smiled outwardly while rolling her eyes internally. Busy? As if. Seeing so many stunning beauties calmed AI Wei's earlier irritation that he and Fong Han, along with Kai Chi, entered the living room to wait. Chapter 42. Nobility naturally has its own etiquette. Why is it taking so long? AI Wei frowned, having finished a cup of tea, which, despite being top-grade Longjing, could not quell his restless spirit as a star attorney. This was his first experience waiting so long for a visit. Observing AI Wei's agitation, Fong Han shook his head. AI Wei, despite being a celebrated lawyer, was simply too arrogant. I'm not waiting any longer. Virum. The deep growl of a supercar approached from afar. The Yulongo smiled. Look. Just as AI Wei stood up, he caught sight of an astonishingly sleek vehicle outside. A Consequently. One? Instantly, his arrogance diminished by half. Although he prided himself on having encountered numerous big shots, this was the first time he had seen someone capable of owning such a fearsome vehicle. Fong Han and Kai Chi also stood up, equally captivated by the Consequently. Wow. Bossy certainly has impressive taste, Fong Han murmured with a wry smile. Though he was quite wealthy, he could never fathom spending $1 billion on a car. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived in a mere Range Rover. As soon as Yi Yang entered, UMOMO and the maids promptly lined up, bowing respectfully. What a display! Though AI Wei feigned indifference, he felt an intense envy within. Yi Yang smiled and shook hands with Fong Han. Please, take a seat, Yi Yang casually invited. The three of them sat down. Kai Chi scrutinized Yi Yang, while AI Wei remained silent, still simmering from earlier. Boss Yi, having acquired our law firm, do you have any specific requirements? Fong Han tentatively inquired. Not particularly. I just wanted to purchase my own law firm for contingency, and I need you to manage the legal issues and contracts related to my assets. Yi Yang replied. Fong Han was left in a cold sweat. To buy their renowned law firm simply for contingency. The mindset of the wealthy was truly unparalleled. As for our company's future plans and personnel changes. Fong Han pressed on, voicing his greatest concern. After all, Jincheng Law Firm was his brainchild. If Yi Yang had intentions of usurping power, it would be a significant blow to him. However, if it was merely an investment acquisition, then all would be well, albeit with a potential decrease in his share of the profits. That I have no opinions on that for now. Yi Yang shrugged. He had no time to engage in power struggles or palace intrigues. For a normal person to seek profit and benefits, they would have to think long and hard. Yet he merely needed to continue spending his money. That wouldn't it be more enjoyable to spend time consuming rather than fighting for power? Understood. Fong Han felt a wave of relief. Yi Yang's words were clear, dispelling his greatest doubts. With the uncertainties lifted, the atmosphere noticeably relaxed. Could you inform us about the contracts under your name that require drafting and management, so we can coordinate accordingly? Fong Han asked eagerly. There are two international ones. One for the Lafite Vineyard and another for Vacheron Constantin watchmaking. Yi Yang pondered. Domestically, there are more. I own the property rights for the Empire Financial Building. And there are tenant contracts to draft for 10 school district properties in the university town. Additionally, there is a development competition agreement for the Ziguang Pavilion restaurant. Fong Han felt a shiver run down his spine. One after another. These seemingly unrelated industries all belong to the same person? Even the usually proud AI Wei was taken aback. And Ida Group is mine too, so that one requires special attention. But they already have a dedicated legal team, so no need to worry too much. Wei Yang continued. I may have others, but I can't recall them all at the moment. I'll let you know once I remember. He casually mentioned acquiring new companies, perhaps to justify having more assets in the future. What? You mean, the Ida Group? The three individuals were utterly bewildered. This was, after all, a renowned top-tier conglomerate of Huaxia. The founder's famous adage, 100 million is merely a small goal, had swept across the internet, known to all and sundry. Indeed, it was just a couple of days ago that he had received the honor. Yi Yang casually remarked. Fong Han was both amused and exasperated, inwardly exclaiming his admiration for the magnate. Had he known Yi Yang earlier, he might have saved himself 2 decades of struggle at this moment. He resolutely cast aside all negative thoughts. This formidable titan was simply too terrifying that as long as he could establish any connection with him, his future career would surely soar. To still be contemplating power struggles now seemed exceedingly foolish. He could hardly contain his excitement, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. All right, we've discussed enough. It's time for dinner. Yang chuckled. Let us adhere to the customary small national banquet, that a small national banquet refers to a meal consisting of 9 dishes and 5 soups. A standard dining protocol for miniature royal receptions in ancient times, that a national banquet. Fong Han's heart stirred. Surely you don't have a cadre of national banquet chefs hidden away in this villa. In the domestic culinary hierarchy, chefs are categorized into 3 levels, with the highest being the special class. The pinnacle of honor is the national banquet chef, representing the utmost achievement in Huaxia cuisine. What does it mean to be wealthy? This is it. A simultaneous exclamation of realization resonated within the hearts of the group. After the dinner and an engaging conversation with Yi Yang, Fong Han and Kai Chi were thoroughly conquered. Only AI Wei remained sullen. Yet due to Fong Han's warning, he dared not voice his thoughts. Why has this elder brother remained silent? Does he harbor any grievances against me? Yi Yang smiled and inquired. Boss Yi is affable and wins people over with his wealth, so there is naturally nothing to grumble about. However, AI Wei, have always respected the nobility and disdained the nouveau riche, and no matter how wealthy you are. Boss Yi, you cannot earn my respect. AI Wei shook his head, disregarding Kai Chi's frantic attempts to silence him, and poured forth the words he had long held back. Impudence! How dare you speak to Boss Yi in such a manner? Have you forgotten everything I advised you? Fong Han's heart quaked as he rose to reprimand. He had just confirmed that Boss Yi was a genuine heavyweight, someone not to be trifled with, and should be courted with utmost sincerity. AI Wei was now stirring trouble. If he jeopardized the promising future of the Jincheng law firm, the repercussions would be unbearable at this moment. Fong Han was consumed with urgency, his anger boiling over. Yi Yang chuckled, understanding that some foreigners indeed possess an ingrained aristocratic mindset, shaped by their history, which stands in stark contrast to the nobility of Huaxia. Then tell me, how can I earn your respect? AI Wei, a star lawyer at the Jincheng law firm, knew that winning his esteem was of paramount importance. With Yi Yang issuing a challenge, AI Wei refused to back down. The aristocracy has its own rules. Are you brave enough to accept the challenge? Chapter 43. A golf course? There is one in my backyard. AI Wei. Fong Han chided before turning to Yi Yang with an apologetic smile. Boss Yi. AI Wei is simply like this. If he has offended you, please forgive him and no harm done. Yi Yang replied with a smile, shaking his head. To be honest, I am rather curious. A coward can hardly be deemed noble. AI Wei scoffed. The rules of nobility. Yi Yang's interest was piqued as he raised an eyebrow. Do enlighten me that I have engaged in noble sports since childhood, excelling in horse racing and golf, that if you can prove your prowess in these areas, demonstrating the refinement and sophistication expected of nobility, I shall concede to you that AI Wei was eager to compete. Given that Boss Yi was so young, even if he had practiced from an early age, he would have certainly spent less time honing his skills than AI Wei. This was utterly thoughtless of him. Fang Han feigned reprimand, but inwardly sighed with relief. After all, a sports competition was not too damaging to anyone's pride. If a true expert's skill will shine through, I won't take advantage of him. During the competition, I shall naturally give him some leeway. AI Wei insisted. Haha, interesting. Then let us see who prevails. Yi Yang was eager. Having just achieved an all-around athletic accomplishment, and this was the perfect opportunity to validate his skills that, Boss Yi, Fang Han observed Yi Yang's confident demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the challenge. Could it be that Boss Yi truly had expertise in this area as well? At such a young age, already a titan in the business world, was he also multi-talented? Was he some sort of monster? Kai Chi looked at Yi Yang with admiration, her heart swelling with affection. Merely posturing. AI Wei felt a twinge of insecurity at Yi Yang's confident demeanor. Yet recalling his own superior skills, he regained his confidence. With such bravado now, if you lose terribly later, you'll know the difference. Yi Yang smiled at AIWEI.in truth. The notions of nobility and sports were mere pretexts. AI Wei simply could not concede and wished to embarrass Yi Yang in an area where he excelled. Seeking revenge for his earlier frustrations, his forte lay in sports and law, and it was unrealistic to pit himself against Yi Yang in legal matters. Therefore, he opted for sports, since he refused to concede. I shall make you submit. Yi Yang clapped his hands. Well, my backyard features a golf course. Let us head there. My backyard is a golf course. Fang Han initially thought this was just an internet joke. Today, he had truly witnessed it. With a bitter smile, he shook his head. Being in the company of such a super-rich individual made him, who prided himself on being a social elite, acutely aware of his own poverty. Master, Yu Momo approached, her expression fraught with concern as she quietly inquired of Yi Yang. The white Yi Yang chuckled, gently ruffling her nose, and whispered in her ear, just bring the cheerleading squad to support me. Watch how I dominate this foreigner. The Yu Momo blushed, repeatedly nodding, then raised her tiny fist in a gesture of encouragement. The summer breeze of Magic City felt quite strong that evening. AI Wei found himself in a predicament. Playing golf amidst environmental variables was daunting. With such strong winds, how could one play effectively? Only a top-tier magnate could disregard the elements and perform at an extraordinary level with each stroke. Ahem, it seems today's weather isn't suitable for golf. AI Wei scratched his head, fearing he might not sink a single shot. Initially intending to humiliate Yi Yang, he worried he might dig his own grave instead. This splendid weather, with its refreshing evening breeze, was perfect for golf, wasn't it? Yi Yang found the evening's weather quite pleasant. Are you truly so ignorant or merely pretending? AI Wei rolled his eyes internally. Anyone who had practiced golf for even a few days wouldn't make such an amateurish statement. Unless you were a super expert, but could someone barely in their 20s really play golf at a world-class level? Ridiculous! Was this lad deliberately ensuring that in this weather, we would all struggle to make a hole, resulting in nothing more than a tie, thus masking his own embarrassment? Since this was a private competition, they decided not to adhere to the standard 18-hole rules that Yi Yang proposed. Let us set a rule. We'll play 10 strokes, and whoever gets the most holes wins. That if my count doesn't exceed yours by 2. I'll consider my loss. That was supposed to be my line. AI Wei inwardly roared, but since Yi Yang had preempted him, he merely scoffed. Humph, such bravado. Don't get slapped in the face later. Begin your performance. Yi Yang smiled, lounging under the sunshade, hands outstretched. Let the games begin. AI Wei grasped the golf club, silently praying. No matter what, Jesus, bless me with a hole in. Adjusting his stance and breathing, AI Wei swung the club. Whoosh! The golf ball spun through the air, soaring for mere meters before being skewed by the wind. Ultimately, it landed, missing the hole by several dozen meters. Cough, a mistake. That was definitely a mistake. AI Wei's face flushed with embarrassment as he continued to swing. Unfortunately, in such windy conditions, his shots were erratic. After 9 attempts, he had yet to sink a single ball to CK. AI Wei was so infuriated that he resorted to his hometown dialect. This is it. God, please bless me. He kissed the golf ball and swung forcefully. With his eyes shut, this stroke was purely reckless. His composure had already shattered. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the maid in charge of scoring raising the flag. Holy crap, it went in, yes. My God. AI Wei was nearly leaping with J. Oh, why did I in his mind? Scoring even one ball in such conditions was a miracle, and he was convinced Yang couldn't possibly score more than two. Ha ha ha, strutting proudly. AI Wei approached the sunshade. Your turn. Yi Yang shrugged, casually rising, gripping the golf club, and effortlessly entering a state of perfect focus. Everything seemed to flow naturally. His movements were so graceful they resembled those of a celestial being. The onlooking cheer squad was momentarily entranced, forgetting to wave their placards in support. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon Yi Yang's confident and radiant countenance. Both Yu Momo and Kai Chi were left in awe. What good is merely showing off if the ball goes awry? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! AI Wei leapt from his chair. The moment Yi Yang swung, the trajectory of the golf ball veered off course. Was this magic? Avi gazed into the distance as the scorekeeper once again raised the flag, golden stars shimmering in her eyes. No, it seems my blood pressure is a tad elevated. Chapter 44 Apologies, my skills are rather lacking. After all, this is my first time playing today. This must be a fabrication. I must be seeing things. Or perhaps he is simply fortunate. He must have guessed. Yes, he guessed. You won't have such luck on your next shot. Before she could finish her thought, Yi Yang confidently swung for his second shot. That a consecutive hit? Avi was left stunned. Even the world's top players take a good 10 minutes to adjust for each shot. Yet Yi Yang had no intention of resting and simply swung for his second shot? This is unbelievably audacious. Such arrogance will yield no favorable outcome. You certainly can't make this shot. Absolutely not. He kept his eyes fixed on the trajectory of the golf ball, muttering, God bless. It must not go in. However, in Huaxia, it seems that divine intervention had little effect. The ball soared straight into the air, its spin counteracting the wind, and upon landing, it danced gracefully as if choreographed, elegantly sinking into the hole after bouncing 3 times. Hooray! Master is simply magnificent, so incredibly cool. The maid troop and Yu Momo cheered in delight upon witnessing the event. Once his luck, but twice his skill. Especially the stylish hole-in-one on the second shot. It was simply spectacular. Even if they didn't understand the rules, they could clearly see how astonishing that shot was. Gulp! Avi was utterly petrified. Fong Han shook his head in disbelief, relieved that he had not underestimated Yi Yang. The boss's prowess in golf was indeed world-class, which not only spared them from losing face but also managed to deflate Avi's arrogance. Achieving a dual benefit. However, he is undeniably impressive. If I were a woman, I would be tempted to cling to his bed, right? Fong Han mused with a wicked sense of humor. Next, Yi Yang casually swung the club with minimal adjustments, positioning the ball and striking it as if he were merely sweeping the ground. Yet, this seemingly indiscriminate sweeping resulted in 9 consecutive holes in. Impossible. Cheating. He must have a remote control in that ball. Avi screamed. This is utterly absurd. Yet the reality unfolded before his eyes that he could no longer deny it. This was indeed the truth that Yi Yang looked at the hopping Avi in the distance, shaking his head in amusement. It seems a bit excessive to bully him like this. Perhaps I should leave him some dignity after all. After all, I promised to let him have his way. With that, he suddenly swung the club. Oops, I missed, didn't even touch the ball. How embarrassing. It seems I am still too inexperienced. I managed 9 out of 10 shots, but what can I say? It's my first time playing this. Avi was in tears. Was it your idea of letting him win? That was a blatant humiliation. Your acting is simply atrocious, all right? You played brilliantly for the first 9 shots, and then you completely whiffed on the last one? Are you trying to fool a fool? Looking into Yi Yang's earnest eyes, Avi understood his unspoken words. Yes, I am indeed fooling a fool. Did I hear you say you suspected I had a remote control on my ball? Yi Yang tossed the golf ball to Avi. Why don't you cut it open and see? Boss Yi, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. Avi was thoroughly convinced. Upon holding the golf ball, his experience allowed him to discern its authenticity by its weight and feel. Are you convinced now? Yi Yang asked with a smile that was neither here nor there. I am convinced. I am convinced. Avi, having lived 30 years, had never encountered someone as remarkable as you, Boss Yi. Avi felt his face flush with embarrassment, repeatedly apologizing. How about we have a horse race instead? My backyard has a horse track, just perfect. Yi Yang jested. No. Boss Yi, Please don't humiliate me any further. I acknowledge my mistake. From now on, you shall be the person I admire the most. Avi vowed to listen to Yi Yang from now on, promising to exert every effort to assist him with any legal matters. Avi repeatedly conceded .1 golf match was enough to leave his pride bruised. If he were to be trampled again, he might truly want to find a crevice to hide in from the Yunding Mountain Villa area. Fong Han, Saichi, and Yu Momo all laughed heartily at Avi's predicament. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Avi was merely proud, but if one could conquer such pride, one would gain the purest respect in return. Little did they know that Bossy possessed such profound skills in sports. It was truly admirable. Saichi gazed at Yi Yang with a glint of intrigue in her eyes. Just all right. If I were to tell you this is truly my first time playing golf, would you believe me? Yi Yang stated candidly. Boss Yi, didn't we agree not to humiliate me? Avi said, half laughing, half crying. With your level, you could easily compete for the title of world golf champion. How could this possibly be your first time? Yi Yang rolled his eyes. That I end this world. No one believes the truth anymore. That I really am playing golf for the first time, all right? After sharing a few more jokes, Yi Yang saw off Fong Han and the others. After this meeting, he had effectively drawn all three into his fold, ensuring their unwavering loyalty in the future. There is a certain pride in being able to win over such elite social figures. Standing on the villa's loft, watching a Range Rover slowly depart the villa area, Yi Yang held a glass of Lafite, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. I never expected the master to be so skilled at golf. No wonder you always win so effortlessly when we play, Yu Momo remarked softly, having approached him without him noticing, wrapping her arms around him with a tender smile. Yi Yang pinched Yu Momo's delicate face. When a woman drives, her speed is no less than that of a man. Then tonight, let me show you what it truly means to be effortless. Yi Yang chuckled beside the rooftop's open-air swimming pool. Chapter 45. Are you the owner? The next morning, Yi Yang woke up feeling refreshed as he went about his morning routine. Although Yu Momo had matured and her energy exceeded that of ordinary people, she was still no match for Yi Yang, a master of martial arts and an all-round athlete. After a night of exertion, she remained in a deep slumber, yet to awaken. Yi Yang shook his head and casually picked up his phone to check messages. Boss Yi, this is Fong Han. We have taken care of the school district housing issue for you. If you see this message, please call for further details. Quite efficient, I see. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he was a clever individual. With such reliability, entrusting the legal matters of his assets to him provided a certain peace of mind. Yi Yang smiled and dialed Fong Han's number. Hello, Boss Yi. Yes, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. How's the rental situation? We have contacted the IKEA agency. They have dispatched the top sales agent, Fong Tsijuan, to liaise with me. The contract will be provided by the IKEA agency, and we have already reviewed and modified it overnight. It is absolutely the best contract. Fong Han spoke confidently about the contract drafting. I will send you Fong Tsijuan's contact information. Just have her bring the clients directly to the entrance of your Linjiang community to wait for you. All right. Yi Yang felt at ease with Fong Han's handling of matters. After hanging up, he began to contact the so-called top sales agent, Fong Tsijuan. Hello, Boss Yi. Clearly, Fong Han had briefed Fong Tsijuan about Yi Yang's information. As she greeted him with a respectful boss. Yes, I want to rent a house today. Just have those tenants wait for me at the entrance of the Linjiang community, Yi Yang said with a smile. Boss Yi, forgive my boldness, but I have quite a few clients, and the demand for school district houses is particularly high. May I ask how many units you have available for rent? Fong Tsijuan cautiously inquired. However many, just bring that many. Yi Yang casually replied. Boss Yi, are you serious? I currently have at least a dozen clients seeking school district housing. All of them? On the other end of the line, Fong Tsijuan was utterly bewildered. When she first heard Sister Su assign her the task, she realized that this Boss Yi was extraordinary. However, she never anticipated that he would have at least a dozen school district houses in the Linjiang community. That community is adjacent to the prestigious Magic City University town to the east and the well-regarded public high schools and elite private schools to the west. The community is right by the Magic City River, with the closest properties considered Riverview homes. The market price is skyrocketing to $250,000 or even $350,000 per square meter, with an average unit size of 120 square meters. 10 units in a Riverview community could easily amount to $3 billion. Gulp, this is a super big client that must be captured. Fong Tsijuan thought to herself. Just this? Only 10. Fong Zijuan nearly dropped her phone in shock. "Excuse me, sir. What do you mean by that?" she asked. Trembling, could it be that he has more than 10 properties? Fine, fine. I wasn't expecting to rent them all at once. Just bring people to wait for me at the community entrance, Yi Yang replied casually. All 10 school district houses in the Linjiang community belong to him. Each building has 7 entrances, about 18 floors per entrance, with 2 units per floor. That adds up to at least 2,000 units. Not to mention the spacious penthouses atop each building. The total value of these 10 school district houses is estimated to be in the hundreds of billions. 2,000 units. It seems quite challenging to fill them all. Yi Yang shook his head and chuckled. However, that is merely a matter of time. Every year, new students emerge from the university seeking rental accommodations, and many affluent families in the bustling metropolis rent apartments in the Linjiang community for their children attending middle school. As the back-to-school season approaches in August and September, these residences are nearly fully occupied. Time seems to fly by. Yi Yang turned to glance at the slumbering Yumomo, feeling a twinge of guilt as he realized he was the one responsible for her exhaustion, and thus hesitated to wake her. It appeared that he would have to handle today's matters on his own. Whistling a tune, he pondered the principle of maintaining a low profile in a crowded setting. It would be prudent to drive a more understated vehicle. After much deliberation, he settled on a relatively inexpensive car from his garage. The Ferrari LaFerrari, valued at 30 million. Yes, that should suffice for a low-key appearance. Yi Yang nodded to himself, noting that most of the cars in his garage were valued at over 50 million, that this LaFerrari certainly qualified as low-key. With a roar, the LaFerrari shot out of the Yunding Mountain Villa area like a crimson specter. The distance to Linjiang Villa was not far, and soon enough he arrived. However, Fong Zijin had evidently arrived much earlier. The prospective tenants in search of school district housing appeared quite anxious. "Wow, a Ferrari!" exclaimed one discerning onlooker as Yi Yang's LaFerrari approached. Indeed, it was a Ferrari. Moreover, it was a LaFerrari, a top-tier luxury vehicle, rumored to be priced between 20 to 30 million. How enviable! The passers-by gazed enviously at the luxury car parked at the entrance of the community. As Yi Yang stepped out of the vehicle, he immediately sensed the fervent stares directed at him. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had intended to be discreet. "Mr. Yi." Fong Zijin approached him respectfully. "Fong Zijin?" Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Pleasantly surprised to see the crowd behind her, which numbered at least 20 people. Hadn't it been said there would only be a dozen? Is there too many? Fong Zijin's first reaction was to think. No need to worry. "Mr. Qi, some individuals have brought their children along to select school district housing. In reality, there are only 13 rental requests." Yi Yang felt a flicker of disappointment in his heart, but he quickly waved it off. "That is fine, Mr. Yi. Are you certain you have enough properties?" Fong Zijin leaned in and whispered. Yi Yang, lacking the inclination to explain, merely glanced at the rental candidates. "Please share the specifics." Among them, some were looking to rent for their middle school-aged children, mostly desiring a lease of 3 to 6 years. Fong Zijin's professional acumen shone through. Additionally, there are some affluent individuals from out of town or local residents seeking to rent for their daughters attending university for 4 years. There is just one particularly unique case. Before Fong Zijin could finish her sentence, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a hawk-like nose strode over, exuding the confidence characteristic of a wealthy heir. He scrutinized Yi Yang. "Are you the owner we need to meet?" Is there something you need?" Yi Yang assessed the young man, adorned in luxury brands, clearly from a well-off background. "Our Luo is coming here to attend the prestigious Modi University, and I want you to sell me the property. The price is negotiable. I understand you may not be short on cash. However, I can offer a premium, perhaps even a supercar that's superior to your vehicle." Yi Yang chuckled coldly. "You think a mere sports car can exchange for my property?" The wealthy heir was momentarily at a loss for words. This school district property, no matter how expensive, is worth at least 20 million. Right? I'm offering you a car worth 40 million. That is double the market value. Who told you I only had one property?" Yi Yang shot a cold glance at the young heir before turning away, leaving him stunned in place. Peng Fiyu was utterly dumbfounded. Coming from a prosperous family, he had pursued the goddess of his dreams throughout middle school, and now, with the goddess Dai Luluo finally graduating, he intended to demonstrate his sincerity and capability by purchasing a school district property. Yet how precious a resource were the school district homes adjacent to the university town. the moment they were listed. They were snatched up immediately. It was impossible to buy one. Hence, he had conceived the idea of acquiring a property directly from the owner at a premium today. A deal you think there are few people here who can't afford a home? Yi Yang smiled as he glanced at the group of tenants Fang Zijin had brought along. All the renters, except for Peng Feiyu, were women. Some were young mothers, others were university students. Indeed, young man, your approach is rather underhanded. I was just thinking you seemed quite refined. Several wealthy women voiced their discontent. After all, school district properties were a coveted resource. If they could buy, they certainly wouldn't settle for renting. Faced with the ridicule of the crowd, the wealthy heir Peng Feiyu could no longer maintain his composure and shouted angrily, "I'm willing to buy you a property at 10 times the market price. Will you sell or not? 10 times the premium? Has this kid lost his mind?" Ha! What a sycophant that a few wealthy university girls regarded him with disdain. They, too, were campus goddesses and understood the feelings of Dai Luoluo at that moment, which were merely pride and contempt. Their thoughts were only filled with the satisfaction of seeing a wealthy heir lavishly spend money and serve them like a dog, devoid of any affection. "Do you think I lack money?" Yi Yang shrugged. "Don't mention 10 times. Even if you offered 1,000 times that amount, if I'm in a bad mood, I still wouldn't sell to you." Peng Feiyu laughed. 1,000 times? Ha! Do you really think you're the richest person in Huaxia? Just because you have hundreds of billions, you can dismiss them at will? Please have some sense. Do you think you're the only owner of properties in Linjiang community? If you don't sell, there are plenty who would. Dai Luoluo chimed in, her cold laughter echoing to why Yi Yang glanced at her, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Her gaze was sharp and domineering, utterly formidable. Yet, no matter how wealthy Yi Yang was, he was merely a property owner with a few homes, whereas Peng Feiyu was a genuine rich heir with hundreds of billions in assets. He needed to tread carefully, differentiating between what was trivial and what was significant. "Did I ask that so?" Yi Yang chuckled. "Then I'll state this clearly. You want to find a rental here today." A gasp ran through Fang Zijin and the other prospective tenants. This young man, despite his youth, spoke with a remarkable assertiveness. "Haha, I like it. If I were a decade younger, I would be enamored with such a domineering, wealthy and handsome young man." The older women laughed. Only Fang Zijin felt a flicker of disbelief creeping into her mind. Could it be that this Linjiang community? No, that would be absurd. It was utterly impossible. Fang Zijin shook her head repeatedly, forcing herself to dismiss the terrifying thought. Perhaps he has a good relationship with other owners. Wow, look at you, so arrogant. Do you even know your worth? It's just a few measly properties. Dai Luoluo sneered at why Yi Yang chose to ignore these remarks. The entire community belonged to him. He was the sole owner. He could easily summon the security to remove these two fools later. Let us follow along. Fang Zijin organized the tenants to accompany Yi Yang into the community at the entrance. Several security personnel greeted Yi Yang and his entourage with respect. The LaFerrari parked there indicated that Yi Yang was not someone they could offend, and thus they were courteous. "Sir, your license plate hasn't been registered. Please provide proof that you are a resident of the community. It's the protocol." You see, the security personnel explained with forced smiles. "How do I prove that?" Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. "Our resident information is recorded in the security system that as long as you provide your corresponding address and identity information, you can enter the community." The security personnel continued to explain. This verification was only necessary the first time. After being recorded in the system, future entries would be recognized via facial recognition. The security personnel kept insisting. "Ha! You haven't even registered your facial information in the system. You must be playing us for fools." Peng Feiyu mocked. The other tenants began to harbor doubts. Since facial recognition was only required the first time entering the community, how could Yi Yang, as the owner, not be in the system? "I just purchased the property a few days ago. This is my first time here." Yi Yang shrugged, feigning helplessness. "Then just input a random room number for now, sir." "What did you just say?" The security personnel questioned, unsure if they had heard him correctly. "I said, input any number. All the properties here belong to me." Yi Yang frowned, realizing that his claim was indeed shocking. So he patiently elaborated. "Ha ha! Did you all hear what he just said? The entire Linjiang community belongs to him? Did you escape from a mental institution? Do you even know how much it costs to buy the entire Linjiang community? At least 500 billion. Initially, the wealthy women had no concept of this, but upon hearing Peng Feiyu's words, they were taken aback. They considered their families to possess considerable assets, each boasting several billion at least. However, hundreds of billions was an entirely different realm. This made them question him even more. Could such a remarkably young man truly possess hundreds of billions in real estate? It was indeed hard to believe. Or rather, absurd. Could it be that this young man was merely toying with them? Only the cold sweat of Fong Sijin was meticulously detailed. She still recalled the tone and expression with which Sister Su had entrusted her to Yi Yang. If Sister Su could exhibit such behavior, then perhaps Yi Yang. Just as her thoughts wandered, upon logging into the system and typing the name Yi Yang, several security guards erupted in exclamations. What the hell? This is impossible. Is the system malfunctioning? Chapter 47. As long as you marry my daughter, I will provide an 88.88 million dowry. After searching for Yi Yang, a list of property owner information appeared below. And they were all his. How? How many are there? The security guards scrolled through the mouse, and after a long while, they had yet to reach the end. From Building A, Unit 1, Room 101, one after another. Finally scrolling to the last entry, Building G, Unit 7, 18th floor, the owner information was uniformly Yi Yang. Refreshing several times yielded the same result. Remembering Yi Yang's earlier words, just input any room number. All the properties here belong to me. The security guards gazed at Yi Yang in utter shock, their minds momentarily blank. That's so. Did you find anything? Yi Yang furrowed his brows, looking at the dazed security guards, urging them to respond swiftly. Of course. The security guards now regarded Yi Yang with fervent admiration, saluting him respectfully, saying, upon verification, you are indeed the sole owner of this community. The previously aggressive Peng Feiyu was now utterly dumbfounded. That is my hearing faulty? Am I going insane? Or is the world upside down? A community worth at least 3 to 500 billion, all belonging to this young man who appears to be no older than 20. Just like myself? This guy is wealthier than my father? Dai Luoluo's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, completely forgetting that she had just been mocking Yi Yang. No matter how formidable Peng Feiyu was, he was still a rich second generation, and whenever he managed to scrape together some money, he had to plead with his family. But Yi Yang was different, driving luxury cars, possessing hundreds of billions in real estate under his name. Who knows what other assets he might have? A bona fide super-rich heir. Estimating his worth, he was undoubtedly leagues ahead of Peng Feiyu. It was truly real. Fong Sijin covered her mouth, gazing incredulously at the youthful figure before her, who radiated boundless confidence. He appeared to be even younger than her. Was the entire Linjiang community truly his? A major client. A super major client. Does this mean the properties in her hands would amount to at least 2,000 units? What does that even signify? If all these properties were rented out, the commission she could earn. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Wow, who would have thought this young man was an invisible super-rich? The wealthy ladies had initially found Yi Yang exceptionally appealing, but their gazes became complex as they looked at him again. 2 wealthy women even began nudging their daughters, meaningfully considering their options. Since there were no issues, they could proceed inside. Yi Yang casually pointed at Peng Feiyu and Dai Luoluo. Remember, this community does not welcome these 2 individuals that have seen in the future. Expel them immediately. Yes, absolutely, the security guards replied repeatedly. Hey, Yi Gij, don't go. Dai Luoluo quickly donned a smile, attempting to catch up to him that he had encountered too many beautiful women. Although Dai Luoluo was decent-looking within his entourage of maids, she wouldn't even rank. Her character was questionable, and her values were misguided. Women like her were simply unworthy of his attention. Madam, please have some self-respect. The security guards frowned and casually pushed Dai Luoluo aside. In her moment of urgency, she twisted her ankle in her high heels, falling onto the bluestone path, wincing in pain. How dare you? Upon witnessing this scene, Peng Feiyu was furious and rushed to retaliate. However, the 2 security guards, their demeanor fierce and mocking, poured cold water on his fiery spirit, deflating his bravado, but he bent down repeatedly, trying to help Dai Luoluo, his heart aching as he asked, Luoluo, are you all right? Slap. Unexpectedly, Dai Luoluo slapped him across the face. With my stature, what man wouldn't he be moved? Ah! Enraged and fueled by the indignation of being pushed down, Dai Luoluo disregarded everything, tearing off her mask and revealing her genuine thoughts. Slap. After delivering 2 more slaps to Peng Feiyu, she finally mustered the strength to rise, angrily limping away. Peng Feiyu was left in a daze from the blows that he had never imagined that in the eyes of the goddess. He was such a trivial figure. Those slaps shattered his most fragile fantasies, leaving him in unbearable agony, crying out in public. This dismal scene of the two lovebirds did not evoke sympathy from the many wealthy ladies entering the community. Instead, they were quite pleased, as many regarded Yi Yang as a potential son-in-law, feeling protective of him. Next came the house selection. The entire Linjiang community, with 10 buildings and over 2,000 units, belonged to him. With only about 20 individuals viewing properties, they could choose at will. Each person was able to select their ideal floor and lighting. However, within a high-end community like Linjiang, designed for successful individuals, every unit was comfortable to live in. With minimal differences, each unit was exquisitely decorated and ready for immediate occupancy. Therefore, the process was swift. Within just over an hour, all deals were settled. Fang Xijin felt an immense joy in her heart. After a month of hustle, she hadn't earned as much as she did in that 1 hour. It is worth noting that these clients typically sign leases for 3 to 4 years, and the rental price for such a premium community was entirely incomparable to that of ordinary neighborhoods. With a dozen units, averaging 5 years of rent, settled in one payment, the total would approach 20 million. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. One need not lift a finger, and money flows in monthly while lounging in bed. Fang Xijin calculated briefly that if the average lease was 5 years and all 2,000 units in the Linjiang community were rented out before September, Yi Yang would directly earn tens of billions. Just thinking about this figure made her heart race. Correspondingly, the real estate agency would also receive a substantial commission, and she might just take home at least $1 million. Earning $1 million a month, I must cater to this major client well. At this moment, the group had finalized their property selections, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Xiao Yi, do you have a girlfriend? As they chatted, a group of middle-aged ladies began to gossip that you're so young and accomplished. It would be such a pity if you don't have a girlfriend. How about my daughter? She isn't seeing anyone either. Yi Yang was slightly taken aback. Could these wealthy ladies also be playing matchmaker? My daughter is also quite good. Though she is still in high school, I assure you she won't be at a disadvantage. My family can offer a dowry of 50 million. Mine can do 80 million. Haha. I can offer company shares. The once joyous atmosphere shifted dramatically. Yi Yang felt overwhelmed, chuckling bitterly. While families typically lamented over dowry demands, these wealthy women had an entirely different mindset. Here, they were considering how to provide a more generous dowry. There was simply no fighting this. Being handsome was such an unbeatable advantage. Chapter 48. Astronomical property fees? Oh dear, Mom, I'm still here. The women present blushed, looking at Yi Yang with a mix of shyness and invitation. Such a strikingly perfect tycoon was a rare find. How many individuals in this world could rival Yi Yang's excellence? Yi Yang smiled gently. Those who could gain admission into Shanghai University City were inherently outstanding, and being daughters of wealthy families, their demeanor was also commendable. However, compared to his standards, they still appeared rather ordinary. The individuals around him, even his maids, were all top-tier talents from Ivy League schools or the best universities in China. Their grace and beauty were naturally not comparable to these ladies. Yet, outright rejection would be too impolite. Amidst the playful banter, he reluctantly exchanged WeChat contacts with some of the girls before seeing off the group of tenants. Signing contracts and making payments required adhering to formal procedures. Having reached agreements today, they would need at least a day or two before moving in, alas. This was quite taxing. Yi Yang ruffled his hair, overwhelmed by the throng of beautiful ladies vying to introduce their daughters. Offering astronomical dowries. What a terrifying prospect. Bossy could very well be crowned the most sought-after son-in-law in Huaxia. Fang Xijin remarked merrily, her mood exceptionally bright. What can I say? It's just my good looks. Yi Yang shook his head, stating seriously that if anyone else had said this, they would have been met with ridicule. However, Yi Yang's words were undeniably true, prompting a mix of envy and admiration from Fang Xijin. By the way, Boss Yi, do you need anything? I have a bit of free time today and can assist you. Fang Xijin perceptively offered. With the tenants gone, Yi Yang remained, clearly with matters still to attend to. Well, there is indeed one thing. Yi Yang nodded slightly, surveying Fang Xijin's alluring, mature curves. Fang Xijin's face flushed, her hands instinctively covering her chest as she stepped back. "Haha." Yi Yong waved his hand dismissively. "Come with me. Help me tidy up a unit." Huh? Ah. Fong Sijin's heart raced. Yes, a modern woman of strength. She believed in forging her own path and was resolute. Even though Yi Yong was a charming tycoon, she wouldn't easily relinquish her independence. "You startled me." She gently patted her chest and hurried forward. Building A spacious flat. Buildings A, B, and C all grace the riverside. Among them, Building A boasts the prime location, with the top floor flat being arguably the finest residence within the riverside community. The flat in Building A features a soaring height of 8 meters, spanning 2 levels, complete with a dedicated elevator. From the balcony, one can behold the grand expanse of the Huangpu River, while across the way lies the vibrant spectacle of the bustling metropolis. As night falls and the lights begin to twinkle, it transforms into an exquisite visual feast. Just the view alone is worth billions, that Yi Yong chuckled. The flat in Building A serves as the hallmark of the riverside community, priced at $880 million. If it were to be purchased, its market value would likely soar to over $1 billion. The flat spans 500 square meters, featuring a private swimming pool and a personal lawn on the rooftop, and a private cinema on the second floor, as introduced by Fong Sijin. Yes, Yi Yong was quite satisfied. The Riverside Villa is conveniently located near his sister Yizi's high school, and he also plans to choose a house for her. Far better than the 6-person dormitory with bunk beds that she has been complaining about for over 2 years. Cleaning this space would certainly take quite some time, although Fong Sijin spoke casually. Her hands were already busily working. Before the owners arrive, dedicated cleaners are employed to tidy up each property. Despite its size, this spacious flat in Riverside requires minimal effort to clean. Within the 500 square meter double-level flat in Building A, only he and Fong Sijin are present. And being in such a sensitive location, it is impossible for one to harbor no special thoughts. Perhaps sensing Yi Yang's gaze, Fong Sijin's face flushed like a burning cloud. Her instinctive actions were a reflection of her upbringing, but throughout the journey, she had already mentally prepared herself. Regardless of the outcome, if she were to experience a perfect moment with such an admirable man, it would certainly be a gain for her. After all, she had spent nearly all her years focused on building her career, rarely indulging in romantic escapades. The moment she considered such a thing, a profound yearning deep within her was awakened. After tidying the bed, she shyly lowered her gaze towards Yi Yong, revealing a different side beyond her strong woman facade. It's all set, she bit her lip, her eyes unabashedly fixed on Yi Yong. All right. Yi Yong smiled faintly, yet he never imposed on anyone. Yet he would not decline a mutually fulfilling experience that if one cannot live freely, then having wealth holds little significance. Such is the life of a wealthy man. Fong Sijin, still dressed in her professional sales outfit, a fitted blazer paired with sheer black stockings and heels, heightened the allure of the expansive flat, significantly boosting Yi Yong's interest today. After a bout of activity, Yi Yong smiled contentedly. After the cleanup, Fong Sijin no longer exuded her previous strong woman demeanor, instead appearing quite bashful. Well, it's time for lunch. Yi Yong stretched, feeling an increase in appetite. Do you know of any good restaurants nearby? My treat. Yi Yong said with a smile that no, of course, it's my treat. Fong Sijin insisted repeatedly. Just how great an opportunity had Yi Yong brought her? How could she let such a distinguished person pay for her meal? She must treat him instead. Just as the two were deliberating where to dine, the doorbell rang. Yi Yong furrowed his brow, walked to the living room, and opened the door, only to find a tall, imposing man in a suit. Who are you? Yi Yong inquired. Are you the new owner here? The burly man had a rather fierce appearance, and when he smiled, he resembled a bandit from a historical drama. I'm from Riverside Property Management, here to collect the maintenance fees. Maintenance fees? How much? Yi Yong didn't bother to explain. Naturally, maintenance fees in high-end communities are on the higher side. This flat would likely cost at least $100,000 to $80,000 a year. Hey, $1 million a year? The man chuckled with ulterior motives. Yi Yong frowned. Are you joking? Chapter 49, he is not the chairman of the owner's committee, but the entire community is under his control. That I have reason to suspect you are attempting to rob me. Yi Yong remarked, furrowing his brow. He certainly wasn't short on money, but that didn't mean he would acquiesce to an unreasonable demand for funds. Hey, that's just the price. If you're unhappy, take it up with the owner's committee. The burly man sneered, behaving like a rogue. The owner's committee? Yi Yang scoffed. There was only one owner in the entire Riverside community, himself. The committee. You live in a spacious flat. You surely aren't short on cash. What is the problem with $1 million a year? The man scratched his head in boredom. The original owners of the Riverside community were mostly busy people, purchasing properties primarily for investment purposes, rarely showing up. Hence, no committee could be organized. Without complaints from the owners, the property management could set fees arbitrarily. Over the years, he had grown bolder. Initially, the maintenance fee for this flat was at most $200,000 a year. Now, he had raised it directly to $1 million. Hey, do you believe me when I say I can have your property management company kicked out? Yi Yang sneered. The other party likely did not know about his complete acquisition of the Riverside community. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant that Yi Yang casually waved his hand. Get lost. You're quite cocky, aren't you? The words rang true. Fong Sijin had also tidied her appearance and stepped out gracefully. Who are you again? The impatient man's eyes lit up upon seeing her. Oh, Sister Fong, what brings you here? Do you know each other? Yi Yang inquired with interest. Of course, Sister Fong is quite famous. There are few gold medal salespeople in the real estate scene of the metropolis. Our property management must maintain good relations with such industry elites. The man laughed repeatedly. However, a flicker of disdain crossed Fong Sijin's eyes. This man, Jin Jiang, was one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Acting more like a thug than a property manager, he had secured the property management rights through manipulation, and while everyone was annoyed by him, they found it difficult to deal with him due to his cunning. What did you mean by that, Sister Fong? Can he represent all the owners? Jin Jiang scoffed. He looks unfamiliar. He has only been here a few days and has already wormed his way into the owners' committee. So what? You can't even gather enough owners, right? Without 50 of the owners joint complaints, you can't replace us. Jin Jiang shrugged nonchalantly. That's so? Fong Sijin chuckled lightly. Then you truly are quite ignorant. You may not yet know that this gentleman, Mr. Yi, is now the sole owner of the entire Riverside community, right? The sole owner? Are you out of your mind? Jin Jiang's eyes widened. Oh, I see. You two are teaming up to mess with me. Huh? I respect you calling you Sister Fong. Otherwise, you'd be nothing in front of me. He had no interest in those he deemed useless. Hurry up and pay the maintenance fee. Otherwise, the burly man stepped forward with a menacing air. Yi Yang sneered and stepped forward. What? You want to fight? His physical fitness was nearly at the human limit, able to easily dominate heavyweight champions with a single hand. That a mere property manager was nothing to worry about. Jin Jiang, who thrived on bullying the weak, instinctively jumped back. I warn you, we live in a society governed by law. Integrity, friendliness, civility, harmony. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll have a law deal with you. Yi Yang's face darkened. This guy clearly resembled a bandit, tall and imposing. Yet he played the cowardly card to the extreme. That I have no interest in toying with someone like you. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. If you don't believe me, call the developer and verify that if you keep causing trouble here, I'll kick you off this flat. You wouldn't dare. Though he boasted, Jin Jiang was already several meters away, eyeing Yi Yang with suspicion. Bored, Yi Yang had no desire to waste time on such a fickle individual. Engaging with him was simply a waste of expression. Have you decided where to eat? Yi Yang turned to ask. Let us go to the Peace Hotel. Their cuisine has a distinct flavor of the old metropolis and is quite refined, Fong Sijin suggested with a smile. All right, let us go. Yi Yang casually closed the door, leaving Jin Jiang standing there in a daze. It wasn't until Yi Yang and Fong Sijin had descended in the elevator for quite some time that he began to relax. The sole owner of the Riverside community, he muttered. Could that woman really be telling the truth? But that's absurd. It can't be possible. It must be a trick. Humph, he exhaled, easing his tension. Strolling leisurely down the stairs and stepping outside, the refreshing breeze cleared his mind, and a chill ran down his spine. I'd better call to verify. As Jin Jiang dialed, the fiery red LaFerrari had already whisked Yi Yang and Fong Sijin to the nearby Peace Hotel. After parking the car, as they entered, they headed straight for the restaurant's signature dishes. The Peace Hotel could be considered quite a renowned establishment, with an average consumption starting at 2,000 yuan per person. However, for Yi Yang, who had recently become accustomed to lavish dining experiences, even state banquets, the place seemed rather modest. As they enjoyed their meal and engaged in light-hearted conversation. The atmosphere was indeed harmonious. Dining with beautiful women was, naturally, an exceedingly delightful experience. Just as their conversation reached a peak of enjoyment, a group of portly middle-aged men in suits entered the establishment. One of them, clearly a lackey, was animatedly gesturing at the front desk, where the receptionist displayed a look of distress. The lackey then pulled out a handful of cash, appearing quite arrogant and self-assured. With Yi Yang's current hearing ability, he could easily discern the lackey's words. "What is going on here?" Fong Sijin inquired, noticing the receptionist's discomfort that a few small project managers from the real estate sector have come for a gathering. But the place is full. They are negotiating with the receptionist to pay 10 times the usual fee to vacate a table for them. Yi Yang let out a cold laugh. Most patrons dining here were not financially constrained. With a meal costing around 10,000 yuan, 10 times that would amount to over 100,000, who would willingly leave in the middle of their meal for such a sum? Hence, the receptionist was indeed in a difficult position. "Sir, we truly cannot accommodate this request. We are a legitimate establishment, that if you can reach a private agreement with the diners here, we will not intervene." She could only manage a forced smile. "Bah! Incompetent fools!" The lackey, seeing he couldn't sway the receptionist, scanned the restaurant with his money in hand. Only Yi Yang's table, basking in the best view and sunlight, caught his eye, and he marched over, wallet in hand, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Chapter 50. "What are you doing here without money, brother? You're in luck today," the lackey said, eyeing Yi Yang with a patronizing expression. Yi Yang merely glanced at him, choosing to ignore the man, fully aware of his intentions. When the lackey realized Yi Yang was disregarding him, he became visibly agitated. "Our boss Wang is in a good mood today. If you can vacate this table for him, we'll pay you 10 times the meal cost. You'll receive 100,000 for this meal." Spending money for happiness was a win-win scenario. Yi Yang let out a cold laugh. "Happiness? Do you think you're rich?" At that moment, Boss Wang and his companions approached, overhearing Yi Yang's words, their brows furrowing in disapproval. "Young man, do temper your enthusiasm. It seems you're new to the world. Such blatant arrogance will only lead to a harsh reality." Checked at Yi Yang chuckled internally, thinking, "Do you think this is a gang drama?" But then, a more audacious idea struck him. "Are you certain you wish to purchase our table?" He smirked with a hint of mischief. "Yes, not only are we buying, but we're also paying tenfold," the lackey boasted, slapping his wallet. Seeing Yi Yang finally showing some interest, Boss Wang's expression softened slightly. "You've got some sense," Yi Yang nodded subtly and beckoned over a nearby waiter. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The waiter Xiaoya approached. She shared a disdain for those who forcibly paid others to leave and felt sympathy for Yi Yang. However, upon witnessing Yi Yang's willingness to compromise for a bit of money, she felt a twinge of sadness. Yet, as someone working in the service industry, she understood the harsh realities of society. It was often better to avoid conflict. Sighing internally for Yi Yang, she prepared to take his order. "Can you tally up the cost for this table?" Yi Yang casually gestured at the dishes, casting a sidelong glance at Boss Wang. All right." Xiaoya, though puzzled, proceeded. 9-head purple abalone, 5,000 per serving, totaling 10,000. The lackey's heart skipped a beat. This single dish nearly exceeded his budget. This steamed golden rice, 1,000 per tael, totaling 8,000. Lychee fruit mousse, 18,888. Immortal 8-section soup, 6,666. Fishing gingerfish platform, 13,000. As the tally continued, Boss Wang's expression grew darker, while surrounding diners began to take notice. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoya's enumeration rendered her numb. This was the Crme de las Armée of the Peace Hotel's offerings. Typically, just one of these dishes per table was considered extravagant. This gentleman had ordered them all. Gradually, a smile crept onto her lips as she grasped Yi Yang's intent, casting a knowing glance at the now grim-faced Boss Wang and his associates. While continuing her tally, when she reached the final item, Xiaoya was momentarily stunned. Yet, due to her professionalism, she quickly regained her composure and, with certainty, announced, "Silent Ship White Snow Champagne. 1 bottle costs 1.88 million. For 2 bottles, 3.76 million. The Silent Ship White Snow Champagne was the Peace Hotel's prized possession, with only 2,000 bottles existing worldwide. This seemingly youthful gentleman had ordered 2 bottles in one go. Fong Sijin covered her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment. She hadn't realized that the champagne she had just enjoyed was nearly 2 million a bottle. No wonder it tasted so exquisite. Had she known its price, she would never have dared to suggest treating Yi Yang to a meal earlier. As she reflected on this, Fong Sijin couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that her proud commission of 100,000 was dwarfed by the value of just one bottle of champagne. Wow, this guy ordered the silent ship? Holy smokes, an invisible super-rich tycoon. Do wealthy individuals really keep such a low profile? Quietly spending millions on a meal. Shouldn't the restaurant's owner be out here groveling? The owner had traveled abroad a few days prior. Otherwise, he would have been shaken from his stupor earlier. I see now. Haha, look at that pompous boss Wong. His face has turned green. The lackey's previously arrogant demeanor had drawn the attention of those around them. Though no one wanted to stir trouble earlier, upon hearing the meal's price, they realized this young man was no ordinary diner. The final 2 bottles of champagne detonated like depth charges, sending the entire Peace Hotel into an uproar. Sir, your total bill, rounded down, comes to 868.88 yuan. Xiaoya, equally stunned, stated in disbelief that Wei Yang looked at the 2 trembling small executives beside him, a smirk playing on his lips to so, what do you think? I want to take advantage of you. I am feeling generous. How about I waive that last 8 yuan? Time to settle the bill. Would you prefer a transfer or a card? At that moment, Boss Wang's face shifted through a spectrum of colors: red, purple, black, and green, as he grappled with the harsh reality of the situation that he was inherently a proud man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such tactics. Yet today, he had encountered someone even more ostentatious. A meal costing over 4 million yuan. The mere thought of whether their project could yield $1 million in profit seemed dubious at best. 4 million. I didn't need to sell all of us just to scrape together that amount. Boss Wong was internally bleeding, realizing that even if they pooled their resources, they wouldn't be able to cover such a bill that I was kind enough to waive the last 8 yuan. What's the matter? No money? Yi Yang inquired, feigning confusion. Damn it. Do you even have a conscience? You calling that waiving? Boss Wong felt a surge of frustration, but had no outlet. Trembling in silence, that moment. Yi Yang's expression turned icy as he barked. If you're broke, what are you doing here pretending to be important? This unexpected outburst sent the already nervous executives crumbling, their knees nearly buckling beneath them. Barely supported by their subordinates. Wow, how domineering. Incredible. What are you doing pretending to be important when you've got no money? This is a true tycoon. The surrounding diners erupted in delight, relishing the spectacle. Fong Sijin gazed at Yi Yang with admiration. Although she was a strong woman, in Yi Yang's presence, she felt like a starry-eyed fan. Just as Boss Wong gasped for breath, as if on the brink of a heart attack. The doors of the Peace Hotel swung open dramatically, a disheveled man in a suit rushed in, glancing around frantically. Upon spotting Yi Yang's table, his eyes lit up, and he stumbled over. Chapter 51. Just consider me a nuisance, and let me go. Ye boss, the frantic figure stumbled into the room, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar face isn't that Jin Jiang from earlier. Fong Sijin scrutinized Jin Jiang's disheveled state, raising an eyebrow. Sensing that he had evidently contacted the developers to confirm the information, she couldn't help but tease. Oh, third uncle. The awkward Boss Wong scratched his head, rubbing his eyes before finally confirming that this was indeed his third uncle. Jin Jiang had always been good to him, and his entry into the real estate circle was largely thanks to his uncle's guidance. The celebration for today's contract had been facilitated by his uncle's connections. Although Jin Jiang is somewhat despicable, fearing the strong and bullying the weak, his remarkable ability to cultivate relationships and navigate social circles cannot be overlooked. Huh? What are you doing here? Jin Jiang shot a surprised glance at Wang Sihai before dismissing him from his mind. The primary purpose of his visit today is none other than Yi Yang. Boss Yi, I just confirmed with the developer. You are indeed the sole owner of Linjiang Community. I was blind and reckless to speak disrespectfully to you earlier. Jin Jiang was filled with regret. The situation was so absurd that anyone would think Yi Yang was toying with him. The entire community, a prime school district property, belongs solely to this young man. What does that even mean? If others were oblivious, could the property management be unaware? Calculating the market value, acquiring Linjiang Community would cost at least 3 to 500 billion. Countless publicly listed companies would struggle to match even a fraction of that value. Moreover, What kind of influence must one possess to qualify for purchasing a school district property? The thought was chillingly terrifying. He shuddered at the memory of wanting to forcibly collect an extra $1 million in property fees from such a colossal figure. Now, the change in property management seemed trivial, that if Yi Yang harbored resentment, he would find it impossible to remain in the real estate circle of Mo. Do. At over 40 years old, leaving his original circle would render him practically useless. Right? Did he not just say they would see each other frequently? Yi Yang teased, "Why are you acting like a subordinate now?" I was just joking. Please be magnanimous and let me off the hook." Jin Jiang pleaded, bowing and scraping. "Wait, third uncle, who is this kid? You're somewhat of a notable figure in the real estate circle. Is it necessary to grovel like this?" Wang Sihai could not comprehend Jin Jiang's current demeanor. "Shut your mouth," Jin Jiang barked, aware that this young man could single-handedly jeopardize his largest source of income and even expel him from Mo. Du's real estate circle. His impetuous nephew, if he offended Mr. Yi with his words, would be left with no hope whatsoever. Yi Yang chuckled softly. "By the way, is this your nephew? You've raised quite a fine one." "Ah, what?" Jin Jiang had been worried that his brash and unruly nephew would offend Boss Yi. And now it had happened. "Boss Yi, this brat has offended you? I will make sure to teach him a lesson today. He owes me 40 million and even tried to kick me out of this restaurant. How shall we settle this?" Yi Yang sneered. "What?" Jin Jiang's eyes nearly bulged out. "You little brat, why are you causing trouble for me? Speak. How did you come to OMRYE 40 million and attempt to drive him out?" Wang Sihai's face twisted in grievance. "Third uncle, it's not what you think." Slap. Jin Jiang delivered a resounding slap to Wang Sihai's face. "Still trying to argue?" "I really didn't slap." Slap. Jin Jiang struck Wang Sihai twice more. "Do you realize that this Mr. Yi before you is the sole owner of Linjiang community? Just the property alone is worth hundreds of billions, far surpassing your chairman. Where did you find the courage to provoke such a person?" "You must be blind." Wang Sihai, initially feeling wronged, was now thoroughly terrified by Jin Jiang's words. Hundreds of billions just in property? That means his total assets must exceed 1,000 billion? 1,000 billion in assets would place one among the elite in China. How could he have acted so foolishly in front of such a terrifying figure? "Third uncle, I truly didn't know. I just secured a project and, feeling exuberant, came here to show off. Who knew I would encounter such a superlative character?" Wang Sihai was now utterly aggrieved. The surrounding diners were astonished. So young, and already possessing hundreds of billions in property. No wonder he was so ostentatious. Incredible. I thought he was just flaunting when he spent over 4 million on a meal. But now it seems he was being remarkably modest. Gulp. The sole owner of Linjiang community. Everyone present was in awe of Yi Yang's identity. After Jin Jiang had finished chastising Wang Sihai, he allowed him to explain the situation in full. After hearing the details, he was at a loss for words. How could one be so reckless as to not assess their opponent? At least check the dishes on their table before boasting. Furthermore, his lackeys were utterly incompetent, displaying no discernment whatsoever. He felt no fault in Wang Sihai's actions, merely angered that his nephew had not learned to assess the situation before making grand claims. However, in the midst of his scolding, he suddenly froze. Had he not also misjudged the situation? Now he found himself entangled in his own reprimands. "You little brat, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi." Jin Jiang slapped Wang Sihai on the head. I was wrong. Mr. Yi." Wang Sihai bowed repeatedly, completely abandoning his previous bravado to "Don't just use words." Yi Yang waved his hand. Fang Sijuan, understanding the situation, promptly produced a card reader and smiled at Wang Sihai. Originally, Fang Sijuan was quite beautiful, and her smile was enchanting. But at this moment, Wang Sihai perceived her smile as that of a man-eating monster. "Third uncle, even if I sell my house, I can't come up with 40 million. He was on the verge of tears. "Ha ha." The surrounding diners erupted in laughter. When he first arrived, he spoke so confidently, one would think he was worth billions, only to reveal himself as a pauper unable to afford even 10 meals. Chapter 52. A surprise prepared by my sister? Useless. Capable of creating trouble, but incapable of resolving it. Jin Jiang sighed deeply, his eyes darting as he retrieved his bank card. "Boss Yi, I shall cover my nephew's debt." Yi Yang nodded slightly, that he was well aware of Jin Jiang's intentions. This payment served to alleviate past grievances and was also a means of spending to avoid disaster, hoping to retain his position as the property manager of Linjiang community. Jinjiang's hand trembled as he felt a pang of heartache. Linjiang community had never been fully occupied, and the property had only been developed for a year or two. He had extorted roughly 1 billion in property fees. And after accounting for bribes and payments to influential figures, he had about 50 million left. That Tio suddenly part with 40 million meant that all his hard work over the last 2 years had gone to this young man. He was filled with resentment. Yet as long as he could secure his position as property manager, he could still earn more in the future. Resolutely, he swiped the card for 40 million. Yi Yang received the notification and nodded in satisfaction. You may leave now. Ahem, bossy, about the property matter? Jinjiang asked cautiously. That my words will not change. Tomorrow, you will no longer be the property manager of Linjiang community. Yi Yang frowned. The fact that I have not expelled you from Mo Du's real estate circle is already a mercy on my part. This, Jinjiang's heart sank, and his expression dimmed. He was acutely aware that Yi Yang was not someone he could afford to offend. A single word could lead to his downfall, and he had no means to counter it. Truly, he was thoroughly intimidated that as long as he could avoid being ostracized from the circle, he would manage to get by. Thank you, boss Yi. Enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now. Jinjiang forced a smile, kicking Wang Sihai in the rear. Get out of here. Yes. Wang Sihai, seeing his uncle, who had navigated Mo Du's real estate circle for 20 years, reduced to submission, felt utterly helpless and could only flee in disgrace. The surrounding diners, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, felt that this meal was worth every penny. The plot was more exciting than anything in the movies. Indeed, art derives from reality. The extravagance and opulence of these wealthy individuals surpass anything a screenwriter could imagine. Finally, they left. Yi Yang turned with a smile. Enjoy your meal. MHM. Fong Sijuan was now completely in awe of Yi Yang and was entirely compliant. After finishing their meal, Yi Yang swiped his card for over 4 million. Ding! Detected expenditure of 4.18 million for dining. Reward, 51 equity in the world's leading security company, Hurricane. Yi Yang's interest was piqued. Hurricane Security? He had never heard of this company. However, being rated as the world's best by the system surely indicated some merit. Having just been threatened by Jinjiang, he was in need of security personnel. Yi Yang mused. This reward is rather fortuitous, or perhaps my previous assumptions were incorrect. The system may not reward based on expenditure alone, but rather on recent events and inner needs. The specific reward mechanism would require further exploration in the future. Nonetheless, he was exceedingly satisfied with the security company awarded today. Yi Yang asked, Fong Sijuan, where do you rent? A rented apartment. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. You are a top-notch sales representative, yet you haven't earned enough to purchase an apartment. Fong Sijin replied with a wry smile. It's tough. You are well aware of the skyrocketing property prices in the Magic City. A single unit costs over 10 million. In my 3 years as a gold medal saleswoman, I have yet to earn a third of that. The sales profession is unstable. One can never be certain when they might fall behind on mortgage payments. Yi Yang fell into a moment of silence, reflecting on his life before acquiring the system. Back then, he was merely an ordinary software intern, swept into a company after graduation, toiling away without a clear vision of the future. Even after securing a full-time position, a monthly salary of 10,000 made it seem as though he would need to abstain from all luxuries for a century just to afford a home in the Magic City. By the time he saved enough, he would likely be over 100 years old. This train of thought stirred a sense of nostalgia within Yi Yang. Fortunately, everything has changed now. He patted Fong Sijin on the shoulder. In a few days, get ready to move into the Linjiang community. The spacious flat in Block B is yours at present. Fong Sijin had become his woman. It would be absurd for the partner of a wealthy man to live in rented accommodation. With thousands of properties at his disposal, it was only natural to provide her with one. Moreover, the future management of the remaining 2,000 rental properties would rely on her. Most importantly, he realized that collecting rent was indeed a tiring endeavor. After spending the entire morning touring just a handful of properties, the thought of going door to door to collect rent was daunting indeed. It was only fitting for Fong Sijin to reside in Linjiang community. It would make it more convenient for her to assist him with rental matters. Boss Yi. Fong Sijin covered her mouth, incredulous as she gazed at Yi Yang. You still call me Boss Yi? Yi Yang chuckled and gently patted her cheek. Brother Yang, Fong Sijin exclaimed repeatedly. Despite her mature and capable demeanor, reminiscent of a strong woman, she had been working diligently since graduating high school. Her poise and professionalism were products of hard-won experience in the social arena. In reality, if one were to calculate her age, she was still in her third year of university, 2 years younger than Yi Yang. All right, Yi Yang nodded. Once you're packed, just call the moving company to take care of everything. I'll ensure the keys are ready for you later. Okay. Fong Sijin completely let down her guard in front of Yi Yang, transforming from the strong woman into a sweet lamb. The LaFerrari raced through the bustling twilight of the Magic City, stirring the summer evening breeze and eliciting gasps of, I will. Fong Sijin nodded enthusiastically, watching her graceful figure ascend the stairs. Brother, we have free time this Sunday. Don't forget your promise to take me out with Xiaozi. It turned out to be a message from his younger sister, Yi Xiaozi. A wave of warmth washed over Yi Yang. Sure, I'll prepare a big surprise for you. What kind of surprise? Yi Xiaozi's curiosity was piqued. If I tell you in advance, it won't be a surprise anymore. You stinky older brother. Xiaozi has a surprise for you too. Don't get startled when the time comes. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, this little girl is planning a surprise for me. He found himself eagerly anticipating what his sister's surprise could possibly be. Chapter 53. The beautiful bodyguard sister duo Yi Yang began to research the hurricane security company, only to discover that there was almost no information available online. The only detail he found was that it was an overseas security firm funded by a multinational consortium. That IT sounded impressive. Yi Yang felt a shiver of excitement, sensing the extraordinary nature of Hurricane Security Company. The sound of his phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. Yi Yang glanced at the foreign number and surmised it must be a call from Hurricane. Hello, he answered. Hello, Mr. Yida, we have received the news. From today onward, you are our true boss. May I inquire if you have any instructions? The accented Mandarin from the other end nearly made Yi Yang chuckle. It was evident that the female speaker had been abroad for too long and was struggling to adapt to speaking Chinese. Instructions. Yi Yang pondered. Please send me the company's detailed information and dispatch 2 top-tier female bodyguards to my location. Understood, boss. We will take care of it. The woman replied. By the way, Yi Yang added, please practice your Mandarin. I would prefer not to hear such an unusual tone when we conversed out of course. After confirming that Yi Yang had no further instructions, the woman hung up. It seemed the bodyguards would be arriving the following day. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The security company rated as the best in the world by the system. Their efficiency should be commendable. Before going to bed, he received the company's information from Hurricane Security. Upon reading it, he was taken aback. Wow, is it really this impressive? Yi Yang's eyes widened. The Hurricane Security Company boasted a remarkably broad scope of operations, far beyond mere security services. They offered security, mercenary services, reconnaissance, essentially encompassing every aspect related to violence in lawful nations. They provided security and bodyguards, while in tumultuous regions, they possessed their own forces and mercenaries at the ready. There was nothing beyond their reach, only things that did not exist in this world. Even leaders of mid-sized nations sought their protection. After reviewing some of the company's historical feats, Yi Yang felt completely reassured. Such a firm, hidden in the corners of the world, wielded influence that radiated globally. One simply could not measure their worth in monetary terms, that if one were not truly significant, they might not even qualify to be aware of the company's existence. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Yang fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, he was jolted awake by the roar of a helicopter. A black helicopter has arrived, he noted, still uncertain of the situation. It was now parked on the helipad in the backyard of his villa, atop Yunding Mountain. Yu Momo was equally baffled, completely unaware of what was happening to her. Yi Yang suddenly realized. It must be the people from Hurricane. What Hurricane? Yu Momo had never heard of such a company. You'll find out soon enough. Yi Yang walked to the backyard and saw a pair of sisters disembarking from the black transport helicopter. One was clad in leather, exuding an icy demeanor, while the other, with a doll-like face, was petite and charming, resembling a character from a comic in a red dress. You must be Boss Yi, the sisters greeted, evidently having seen Yi Yang's photograph beforehand. Yes. Are you the beautiful bodyguard sent by Hurricane? Yi Yang replied with a slight smile. You have no idea of our capabilities, and you merely say not bad? The icy leather-clad woman scoffed. I meant you look impressive. Yi Yang chuckled. You should already know my name. What about yours? I am Xiao Qingxian. The leather-clad queen replied coolly that I am Xiao Xiaozhu, the girl in the red dress added. Ah, so you truly are sisters, Yi Yang remarked with a smile. Indeed, boss, I am the elder sister, Xiao Xiaozhu declared proudly. You are the elder sister? Yi Yang blinked in surprise. With that doll-like face, one could easily believe she was merely 18. Yet she was the elder sister? Xiao Xiaozhu is most adept at disguise. Despite her youthful appearance, she has eliminated top figures with poison and assassination countless times. Xiao Qingxuan's words made Yi Yang shudder, compelling him to reassess Xiao Xiaozhu. You are our boss. We will be 100% loyal to you. Xiao Xiaozhu waved her small fist, appearing utterly harmless that I in the future, Xiaozhu and I will work in tandem. One in the light and one in the shadows, to ensure your safety, Xiao Qingxian stated coldly that Yi Yang was somewhat bewildered. Aren't you bodyguards? What do you mean by light and shadow? Well, security is divided into martial and literary paths. The martial path is purely about brute strength, while the literary path involves cunning, such as poisoning and assassination. Xiao Qingxian explained these terrifying concepts as if they were mere everyday matters. After a long pause, Yi Yang managed a faint smile. Earlier, you mentioned that Xiao Xiaozhu specializes in assassination, so you must be the martial one? Indeed. Xiao Qingxian regarded Yi Yang with a piercing gaze. If you believe I cannot hold my own, feel free to find 20 strong men to spar with me. You can take on 20 strong men? Yi Yang marveled. Even the martial arts masters on television would struggle against that. I guarantee that within 3 minutes, I will render those 20 men breathless, Xiao Qingxian replied nonchalantly. Yi Yang chuckled bitterly. Cough, cough. Is this the confidence of a top-tier female bodyguard? Xiao Qingxian sighed, aware that Yi Yang likely thought she was boasting. Casually, she picked up a nearby golf club and effortlessly twisted it into a spiral. Yi Yang grimaced. A single golf club was not cheap. Though he had plenty of money, he did not wish to waste it unnecessarily. Nevertheless, the fact that she could twist a golf club into a spiral indicated that her strength exceeded that of an ordinary person by at least tenfold. He is now well-versed in national martial arts. Yet he is yet to test whether he can wield a golf club. Although he is quite curious to ascertain who possesses greater strength between himself and Xiao Qingxian, the sight of her readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation causes him to suppress his thoughts. Yi Yang understands as well. The realm governed by Hurricane is undeniably a chaotic world. For two sisters to ascend to the level of elite bodyguards, they must have endured experiences beyond his imagination. Chapter 54. To maintain a low profile. Let's take the Rolls-Royce Phantom today. There's no need to remain so tense. I currently have no pressing matters that require a display of force. You two should simply acclimatize to the villa's environment, Yi Yang remarked with a smile. All right. Xiao Qingxian succinctly replied, exchanging a glance with Xiao Xiaozhu before they separated to begin their inspections. What are you two doing? Yi Yang inquired, scratching his head. That we're assessing safety hazards, drafting blueprints, preparing to install security systems and measures to eliminate any assassination blind spots, marking potential ambush locations for snipers, and devising contingency plans for emergencies. Xiao Xiaozhu explained while searching. In summary, there is much to be done. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Xiao Qingxian interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Yi Yang helplessly shrugged. However, he agreed that a thorough inspection was beneficial. He figured that once they grew accustomed to the domestic environment and the stability of society, they would likely relax. During lunch, the beautiful bodyguard sisters finally completed their reconnaissance and preparations, joining him at the dining table. Boss Yi, your villa is utterly defenseless. The level of security awareness here is alarmingly inadequate. If I wished you harm, I could concoct 1,000 ways to do so. Both sisters lamented in unison. Yi Yang's expression darkened. The villa did have a security system, but in the eyes of such top-tier professionals, it was no different from being completely unprotected. Nevertheless, we have resolved all your issues. From now on, we will provide 24-hour protection for your safety, Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu stated with resolute expressions. Understood. Understood. Let's eat. You've worked hard. Yi Yang waved his hand with a smile. After the meal, Yu Momo and the maid team got acquainted with the two beautiful sisters. Yi Yang casually instructed Yu Momo, class reunion? Where is it? Do we need to scout the area in advance for bomb disposal? The Xiao sisters immediately stood up, their professional instincts kicking in. No. That's unnecessary. Yi Yang quickly waved his hands. What kind of tasks had these sisters been assigned before? Always talking about killing, bomb disposal, and snipers. All right then. The sisters' enthusiasm dwindled as they heard him that Yi Yang massaged their shoulders. There's no need to remain so tense. You should also enjoy life occasionally. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu exchanged looks of surprise, as these words were something they had never dared to hope for over the years. Raised by hurricane, they underwent rigorous elite security training, living under extreme pressure and danger. Such tenderness and consideration were invaluable to them. At the very least, we need to maintain vigilance and protection when we're outside. Xiao Qingxian said after a moment's pause. Sure, that's entirely up to you. Yi Yang smiled and prepared for the evening's reunion. The gathering was a dinner, but the class group chat was already buzzing with activity. Everyone get ready. I confirmed with Han Siley that she booked the reservation for 6 o'clock. That let's meet in front of Han Pavilion at 5:30. Class leader Yu Qinggong messaged. Yes, I can hardly wait. Ha! All right, old class leader. It was a Saturday, and most people had time in the evening. Yi Yang suddenly thought to message Zheng Xian. What time do you finish work? I'll pick you up at ASA programmer. The 996 work schedule was unavoidable, and Saturdays were no exception, with Sundays off. Boss Yi, how could I let you come pick me up? Zheng Xian replied with a mischievous grin. Come on, don't be so polite with me. Yi Yang shrugged helplessly that I should be done by 4-30. That is so early. Yi Yang was somewhat surprised. There are special reasons for that I'll explain when we meet. Boss Yi, I need to finish my work first. After sending the message, Yi Yang headed to the garage to choose a vehicle. With Zheng Xian and the bodyguard sisters joining, it was impossible to take a two-seater sports car, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. You shall be the one. After a brief search, he selected what he considered a moderately priced model at $60 million, striking a balance between understated elegance and maintaining prestige. However, if his classmates learned of this choice, their jaws would surely drop. Having graduated for less than 6 months, aside from those with wealthy families, very few in the class had bought cars, let alone a super luxury vehicle of this caliber. I'll be the driver. My driving skills are excellent. Xiao Xiaozhu, naturally well-versed in luxury cars, exclaimed, This is the top-tier Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? It's known as a small tank, that if it could be modified with a few 50mm mounted machine guns. It would be perfect. Yes, and it would be even better if it had an automatic anti-terror bomb system. Xiao Qingxian added seriously. Yi Yang shuddered at the thought, realizing that as long as these two were around, he would always live under the constant threat of terrorism and bomb scares. Let's skip the machine guns. Just drive your car peacefully. Yi Yang said with a dark expression. Xiao Xiaozhu pouted, but I still want to complain. Boss, your security awareness is abysmally low. Yi Yang could only laugh and nod in agreement. You're right. As long as you don't install any machine guns on my car, you can do whatever you want. The sisters took their seats in the front row, while Yi Yang reclined like a boss in the spacious back seat, that he wasn't worried about Zheng Xian's character. But if he were to get into the car and be deemed a threat by Xiao Qingxian, he would undoubtedly face a thorough search and restraint to avoid frightening his old friend. It was better to have him sit beside him. Ding ding. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt in front of the Empire Financial Building, its gleaming golden emblem drawing envious glances from those around. That a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth at least 20 to 30 million, right? I wonder whose prized vehicle this is, Sai. Something unattainable, if you weren't born with it. You can forget about it for a lifetime. Indeed, at that moment, Zheng Xian was stepping out of the building with several colleagues, chatting while searching for the license plate number Yi Yang had mentioned. Wow, a golden emblem, a phantom. As soon as his colleagues stepped outside, they were struck with awe at the sight of the super luxury car. After comparing several times, Zheng Xian confirmed with difficulty that this car indeed belonged to Boss Yi. Hey, Zheng Xian, what are you doing? Plan to take a photo with the luxury car. The owner seems to be inside. Isn't that a bit rude? Though we'd like to as well. Zheng Xian waved his hand in exasperation. My friend is waiting for me in the car, what? His colleagues were left bewildered, only to suddenly recall something and realize, could it be him? Chapter 55, The Eccentric Ideas of the Bodyguard Sisters, the legendary intern. Shut your mouth. If you can't speak properly, don't say anything. That's the owner of the entire Empire Financial Building. His colleagues gazed at Zheng Xian with immense envy as he entered the Rolls-Royce. If all went as expected, they would never experience such luxury in their lifetimes. With this thought, they sighed inwardly. Having an impressive old classmate was indeed a boon. colleagues from other floors had clearly heard of Yi Yang's exploits. But due to the absurdity of the tales, they had dismissed them as mere bragging from the software company. Such an incredible person working as an intern in your software company? It wasn't until they saw Zheng Xian stepping into such a luxury vehicle that they began to believe even a little. Zheng Xian was undeniably on the fast track to success thanks to his old classmate, and they couldn't help but feel envious as soon as he sat in the car. Zheng Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Boss Yi is amazing. He is dating two stunning sisters at once. Zheng Xian, an ordinary person, had never encountered such breathtaking beauty in real life, far surpassing even the most glamorous movie stars. Xiao Qingxian turned her head, her gaze sharp. That look is a bit intimidating. Zheng Xian shrank back, feeling weak-kneed in the presence of such top-tier bodyguards exuding an icy aura. Haha, this is my old classmate, my best buddy. There's no need to be so cautious. Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively. Only then did Xiao Qingxian turn back. We have encountered many who believe they were close enough to succeed in poisoning. Zheng Xian trembled, wondering how the conversation had veered into such a terrifying topic. Yi Yang forced a smile to explain. Bodyguards? Zheng Xian was even more shocked, exclaiming, with those slender arms and legs, can they really be bodyguards? Want to give it a try? Xiao Qingxuan's eyes glinted dangerously. Xiao Xiaozhu stifled a laugh, knowing that this boy was about to find himself in hot water. Ahem, this is a person so formidable that even a golf club can be twisted into a pretzel. You should probably offer your apologies to Yi Yang kindly advised that, oh my, I was indeed disrespectful, female knight. Zheng Xian exclaimed, his face paling in fear as he repeatedly bowed in apology. Humph, at least you know your place. All right, let's go, Yi Yang said with a smile, waving his hand. The Rolls-Royce, as a symbol of success, is renowned for its steadiness and grandeur. When it roared to life, though not as powerful as a sports car, it was sufficient to instill a sense of pressure from a 60 million luxury vehicle. How have you been lately? Yi Yang inquired. Thanks to Boss Yi, I've been officially confirmed in my position these past few days. And this month's salary is that of a full-time employee, 12,000 after tax. Haha, I finally have some money in my hands. Alas, Zheng Xian lamented, if it weren't for you, Boss Yi, I would have had to wait at least another 2 months for my confirmation. I've heard they're considering promoting me to assistant project manager after this project. Indeed, Zhang Wanmin is quite capable. Yang nodded slightly that he was well aware of Zheng Xian's abilities. Leading a project was well within his capacity. However, typical companies would often restrict your work experience. So no matter how exceptional you are, you must endure 3 months as an intern, earning a meager salary while your labor is exploited. Yet no one dared to voice their opinions. After all, his work capabilities were commendable, and he was amiable. Most importantly, Yi Yang's position was far too elevated. Those who wished to criticize found themselves at a loss for words, even considering it quite reasonable. Some even thought it unfair to Zheng Xian. With such connections and abilities, he could have been directly appointed as project manager. Nonetheless, this exemplified Zhang Wanmin's adeptness at handling matters, subtle and considerate of both sides' dignity, while preserving Zheng Xian's reputation, preventing any behind-the-scenes gossip. Boss Yi, you are truly impressive. I've called you boss for over a decade, and only now do you reveal yourself to be a super-rich second generation. How utterly inconsiderate. Zheng Xian mumbled, though he felt immense pride within. He had long regarded Yi Yang as a brother, and how could he not feel proud of having such an extraordinary elder brother? In truth, all of this was to test you, Yi Yang said earnestly, patting Zheng Xian's shoulder. Really? I believe that. Boss Yi, do you have any assets for me to inherit? Zheng Xian feigned calmness. Get out of here. Yi Yang chuckled, shaking his head. However, he acknowledged that this guy was genuinely thoughtful. Finding work was challenging nowadays, and when Zheng Xian stood by him against Jin Bujing, he had risked losing his job and even facing jail time, not to mention the experiences they had shared during their school days. Such a good brother is exceedingly rare in today's world. One must cherish such encounters that if that day I hadn't been able to handle Jin Bujing, would you have regretted standing up? Yang casually asked. I would regret it. If it happens again, I wouldn't meddle. Zheng Xian scratched his head, feeling guilty. Your habit of scratching your head when you lie never changes. Yang shook his head in exasperation. Also, during the reunion later, don't say too much to its just old classmates we haven't seen in half a year. A cheerful meal is sufficient, that there's no need to create any unnecessary drama. Oh, understood. Boss, why eat it as long as they don't go overboard? I want to say anything. Zheng Xian mumbled that he had initially planned to boast about Yi Yang at the reunion, relishing the moment, especially considering the many male classmates who had envied Yi Yang back in the day. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along, at the entrance of Han Pavilion, class monitor Yu Qinggong stepped out of a BMW, that he was among the better off in the class, having received a BMW 5 Series from his family right after starting work. Wang Guan, you seem to be doing quite well, driving a Mercedes after hanging out with Peng Fei, Yu Qinggong exclaimed in surprise. Haha, it's just a company car, all thanks to Su Ji's favor. Wang Guan replied modestly, though he felt a sense of superiority, knowing his car was still better than the class monitor's despite the latter's privileged background. You don't mean that Rolls-Royce Phantom, do you? Chapter 56. Unable to compete with cars. Even the female companion is reduced to ashes. Rolls-Royce? What Rolls-Royce? You all don't even recognize luxury cars. As he spoke, Wang Guan turned around and nearly lost his composure upon seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Holy cow, a top-tier luxury car. Su Ji's father has never driven such an impressive vehicle. He muttered that Su Pengfei drove a lower-spec Porsche 911, worth at most 1 to 2 million. Even just one wheel of a Rolls-Royce would likely surpass that. Even Su Pengfei's father only drove a 7 to 8 million Mercedes Maybach. Comparing it to the Phantom, the difference was vast, and IT must be a chairman from some company coming here for business discussions. I am so envious. Stop dreaming. Even if we pooled our salaries of at most 18,000 for a lifetime, we might not even afford one of those cars. Haha, the classmates sighed in amazement. But when they saw the car indeed approaching them, their hearts skipped a beat. Why do I feel like this car is heading towards us? No way, right? I haven't heard of any classmate being a super rich second generation. Could it be someone won the lottery? Nonsense. They'd need to win the lottery 10 times at 500,000 each to afford that car. With that kind of luck, they'd be soaring to outer space. Not hanging out with us. Just as the classmates were discussing, the Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop before them. Wow, it really is coming for us. The door opened with a click and Zheng Xian emerged. Oh my, it's Zheng Xian. Has this kid hit the jackpot? Did he sacrifice his looks to cozy up to a wealthy woman? I think that's quite possible. Inside the car, Yang had initially planned to exit first. But the two bodyguard sisters were bickering over who would accompany Yang inside. That I should go. Close protection has always been my forte, Xiao Qingxian insisted. This situation is different. I should go instead. Xiao Xiaozhu argued. Who should go? Xiao Qingxian turned to Yang. I suppose Xiao Zhu should accompany me. I'm afraid you might go inside and start beating up my old classmates, Yang said with a wry smile. Fine. Xiao Qingxian seemed to wilt like a frostbitten eggplant, while Xiao Xiaozhu made a victory gesture and promptly stepped out of the car. Upon seeing Xiao Xiaozhu exit, the classmates gasped. Zheng Xian really did cozy up to a wealthy woman. Wow, she is so cute and beautiful. I'm dying. How can it be like this? Zheng Xian blushed profusely. The beauty and the luxury car both belonged to Boss Yi. I'm just hitching a ride. Huh. The classmates then noticed Yi Yang slowly stepping out of the sea. It's Yi Yang who has befriended a wealthy woman. Haha. After all, with Yi Ji's looks, I can totally understand. The classmates finally felt relieved. Yi Yang wore a face of exasperation. These old classmates were quite peculiar. Why was everyone fixated on the idea of him cozying up to a wealthy woman? Couldn't it simply be that he had suddenly struck it rich? You all underestimate Boss Yi. This luxury car belongs to him. The beauty. Humph. Xiao Xiaozhu shot a threatening glance at Zheng Xian. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Xiaozhu, and I'm Yi Ji's girlfriend. After stopping Zheng Xian, Xiao Xiaozhu flashed a sweet smile and linked her arm with Yi Yang's. What? Even Yi Yang is stunned. What kind of script is this? Pretending to be a girlfriend is just a better way to execute protection duties. Right? They say I'm a bodyguard. Of course, the assailants will notice me. Xiao Xiaozhu whispered in Yi Yang's ear, expressing her dissatisfaction. All right, you're right. Yi Yang had no choice but to concede. Hey, this is still cozying up to a wealthy woman. The classmates waved their hands in jest. However, internally, they were overwhelmed with jealousy and envy, lamenting their lack of handsome faces to attract such a lovely, young, and adorable girl. What are we waiting for? Let us head inside. Someone suggested. With the arrival of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and such an adorable beauty, everyone had completely forgotten about welcoming Su Xiao and Han Siley. Yes, yes, let us go, hee hee. The classmates planned to crowd around Yi Yang and Xiao Xiaozhu as they made their way into Han Pavilion. Wait, the person treating us isn't arrived yet. It wouldn't be polite to enter like this. Yi Yang smiled. Just as he spoke, a Porsche 911 skidded into view with a flashy drift. And Su Pengfei stepped out with Kai Mao Mao, exuding an air of pride. His expression radiated confidence. Look at my incredible ride. See the goddess from back in the day? She is now my girlfriend. However, after showing off for a while, he didn't elicit any gasps or admiration from the crowd. The proud expression on his face became frozen, intensifying the awkwardness. Only Wang Guan hurried over, exclaiming, "Welcome, our esteemed Su Xiao." However, having just witnessed the grandeur of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the charm of the super adorable girl, the classmates could hardly muster any genuine astonishment. In comparison, Su Pengfei appeared rather lowly. Ahem. Hearing the sparse applause around him, Su Pengfei finally realized something was amiss. As he scrutinized the surroundings, upon catching sight of Yi Yang, his heart sank completely. He vividly remembered the events that transpired in the Vacheron Constantin store. That individual was now the international major investor and actual controller of Vacheron Constantin. One could say he was the helmsman of the brand, unmatched in prowess. Even his father seemed like an ordinary person in comparison. A glance around revealed the Rolls-Royce Phantom beside him. Gulp. Su Pengfei felt a deep bitterness within. No wonder no one was awed by his 911. It turned out there was a super luxury car worth as much as his 911 already present. But what did that matter? At least I have a beauty. Oh my. Su Pengfei then spotted Xiao Xiaozhu nearby, causing him to explode with frustration. The car couldn't even compare to a single wheel of hers. How could the beauty differ so greatly? I despise this. Although Kai Mao Mao was considered the class beauty, in the grand scheme of things, she was hardly remarkable. In contrast, Xiao Xiaozhu's sweet looks were strikingly exceptional. Combined with the poise she had cultivated over the years, the disparity was so pronounced that it needed no words. It was a complete annihilation. Ahem, how embarrassing. At this moment, Su Pengfei wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The arrogance he had displayed upon alighting from the car had vanished entirely. Chapter 57. This is a wealthy woman? This is clearly a wealthy lowly. Su Pengfei fell silent, his previous arrogance completely dissipated. Kai Mao Mao regarded Yi Yang with eyes shimmering with fascination, filled with regret. Alas, if only during university I hadn't been so short-sighted, pouring everything into winning Yi Yang's heart, how blissful I would be now. Upon noticing Kai Mao Mao's gaze, Su Pengfei felt as if a vast prairie had sprouted above his head. As Su Xiao, you are indeed young and accomplished. In our class, you are unparalleled. Wang Guan, oblivious to the situation, continued to ardently promote Su Pengfei. Infuriated, Su Pengfei smacked Wang Guan on the head. Enough, if your eyesight is poor, get some glasses. With that, he didn't wait for anyone else, his face flushed with embarrassment, and led Kai Mao Mao directly into Han Pavilion. Han Siley had already informed them that they would be seated in the Hanshi private room. TSK, why is he so anxious? Wang Dowling pouted, watching the ostentatious Su Pengfei dare not show off. Promptly overshadowed by Yi Yang, the classmates couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ahem. At this moment, Guan Ping, realizing the situation, chuckled awkwardly. Excuse me. Su Xiao, please wait for me. Several classmates who had intended to ask Su Xiao for job referrals had now abandoned him, their gazes sparkling as they looked at Yi Yang. He was the true towering tree, although there were suspicions of him being a sugar baby. After all, he was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was far more impactful than Su Pengfei's empty boasts. However, before they could speak, a stunning Ferrari sped into view. From the car emerged a glamorous figure in Bulgari high heels, adorned in luxury attire, striding down like a movie star. Had it not been for Xiao Xiaozhu's presence, she would have undoubtedly been the brightest star of the evening. Who is this? Why does she seem so familiar? Hiss. A few girls recognized Han Siley first, having shared a dorm, even though she was hardly noticeable during university. Her transformation in just half a year was remarkable. Han Siley? What? Who is she again? During university, Han Siley rarely appeared at school. They might not have even known of her existence upon graduation. Even those who had some impression of her found it hard to recognize her now, given her striking appearance. Wow, her outfit is dazzling, exuding luxury. It must cost at least several $100,000. Where on earth did she strike it rich after graduating? A few girls from the same dorm couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Several 100,000? Yi Yang chuckled and shook his head. He recognized the Vacheron Constantine watch on her wrist, which he had deemed too cheap at the time, but it seemed to be worth nearly 2 million. It appeared she had landed a remarkable boyfriend. Yet whether he was a boyfriend or an old friend remained to be seen. Hello, everyone. Han Siley smiled slightly, yet her smile carried an air of distance. She had never regarded these classmates with any esteem. Moreover, she was now thousands of millions of times better off. She was driving a Ferrari. Ah, this was a gift from my boyfriend that it's not expensive. Just a little over 10 million, but he said to drive it for now and get me a better one when we marry. Han Siley chuckled lightly, feigning disdain. This car is indeed a bit beneath me. I'm sure you all drive much better vehicles than mine, right? This tactic was a subtle way to highlight her wealth while appearing humble. Yet, she had not anticipated that with the presence of the extraordinary Yi Yang, today she would surely miscalculate. Siley, your car is indeed among the top in our class, and I'm envious that you found such an impressive boyfriend. But compared to Yi Yang, it still falls a few tiers short. Having been in society for a few months, the classmates could easily discern Han Siley's attempts at showing off. As former roommates, they were still crammed onto buses while she was thriving, feeling a sense of imbalance. They could hardly let her bask in comfort. If it weren't for Yi Yang, they wouldn't have had much to say. However, the circumstances were now entirely different. Yi Yang? Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Han Siley felt elated, but the second half made her expression shift, as she thought, could it be that pretty boy has actually succeeded? Alarm bells rang in her mind as she casually scanned her surroundings, spotting the dazzling Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gulp. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Surely, her boyfriend only drove something like that? Moreover, he was still quite young. How infuriating! Just as she intended to use her Ferrari to save face, she was blinded by the Rolls-Royce's golden emblem. Yet, how could he possibly afford such a multi-million luxury car? Han Siley's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, while she forced herself to maintain composure, managing a strained smile. Well, congratulations to you. It seems you can afford a Rolls-Royce. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. What's there to congratulate? It's not a good car. The entire group of classmates fell silent, their minds collectively screaming. So you're the real show-off here? Yi Yang shrugged helplessly. He had indeed intended to keep a low profile by driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom. In this day and age, who would believe honesty? Ahem, Siley, didn't you say your boyfriend would treat us? Why hasn't he shown up? To ease the awkwardness, class monitor Yu Qinggong asked repeatedly. He's too busy he'll come after finishing some company matters. No worries, let's eat first. There's no rush on his end. Han Siley explained, her gaze somewhat evasive. Since that's the case, everyone is here. Let's head into Han Pavilion for the meal. Class monitor Yu Qinggong said with a smile. Let's eat quickly. I'm starving. Ha! After not seeing each other for half a year. The big eater is still the same big eater. A multitude of classmates, dazed by the series of luxury cars and beauties, only then remembered that today was supposed to be a gathering. Han Siley felt somewhat anxious. Having inquired a bit about Yi Yang on the way, it turned out he was also a sugar baby. Han Siley slowly relaxed, feeling amused. However, when she finally laid eyes on the so-called wealthy woman Xiao Xiaozhu, her mentality completely shattered. This is what you call a wealthy woman? This is clearly a little lowly. Han Siley's boyfriend has appeared previously, so feel free to speculate on his identity. Chapter 58. This surprise seems a bit too grand. Hello, may I ask if the private room has been reserved? Several waitstaff approached. Hanchi private room. Han Siley and Yi Yang were currently the center of attention, naturally surrounded by classmates at this moment. Han Siley proudly announced the room number. After all, today was her boyfriend's treat. This was her stage. Very well, please follow us. Upon hearing the mention of the Hanchi private room, the waitstaff's eyes filled with a hint of respect. Hanchi is one of the 4 major private rooms beneath the Black Dragon Room. Without a certain level of status, one couldn't really secure a reservation. Those able to book the Hanchi private room were at least directors of noteworthy stature in Modu. Clattering, the group followed the waitstaff into the Hanchi private room. That person looked somewhat familiar. The front desk girl observed Yi Yang, flanked by a crowd as they ascended the stairs, her finger tapping her lips. That wasn't he the client with the Black Dragon card that managerly had us record the other day? The person beside them slapped their forehead and exclaimed, Manager Lee specifically instructed us to remember this face, that if someone from another place comes here and we fail to recognize them, it would be a grave oversight. It is worth noting that Han Ji's Black Dragon card for VIPs is extremely exclusive, with only 2 holders. Point 1 is the universally renowned Buffett, whose identity is unmistakable. The other is Yi Yang. These affluent individuals often maintain a low profile, and sometimes prefer not to reveal their Black Dragon card when dining. Therefore, Han Ge has ensured that the front desk remembers the appearance of Yi Yang. This ultra-elite guest. Quickly, go inform Manager Lee. The first front desk attendant reacted promptly. Yes, you keep an eye on things here. The other front desk attendant hurried off to find Manager Lee and explain the situation. Manager Lee trembled slightly. Such a prominent figure. I am unworthy to host him. You must promptly notify the owner that M.R.Y.E. has arrived. I will personally escort M.R.Y.E. to the Black Dragon Card Pavilion. Understood. The attendant nodded vigorously, just as the staff at Han Ge were thrown into a flurry of excitement and astonishment at Yi Yang's arrival. In the Han Chi private room, one must acknowledge that Han Ge is indeed the most prestigious Chinese restaurant in the magical city. The decor, the taste, truly remarkable. A group of students were in awe, much like Lu Lao wandering into the Grand View Garden, continuously expressing their admiration as contemporary university students who pride themselves on their worldly experiences and have indulged in meals costing hundreds per person. They found that the ambience of Han Ge was simply incomparable. The pure sandalwood decor and even authentic Republic of China paintings adorning the corridors were breathtaking. The wooden carvings on the stairs were masterfully crafted by renowned artisans. It was astonishing. No wonder the average dining expense here exceeds 10,000. Just the decor alone justifies the price. Indeed, Kylie's boyfriend has impeccable taste. What a discerning eye, listening to the praises around her. Han Kylie felt a surge of happiness that moment. Her earlier displeasure at being overshadowed by Yi Yang began to dissipate. Yi Yang, on the other hand, simply smiled with a hint of indifference. After all, he was one of the 2 exclusive VIPs holding the Black Dragon card. However, today his intention was merely to reconnect with a few old friends, so he aimed to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Yes, maintaining a low profile was his nature. Hadn't he deliberately driven a modest 60 million yuan car today? Oh, Su Pengfei, I wonder why I saw you outside. Turns out you came in first. Han Kylie said with a gentle smile, recognizing the flustered Su Pengfei, who had been fuming in the Han Chi private room. Seeing someone share her plight alleviated her irritation, restoring her confidence and sense of ownership. Su Pengfei's eyes widened upon seeing Han Kylie, internally exclaiming, "Wow! Had I known Han Kylie could look this beautiful when dressed up, I would have pursued her instead of Kai Mao Mao back in college." Little did he know that Han Kylie's ambitions were aimed not at the second-generation rich, but at the first-generation wealthy. Thus, even if he set his sights on her, it would be futile. The more plausible goal would be for Han Kylie to become his stepmother. Our class beauty is becoming increasingly lovely, and now she is dating little Sue. Congratulations. Han Kylie narrowed her eyes playfully. Back when Kai Mao Mao was crowned class beauty, she had been out fishing. Feigning indifference was a lie. Heh, you're not as pretty as Kylie. You're just joking, although Kai Mao Mao was reluctant to admit it. She had to concede that today, Han Kylie was indeed far more stunning than she was. Class beauty is being modest. Just as everyone sensed the underlying tension, a voice called from afar. The classmates looked over, puzzled. Hello everyone. I am Manager Lee from Han Ge. Manager Lee slightly bowed, exuding politeness and a warm smile. Oh, hello manager. Is there something you need? Yu Chenggong inquired, confused. Surely my boyfriend must have made some special arrangements with Han Ge? Han Kylie couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. I truly envy Kylie. She has such a thoughtful, romantic, and wealthy partner. Exactly. We're all human. My impoverished boyfriend won't even buy me a bag worth a few thousand. The disparity was stark. The group of girls was filled with envy. Han Kylie waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's still a bit early to call him my husband. Whether we get married is not solely up to me. Manager Lee looked at Han Kylie as if she were a fool, bewildered by her outburst. However, maintaining his professionalism, he smiled and said, Han Ge has prepared other private rooms for everyone. Please follow me. After glancing at Yi Yang and seeing no objections from him, he felt relieved that it seemed this arrangement was satisfactory to M.R.Y.E. as well. That don't think I'm unaware. The Hanshi is the finest private room in Hangzhou. Surely you wouldn't consider substituting it with something lesser. Han Kaili frowned, displeased. The Black Dragon Pavilion is an exclusive room where no ordinary person could enter. It was utterly beyond consideration for her. Ahem. Manager Li shook his head. Please don't misunderstand. We wish to invite you to dine in our Black Dragon Pavilion, that we have meticulously prepared the highest standard feast for everyone to enjoy. The Black Dragon Pavilion. Those who understood the significance of the Black Dragon Pavilion were engulfed in profound shock at that moment. Even Han Kaili was taken aback. She knew her boyfriend enjoyed planning little surprises. But this surprise seemed a bit too grand. Chapter 59. The Black Dragon Pavilion. A meeting with Tang Ru. Will please follow me. Manager Li smiled as he led Yi Yang and his classmates out of the Hanshi private room towards the Black Dragon Pavilion. As a manager, he understood the consequences of making a mistake in front of Mr. Yi. He could easily find himself dismissed. Thus, someone as astute as he would never invite trouble. These misunderstandings would naturally be clarified when the owner of Hangzhou arrived in person. This is where the Black Dragon Pavilion is located. Manager Li remarked with a smile. Wow! A sense of reverence washed over the students as they gazed at the imposing entrance before them. The door stood over 3 meters tall, carved from a solid slab of heavy black marble, reflecting a dignified sheen that on either side of the door, a winding black dragon was intricately sculpted, displaying an impressive visual impact. As the door slowly opened, an interior dining room that exceeded everyone's imagination unfolded before their eyes. Is this a paradise? The students entered the Black Dragon Pavilion, gasping in awe. The space was self-contained, featuring artificial mountains and flowing water, with glimpses of fish and shrimp. A massive round table crafted from rosewood was showcased, leaving everyone in awe of the ethereal and luxurious ambience of the room. The Black Dragon Pavilion was the owner's favorite spot, and the cost of creating this supreme private room alone exceeded 100 million. The manager Li bowed to Yi Yang once more. I wish you all a pleasant dining experience. I will take my leave now. The owner will come to meet you shortly. Did you hear that? This is a supreme room worth over 100 million. My heavens, what have I done to deserve a meal in such an extraordinary place? The students were restless, acutely aware that if they were to accidentally damage anything here, they might be indebted for a lifetime. This is just too prestigious. Kylie, what exactly does your husband do? He must be incredibly wealthy to afford such treatment. Initially, it was Han Kaili's boyfriend who had invited everyone to dinner, but with the change of private rooms, everyone instinctively assumed this was the surprise her boyfriend had prepared. The fact that the owner of Hangzhou would come to meet him was simply astounding. A group of classmates, filled with jealousy and admiration, gathered around Han Kaili, while Yi Yang conversed casually with a few close friends from university. This private room was clearly arranged for Yi Laoda. Zheng Xian smirked, noticing that Manager Li had been addressing Yi Yang throughout. Han Kaili stood beside him, which led to the misunderstanding. Haha, why should I care? I am actually looking forward to seeing the bewildered expression on her boyfriend's face when he arrives. Yi Yang smirked mischievously. Serve the dishes. First course, 9 dragons seizing pearls. Second course, 8 immortals cross the sea. Third course, 7 stars lighting the lanterns. Dish after dish of exquisite culinary creations was presented, each eliciting gasps of astonishment from the students. Who knew dishes could be prepared like this? The presentation is so enchanting. It is practically a work of art that I almost feel guilty to touch my chopsticks. Wow, the aroma is simply divine. One splendid dish after another, showcasing an array of flavors and colors, temporarily halted the students' banter. Complaints and critiques. Gulp, the elegantly beautiful and poised servers personally poured fine wine for everyone. Introducing. This is 20-year-old daughter's red and Shaoxing Huangjiu, an absolute delicacy. 20-year-old daughter's red. A small jar must cost around 200,000. Right. Su Pengfei, accustomed to lavish dining, exclaimed in disbelief. Having been previously chastised by Yi Yang, he couldn't help but voice his astonishment. Normally, he would only order a few thousand yuan worth of red wine to show off. This exquisite daughter Hong, priced at 200,000 for a small jar, has never been something I dared to partake in. The flavor is simply divine. He savored a sip, his expression one of utter ecstasy. Your husband is truly generous and magnanimous, his classmates exclaimed in admiration. Alas, such a person possesses no remarkable qualities aside from wealth, indulging in extravagance at every turn. Hans Siley was just about to put on an air of sophistication when the door swung open once more. A slightly portly middle-aged man clad in a Tang suit entered with an air of elegance. Upon seeing this gentleman, Su Pengfei immediately rose to his feet. Having frequented upscale dining establishments, he recognized this man as Mr. Tang Rugua, the proprietor of Hanji To Elevator Restaurant to the pinnacle of Shanghai. Gaining international acclaim and being valued at billions is an extraordinary feat, far more challenging than establishing a company worth hundreds of billions. After all, Hangge has no investors and is not publicly traded. It has achieved this valuation solely through its intrinsic value. Many entrepreneurs whose companies are worth hundreds of billions hold Mr. Tang in high esteem. Su Pengfei surmised that his background must be substantial. Wei Yang had similar conjectures. A national banquet chef and national cellar Fingio are not easily acquired merely through wealth. Is he truly the owner of Hangge? Han Siley, with a haughty tilt of her chin, approached, ready to accept his handshake. To her surprise, Tang Rugua merely smiled amiably and said, "Miss, please make way." At that moment, everyone was taken aback. The owner of Hangge was not there to seek out Han Siley. In that instant, all eyes turned to Yi Yang in astonishment. Could it be that he was there to find Yi Yang? Was the Black Dragon treading on the Golden Pavilion also orchestrated by Yi Yang? He is not merely a man living off a wealthy woman. Surely not. Only Su Pengfei, who had glimpsed the tip of Yi Yang's capabilities, could only smile bitterly to himself and murmur, "It seems that way to Mr. Yi. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you," Tang Rugua said, extending his hand to Yi Yang with a beaming smile. "Incredible! My heavens! The owner of Hangge of such stature has come specifically to meet Yi Yang. What is happening? Wasn't he supposed to be looking for Han Siley's boyfriend? Are you that oblivious? Do you have such a long reflex arc? It is clear he is here for Yi Yang. I recognized it immediately." Wang Dallin glared at a nearby classmate, who was still processing the situation. The female classmate's face flushed bright red. Only Han Siley remained dazed, her emotions in turmoil, her face burning like coal, a mix of embarrassment, confusion, and shock overwhelming her, leaving her utterly speechless. At Mr. Tang, "You are one of the two esteemed holders of the Black Dragon treading on gold VIP card at our establishment. I should have come out to greet you. I apologize for my negligence." Tang Rugua produced a jade bottle from his sleeve. "This immortal brew has been passed down through my family. Please accept it as an apology." He laughed. "Mr. Yi, do not refuse it." A Black Dragon treading on gold VIP card holder, including Han Siley. Everyone turned to Yi Yang with wide eyes, unable to believe their own ears. How could this be? Chapter 60. All a lie. He is a great deceiver. Since Mr.Ye has an engagement today, I shall not intrude further. If there is an opportunity in the future, I would like to discuss matters privately with Mr. Yi. Tang Rugua said cheerfully. "Very well." Yi Yang nodded slightly, appreciating the warmth of the gentleman's demeanor, befitting someone capable of elevating a restaurant to a valuation of billions. After presenting the immortal brew and expressing his goodwill, Tang Rugua turned to leave. Is he really a Black Dragon card VIP? Not merely relying on that wealthy lady by his side? He himself is a Black Dragon card VIP? My heavens! How is this possible? The significance of the Black Dragon card VIP had already spread. Now, the holder of Hanji's Black Dragon treading on gold card is none other than Buffett. Does this mean Yi Yang's status rivals that of Buffett? Yes, otherwise, do you think I would be boasting? Zheng Xian finally found the opportunity to express himself. The truth can no longer be concealed. He had no intention of remaining low-key, while Yi Yang wished to avoid creating distance with his classmates. Zheng Xian could not abide seeing Yi Yang perceived as merely a kept man. At this moment, he sneered. Those who wish to unravel Yi Yang's true identity will never guess it. Never guess. Is he worth hundreds of billions? Perhaps a figure of immense power in Shanghai. Impossible, right? Hundreds of billions. You are underestimating Yi Yang. Zheng Xian said indignantly. The entire Shanghai financial building belongs to Yi Yang. Just that alone is worth thousands of billions. What? The classmates were stunned by Zheng Xian's bombshell revelation. The Empire Financial Building is renowned throughout Shanghai, almost becoming a landmark, such an entity which only existed in news and rumors. actually belongs to Yi Yang? So you are not only the actual controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine. The entire Empire Financial Building is yours? Su Pengfei exclaimed in astonishment. The revelation that Yi Yang was already the controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine had left him reeling for days. And this latest news was a direct blow to his senses. Hiss, if Zheng Xian was seen as Yi Yang's little follower, aiding in his display of power, then Su Pengfei's words held a vastly different weight in everyone's minds. Old Su, what did you just say? He has a company like Vacheron Constantine? Wang Guan, Su Pengfei's chief sycophant, was so shocked he collapsed into his chair, the kind of person so far removed from their reality. And he had just mocked him for being a kept man. Oh no, this is outrageous. At this moment, the classmates were bewildered. They knew Su Pengfei and Yi Yang had a long-standing rivalry, if not for the overwhelming shock. Su Pengfei wouldn't have been so humble before Yi Yang. They had long suspected Su Pengfei had some knowledge of Yi Yang's background. Now, that suspicion had been confirmed. Yi Yang is indeed a super tycoon. He possesses both Vacheron Constantine and the Empire Financial Building, with assets in the thousands of billions. No, this cannot be. He's just a kept man. Han Siley was thoroughly agitated. Initially, she had felt somewhat balanced knowing Yi Yang was reliant on someone else. But now he was usurping the admiration and accolades that should have been hers, revealing himself to be a true member of the wealthy elite, with assets in the thousands of billions. More affluent than the old man she sought? A tide of regret and jealousy surged within her, causing her mental state to spiral. Are you talking about me? Xiao Xiaozhu smiled softly as she approached Yi Yang. From the very beginning, you all have been rather peculiar. I am merely my boyfriend's chauffeur. While I may be somewhat affluent myself, I cannot compare to my boyfriend. As a top-tier bodyguard, her earnings from completed missions, bonuses and commissions accumulated to several billion. It is not inaccurate to call her somewhat wealthy. However, compared to Yi Yang, who possesses assets worth trillions and cash flow in the billions, she is but a minor player. Some classmates covered their hearts. Unable to withstand such a tremendous blow, the reversal was simply staggering. Yi Yang had transformed from a mere kept man into a super-rich elite admired even by beautiful, wealthy women. Seeing how her words left those who had just mocked the boss speechless and questioning their own lives, Xiao Xiaozhu proudly flashed her little tiger teeth, though while Yi Yang looked at Xiao Xiaozhu's smug expression, chuckled helplessly and ruffled her hair. All the classmates stood with mouths agape, unsure of what to say. Many were on the verge of lamenting the unfairness of fate. Han Siley, however, coldly regarded Yi Yang. I see now. That car was merely rented. Your girlfriend is also an actress. Everything is a lie. A lie. The classmates blinked in disbelief. Had Han Siley truly lost her mind out of jealousy? Ha! My boyfriend owns the Empire Building, and he will be here shortly to expose you. Han Siley scanned the room. Let us wait and see who the real fraud is. Only Su Pengfei coldly shook his head, and he vividly recalled the expression on Gong Xiaoqing's face upon seeing Yi Yang's information. Even if Yi Yang were not the owner of the Empire State Building, his position as the supreme authority of Vacheron Constantine alone could overshadow any chairman within the Empire State Building. Even Feng Xiao lacked the qualifications to be compared with Yi Yang. Zheng Xian was even more convinced, having nearly believed that he and Yi Laoda had beaten Jin Bujing, thinking that neither of them would be able to exit the Empire State Building. The sight of dozens of chairmen coming together, ultimately bowing to Yi Yang, remained etched in his memory. What a pitiable woman. Xiao Xiaozhu looked at Han Siley with a sense of pity, finding her rather uninteresting. She was merely an actress. What is she so proud of? At that moment, Han Siley, having had her most cherished facade pierced, revealed her insecure and fragile inner self, feigning confidence and pride as she gazed at Yi Yang. Yi Yang let out a bitter smile, bemused by the woman's inexplicable demeanor. He was not there to flaunt wealth. I suggest you calm down. You might end up giving yourself a heart attack. Yi Yang attempted to console Han Siley. However, his words, too blunt and straightforward, were misconstrued in her ears. That don't get too smug. Soon, there will be a time when you won't feel so proud. My boyfriend is about to arrive. Han Siley, infuriated by Yi Yang's well-meaning advice, lashed out. Tap, tap. The grand doors of the Black Dragon Pavilion swung open once more, that a man stood outside. Appearing somewhat anxious, he had just visited the Hanshi private room, but had not discovered the gathering of his girlfriend's classmates. After inquiring, he learned that his girlfriend and her classmates had indeed been invited to the Black Dragon Pavilion. He was acutely aware of the significance of the Black Dragon Pavilion in the Magic City. Gulp. Could it be that there were some super influential figures hidden among his classmates? With Siley's temper, he hoped she wouldn't offend anyone. He admitted to rather liking this mistress of his. She was understanding and considerate. And most importantly, her skills were exceptional, providing him with unparalleled comfort each night. Even knowing she only portrayed such perfection in his presence, he pondered, would it truly be different with someone else? It was better to find someone who could maintain the pretense well. Hence, he was willing to spend money on her. Nevertheless, he was fully aware of the kind of person she really was at this moment. Anxiety gripped him, fearing that Siley might offend that super big shot among his classmates. Tap tap, the door opened. The instant he laid eyes on the spotlight stealing Siley and Yi Yang, he was rendered speechless that Yi Yang, upon seeing the newcomer, was also momentarily taken aback. Zheng Xian, beside him, gaped in astonishment. It was you. Zheng Xian and Yi Yang couldn't help but exclaim in unison, Darling, you finally arrived. Siley rushed forward, linking her arm with the man, as if showcasing a rare treasure, her pride evident. Wanmin claims to be the owner of the Empire Financial Building. I just exposed him. Am I not impressive? What did you say? The man, startled, pushed Siley aside and repeatedly glanced at Yi Yang ahem. Mr. Yi, what a coincidence, we meet again. Yi Yang regarded the man with keen interest. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Wanmin, the founder of Wanmin's software company and his former chairman. What a surprise. Look at you with those thick eyebrows and big eyes. Seems you've been living it up behind the scenes. Siley, oblivious to the truth, was unaware that Zhang Wanmin was already married with children in their 20s. This revelation made the truth painfully clear. Siley was merely Zhang Wanmin's mistress. How pitiful and infuriating. Oh my, Siley, your boyfriend seems a bit older. Wang Dowling blurted out, noticing that Zhang Wanmin must be in his 40s or 50s. Don't say that. Why bring up such matters? Several classmates hurriedly restrained Wang Dowling, trying to prevent him from making a blunder. What are you stopping me for? I was just considering her feelings. I was going to say this old man could easily be her father. PFF. A few girls, previously simmering with jealousy, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Darling, you actually push me? Siley's heart trembled, sensing that something was amiss. You push me? Were you disrespectful to Yi just now? I could just strangle you. Zhang Wanmin fumed, his anger causing veins to bulge, feeling utterly wronged by the situation. Chapter 62. 500 million is not a trivial sum, but it's still money. Hiss, this person treats Siley this way because of Yi Yang. Does that mean everything Yi Yang said was true? The classmates gasped, struggling to digest the revelation that in less than a minute. Yi Yang's image underwent a dramatic transformation, from a mere boy living off others to an immensely wealthy and powerful figure. From Tang Rui's visit to Su Pengfei, Zheng Xian's testimony, and now Siley's boyfriend confirming his status. The evidence was irrefutable. I feel a bit dazed that I can't believe someone from our class is such a significant figure. I actually shared a dorm with the owner of the Empire Financial Building and the supreme authority of Vacheron Constantine. This is something I can brag about for a lifetime. Several of Yi Yang's close friends sparkled with excitement, marveling at the turn of events. For them, having such an impressive friend was a source of immense pride, feeling as though they shared in his glory. Meanwhile, others trembled with a mix of anger and jealousy. I even plotted against him before. This is disastrous. Such a terrifying figure could make me disappear without a trace in the Huangpu River. I must find a chance to bow down and confess my faults to Yigu after this gathering. Damn. How did this guy get so lucky? Life is so unfair. Creak, creak, some boys ground their teeth in envy, yet dared not show it on their faces that a perfectly flawless rich man, a college classmate, young, handsome, and wealthy. There will never be a more perfect future husband than Yi Yang. I truly was blind. I failed to recognize Yi Yang as a super potential asset. I did see it, but he never looked my way. I even criticized him for being arrogant and pretentious, not realizing today would reveal that I was just a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Boo-hoo-hoo. If the atmosphere were different, these girls would rush to fawn over Yi Yang. Observing the classmates' reactions, Yi Yang sighed inwardly, knowing that once his identity was exposed, meaningful conversation would be impossible. After graduation, social status created a chasm. making you either feel like a stranger or someone to be feared or detested. In a society driven by material desires, someone like Shui Er, pure and virtuous, was indeed a rarity. Wai Yang shook his head, unexpectedly reminded of Lin Shui Er. This chairman, your girlfriend, just humiliated my ego thoroughly. Xiao Zhu, relishing the spectacle, fanned the flames. What you? Zhang Wanmin felt a wave of dizziness. The board of directors had recently investigated Yi Yang's background and uncovered the assets under his name. Such information would inevitably become public online over time. The more they investigated, the more they realized that their collective decision to welcome Yi Yang had been astoundingly wise. His various renowned assets, both in China and globally, collectively surpassed trillions. If calculated, Yi Yang's wealth had now firmly established him as the true tycoon of China. This would undoubtedly be public knowledge when this year's China Forbes list was released. Offending the tycoon? The mere thought sent shivers down Zhang Wanmin's spine. You reckless fool. Don't ever seek me out again. We have no further ties. You would forsake me for such a pretty boy? Han Sili, now acutely aware of Yi Yang's true identity, grappled with the overwhelming shock, resorting to unreasonable protests. Bah! Zhang Wanmin sneered. His gaze toward Han Sili growing increasingly cold. He had other mistresses, while this one captivated him. A person capable of great accomplishments knew the weight of matters that 1,000 Han Kailis could never compare to the significance of one Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, although I have severed ties with her, how you choose to deal with this situation is entirely up to you. The previous incident with Gao Zhongguan and Jin Bujing had terrified him. If Mr.Ye truly set his sights on him, how could a small software company like his survive? Yi Yang casually acknowledged. This matter was not particularly related to Zhang Wanmin, but since the other party was willing to part with money, he certainly wouldn't refuse. 500 million may not be a lot, but it is still money. He was a frugal man. Mr. Yi, enjoy your meal. I'll head to the front desk to settle your bill and won't disturb you further. Zhang Wanmin bowed, not sparing Han Sili a glance as he prepared to leave. Chapter 63, Yi Laoda's little brother. Stop. Zhang Wanmin, did you not say you loved me? Were you merely deceiving me? You never intended to marry me. Han Sili, witnessing Zhang Wanmin's indifference, cried out in desperation. Marry you? We're all adults here. Can't you be a bit more mature? Given your age, it's evident that I have children in their 20s. You are merely my dalliance. Zhang Wanmin could hardly believe his ears. I had always presumed that a person as astute as you would have understood the nature of our relationship long ago. To think you were such a foolish woman. You? Han Sili was utterly bewildered, staring incredulously at Zhang Wanmin, her mind engulfed in a haze. With a fortune of several billion, and being in my 40s, I was merely indulging in a pastime with you. Did you genuinely expect to marry me and inherit my vast wealth? Am I the fool? Or are you? Have you lost your senses? Women of your sort are truly too naive. Zhang Wanmin shook his head. He had initially thought Han Sili to be quite clever, only to discover she was a naive, ambitious woman. Well, I must say, I feel a tinge of regret, but it is best that a mindless woman like you does not linger by my side and cause me trouble. The entire Black Dragon Pavilion fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood with mouse agape. As recent entrants into society, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Is this the mindset of the affluent? Yi Yang offered a slight smile that a woman like Han Sili does not merit sympathy. At her age, her naivety is astonishing, believing that the wealthy are merely fools. The reason the affluent possess their wealth is that none of them are imbeciles. To assume that one can simply latch onto an old millionaire and wait for his demise to inherit his fortune is nothing short of laughable, a delusion devoid of reality. Yet, there are indeed many women of this ilk. Han Sili is but one example. Zhang Wanmin, I will kill you. At that moment, Han Sili could no longer bear to remain there, her face flushed with shame and humiliation, rendering her utterly irrational. She fancied herself incredibly mature. Having always looked down upon those who toiled diligently, believing that aligning herself with a wealthy man would change her fate. Now she realized, to her chagrin, that the most naive and laughable one was, in fact, herself. Observing Han Sili flee, her classmates were left speechless. Clearly, she was a materialistic woman. How could she now harbor resentment towards others? Let us not allow one person to spoil the atmosphere, that we should raise a toast to Yi Yang. Yes, indeed. The classmates quickly responded to Yi Yang. Oh no, we must now address him as Mr. Yi. I previously mocked you as a pretty boy. I was blinded, and I sincerely apologize. Allow me to drink 3 cups in penance. Please be my guest. Yes, me too. I'll drink 3 cups. The adaptable male classmates stepped forward to pour drinks in atonement. Yi Yang merely smiled and shook his head. These same individuals who had been so disparaging moments ago were now fawning over him. Money, indeed, is a marvelous thing. Yi Yang, it's been a while. You've become quite extraordinary. Brother Yi, if the night grows dull, feel free to call me. Get lost, don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You think a high-rolling handsome man could possibly be bored? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat? Bah! Aren't you harboring the same thoughts? The female classmates swarmed around him like bees to honey, desperately showcasing their charms to capture Yi Yang's attention. Yet, even the once-crowned class beauty Kai Mao Mao and today's radiant Han silently failed to impress Yi Yang. They were at best of average looks, rendering them even less likely to sway his heart. He offered only perfunctory smiles, not engaging further. Xiao Xiaozhu, observing from the sidelines, puffed up her cheeks in indignation. These women had no shame, blatantly trying to woo him while her temporary relationship with him was still intact. A dangerous glint flickered in Xiao Xiaozhu's eyes. Anyone who knew her would sympathize with Yi Yang, for these girls were surely in for a rough night. All right, Lao Zheng, did you know from the start that Mr. Yi was a super potential asset, which is why you chose to associate with him? Exactly. No wonder you got promoted so quickly. Aiming for the vice team leader role, it turns out you have Mr. Yi as a towering tree to lean on. Brother Zheng, don't misunderstand. What I meant was that I now wish to follow you, to be Mr. Ye's little brother. Yi Yang was surrounded by people. Those who couldn't get in were left to curry favor with Zheng Xian instead. Mr. Ye's little brother's little brother. Does that not imply Mr. Ye's little brother? Zheng Xian was at a loss for words. Why did this title evoke such a sinister connotation? Chapter 64. Could the boss possess martial arts? However, Zheng Xian had previously been Yi Yang's sidekick, and after graduation, he and maintained many connections. Now, with so many people flocking to him, he couldn't help but feel like the center of attention. Naturally, he understood the reason behind their flattery, but that did not detract from his enjoyment of the moment. Being praised is a fundamental human need. Thus, this reunion dinner after the internship concluded amid laughter and cheer. Yi Yang raised his glass in a toast, reciprocating their earlier toasts, which led to a chorus of cheers. Time to go. Yi Yang waved at Zheng Xian. Ahem, Mr. Yi, I suppose it would be inappropriate for me to join you. Zheng Xian scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. What makes it inappropriate? Yi Yang was taken aback. Ahem, after a hearty meal, with beautiful company. Zheng Xian grinned knowingly at Yi Yang, displaying a smile that only men would understand. You lad, appearing so virtuous while secretly quite mischievous. Yi Yang immediately caught on, laughing heartily. Then allow me to call a car for you. All right. Zheng Xian nodded enthusiastically. Nearby, Xiao Xiaozhu's face flushed. She and her sister Xiao Qingxian were seasoned in their dealings, fully aware of what was implied. Though they understood the meaning, they were still pure, and their emotions were somewhat chaotic at the entrance. After calling a car for Zheng Xian to leave, Yi Yang turned to Xiao Xiaozhu with a sly grin. Hey boss, you and want a Xiao Xiaozhu bit her lip, regarding Yi Yang like a wary kitten. What unwilling? Yi Yang teased that Xiao Xiaozhu gritted her teeth, feeling conflicted, ultimately shaking her head stubbornly. That I must admit, Yi Yang is the most unique, most perfect, and most captivating man I have encountered in years. I even acknowledge that I have developed some feelings for him. But that doesn't mean I'm a casual girl, to engage in such actions solely because of this. Then your status as my temporary girlfriend ends here, you know? Yi Yang flicked her smooth forehead. You are so wicked, boss. Xiao Xiaozhu then realized that Yi Yang held no wicked intentions. He was merely teasing her. Yi Yang laughed, waving his hand, reveling in his successful provocation of the beautiful girl when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. You seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit. This voice, like a ghost from the depths, carried a sense of resentment and coldness. Who dares? Yi Yang jumped in surprise, quickly turning around to find Xiao Qingxian wearing a face of grievance, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's you. You two are so lovey-dovey, leaving me out here to drink the north wind. Xiao Qingxian said somewhat petulantly that I must admit, the sulky demeanor of an ice queen only makes her more enchanting. You haven't gone without dinner, have you? Yi Yang asked, surprised that of course not. I've been diligently observing the perimeter. Strangely, there hasn't been any unusual activity tonight, nor any assassins or suspects, Xiao Qingxian muttered. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. What is so strange about it? This is Huaxia. Where would so many assassins come from? Let us go. I'm not quite full either, but I'll take you to a good place to eat. Yi Yang waved, smiling. That a good place to eat? Xiao Qingxuan's eyes lit up, nearly betraying her concealed food enthusiast nature. But she quickly composed herself, coldly huffing. Don't think that treating me to a late-night snack will earn my forgiveness. Whatever. Yi Yang shrugged, feigning indifference. You. Xiao Qingxian gritted her silver teeth, finding Yi Yang exceedingly exasperating. We've both been drinking. You drive. Yi Yang instructed Xiao Xiaozhu to toss the keys to Xiao Qingxian, then plop down into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Oof, you wicked boss. Although Xiao Qingxian cursed, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief, entirely different from her previous years as a killer, a luxurious sense of ease. She felt conflicted about this ease. Once she relaxed, she feared her vigilance might wane. Such a good boss must not be allowed to come to any harm, or she would blame herself. No, it's clearly a wicked boss. Wicked boss. Ahem. Xiao Xiaozhu poked Xiao Qingxian in the ribs. Xiao Qingxian reined in her fanciful thoughts, looking at Xiao Xiaozhu, and upon seeing the seriousness on her face, asked, What is the matter? Xiao Xiaozhu glanced at the Rolls-Royce Phantom beside them, muttering, Our boss is quite extraordinary. Ah, Xiao Qingxian blinked. Our boss possesses considerable strength. Xiao Xiaozhu narrowed her eyes, reflecting on Yi Yang's previous responses. This, Xiao Qingxian then realized that the speed at which the boss reacted was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Whatever, is it not preferable for the boss to possess martial arts skills? However, it would be intriguing to find an opportunity to truly test him. Chapter 65. Street food stalls, more delicious than a $4 million feast? Thus, Xiao Qingxian drove ahead, with Xiao Xiaozhu and Yi Yang seated in the back. Where are we headed? Xiao Qingxian inquired. Yi Yang, feigning mystery, entered an address into the navigation. We are going here. You'll understand once we arrive. How enigmatic, Xiao Qingxian pouted. Although her missions in Magic City were few, she had done some research and discovered that Hang is the pinnacle of Chinese cuisine in Magic City, while Ziguang Pavilion represents the zenith of Western dining. Besides these two establishments, could there truly be any other top-tier restaurants? Beep beep. Why is there suddenly a traffic jam? Yang asked, puzzled that it seems there are traffic police ahead, conducting DUI checks. Xiao Qingxian leaned forward to confirm. Yang chuckled and shook his head. What a coincidence. Had he not left Xiao Qingxian outside, he would have surely faced points deduction tonight. After waiting for a while, it was finally their turn. Upon seeing the small golden figurine on the hood, even the traffic police, unaware that it was a phantom, recognized it as a Rolls-Royce, and their demeanor shifted to one of caution as they gently knocked on the car door. Their service attitude notably cordial. Hello, we need to check for alcohol. Driving, upon catching sight of Xiao Qingxuan's visage, even the most seasoned traffic officer was momentarily taken aback. This beauty, this aura, simply stunning, beep beep. After the results came in, the traffic police remained entranced by Xiao Qingxuan's allure. It was only when Xiao Xiaozhu reminded them that the results were in that they snapped back to reality that, The officer sighed, caught in a dilemma over whether to ask for contact information when he caught a glimpse of Xiao Xiaozhu and Yi Yang in the back. He nearly choked on his own breath. One an ice-cold beauty, the other a charming girl next door. Both are exquisite. This young man is truly blessed beyond measure. Alas, let them go, let them go. Realizing the futility of competition, the young officer had no choice but to grant them passage. Damn, I truly despise this. Today, all detected DUIs will be severely punished. The drivers behind. Virum. The Rolls-Royce sped off, arriving at the location Yi Yang had specified. Xiao Qingxian rubbed her eyes, finding it hard to believe. Isn't this just a street food stall? How could it be made so mysterious? Yi Yang replied with a smile. This is no ordinary street food stall. This is the renowned street of the West District. What's the difference? Xiao Qingxian asked disdainfully. In truth, there wasn't much of a difference. If one were to insist, it was, this place holds my youth, A hint of nostalgia glimmered in Yi Yang's eyes. Almost every university has a food street, and Yi Yang's was no exception, that he often sneaked out to explore the food stalls, purchasing a bag of chicken gizzards, ordering some barbecue, opening a few bottles of beer, and chatting with a few friends. Just now, surrounded by a throng of people asking questions, he hadn't had much of a chance to eat. Coincidentally, it was the perfect time for a late-night snack. Yi Yang chuckled. The Xiao Xiaozhu twirled a strand of hair, adding, "I was too busy ensuring the boss's safety earlier to enjoy my meal." "Well then, that's just perfect." Yi Yang snapped his fingers. "But can street food actually be delicious?" Xiao Qingxian questioned skeptically, as their missions typically involved high-profile individuals, leaving little room for street food experiences that you've never had street food. "Then you've truly missed out on a culinary delight." Yi Yang was astonished. It was quite absurd that someone had never tasted street food. "That's quite an exaggeration." Xiao Qingxian blinked. "Then I must give it a proper try, sampling everything." Back when Yi Yang was mindful of his living expenses, he scarcely dared to spend much, even at the food street. Yet tonight, he indulged freely. One must admit, the sense of fulfilling past regrets was far more satisfying than that $4 million feast he had earlier. My goodness, so handsome. Which university's heartthrob is he? The female university students at the food stall gazed starry-eyed. "That I can't handle it. I'm about to nosebleed. These two beauties are simply too captivating. Cursed wealthy individuals." The boys around the girls, however, paid no attention to Yi Yang, that a wealthy individual eating street food. "Umph, I see him as nothing more than a smooth-talking scoundrel." The boyfriends of the girls grumbled sourly, fearing that they might suffer a blow to their egos. The striking looks and demeanor of Yi Yang and his companions naturally drew a multitude of gasps and admiration as they walked among the throngs of university students. The taste is surprisingly delightful," Xiao Qingxian exclaimed, astonished. Despite the low prices, she discovered an entirely different flavor experience. After indulging in lavish meals daily, a visit to the food street was truly a treat. Yi Yang, munching on fried skewers, mused. Recently, he had consumed too many exquisite dishes, and after all that, he found street food to be even more satisfying. Of course, this was under the premise that Yi Yang had grown tired of extravagant dining. Normal people would undoubtedly still find gourmet meals more appealing. "Aunt Zhang, 100 skewers, a dozen beers." Yi Yang skillfully greeted Aunt Zhang at the barbecue stall, having frequented the place throughout his 4 years of university. They were well acquainted. An update is here. Also, feel free to follow Fan Junyang. 1054 117 329, Chapter 66. I quit. "Why? Because I bought the company. Oh, is that not little Yi?" Aunt Zhang exclaimed with surprise as she looked at Yi Yang, her enthusiasm palpable. "Didn't you just graduate? I thought of you and Uncle Zhang as culinary skills." Yi Yang chuckled. "You rascal, your tongue remains as sweet as ever." Aunt Zhang laughed heartily. "All right. Just wait. I'll get it ready for you right away." A group of students, some eager to catch a glimpse of the handsome guy and others interested in the beautiful girls, rushed to occupy every seat at the barbecue stall. "Ahem, boss, I'll have a serving of barbecue." "Me too." Uncle Zhang busied himself nearby, smiling silently, as men often understand men best. After a while, the barbecue and beers were served. "I just saw you earlier, little Yi. When did you manage to get 2 such beautiful girls?" Aunt Zhang's words drew the attention of all the boys at the table. Everyone was eager to learn how he had won the affections of such remarkable beauties. And 2 at that. Such a skill was enough to make them drool with envy. Yi Yang scratched his head, feigning confusion before dragging it out. "Quickly tell us." The boys beside him were on edge. "Perhaps it's because I'm just too handsome." Yi Yang chuckled. The boys instantly deflated, having to admit that Yi Yang was indeed handsome. Such innate charm was something they could never replicate. You're still as cheeky." Aunt Zhang covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, having not seen Yi Yang for quite some time. She couldn't help but inquire about his current situation. "Little Yi, it's been half a year since you graduated. Have you settled into a job?" "Job?" Yi Yang scratched his head. The nearby girl's eyes lit up. The more perfect he was, the better, for it provided ample material for their dreams at night. Some boys who had just criticized the evils of capitalism were now invigorated. Just by being handsome, he had managed to attract such incredible girls, and to get them both out at once. They couldn't believe it. It was likely, no, it was definitely because he was wealthy. "I quit my job," Yi Yang replied with a smile. I was right. Wasn't I? Who would bring their girlfriend to eat at a street stall if they had money? Wouldn't they opt for Western cuisine or a grand restaurant? The boy sneered, clearly just a smooth-talking scoundrel. Then why did you bring me to eat at a street stall? Are you also a scoundrel? Or just a broke one? One of the girls retorted indignantly. I'm different. I haven't graduated yet. The boy awkwardly scratched his head, inadvertently digging his own grave. Oh, smooth talker, the girlfriend fumed. Seriously, no job, and you're managing to date two stunning beauties just based on your looks? My goodness, just end my misery. The single men expressed their outrage. The attractive women present seemed eager to take their chances. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang furrowed her brow. Lil Yi, young people should not aim too high. Having a job is essential for a good life. Even if you face hardships, you must not give up midway. I understand, Aunt Zhang Dawai Yang acknowledged, knowing she meant well. By the way, why did you really quit your job? Aunt Zhang still seemed concerned. Because I bought that company. Silence. The entire place fell silent. Even Aunt Zhang stared in disbelief. Is that true, little Yi? You mentioned that company had a market value of several billion. Right? You bought it? Yi Yang nodded. It's not entirely accurate to say I bought it. I become a significant shareholder. Zhang Wanmin certainly didn't have 5 billion in cash to produce. So he had used shares to settle debts. Now, he was the largest shareholder of Wanmin's software company, second only to Zhang Wanmin. Thus, saying he bought the company wasn't entirely a lie. Indeed, the insidious nature of capitalism prevails. The boys nearby were utterly dumbfounded. Did I this even human discourse? I have resigned. Why? Because this company now belongs to me, damn. What an insufferable show-off you are. The boyfriend's present nearly spat blood. Look at that. The major shareholder of a company brings his girlfriend to the barbecue stall. You impoverished souls, yet you mock him. If you possessed his demeanor, you would have been wealthy long ago. The girlfriends, comparing their boyfriends to Yi Yang, immediately felt they had been shortchanged, lamenting incessantly. Cough, cough. What sins have I committed? Had I known, I should have taken my girlfriend and left post-haste. How foolish to come here and witness others show off. The boyfriends were filled with bitter despair. Perhaps they were merely boasting. They could only comfort their girlfriends with such thoughts. The girls are not blind. Those two lovely ladies, could they possibly be with him without wealth? Do you think everyone is as shallow and materialistic as you? Provoked by anger, one boyfriend finally voiced a suppressed truth. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. The girlfriend, caught off guard, became enraged. Cough, cough. There is no need for us to quarrel over a fraud. Let us calm down, and I'll take you to buy a bag tomorrow. The boys kept apologizing, fearing Aunt Zhang would not believe him. Yi Yang revealed the key to his Rolls-Royce. Aunt Zhang, if you still doubt me, this is my newly purchased car. Chapter 67 a man, want to marry him. Hiss. Aunt Zhang gasped in astonishment. Living in the bustling metropolis. Luxury cars abound. Everyone has some understanding of luxury car keys. Isn't that, what is it, a phantom perhaps? Aunt Zhang pondered for a moment, uncertain that Yi Yang couldn't help but chuckle, correcting her. It's a Rolls-Royce. Oh, right, Rolls-Royce, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. Now, what do you have to say? The girlfriends, initially delighted at the prospect of getting a free bag, were instantly enraged upon seeing Yi Yang produce the Rolls-Royce key. Why is my boyfriend such a loser? At best, he can buy me a bag, and this guy pulls out a Rolls-Royce. Damn it. The boyfriend felt a burning shame, as if he had been slapped across the face, and could only grit his teeth and say, That's just a lighter. I've seen the same model on Taobao. What? Originally, Xiao Qingxian found the spectacle of this pair of gold-digging girls squabbling amusing. However, she was now incensed. She asked Yi Yang for the Rolls-Royce key and pressed it. Beep, beep. From afar, the heavy Rolls-Royce roared to life, its dazzling headlights shining brightly, even from hundreds of meters away, making it abundantly clear what constitutes a top-tier luxury vehicle. Hiss. At that moment, no one dared to mock any longer. Everyone was rendered speechless. Those knowledgeable about cars gasped. That is not just any ordinary Rolls-Royce. That is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? Is it worth a fortune, starting at 40 million? If fully equipped, it could sell for 50 to 60 million. Hiss. Holy smokes. The girlfriends were on the verge of exploding. You worthless man. And you had the audacity to mock him as a lighter. Heh, I see you as the real lighter. With that, she indignantly snatched the bag her boyfriend had bought for her and stormed off in fury. Hey, ting ding, don't go. The simpering boyfriend, seeing his girlfriend upset, stumbled after her. Oh, I'm so envious. A several $1 million Rolls Royce, so young. He must be a super rich second generation. I also want to be a big boss in the future. You? I say you're more suited to be a freeloader. Huh. Tisich, not even letting me dream. There's no comparison. Rich and handsome. I'd even want to marry him if I were a woman. Let alone these two beauties. Even the handsome boys began to have thoughts. Ugh. That's disgusting. The boys nearby expressed their disdain. Aren't you thinking the same? The handsome boy retorted scornfully. Da-da, cough, cough, cough. The companion who despised the handsome boy blushed, burying his head in his food. It seems, Xiao Yi, you've truly struck it rich. I was even thinking of introducing you to someone when you came over. Alas, it seems Aunt Zhang is no longer needed. She is unworthy. Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Yang with a mix of envy and regret that if only her son had 1/10. No, 1/100th of Yi Yang's success. They wouldn't have to endure the harshness of outdoor life at their age. Selling goods in all weather. Yi Yang could only smile wryly and nod. Sigh, you all enjoy your meal. I have some business to attend to. Aunt Zhang, after a brief complaint about her son, composed herself and returned to her work. After all, they are parents. Despite their children's shortcomings, they are still their own flesh and blood. Yi Yang gazed at Aunt Zhang's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of sentimentality, thinking of his own parents. Now, he has achieved ultimate financial freedom. Money flows in even as he lies down. Naturally, he must find a way to genuinely improve his family's circumstances. What is wrong, boss? Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu. Being orphans who relied on each other since childhood, were not sensitive to parental love, so they did not understand Yi Yang's thoughts at that moment. Nothing. Let us drink. Yi Yang raised his beer bottle, clinking it with the two girls and downed the contents in one go. The surrounding boys and girls, well aware that such extraordinary individuals were beyond their reach, quietly ate their meals, occasionally stealing glances at Yi Yang and the two girls, indulging in a feast for the eyes. Just as they were finishing their meal, a black Toyota Land Cruiser careened into the snack street. The snack street, with its narrow pathways and crowded patrons, was no match for the brazen approach of this vehicle. The driver rolled down the window, stopping at each stall, extending a hand, prompting the stall owners to plaster on smiles as they handed over varying sums of money. If the amount was unsatisfactory, the Land Cruiser would not leave, and the hand would extend again. Here we go again. Yi Yang frowned, disapproving of such behavior. During his university days, he had witnessed this many times. However, the city management, under the pretext of maintaining urban aesthetics, would demand payments from street vendors to avoid having their stalls overturned. Dubbed as city management tips, in Yi Yang's eyes, this was no different from the protection money extorted by small-time thugs in the underworld. Chapter 68, Too Handsome, attracting the attention of little delinquents? Is the city management collecting security fees? This car doesn't look like it. Someone nearby murmured. Are you new here? The previous city management was reported. So now they hire relatives to collect. If something happens, someone will protect them, and if nothing happens, they still get a cut. That I can't believe they can play like this. 6. Clearly, everyone had become accustomed to such occurrences. Though some disapproved, they said nothing further. Beep beep. The Land Cruiser soon arrived at the barbecue stall. A large hand adorned with a gold watch extended from within. Brother Zhou, still working hard to collect money this late. Uncle Zhang repeatedly smiled as he handed over the pre-prepared tip. A voice of confusion emanated from the vehicle, and the hand extended again. Uncle Zhang found himself in a dilemma, but reluctantly produced a few red bills to slip inside. Brother Zhou snorted coldly, extending his hand once more. Brother Zhou, you're... Uncle Zhang's expression shifted that you've made quite a profit tonight. Surely, you've earned several thousand yuan. You think a few hundred will suffice? Brother Zhou frowned, evidently dissatisfied, that I need to make a profit too. Uncle Zhang wanted to retort, but dared not voice his anger, so he had no choice but to slip in a few more red notes. Great, looks like I've wasted half the night's work. Only then did Brother Zhou nod in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Wishing you prosperous business. Saying this, the Land Cruiser revved up and prepared to move to the next stall. Yi Yang watched this scene and shook his head. This is the survival tactic of the snack street, and it has always been this way. Even if he were to beat up the guy or use his connections to deal with the people behind him, there would always be another Wanggu or Baogu coming to collect money. Since he doesn't frequent this place, it's impossible for him to manage it indefinitely. Just as the Land Cruiser started to move, laughter erupted from within the vehicle, causing it to halt. This, Uncle Zhang's heart sank. Why aren't they leaving? They can't possibly want more money, can they? Hey, that pretty boy over there, Brother Zhou half leaned out of the car, pointing his chin towards Yang's direction. Xiao Qingxian sensed the hostility emanating from them, her eyes instantly narrowing with cold intent. Xiao Xiaozhu instinctively began preparing her poison. Yang felt a twinge of awkwardness. Could it be that the underworld was drawn to his beautiful bodyguards and intended to abduct them? How kitsch. Yet, it wasn't entirely impossible, as the three of them were indeed too conspicuous among a crowd of students. I can't believe. Those two girls are so stunning. Initially, the two girls had their backs to him, and Brother Zhou hadn't paid them much attention. However, times have changed. They wouldn't dare to openly abduct women in the streets. Otherwise, once exposed online, under the fervor of public opinion, their lives would become exceedingly difficult. Damn it, I could hardly contain my drool. Life was so much better a few years ago, when I could do whatever I pleased. Brother Zhou cursed silently in his heart, yet wore a smile on his face. That pretty boy, my sister has taken a liking to you. Come along for a ride with me, and tonight, you shall have your share of the spoils. Yang was utterly bewildered. It seems they were not seeking his two beautiful bodyguards, but rather. It made sense. He suddenly recalled that in Huaxia, the law only protects women, that if a man is subjected to assault, there are no legal consequences for the perpetrator. Thus, the underworld has shifted from seizing innocent women to abducting respectable men? Damn, I suddenly feel a bit endangered. Thankfully, I have hired two beautiful bodyguards. Yang chuckled coldly to himself. The students nearby were equally perplexed. This script had taken an unexpected turn. They had initially planned to witness a brawl for beauty, with their phones ready to capture the action. Instead, it turned out to be about that rich second-generation heir. Oh my, the times have certainly changed. The nearby college students were utterly stunned by this scene. Where is your sister? Yang raised an eyebrow. Where is your sister? As the car door swung open, a short, stout girl with red hair flashed him a flirtatious smile. Yang, having just taken a sip of his drink, sprayed it out upon seeing her. Just a moment ago, I envied this guy for being wealthy and handsome. Now I suddenly feel sympathy for him. This short and stout girl, along with this older man. Damn, what a sight. The college students nearby covered their faces, and oh wonder this girl was so desperate to snatch a man in public. Her own attributes were lacking. What the hell do you mean by that? Brother Zhou kicked open the car door, having grown accustomed to being fierce on the snack street. Tonight, someone actually dared to mock his sister? Although she may not be the most attractive, he was still willing to spend money on her. Just look at what kind of misshapen fruit you are, and you dare to covet my husband? Xiao Xiaozhu continued her role as the temporary girlfriend. Exactly. Xiao Qingxian wrapped her arms around both sides, delivering a double blow to the stout girl. Brother, they humiliated me. The stout girl began to weep. Chapter 69, I may lack superpowers, but I possess financial prowess. You are quite brave. Zhou Yan's gaze turned icy. From the domineering vehicle emerged 5 or 6 men in black clothing. Now, the college students surrounding them could no longer find humor in the situation. Even if the other party was restrained by the current public opinion, they were fundamentally still part of the underworld. If they truly became enraged, it could lead to dire consequences. Cough, cough, Brother Zhou, don't stoop to a child's level. Clearly, they already have an arrangement. Aunt Zhang sensed that the situation was turning sour and hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Even though Yi Yang was now quite wealthy, the presence of so many ruffians made it unwise to provoke them. Get lost, Brother Zhou didn't even glance at the money Aunt Zhang shoved into his hands, directly pushing her down onto a nearby chair. Is my sister's dignity worth only this paltry sum? Seeing Zhou Yan's arrogance, Yi Yang's expression also turned severe. Aunt Zhang had taken care of him during his university days. I advise you to apologize to Aunt Zhang immediately. What? Apologize? Zhou Yan tapped his ear, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. Are you teaching me how to conduct myself? The surrounding college students, sensing the escalating tension, began to feel uneasy. They quickly rose and moved away, pulling out their phones to prepare for recording. "Put your phones down. Anyone who dares to film will receive a beating." Zhou Yan's two lackeys brandished wooden sticks, shouting fiercely, "Damn it, you street food-eating brat. How dare you try to put on airs in front of me?" Zhou Yan, seeing the college students frightened, sneered and approached Yi Yang. "My sister has taken a liking to you. A poor student. She's showing you respect. The money I earn in a night surpasses what your parents make in half a lifetime. Damn it. Do you think you can act all high and mighty? Immediately kneel before my sister and apologize. Then quickly get in the car. We'll let this matter slide after tonight. Otherwise," he sneered, waving his hand. The black-clad men behind him also approached with arrogant expressions. In Zhou Yan's mind, most of those dining at this snack stall were impoverished college students. A little intimidation would surely make them kneel and beg for mercy. However, he clearly underestimated Yi Yang. Otherwise, what could he do? Assault him in public? Yi Yang smiled, calm and composed. The two beside him could easily turn golf clubs into pretzels. Should one of those clubs land on a head, it would likely send the skull flying. He had no fear of fighting, in terms of connections. No one in Mo.Do could outmatch Jinxing law firm, ask for money. Apologies, but I lack superpowers. I only possess financial prowess. Therefore, before anything even begins, the outcome has already been predetermined, that he was merely waiting for the other party to make a move, so he could add to their charges. Haha, you really think that just because you have a few phones to record, I won't dare to deal with you? Let me tell you, if I leave you on the brink of death, my backers will ensure you receive a light sentence. In that case, all I would need to do is cover some medical expenses. Do you think I am afraid of you? You little brat, I was already in the game before you were born." Zhou Yan was driven to madness by Yi Yang's nonchalance. Back in the day, he would have sliced someone up in an instant. How could he now allow a poor college student to look down on him? Has the underworld truly fallen? Was it really just about covering a few medical bills? Yi Yang smirked that if you had said that earlier, we could have settled this. Huh? It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Huh? Zhou Yan stepped closer, intending to slap Yi Yang across the face. Many timid girls closed their eyes, unwilling to witness their idol being beaten. Some boys, however, excitedly raised their phones to record, thinking they might be the next trending topic. "Hurry, call 110. Aunt Zhang panicked, desperately pulling out her phone to call the police. Yet, just as Zhou Yan's hand was about to strike, it was suddenly grasped by a tremendous force. Upon closer inspection, it was the delicate beauty he had mistaken for an ice queen. "Boss, how should we handle this?" Xiao Qingxian had been waiting for Yi Yang's command. Otherwise, with her temperament, Zhou Yan would have already been lying on the ground. Just as he said, deal him a light injury. Break a few teeth and teach him a lesson. Yi Yang casually waved his hand, that he could easily handle this himself. With his current physical prowess, taking down 10 or 8 burly men was a piece of cake. But to lower himself to deal with a few small-time thugs would be far beneath his dignity. All right. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Qingxuan's eyes, with a twist of her wrist. She immediately twisted Zhou Yan's arm, breaking his wrist. Crack! A kick sent Zhou Yan flying over 3 meters, landing on the ground with blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. What the hell? This girl! That strength! In that instant, Aunt Zhang's fingers dialing the number froze. The surrounding college students were also left dumbfounded, their phones raised, forgetting to hit the record button. Chapter 70 instantly defeated. A complete reversal? This barbaric girlfriend? That kick was truly fierce. It seemed to have struck him in a vital area. This thug's later life would likely be a struggle. After a few moments, the crowd gradually processed what they had just witnessed and began to murmur amongst themselves. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and record. This evening's drama is more thrilling than any movie. If this doesn't go viral, it would be a grave injustice. Someone shouted, and the crowd eagerly hit the record button, preparing to capture the entire incident. Zhou Yan clutched his abdomen, writhing in pain, his expression filled with malice. What are you waiting for? Kill these little brats. No need to trouble my sister. I've long had my eye on these trash. Let me relieve my frustrations. Xiao Qingxian restrained Xiao Xiaozhu, that if her sister took action, the consequences would not merely involve breaking a leg. Get lost. 5 small-time thugs, emboldened by their numbers, charged forward. Xiao Qingxian shook her head. While executing missions internationally, she had to protect her employer from heavily armed mercenaries. These little ruffians were hardly worthy of her attention. They clearly did not know their place. With a graceful leap, she soared over half a person's height, kicking the two leading thugs squarely in the face. Teeth and blood erupted from their mouths, and their bodies flew backward, knocking them unconscious. What? The remaining three were momentarily stunned. In that brief moment of distraction, Xiao Qingxian landed and performed a sweeping kick, knocking down the two closest to her. Rising, she stepped on the two fallen thugs, and with each footfall, a rib cracked under her weight. Gulp, those were high heels. That impact would likely pierce through their ribs. The onlookers trembled in fear. My great aunt, I was wrong. The last ruffian tossed aside the stick he was wielding and turned to flee. However, he was met with a swift kick to the lower back from Xiao Qingxian, sending him crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. His chin was shattered. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! An unparalleled beauty, dispatching 5 armed brutes in mere breaths? The visual impact was simply astonishing, leaving onlookers gasping in delight. Had I not witnessed the preceding events, I might have thought they were filming a martial arts movie. Gulp, I never anticipated this enchanting lady could be so fearsome. Those 2 flying kicks were nothing short of spectacular. Incredible. I sense my social media is about to explode. This video is bound to go viral. The university student's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, the nearby vendors cheered as Zhou Yin, who usually flaunted his power and extorted them, finally got his comeuppance today. Xiao Qingxian casually approached Zhou Yin, who was trembling with fear. Who on earth are you? I must warn you, there are plenty of cameras around. If you kill me, you won't live either. My uncle is in the courtyard. Zhou Yin was taken aback. In his 20 years of life, he had rarely encountered such ferocity. The previous few times he faced formidable opponents were always serious bodyguards of prominent figures. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and film. He shouted at the onlookers as Xiao Qingxian advanced toward him step by step. Weren't we just told not to film? Whoever films will get beaten too. What happened to that arrogance from before? A group of university students, who had never been fond of Zhou Yan's thuggish behavior, began to mock him. Zhou Yan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he have known that his opponent was such a formidable force? However, a mere university student. How dare they? Before he could finish his thought, Xiao Qingxuan's foot landed squarely on his face, her high heel crushing several of his teeth. Hiss! Seeing the inexplicable gleam of excitement in Xiao Qingxuan's eyes, Yiyang felt a chill run down his spine. Please spare my brother. I promise I won't dare to covet your royal presence again. We were wrong. The diminutive girl knelt before Xiao Qingxian, pleading for mercy. Boss? Although Xiao Qingxian was not yet done having her fun, she turned her attention to Yiyang. Ahem, that should suffice. Any further, and Fang Han might have trouble with the law. Yiyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, although he was aware of Xiao Qingxuan's impressive skills. He never imagined she could be this formidable, taking down 5 burly men in the blink of an eye, and all while unarmed. All right. Xiao Qingxian shrugged, removing her heel from Zhou Yan's face. Consider yourself fortunate. If you dare to provoke others again, I'll crush your skull. Zhou Yin, with blood dripping from his mouth, felt an overwhelming sense of relief, silently vowing never to embarrass himself again, the moment his teeth were shattered. He truly felt the incredible strength of that stunning leg capable of crushing his head, that it was a breath of death. How wonderful it is to be alive. He gasped for air, coughing violently. Brother, are you all right? It's all my fault for not being wise, sob. As for the medical expenses, it depends on how skilled your lawyer is. Wei Yang replied with a cold smile, mirroring Zhou Yan's earlier words. Let us go. Having had his fill, Yang pressed the car key. The Rolls-Royce Phantom awoke like a slumbering beast. Upon seeing the dark beast, Zhou Yan's initial thoughts of extorting a hefty medical fee were instantly obliterated. Chapter 71. Special Reward. Ownership of Disney worth $200 billion. It was indeed a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhou Yan's eyes widened. Mouth agape, I'll be able to afford such a multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle at such a young age signifies a status that people like him, who relied on petty occupations, could never hope to attain. Such a person, even if they beat you up in the street, could drag you into a legal quagmire if you tried to sue them, let alone discuss compensation. Moreover, considering he operated in the gray areas of the law, he was merely trying to avoid lawsuits that if tonight's events were exposed by the media, his fortune might be at an end. He could even find himself charged with extortion. Trembling, he finally grasped the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred. Initially thinking to exploit the situation, he now prayed fervently that they would not sue him. Otherwise, he would be utterly doomed. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you shaking so much? This time we must ensure our second uncle deals with that brat properly. If he doesn't, make him pay 100,000. It won't be over. The little girl fumed indignantly. Slap. Zhou Yin struck the diminutive girl across the face. Brother, you actually hit me? The little girl, accustomed to being spoiled by Zhou Yin, was stunned into silence. Completely bewildered, sob, sob, sob. With his teeth broken, even if he wanted to berate his sister, Zhou Yin could only emit muffled whimpers, looking utterly ridiculous. Aunt Zhang, the tables and chairs have been quite damaged. I'll compensate you for them, Wei Yang said apologetically, surveying the chaos around him. No. As long as you're all right, that is what matters. Aunt Zhang was terrified just now. Aunt Zhang patted her chest, still a bit shaken. Haha, don't worry, Aunt Zhang. If they come to trouble you again, just have them call me. Tell them Yang will deal with it. Yang did not hesitate to transfer 3,000 yuan to Aunt Zhang as compensation for the damaged items. Ding! Special consumption detected for the host. Special critical reward. Ownership of the Disney theme park in Magic City. Special consumption. This should mean that the expenditure was not a regular one, but rather extraordinary. However, this critical reward was simply outrageous. Ownership of the Disney theme park in Magic City? It is known that the valuation of the Magic City Disney theme park is nearly 200 billion. Without question, it has now become his. All for just 3,000. A critical hit, 100 million times return. What a windfall. Yang shouted joyfully in his heart that in high spirits. He bid farewell to Aunt Zhang, climbed into the Rolls-Royce, and drove away with the beautiful bodyguard sisters. The surrounding university students, however, lingered on. Some urged one another, AS university students, who wouldn't want to capture some explosive footage? You all are too slow. I've already posted mine. Oh my goodness, my social media is blowing up. It's only been a minute, and I'm already getting thousands of views. What? It's still rising. It's skyrocketing, someone exclaimed. As most people struggle to get a few thousand views over several days without spending money on promotion. Hurry. What are you waiting for? Seize the moment. A group of students who had recorded the events hastily edited their videos, posting them with sensational captions. Shocking. A beauty in Magic City single-handedly takes down 6 thugs. The scene is explosive, akin to a martial arts blockbuster. Absolutely real. In the night market of the Western District of Magic City University, a little girl attempts to rob a handsome guy, unaware that he is actually a super tycoon. She meets the wrath of his stunning bodyguard. A surreal clash between the wealthy and the underworld. Various peculiar titles rapidly dominated the night traffic on social media. Views and likes surged. Instantly, tonight's event soared to the top of the trending charts. Even topics like a certain superstar promoting on social media or a young actor continuing to film despite injuring himself could not compete with the momentum of this incident. It claimed the #1 spot with staggering views reaching an astonishing 66.89 million. The comment section erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness. This is absolutely exhilarating. A righteous hero punishing evil. Is this a movie? A woman jumping more than a meter in the air. It looks so fake. Chinese martial arts are all showy moves. They could never be used in a fight, let alone a woman defeating 6 men. Fake all of it. This wealthy young man only shows a profile, but I can vaguely recognize him. He is my long-lost father. Chapter 72. What is an international lawyer? This is it. Watching the trending comments, Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's wrong, boss? Xiao Xiaozhu leaned in curiously, noticing that Xiao Qingxian's heroic figure had topped the trending list. With a mischievous smile, she nudged the shoulder of the driving Xiao Qingxian. Hey, you're famous now. On your way to becoming a big star? Huh. After parking the car, Xiao Qingxian opened her social media, greeted by a video of her divine intervention against 6 opponents. What a fuss. She shrugged that if she were to post a video of herself taking on hundreds of mercenaries on the international stage, wouldn't she be deified? In fact, she knew quite a few people like that. Some even more formidable than herself. However, such individuals rarely made public appearances as their missions were of a higher caliber. Some have suggested that this is a novel form of hype aimed at transforming you into the next big star. Xiao Xiaozhu teased with a smile. Once you become a big star, don't forget to show some filial respect to your sister. Oh, go away, you little rich girl. Who needs your respect? Xiao Qingxian rolled her eyes. Every time they undertook a task, it was Xiao Xiaozhu who reaped the lion's share of the spoils. Although Xiao Qingxian possessed assets amounting to over 10 billion, it paled in comparison to Xiao Xiaozhu's fortune. TSK miser Xiao Xiaozhu pouted. Dawai Yang observed the two women bickering with amusement when suddenly, a phone call interrupted Dawai Ge. Is that you in the video? Exclaimed Lin Shuer, her voice tinged with excitement. Though it's a bit blurry, Lin Shuer, a Douyin streamer, naturally kept an eye on the trending charts. Yes, Yi Yang admitted candidly. Lin Shuer expressed her concern for Yi Yang. After all, no amount of wealth could shield one from the clutches of unscrupulous individuals. Don't worry, it's all resolved. Yi Yang reassured her with a smile that if they wish to pursue legal action, I happen to have a law firm at my disposal. Lin Shuer finally relaxed upon hanging up the phone. Ding! Just as he ended the call, Fong Han messaged him on WeChat. Yi Yang had intended to reach out to Fong Han, but it seemed Fong Han beat him to it. Boss Yi, we are already aware of your situation. Fong Han sent over the Douyin video as well. So, what is your perspective on this? How much do you think compensation will be? Compensation? No. Leave this matter to us. Not only can we secure a counterclaim, but we can also have them incarcerated for a few years. Fong Han asserted with confidence that that's so remarkable. Yi Yang was somewhat taken aback, considering that although the incident began with the other party's aggression, it had ultimately resulted in Xiao Qingxian rendering them unrecognizable. Absolutely. Now, we have two options, a private settlement or a public one. If you prefer a private settlement, we are confident we can secure no less than 10 million in compensation. And they will be begging us to provide it. Are you certain it's 10 million? Yi Yang was bewildered, initially believing he would only need to cover medical expenses. It appeared that the other side would have to compensate him. Indeed, their concern lies in protecting the entire network of connections in the city, as well as numerous individuals involved in this gray area. Yi Yang could hardly suppress his applause for Fong Han. This is what it means to have an international law firm at one's disposal. Such an asset was indeed a formidable tool. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Yi Yang said with a smile. Is that for a public or private settlement? Fong Han inquired, puzzled. Do you think I'm in need of money? Yi Yang countered. Crystal clear. Fong Han mentally berated himself for not grasping Yi Yang's intention sooner. By the way, the legal expenses will be covered by me. Please submit the invoices. Yi Yang chuckled. With a system that rewards spending, he certainly wouldn't let any opportunity for expenditure slip away. What a relief. The class reunion and late-night stalls had made for a pleasant day. Yi Yang languidly reclined on the luxurious Becker sofa in the lounge, casually glancing at the class group chat, only to find it ablaze with activity. That Yi Yang. Even with just a side profile, I can recognize the two stunning beauties beside him. Holy cow, he is actually dating two girlfriends and took them out. Are ye loud? Is impressive. Isnt he. Zheng Xian retorted with dissatisfaction. No, Zheng Ge, I'm just envious. By the way, why are all the speakers tonight male classmates? Where are those girls who usually flood the chat? I suspect the food at Han Gu's place is the issue. Haha. It's just that your poor stomach can't handle such exquisite dining, right? We felt invigorated, the male classmates chimed in. Watching the lively discussion, Yi Yang shot a glance at Xiao Xiaozhu, who in turn mischievously stuck out her tongue. Who told them to poach my temporary boyfriend in front of me? His Xiao Xiaozhu's skill in administering subtle drugs was indeed impressive. Even Yi Yang had not sensed a thing. With a wry smile, Yi Yang could only give Xiao Xiaozhu a thumbs up, commending her on a job well done. Chapter 73. The Super Extended Bentley. The land-based first-class cabin that I've quietly arranged rooms for the two of you, Yi Yang said with a smile as he glanced at Yumomo. No, we're going to guard the boss all night. Xiao Xiaozhu replied playfully. Indeed. Xiao Qingxian nodded, her demeanor seemingly serious. That for real Yi Yang felt a twinge of temptation. After all, they were a breathtaking pair of sisters, and the thought alone was thrilling. Of course not. Xiao Xiaozhu chuckled, fearing Yi Yang would scold her, and promptly dashed away with Xiao Qingxian, while Yi Yang shook his head with a smile, realizing that after years of driving, he had been outmaneuvered by two young girls. So, how was the class reunion? Did you enjoy yourselves? It was delightful. We even topped the trending charts. Yi Yang rolled his eyes, making light of himself. After hearing about the night market incident, Yumomo chuckled. I suppose I must keep a close watch on the master. The outside world is perilous. filled with femme fatale eager to tempt him. Ha Yi-Yang shook his head, pinching Yu Momo's cheek and teasingly asking, "Can you hold up?" Yu Momo blushed and nodded. Then I shan't hold back that why Yi-Yang grinned, embarking on his nightly routine. Tonight's exertion was minimal, as he had to meet his sister tomorrow. It would be troublesome if Yu Momo were too exhausted to rise in the morning. The following day, Yi-Yang awoke at 8 o'clock. After freshening up, he prepared to visit the high school where his sister was enrolled. Cough, cough. You didn't call us when you left. As he opened the door, he was startled to see Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian standing before him. You two walked as silently as cats. Yi-Yang waved his hand. I plan to go out with my sister today, if you both wish to join him. Then let us take the Bentley. The bulletproof extended Bentley, a modified luxury vehicle, was hailed as a land-based first-class cabin. Measuring nearly 8 meters in length, it was furnished like an opulent lounge, complete with a refrigerator and wine cabinet. Gourmet food and fine wines were readily available, and if desired, one could even sing karaoke inside. It comfortably accommodated 10 people without feeling crowded. For successful individuals, it symbolized negotiation and status. However, in Yi Yang's eyes, it was an essential luxury for travel. Although it was priced at only 40 million, it felt more valuable than 100 million Koenigsegg. Who wants to drive? Yi Yang dangled the car keys, glancing at his bodyguard sisters. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingxian took a seat in the back, uncorking a bottle of champagne to savor. All right then. Xiao Xiaozhu shrugged, grinning. I want the boss in the passenger seat. What? Xiao Qingxian, who had just taken a sip of champagne, glared. Then why should I sit in the back? I can see through your little scheme. Xiao Xiaozhu thought to herself, glancing at Yi Yang. Boss, where will you sit? Yi Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. Being handsome was truly a burden after a brief battle for affection. Yi Yang ultimately chose the back seat for comfort. Yi Yang's family placed great importance on education. Thus, although they were not wealthy, they still managed to send his younger sister to a private school in the city that Yi Xiaozi excelled academically. The private school, with its international background, made it easier to secure full scholarships to Ivy League institutions. However, those were considerations of the past. That Yi Yang's mindset had shifted significantly, having achieved the ultimate goal of education as an ordinary person. Wealth, as the extended Bentley cruised along the road. Its luxurious exterior drew more attention than any sports car. Most people could hardly differentiate between the various brands of sports cars, but this super extended luxury vehicle was unmistakably valuable. Wow, an extended Bentley Mulsanne. This must be a modified version, upgraded to the highest level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this long. The starting price must be 30 to 40 million, which Superboss is out on contract negotiations today. Sigh. How enviable. The Bentley glided smoothly along the road, heading towards the prestigious private high school in the city. It was a gathering place for many offspring of prominent families. One could say that aside from exceptionally studious ordinary kids striving for their futures, the rest were all second-generation elites. With just a single strike, one could unknowingly offend a myriad of wealthy heirs. Even those with a few billion in their pockets dared not breathe too loudly in this school, lest they inadvertently provoke one of the super elite's children. Chapter 74. A grand scene. A declaration of love. Sister Ro, soon you'll see. My brother is incredibly handsome, Yi Xiaozi exclaimed, pulling along a stunning girl in a sailor outfit. Her excitement palpable. I know. You've shown me his photo before, and he is indeed very handsome, Li Wanru replied with a smile. She could sense her friend's feelings, but having never been infatuated with anyone, felt a touch of shyness about the day's events. Alas, the sight of two stunning beauties appearing together is undoubtedly the most picturesque scene at Baoli High School. Along the way, numerous students who witnessed the spectacle were left utterly mesmerized. In such an elite institution, it is only natural to have a ranking of campus beauties. Among them, Li Wanru holds the esteemed title of first place, while Yi Xiaoji, lacking the noble lineage, must settle for second. Nevertheless, many secretly refer to her as the goddess of the commoners. Li Wanru, with her exceptional beauty, prestigious background, and outstanding academic performance, truly deserves her top ranking. Sigh, if only I could win the affection of one of them. Even in death, I would revel in such romance. Some boys sighed dreamily. You? A toad wishing to eat swan meat, perhaps? The high and mighty boy beside him retorted, adjusting his collar. Only someone like me, a wealthy and handsome lad, could possibly be worthy of these two goddesses. Ha! The bespectacled boy scoffed. What a joke, least in the pursuit of love. You and I stand on the same starting line? Bah! The affluent boy shrugged, dismissing the bespectacled lad's words that I suggest you both refrain from arguing. After all, even Wang Xiao has been pursuing them for so long without success. What do you two count for in his eyes? Someone from behind chimed in. At this, both the affluent boy and the bespectacled lad fell silent. The affluent boy's family fortune may be in the billions, but compared to Baoli's top elite, Wang Taihao, it's merely the difference between a firefly and the moon. Baoli not only has a ranking of beauties, but also boasts a list of male gods. Wang Taihao reigns supreme on the male god list. The young master list and the scoundrel list, a legendary figure at Baoli, with an absurdly wealthy lineage, striking good looks, and a talent for manipulating the affections of women. Many boys outwardly label Wang Taihao as Baoli's #1 scoundrel, yet secretly envy him fiercely, wishing to be in his shoes, commanding and victorious in all endeavors. Wang Xiao once boldly declared his intent to conquer the entire beauty list. Now, of the top 10 beauties, 8 have already succumbed to his charms, leaving only these 2 steadfast in their resistance. However, I suspect it's only a matter of time. Who dares to covet Wang Xiao's prey? Amidst the discussions, both the affluent boy and the bespectacled lad sighed deeply. Indeed, they could only indulge in verbal bravado, for in truth, they lacked the courage to pursue such beauties. Suddenly, the roar of helicopters filled the air. Everyone turned their gaze skyward in confusion. What on earth? Multiple helicopters! The deafening noise drew the attention of many students. Sunday is the most leisurely day at Baoli High School, and naturally, a crowd gathered to observe. As the helicopters descended, countless rose petals rained down, creating a floral shower that enveloped the main thoroughfare of Baoli High School. A flower rain. My goodness, how beautiful, how romantic. Is this grand gesture a confession from some wealthy young master? Could it possibly be directed at me? Many girls began to fantasize that don't daydream. Can't you see who is at the center of this flower rain? A male classmate interjected, dousing their hopes. Well, upon seeing Li Wanru and Yi Xiaoji, the girls realized it could not possibly be a confession meant for them. After all, these two are the brightest gems of Baoli High School. Could it be that Wang Xiao is finally making his move? The girls gazed with starry eyes that I in the bloom of youth. High school is a time when girls often fall head over heels. Even a distant pretty boy with no connection to them can elicit cries of hubby and tears of infatuation. Let alone a superstar, the rich second generation who lives among them. They all yearn to join the ranks of campus beauties, dreaming of dating Wang Taihao for just a few days. How envy-inducing. To be chosen by Wang Xiao would be a stroke of fortune. Yet these two are resistant. If it were me, I would have already cleaned myself up and delivered myself to his doorstep. Some girls voiced their discontent. Exactly. Her friends, sharing similar values, nodded in agreement. Amidst the rain of rose petals, a sleek and stunning Bugatti Veyron drifted into view. Emerging from the car was a young man in sunglasses. Holding a bouquet of flowers, exuding an air of extravagance, he flicked his hair back, thinking himself quite dashing, and casually tossed a flower toward Yi Xiaoji, flashing a dominantio smile. Xiaoji, would you be my girlfriend? Wow! Aw, how romantic. If I were Yi Xiaoji, I would be moved to tears. The surrounding girls erupted in screams. Do you really think the campus beauty would be so easily swayed? A male classmate scoffed. At that moment, the arrival of a luxury car shifted everyone's attention. Inside, Yang observed the spectacle of helicopters showering flowers with keen interest. Quite the grand affair, though I wonder what this is all about. Chapter 75. Wang Taihao's indignation. What on earth is this? An upgraded version of the Bentley Mulsanne, surely worth over 40 million. More than double the cost of the Bugatti Veyron. Could it be that some high-profile individual has come to our school? The students expressed their surprise at the sight of the Bentley rolling in. Wang Taihao frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. After all, today was his moment to confess his feelings. The arrival of this extravagant car drew attention, effectively overshadowing the atmosphere he had meticulously crafted. I'll deal with you later. Although he felt a twinge of annoyance, the priority of his confession took precedence. That I refuse. That Yi Xiaoji frowned, clearly rejecting him. I've told you many times. I am not interested. Despite her desire to send him away, she understood the dangers of provoking someone like him, so she stifled her irritation and sought to calm her emotions. Truth be told, she found Wang Taihao utterly repulsive. Everyone has their feelings. The wealthy can harness their resources and capabilities to fulfill their emotional desires, which is understandable. However, Wang Taihao, as pursuit of women, is merely a means to prove his own superiority. To belittle others for the sake of his own, e.g., it's all about face and lust, devoid of any genuine emotion. The previous 8 beauties are the best testament to this. Once he has succeeded, he discards them the very next day. He is merely intent on fulfilling his grandiose dreams of conquering the beauty list. Originally, Wang Taihao was already irritated by the disruption of his carefully curated atmosphere. Seeing Yi Xiaoji maintain her usual stance only caused the smile on his face to fade. I am sincere in my feelings for you, and I even orchestrated this grand spectacle for you. If you refuse, it would be exceedingly disrespectful. Do you wish to humiliate me before the entire school? Yi Xiaoji frowned. Why should your humiliation concern me? Just because you like me, does that mean I must become your girlfriend? What do you take me for, an object? Wang Taihao scoffed, privately agreeing with her statement, yet forcing a smile. Xiaoji, I understand that you are worried about my past relationships, but I have severed ties with them. I truly love you. As if I would believe that. Yi Xiaoji was done with the conversation. Move aside. I have plans with my brother today. Don't waste my time. With that, she grasped Li Wanru's hand. Intending to leave. How bold to slap Wang Xiao in the face. Only Yi Xiaoji could pull off such a feat. I love it. Our goddess of the commoners truly lives up to her title. Yi Xiaoji. Wang Taihao's expression darkened as he heard the remarks, blocking Yi Xiaoji and Li Wanru's path, threatening in a low voice. Don't push your luck. I previously focused my efforts on those other 8. Now that you have caught my eye, there is no escaping that I advise you to be sensible. Li Wanru could no longer remain silent. Wang Taihao. Don't go too far. Hey, even with his background. Wang Taihao dared not offend Li Wanru too deeply. This was why he had reserved her for last in his pursuits. She was the most formidable challenge at Baoli High School. Wanru, this matter between Xiaoji and me does not concern you. I advise you not to meddle. He narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with coldness. The Xiaoji's affairs are my affairs. Li Wanru stood protectively in front of Yi Xiaoji, unwavering in her gaze toward Wang Taihao. Wow, this is the main event. The confrontation between the queen and the king. The scene was absolutely riveting. Gulp. Li Wanru held a status among girls similar to that of Wang Taihao among boys. Both were figures at the pinnacle of the school. Their standoff had the onlookers on the edge of their seats. Li Wan, advise you not to provoke me. Then why don't you try? Li Wanru bit her silver teeth, though her confidence was wavering. After all, she was merely a girl. If Wang Taihao chose to resort to force, she couldn't protect Yi Xiaoji. Yi Xiaoji had previously been safe because Wang Taihao's focus was elsewhere. Regular harassment from rich second-generation boys was something Li Wanru could fend off. But today, the stakes were genuinely high. The classmates observed the tense atmosphere, silently sweating for Yi Xiaoji and Li Wanru. Just as the situation reached its peak, with the potential for an explosive confrontation, an incongruous horn blared. The sound of the horn resonated with a rich and melodious timbre, soaring high above all else. Instantly becoming the focal point of the gathering, that my goodness. Wang Taihao turned around, his face darkened with rage. Upon realizing it was that Bentley, he cursed, "Are you intentionally trying to provoke me?" With a click, the car door swung open. 2 stunning beauties flanked Yang as he emerged from the Bentley, and the atmosphere took a sharp turn, becoming palpably tense. Chapter 76. Are you deaf? What is happening? Who is this person? He appears remarkably youthful, and the 2 girls beside him are nothing short of exquisite. Could it be they are here to steal love away? Whispers erupted among the crowd, as nearly all the students were drawn towards the unmistakably provocative honking. Tensions were thick in the air, and the blaring horn shattered the moment, an audacious display that offered no respect to Wang Taihao. Driving a land yacht and accompanied by such beautiful women, this unfamiliar young man must possess an impressive background. Indeed, what caliber of second-generation rich kid can afford such a multi-million-dollar luxury car? Moreover, he dares to undermine Wang Taihao's standing. The audacity is truly remarkable. This promises to be entertaining. These students, usually confined and disconnected from the outside world, had not yet seen the viral video that topped Douyin last night. Otherwise, they would be concerned about whether Wang Taihao might face repercussions. After all, Xiao Qingxuan's formidable prowess was not merely a rumor. "Who are you?" Wang Taihao frowned, casting an unceremonious gaze at Yi Yang, who descended from the vehicle with an air of authority and an otherworldly demeanor, instinctively igniting hostility within him. Time and again, he interrupted my affairs. Does he have a death wish? Yi Yang's gaze was equally frosty, completely dismissing Wang Taihao as he made his way towards Yi Xiaoji. "Brother!" Yi Xiaoji was taken aback by Yi Yang's commanding entrance, momentarily stunned, finally confirming that this young man, driving a super-luxury car and exuding the aura of a powerful figure, was indeed her biological brother. This utterance of brother rendered the entire scene silent, before an eruption of fervent discussion ensued. What? This young man is actually Yi Xiaoji's brother? Wasn't she supposed to be a goddess of the common folk? How can her brother drive a Bentley? What then is my family? A family of beggars? Perhaps he is an acquaintance of some influential figure? Just a brotherly connection? It's possible. The onlookers were left utterly confounded. The disparity was simply too great. Everyone had assumed Yi Xiaoji came from an ordinary background. Yet the arrival of this ultra-upscale Bentley Mulsanne left everyone slack-jawed. He is your brother? Li Wanru blinked in astonishment, clearly taken aback. She had previously seen photos of Yi Yang, sunny and handsome, but he bore no resemblance to the man before her today, the aura of a person in power, that transcendent spirit, an overwhelming confidence. In a state of anxiety, tinged with fear, encountering such a young man stirred an unusual sensation within Li Wanru. Upon seeing Yi Yang, Yi Xiaoji felt a surge of courage. Boldly pushing Wang Taihao's arm aside and throwing herself into Yi Yang's embrace, her body trembling slightly. Moments ago, she had feigned strength and stubbornness, yet faced with the intimidation of a super-rich heir like Wang Taihao. How could she not feel fear and trepidation in the absence of support? The instant Yi Yang appeared, her facade of strength crumbled. Sensing his sister's slight tremor, a cold glimmer crossed Yi Yang's eyes. At this stage of his life, few things could stir his emotions, but today, he was enraged. As for protecting my sister, no thanks needed. Without acknowledging Wang Taihao, Yi Yang smiled faintly at Li Wanru, who approached with grace. It is only natural, for Xiaoji is my closest friend, that Li Wanru regarded Yi Yang with sparkling eyes. The confidence in this young man's gaze was anything but a facade. It was a manifestation of unwavering assurance. To drive such an extravagant vehicle, accompanied by such breathtaking companions, it was evident that Xiaoji's brother was far from ordinary. However, even with a measure of power, how could he possibly contend with someone like Wang Taihao, who ranked among the elite second-generation wealthy in Baoli? She smiled softly, intending to subtly caution Yi Yang about Wang Taihao's identity, lest today events spiral out of control. Yet before she could speak, Wang Taihao's eyes ignited with boundless jealousy. The woman he had set his sights on, he had long regarded as his possession. How could she show affection to another man? "Who do you think you are?" he demanded, his tone icy with rage. Wang Taihao was well aware of Yi Xiaoji's family background and harbored doubts about Yi Yang being her genuine brother. "Are you deaf?" The corners of Yi Yang's mouth curled into a cold smile. "I am Yi Yang, Yi Xiaoji's brother. Is there a problem?" Hiss. This declaration sent a collective gasp through the onlookers, but he didn't even attempt to mask his disdain, launching straight into confrontation. How exhilarating! Those who had grown weary of Wang Taihao were internally cheering. Wow, he dares to call Wang Xiao deaf. This young man is audacious indeed, so charming, so reassuring. How I wish I had a brother like him. Some of the girls gazed at Yi Yang with stars in their eyes. Oh dear, he has crossed Wang Xiao. I doubt he'll leave Baoli Academy unscathed today. There were also those who hastily concluded Yi Yang's fate. First update, with 3 more to follow. Chapter 77, The Showdown. I am your elder. Do you think you're so impressive? Wang Taihao scoffed, recalling that Yi Xiaoji had mentioned wanting to spend the day with her brother. He felt a flicker of surprise. Knowing her family's circumstances, they were undoubtedly of humble origins. How could she possibly have a brother driving a Bentley Mulsanne? Although bewildered, he maintained a smirk that, so you're the brother. Since we're family, I want to dwell on past grievances. Who is your brother? Yi Yang retorted coldly, I asked at you who bullied my sister just now. Hiss. How significant must this person be to dare to show such blatant disrespect to Wang Xiao? Observers noted that Wang Taihao had seemingly chosen to overlook the earlier incident, offering Yi Yang a chance to retreat, yet Yi Yang had refused to grant him any courtesy. It seemed likely he was unaware of Wang Xiao's identity. That is quite possible. If he knew who Wang Xiao was, what sane person would dare to act so brazenly? Regardless of their status, any second-generation heir would have to be exceedingly polite. Perhaps he has an even more powerful background than Wang Taihao. There are always greater powers at play. One should not be overly presumptuous. A student who despised Wang Taihao remarked with a smirk. Let us just wait and see, shall we? Let us see who ends up with their face slapped. Among the various second-generation heirs, the importance of face was paramount, and soon they began to quarrel. Wang Taihao narrowed his eyes. It appeared he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Normally, he would extend an olive branch. But this fellow seemed utterly oblivious. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Wang Taihao's personal bodyguards approached menacingly, in their view. Yi Yang was the only man present. Even if a confrontation ensued, it would surely be to their disadvantage. You may not know my identity, Wang Taihao puffed his chest, brimming with confidence that I hope that once you do, you'll still dare to speak to me so defiantly. Fine, I'm curious to see which family's brat has the audacity to provoke my sister. Yi Yang replied with a cold smile that if the other party wanted to reveal their identity, it would serve as the perfect opportunity to intimidate those behind him and spare himself future troubles. Do you know who my elder is? Wang Taihao smirked with unshakable confidence, looking down on Yi Yang. Who is your elder? I am your elder, Yi Yang retorted effortlessly. What was once a tense atmosphere now had the onlooking students breaking into laughter. Their palms sweaty from the earlier tension. This young man was simply too bold. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I've long wanted to confront Wang Taihao like this, but my status didn't permit it. Now, this guy has my respect. From now on, he is my big brother. So cool. The surrounding students watched the sharp exchange with delight, secretly relishing the spectacle. It was merely a war of words for now. But should Wang Xiao be angered, he might not leave Bali High School unscathed. Many of Wang Taihao's adoring fans were seething, ready to strike back. The students fell silent. After all, Wang Taihao had built a formidable reputation. Wang Taihao's face turned a shade of green with fury. My elder is none other than Wang Silin, the wealthiest man in Huaxia, a household name. Do you dare show disrespect to him in my presence? Yi Yang paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. He had thought there might be some significant background at play, only to discover it was merely the nephew of Huaxia's richest man. Furthermore, this so-called billionaire-esque company, Yida Group, was now entirely under his control. Regardless of the title of richest man or the wealth in question, in the realm of fate, everything lies within the confines of one's own thoughts. To flaunt such trivialities in front of oneself, while hoping to instill fear, is nothing short of absurdity. Wang Taihao was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Upon hearing the title of his uncle, the wealthiest man in Huaxia, this lad couldn't help but turn pale, promptly kneeling and proffering his sister with both hands. Was he truly rendered speechless by fear? The laughter resonated around him, leaving his classmates, including Li Wanru, in a state of utter shock. Was he truly so arrogant? The name of Wang Silin was invoked, yet it seemed to be disregarded entirely. If he truly possessed such capabilities, how formidable must his background and strength be? I suspect he is merely posturing. Soon his fade shall crumble. I wouldn't be so certain. Huaxia is a land of hidden talents, and the public face of the wealthiest may not deter those who dare challenge him. The classmates buzzed with varied opinions, yet it was evident that they were all taken aback by Yi Yang's uproarious laughter. Brother, what he said is true. Yi Xiaoji bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. To her, even if her brother seemed to have suddenly risen to prominence, he could hardly hold sway in the presence of someone of Wang Silin's caliber. Ordinary individuals are rendered powerless before authority. Yi Yang chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. A mere nephew of Wang Silin can dominate this dilapidated high school. It seems that Baoli is indeed as such, brother, observing the confident smile on Yi Yang's face. Yi Xiaoji felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Fear not, for after today, I assure you, no one shall dare to provoke you again. Yi Yang's gaze turned icy, filled with a chilling resolve as he fixed his eyes upon Wang Taihao. Since you are so self-assured, allow me to make an example of you. Chapter 78. I make him a tycoon, and he remains one. Are you implying that you have no intention of fulfilling my request? Hearing Yi Yang's audacious words, Wang Taihao couldn't help but laugh. Who do you think you are? No one dares to provoke me, and today, you won't even be able to stand in my way. Then come and try, Yi Yang scoffed. As for the esteemed figure you rely upon, I make him a tycoon, and he remains one. If I wish to see him destitute, it takes but a single command. What? The surrounding classmates erupted in disbelief that he was not referring to some elder, but to himself. He could indeed topple Wang Silin from his throne of wealth. Even reduce him to ruin? This? No way, this is too outrageous. Some who had previously harbored disdain for Wang Taihao found themselves wavering under Yi Yang's grandiose declarations. After all, his words were so utterly preposterous, far surpassing anyone's imagination. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have long asserted that this is merely a braggart. That car and those beauties are likely rented to save face. In the business world, who would dare speak to Wang Silin's nephew in such a manner? Wang Taihao's sycophants seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. Ha! I initially thought you were someone of significance, but with that statement, I can conclude that you are merely delusional. Wang Taihao breathed a sigh of relief, growing increasingly arrogant. You claim you can reduce my uncle to nothing with just a word. I challenge you to utter 1,000,000,000 sentences. Say it until you drop dead. Let us see if you can truly bring my uncle to ruin. Do you possess some kind of sorcery? You crack me up. I've done my research on your family. You are but an ordinary worker's household, pretending to be significant before me. For people like you, being noticed by me is a stroke of luck spanning 8 lifetimes. And you dare to act ungratefully? I tell you, even if I were to have you wash your sister clean and deliver her to me on a silver platter, you ought to be grateful. Slap! Wang Taihao's brazen words were abruptly interrupted by a resounding slap that reverberated through the surroundings, plunging the entire world into silence. Every individual present, including Yi Xiaozhi and Li Wanru, was left utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. The classmates nearby felt their hearts leap into their throats. What had they just witnessed? Yi Yang had transformed into a blur, swiftly delivering a slap that sent Wang Taihao soaring backward. Spinning through the air? Damn! After what felt like an eternity, someone finally managed to exclaim a heartfelt sentiment. Is this even human? That slap sent him flying 5 or 6 meters. His head must be in tatters. My heavens! There truly exists someone who dares to lay hands on Wang Taihao. How terrifying! Incredible! Truly, words fail to express it. I bow to Brother Yi today. The entire crowd reached a fever pitch. That slap had allowed all the girls who had suffered Wang Taihao's bullying and the boys who loathed him to vent their pent-up fury. He is doomed to dare strike Wang Taihao in such a manner. He is destined to spend a lifetime in prison. Indeed, in this world, no one has been born who would dare slap Wang Xiao in the face. Wang Taihao's deluded admirers were seething with indignation. If he dares to strike, it proves he possesses the strength to do so. Deluded fans, cease your incessant whining. Some bystanders, emboldened by the slap, began to retaliate against the deluded fans. You dare lay a hand on the young master? A few bodyguards finally reacted. After all, Yi Yang's earlier actions had transcended human limits, and the sheer force exerted was beyond their imagination. The instantaneous strike left them all in a state of shock. Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian exchanged glances, abandoning any further words as they took action. Xiao Qingxian, in particular, displayed a more violent demeanor, dispatching 3 or 4 bodyguards with a kick, leaving them groaning on the ground. Unable to rise. This is utterly ferocious. Is this what martial arts masters are like? Truly impressive. The surrounding students were left in a daze at that moment. Yi Yang slowly approached Wang Taihao, gripping him by the throat and lifting him up. Wang Taihao's face was marred by the impact of his own slap, with only a few teeth remaining. Little brat, remember this. Beyond the heavens, there are heavens, and beyond men, there are men in this world. I, Yi Yang, am the one you cannot afford to provoke. Yi Yang chuckled coldly, as he had always believed that a gentleman does not hold grudges overnight, having crossed the line of his family. At this moment, Wang Taihao was teetering on the brink of consciousness, caught between awareness and oblivion. Upon seeing Yi Yang, he was consumed by sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably and uttering incoherent pleas for mercy. Chapter 79. A Luxurious Car. Four stunning beauties. The scene left everyone in profound shock that I in their minds. Wang Taihao was the pinnacle of Baoli High School. Even the disciplinary head and principal dared not intervene. He was a master in the realm of romantic pursuits, reigning supreme among the boys. Yet at this moment, he was being held aloft like a defeated dog, whimpering for mercy. After today, it seemed he would never again wear that arrogant facade. Gulp. There truly exists someone who disregards Wang Silin. Taking direct action? One could only wonder what kind of background this individual possesses. They are genuinely formidable. Yang took a deep breath before forcefully tossing Wang Taihao to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, "Have your uncle come to school to apologize to my sister, or else he can relinquish his status as a tycoon. If Wang Silin were to come, it would validate his claims, ensuring that henceforth no one within this high school would dare to provoke my sister again." However, at that moment, Wang Taihao had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The white Yang contemplated briefly before glancing at the black-clad bodyguard lying on the ground. "When he awakens, inform him that should he harbor any ill intentions towards my sister again, I will ensure he no longer exists in this world." The bodyguard trembled at Yi Yang's words, feeling the underlying chill that even a professional bodyguard like him could not shake off. Ordinary individuals, unentangled in massive interests, naturally lead lives of relative peace. Yet, where there are individuals, there will be power struggles and competition for profit. The closer one approaches the core, the more chaotic and terrifying it becomes. The means to make someone disappear are countless, and those within this tier understand precisely what Yi Yang meant. He nodded repeatedly, affirming he understood. Only then did Yi Yang turn around, his menacing aura dissipating in an instant as he broke into a hearty laugh, playfully patting Yi Xiaoji's head. "Did I scare you?" Yi Xiaoji shook her head repeatedly, though concern lingered in her voice. "Brother, are you really all right? Do you not trust your brother?" Yi Yang replied with a smile. "I'm a model big brother who never deceives his sister." "TSK, as if I would believe that." Yi Xiaoji finally burst into laughter. The ferocity of Yi Yang's earlier rage felt unfamiliar, yet this warm and humorous young man instantly made her feel at ease. This is still her good old brother. Do not fret over such trivial matters. Today, I shall ensure you have a splendid day," Yi Yang declared with a smile. Meanwhile, Li Wanru observed Yi Yang, her heart stirring with emotion. With her discerning eye, she could easily perceive that Yi Yang's earlier words were devoid of exaggeration. Each statement stemmed from a wellspring of inner strength and unwavering confidence. Thus it follows, he truly possesses the strength that does not fear the likes of Wang Silin, the former richest man in Huaxia. "This time, I have ventured out with Sister Ro Ro." Yi Xiaoji smiled as she glanced at Li Wanru. After the recent events, she was uncertain whether Li Wanru still had the heart to enjoy herself, or if her brother's earlier severity had left a negative impression. If that were the case, her role as a matchmaker would have been in vain, and the whole affair would fall apart. They had yet to properly introduce themselves, when Li Wanru graciously extended her hand. Yi Yang reciprocated with a polite smile. Although he was quite the romantic, it did not imply he was a boundless lecher. Yet that brief handshake stirred something within him. This is indeed the hand of a noble girl. It was undeniably different from those of ordinary folk. The silky and exquisite sensation was simply enchanting. "Shall we go together?" Yi Yang invited with a smile. "Sure," Li Wanru replied, twirling a lock of her hair. Yi Xiaoji, the self-appointed matchmaker, had been anxious for quite some time, but upon seeing Li Wanru agree, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of pride. Sister Ro actually consented. Heh. It seems she has a favorable first impression of my brother. Let's get in the sea air. Yi Yang felt fortunate that he had taken out his land yacht, which had ample space for everyone. Had he driven a Rolls-Royce, he would have had to call the maid for another vehicle. Ah, how enviable! 2 stunning school beauties, along with 2 extraordinary women. How can this be? Woe is me. It is too cruel. I am but a lonely dog, while others are flanked by super beauties. When you possess the strength to unreservedly thrash the billionaire's nephew, you too can have such fortune, believe it or not. Perhaps not. I doubt I will ever reach that level in this lifetime. I have decided. He shall be my new male idol. As they watched the elongated Bentley Mulsanne slowly glide out of the campus. Numerous classmates gazed on with envy, jealousy, or admiration, reluctant to look away. Stop dawdling. Hurry to the infirmary. Right. Only a few sycophants loyal to Wang Taihao rushed to the infirmary to fetch someone to attend to their already unconscious elder brother. Today has been simply spectacular. I must post this on my social media. My friends will surely think I'm bragging. Watching the woeful Wang Taihao being carried away on a stretcher, the classmates couldn't help but express their sentiments. Inside the elongated Bentley Mulsanne, Yang had opened 2 bottles of luxurious fruit drinks for his little sister and Li Wanru. After all, they were still high school students, and drinking alcohol was not advisable. Delicious. After chatting for a while, the tension from earlier began to dissipate. To be by the way, brother, you were joking about having Wang Silin come to apologize to me, right? Yi Xiaoji took a sip of orange juice, her eyes narrowing into slits, clearly relishing the refreshing drink on a summer day. Just wait and see why Yang refrained from elaborating. After all, asking the richest man to apologize seemed absurd, and convincing others of it would be difficult. It was better to let actions speak for themselves. Yi Xiaoji nodded repeatedly. Boss, you indeed possess some skill. Xiao Qingxian looked at Yi Yang with some surprise that today's events had completely exposed him. In that moment, his strike sent a person flying over 5 meters. Even the two of them would not have been able to achieve that. This was not merely martial arts. His prowess had reached an extraordinary level. I know a little. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, having never intended to keep it a secret. He simply hadn't had the opportunity to explain before. Brother, your transformation is astounding. You can actually fight now. That slap was simply too cool. Yi Xiaoji chuckled. Perhaps after today, you will become a legendary figure at Baoli High School. Yi Yang was not particularly interested in the legendary titles these children bestowed. He only desired that no one would dare to bully his sister in the future, and that was enough. By the way, don't you usually bring that butler with you? Why isn't she here today? Xiao Qingxian asked, puzzled that Yi Yang, noticing Xiao Qingxuan's astonished expression, smiled and explained, I just acquired the Disney and Modu over the past couple of days. Xiao Qingxian nodded indifferently, given that he could acquire the Storm Company. One could only imagine the magnitude of Yi Yang's identity and background. Acquiring an amusement park was naturally not a challenge for him. What? Brother? You acquired Disney? Yi Xiaoji was immediately stunned. Disney Park had nearly become a landmark in Modu. When it came to amusement parks, Disney was the most successful on an international scale. Currently, Disney boasted 5 major theme parks worldwide, with 2 in Huaxia. Aside from the one in Xiangwan, the other was in Modu. The Modu Disney theme park was valued at nearly 200 billion. Hadn't it been said that the park was worth over 100 billion a few years back? So many zeros. How much money is that? Yi Xiaoji was not foolish. She increasingly felt that her brother's current status seemed rather extraordinary. Given this, requesting Wang Silin to personally apologize to her at Baoli might not just be mere jest. Yi is indeed a rare talent of this era. Beside her, Li Wanru's eyes sparkled with admiration. Acquiring Disney, so nonchalantly, a project worth over 100 billion, directly handing it over to secretaries and lawyers for transition. Without even needing to be present, what immense confidence and audacity. Moreover, she had heard of the Jincheng law firm. It was one of the most renowned law firms in Huaxia, at least in Modu. They were known for their unbeatable record in court. They had never lost a case. Even internationally, they held a certain degree of prestige. Such a law firm serving this Ye. One could only imagine the terrifying power and connections behind him. Coupled with Yi Yang's handsome appearance, martial prowess, and deep sense of protectiveness towards his loved ones, being the brother of her best friend, the sense of familiarity and impression had skyrocketed. Unlike Wang Taihao, who relied on his family's status to show off, Jincheng Law Firm and Disneyland were clearly Yi Yang's own accomplishments. A true second-generation wealthy individual. Such a genuine young talent was precisely what I had always sought. Li Wanru had to admit that she had never felt attracted to a boy before, but today, she was somewhat moved. After all, everything about Yi Yang seemed too perfect. Oh, whatever. Being praised by beautiful girls was undoubtedly a good thing. And Yi Yang smiled with a hint of pride. Hey, Sister Ro, calling him Yi feels rather distant. He is my brother. Yi Xiaoji urged eagerly, What should I call him? Li Wanru playfully countered, if you don't mind. Just call me Yi Yang replied earnestly. After all, he was at least 3 or 4 years older than her, so it was quite normal to Li Wanru pause for a moment, then playfully twirled a strand of hair and smiled enchantingly. All right, Yiga. First update, 3 more to follow. Chapter 81. Premium tickets, reward. Esports mastery, wow. Yi Xiaoji looked at Li Wanru in astonishment. It was the first time she had seen her best friend so relaxed and at ease in front of a boy, radiating such genuine joy. Hee, this is definitely promising. After daydreaming about the romance between her best friend and brother, Yi Xiaoji grinned foolishly. What are you grinning about? Yi Yang flicked Yi Xiaoji's forehead. Ouch, brother, I've already imagined our wedding. Yi Xiaoji pouted in complaint, having her fantasy interrupted. What wedding? Both Yi Yang and Li Wanru looked at her in confusion. Ahem, I was just speaking nonsense, Yi Xiaoji's eyes twinkled as she continued. Brother, didn't you say you had a surprise for me last time? What is the surprise? Oh, that, Tisich, Yi Xiaoji pouted. You're being secretive again. Stinky older brother. Speaking of which, what is that surprise? Yi Yang countered. I brought along such a beautiful girl to accompany us for fun. Isn't that a surprise? Yi Xiaoji laughed as she clung to Li Wanru's arm. It turns out I was sold out by you. Huh. Li Wanru chuckled, tapping Yi Xiaoji's nose playfully. Haha. Yi Yang shook his head. His little sister was truly a clever and quirky child. Initially, he had been contemplating where to take his sister for fun. Now that he had just acquired Disney, why not go there? Let's go. To Disneyland. Yi Xiaoji cheered. Xiao Qingxian, beside her, was also filled with anticipation. She and Xiao Xiaozhu had always navigated the edges of danger and death. Even a luxurious meal during their downtime felt like an extravagant indulgence. Let alone a place like Disneyland, built solely for enjoyment. The elongated Bentley Mulsanne, regardless of where it went, was always the center of attention and admiration. The level of recognition here far surpasses that of ordinary luxury vehicles. With a whoosh, the Bentley Flying Spur arrived at Disneyland, drawing gazes of envy and amazement from the crowd. After parking in the exclusive lot adjacent to Disney, Yi Yang stepped out with the 4 women and made his way towards the ticket counter. He was uncertain whether the transfer procedures had been completed, and it seemed unnecessary to flaunt his status as the owner over a mere few thousand yuan for tickets. After all, if he were to suddenly announce to the ticket clerk, I am your new boss, he would surely be regarded as insane. With the time spent on such trivialities, he could have earned far more than just a few thousand. Today, the crowd was not particularly overwhelming. After a few minutes of waiting, it was their turn. Sir, this is our pricing standard. Which service would you like to book? The ticket attendant, clad in a Disney princess outfit, inquired with a polite smile. Yi Yang glanced at the options and promptly selected the most expensive package priced at 2,666 yuan. I'll take this one, 5 tickets, please. Certainly, sir. The total is 13,330 yuan, and your payment has been successfully processed. Here are your tickets. The ticket attendant gazed at Yi Yang with sparkling eyes. What a handsome young man, accompanied by 4 exceptionally graceful ladies, to spend over 10,000 yuan on the most expensive tickets. He is clearly not an ordinary person. If it weren't for the other tourists waiting in line, she would have eagerly sought Yi Yang's WeChat. Yi Yang accepted the tickets with a hint of reflection. That sum was equivalent to the monthly income of many families of 3 truly. The renowned international amusement park in the Magic City charges exorbitantly. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 13,330 yuan on entertainment, rewarding him with proficiency in esports. Oh! Yi Yang's heart leaped with joy. Just as he had been lamenting the high cost, he received a delightful reward. Proficiency in esports means you will possess unparalleled gaming talent and skill. In all genres of video games, you shall excel effortlessly. Money to him was no longer a significant concern. It no longer stirred his emotions. These unique rewards were what truly captivated him. Proficiency in esports. Does that mean I will reach the pinnacle of human ability in any game I play? Both in skill and awareness. I will be of superior caliber? Perfect, just in time to take the girls for a game of chicken. He chuckled to himself at the thought. What is so funny? Bro, I've never seen anyone spend money so cheerfully. Yi Xiaozi expressed her confusion, unable to comprehend her brother's elation over spending. Shouldn't spending be painful? Why is he so happy about it? Is this the peculiar logic of the wealthy? It's nothing. Let us go. Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively. All right, compared to her brother's odd logic, she was evidently far more interested in the amusement offerings at Disneyland. The 2,666 yuan ticket allows access to 12 attractions and 6 performances. Today will be more than enough for you to enjoy, Yang remarked. Except for Li Wanru, the other girls were visiting Disneyland for the first time and were quite eager. After purchasing the tickets, they proceeded to the security checks, which seemed to be moving at a snail's pace. What is this? Besides the security scanners, we also have to undergo body searches, Yi Xiaozi complained, observing the sluggish crowd in front of them. Chapter 82. The Perverse Man. What is this nonsense? It's not like we're entering a secret base. Why do we have to be searched? She grumbled. However, having spent the money, she was reluctant to turn back and simply had to endure the minor annoyance while waiting for security. Wei Yang frowned slightly. Now that Disneyland belonged to him, he had seen the news about these body searches and had assumed it was merely hearsay. He never expected it to be true. This needs to be cancelled in a few days, he thought, shaking his head. Having passed through security, the 5 of them casually approached the security personnel. Upon seeing Yi Yang and his group, one of the male staff members, who appeared rather upscale, whispered something to a nearby female employee, who nodded in silence, clearly accustomed to his words. Yi Yang frowned at the lewd expression of the male employee, feeling an instinctive aversion. All right, go ahead. The male employee, with his hooked nose and small eyes, appeared quite sleazy. He merely patted Yi Yang lightly and allowed him to pass, clearly eager for what was to come. Yi Xiaozi noticed that the male employee did not step aside, but instead attempted to search her. Instinctively, she took a step back and frowned, asking, "What do you think you're doing?" "What do you mean?" The male employee chuckled smugly. "This is standard procedure, don't you understand? If you want to enter, you must comply with my search. There's a female employee right next to you. What is your intention?" Yi Xiaozi was evidently displeased. "Why is your sister being so unreasonable? Hurry up and come here. There are people waiting behind you," the male employee retorted, frowning and admonishing her. If it were an ordinary girl, she might have hesitated to stand up for herself, feeling the pinch of the 1 or 2,000 yuan ticket price. He had used this tactic to exploit many beautiful women in the past. Today, he seemed determined to succeed. The female employees nearby turned a blind eye, evidently accustomed to this behavior and unwilling to intervene. After all, they were just a group of students enjoying their day off at Disneyland. They dared not offend this male employee, who appeared to have some connections. The male employee lewdly leaned closer, extending his hands. "Are you sure you don't want to go in?" "Hurry up," and before he could finish, he felt a tremendous force grip the back of his neck. In the next moment, he found himself spinning through the air, entering a state of weightlessness. Boom! Cough! He blinked in disbelief. His body hurled 3 meters against the wall before crashing heavily onto the ground, dazed and nearly spitting blood. The female employee nearby was clearly startled, gazing at the young man who casually applauded, her eyes revealing a hint of fear. How can someone just start fighting like that? And with such terrifying strength? Is my sister someone like you, a filthy creature, who is worthy of touching? Yi Yang clapped his hands indifferently, casting a cold glance at the male employee who was clearly in a daze from the impact. "Are you daring enough to hit someone? Do you believe I'll call security?" The male employee scrambled to his feet, his voice hoarse and menacing. "You're just being reckless, casual." Yi Yang scoffed. "I'd like to see how the former owner of Disneyland restrains his subordinates." Clearly, he was poorly educated. The male employee felt as if he had broken several bones. His eyes were fierce, but he was aware that he was in the wrong and dared not truly call for security. His gaze darted to the backpacks of Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu, and a malicious idea formed in his mind. The other female employees, realizing they were up against someone formidable, hurriedly approached to placate the situation. "Sir, we'll check your sister, right?" Yi Yang smiled sarcastically. "What? You were just lying around before, and now you've suddenly come back to life." They lacked the backing that the male employee had. If things escalated, they would be the ones to lose their jobs. Desperate to safeguard their livelihoods, they dared not argue with Yi Yang. No problem after the checks. The female employees all apologized to Yi Yang. Enough. At this moment, the male employee, having regained his composure, grinned through gritted teeth. "You're fine, but you must know that Disneyland doesn't allow outside food. This is not some low-grade amusement park that just anyone can enter." Third update with one more to come. I see everyone has support. Nearly 100 gifts. I'm very touched. Due to limited space, I can only express my gratitude here. Today, I'd like to thank those who previously sent large gifts. Thanks to book friend TK for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to book friend 51093068 for the update charm. Thanks to book friend 10991536 for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to book friend 11393799 for the update charm. Thanks to book friend Little Demon King for the update charm. Thanks to book friend God of Wealth for the inspiration capsule and update charm. Thanks to book friend 11111054 for the update charm. Thanks to book friend Demon Blood God General for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to book friend Jun Zhao for the update charm. Thanks to book friend 21195077 for the update charm. Thanks to book friend Little Joking for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 83. Compensation of 2.5 million. You call this kindness? Oh. Yi-Yang squinted his eyes. Just anyone. The male employee scoffed. You a pauper, dare to enter this prestigious Disneyland. You're simply embarrassing yourself. Ha. You're being too domineering. The tourists behind, who had initially prepared to watch the spectacle, began to voice their complaints. They had come for fun, and witnessing Yi-Yang's decisive action against the lewd employee was far more exciting than any game. They were thoroughly entertained and had no immediate desire to enter. Many of the visitors here had brought their own food and water, and upon hearing the employee's outburst, they became displeased. After all, it affected their interests. It was said online that bringing food was allowed. What nonsense! The price of a modest hamburger here exceeds 60 yuan. What distinguishes this from extortion? We are even prohibited from bringing our own food. The entrance fee is already exorbitant. Indeed, the tourists are in a collective uproar that if you cannot afford the likes of us, perhaps you shouldn't come at all. Is this truly a place for you? Do you presume we bring our own food because we cannot afford what is inside? Yi-Yang found a sliver of amusement in the situation. What? Is that not the case? Must I empty the contents of your bag before you cease your evasions? The male staff member sneered. Very well. You may inspect my bag, but bear in mind, if there is even the slightest damage, you shall owe me full compensation, Yi-Yang replied with a faint smile. Casually digging a pit for the male employee. Ha! You amuse me. A few loaves of bread and bottles of water. What value could they possibly hold? Do you take me for someone of your impoverished ilk? Compensation. So be it. The male employee, Zhang Li, scoffed, extending his hand. Hand over the bag, you. Xiao Qingxuan's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. Give it to him. Wouldn't it be even better to have him pay later? Yi-Yang chuckled. That makes sense. Upon this thought, Xiao Qingxuan's gaze softened, casting a sympathetic look at Zhang Li. It seems your fate is sealed here. The surrounding tourists, intrigued, were clearly puzzled. Zhang Li's foolishness was all too apparent. How could someone capable of bringing 4 stunning women and wielding extraordinary strength be an ordinary person? What could possibly be in that bag? Even the most extravagant food and drink for a day out should not cost a lifetime. The tourists exchanged whispers, their interest piqued, forgetting their initial intent to enter the amusement park, captivated by the unfolding drama. I spit, clatter. The first bag spilled forth an array of chilled luxury beverages and various exquisite bottles of champagne. Kept cool by layers of dry ice, several bottles suffered damage as they were carelessly discarded. Crackle. The second bag revealed an assortment of lavishly packaged gold leaf cakes and supreme desserts, many of which were marred. This, Zhang Li, having some background and connections, was no stranger to such opulence. He gazed in shock at a shattered wine bottle, his heart racing. Ice-cold Lafite red wine? What the hell? Who brings red wine and high-end cakes for a day of fun? Do you have billions at home? He felt bewildered, attempting to reassure himself. It's all fake. It must all be fake. Yet he was acutely aware that the likelihood of that was exceedingly slim. Enough, no need to count each item. I'll cut you a deal. For the damaged goods in these 2 bags, I'll charge you 2.5 million, proving you to be quite the fool, Yi-Yang said nonchalantly. Hiss. 2.5 million? Is this for real? The nearby tourists were equally stunned. 2 bags of food and drink valued at over 2 million? Yi-Yang, feeling somewhat helpless, had simply packed the items from his Bentley Mulsanne. He had no idea of their exact worth, casually tossing out a figure. Even Yi Xiaozi was taken aback, covering her mouth in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Wanru, hailing from the elite class, began a tally. This is ice-cold Lafite. Approximately 170,000 Huaxia coins per bottle. This is Brazilian Sunshine coconut juice, around 50,000 Huaxia coins per bottle. This bottle from the Randu region is about 350,000 Huaxia coins, and this is the Baishir Suolofii beverage. approximately 670,000 huaxia coins. She then shifted her gaze to the other side. As she quoted prices, Zhang Li's legs turned to jelly, the last vestiges of hope evaporating. The gold leaf Ciarmi de la Ciarmi cake. Each small square valued at 300,000 huaxia coins. The ones you've damaged are worth over 150,000. Other assorted damages add up to around 5 million. Brother Yi is being exceptionally kind, asking for only 2.5 million. Hearing Li Wanru's estimates, Zhang Li felt as though the world was collapsing around him. You call this kindness? Chapter 84. A commanding presence stuns the crowd. And who might you be? Are you deceiving me? Zhang Li bellowed, his bravado faltering. Just as he struggled to maintain composure, the crowd turned their gaze toward a commotion nearby. The entrance and exit of Disney were distinctly separated. Lo and behold, a car was emerging. How impressive! Tourists are not permitted to drive in. Yet here was a luxury vehicle leaving. Clearly, it was a high-ranking Disney executive. Disney, valued at over $1 trillion, naturally has executives of significant stature. The onlookers displayed a glimmer of envy. Is that a top-tier Maserati? Worth over 20 million. These affluent individuals certainly do not treat money lightly. This spectacle suggests they are no ordinary bosses. Yet, why was a Range Rover following the Maserati? A bit of a letdown. The Maserati, after all, cost 2 to 3 million. The Range Rover, while still a 1 to 2 million vehicle, would normally attract attention, but trailing behind the Maserati, it felt somewhat out of place. Yet Yang was all too familiar with this setup. The Maserati had been entrusted to Yu Momo that morning, while the Range Rover was the public vehicle of the Fong Han law firm. Beep beep. Behind the Maserati and Range Rover, a procession of luxury vehicles followed suit, clearly there to bid farewell. Finally, they were sending off these esteemed guests. Fong Han, a renowned lawyer, was truly formidable. That AI Wei had memorized every legal clause, rendering their carefully prepared strategies utterly ineffective, each one systematically dismissed. This new boss is indeed impressive. The former employer gained not a single extra benefit today. The executives in the vehicles expressed their sentiments. While they were discussing, the Maserati and Range Rover came to an abrupt halt. What the heck? Why did these esteemed guests suddenly stop? The executives were taken aback. With the change of ownership at Disney, they feared for their positions, worried that the new policies might oust them. Today's guests were exceptionally skilled, and the previous owner had been cast aside, leaving them with no additional benefits. Such a display of authority left the executives in awe. They feared a sudden reversal, that the new owner would use their newfound power to dismiss them. My goodness, I was just respectful, not daring to offend these esteemed guests. After all, Yu Momo represented Yi Yang, and they could hardly afford to be dismissive. The doors swung open. What could possibly warrant such deference? Could it be the new boss is arriving? The thought sent chills down the executive spines that, oh no, get out of the car. Regardless of the reason, they needed to confirm the situation first. Without further hesitation, the executives hastily exited their vehicles, rushing toward the entrance. Upon seeing the company executives running towards them, the security personnel at the exit were left bewildered. What is happening? Why are these executives approaching with such peculiar smiles? This scene feels somewhat eerie. What are you standing there for? Hurry and salute, the security captain urged repeatedly. However, the executives were too preoccupied to heed him. Sprinting towards Yu Momo and Fong Han at the entrance, Yu Momo and Fong Han, along with AI Wei and Kai Chi, emerged from their luxury vehicles. The tourists in line instinctively parted, allowing a path. Boss! Yu Momo and her companions stood respectfully, bowing to Yi Yang. Hiss. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded that a super beautiful woman driving a Maserati worth millions calls him boss. What an extraordinary figure he must be. No wonder the food in his backpack alone was worth millions. No one doubted the authenticity of the 5 million worth of food any longer. They looked at Zhang Li with a mix of sympathy and amusement. At that moment, Zhang Li's legs buckled, the word boss obliterating the last remnants of his hopes. Chapter 85. Suddenly remembering the Disney acquisition. Just here for a visit. Boss, why did you come in person? Yu Momo asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Today, I took my sister out for a day of fun and suddenly recalled that I seemed to have just acquired Disney, so I decided to take a stroll. Yi Yang chuckled casually. What do you mean by suddenly recalling? What do you mean by seemingly acquiring? No way. He acquired Disney? It can't be. He looks barely over 20, and Disney is valued at nearly 200 billion. My goodness, this is utterly surreal. Did I just witness the new owner of Disney Incognito, chastising a rude and lewd employee? Cough, cough. I refuse to believe it. I haven't read much, so don't deceive me. After hearing Yi Yang's explanation, Umo nodded as if it were only natural. Fong Han and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. They thought Yi Yang was suspicious of their abilities and had come to supervise them. Brother, this is... Yi Shaozi blinked her eyes, her beauty and figure striking enough to make any girl instinctively feel envious. Her name is Umo, and she is my assistant, Yi Yang introduced with a smile. This is my sister, Yi Shaozi, the owner's sister. Hello. Umo instinctively called out a private term of endearment, her face flushing slightly, but with her composure, she merely smiled and dismissed it. Gulp. Yi Shaozi cast an incredulous glance at Yi Yang, internally mocking. No way, brother, I didn't expect you to appear so honest on the surface while being so mischievous underneath. Yi Yang, feeling a bit sheepish, rubbed his nose. It's not what you think. Cough, though it's not too far off. Yi Shaozi glanced worriedly at Li Wanro, but her good friend, having undergone professional noble etiquette training, couldn't discern her true thoughts at that moment. Cough, cough. Yi Yang lightly cleared his throat, preparing to shatter this small-scale chaos. All right, enough of this. Has the handover been finalized? Umo chuckled. Yes. Yi Yang nodded slightly and turned to Fong Han. Thank you for your trouble. The boss speaks too generously. Just as Fong Han was about to exchange pleasantries and flatter Yi Yang, a throng of Disney executives surged forward. They had all witnessed Umo's respect towards Yi Yang. However, when they truly laid eyes on Yi Yang's excessively youthful and handsome visage, they were all taken aback. Yet they dared not show disrespect. Though their hearts were tumultuous, their bodies instinctively bent in greeting. Boss. Wow, this, such a dramatic contrast in demeanor. What a grand display. The tourists were left in awe. The sight of these well-dressed executives bowing in unison was utterly breathtaking. Yes, I recognize that bald guy at the front. Oh, let's take a look. That bald fellow appeared on Magic City TV. He seems to be Disney's brand image officer. I can also recognize the beautiful financial manager and the well-endowed secretary from when they shared the stage with him. You can only remember the well-endowed and beautiful ones, but considering this, these are indeed the true upper echelons of Disney. They are collectively addressing this young boss? My heavens, does this mean... He truly just recalled that he seems to have acquired Disney, so he came to take a look? Goodness. The tourists on site were utterly dumbfounded. After all, witnessing a billionaire in person is a completely different level of shock compared to seeing them on television. Moreover, this billionaire is so young and handsome. Yi Yang nodded slightly. No need to be so formal. Boss, if you had just said a word, we would have personally welcomed you inside. There was no need to queue here. These executives were exceedingly courteous. After all, he is the new boss. If he were displeased, they would have little to say. They were merely here for leisure. Their spirits were high, but unfortunately, the security personnel seemed rather unreasonable, damaging my snacks worth several million. Yi Yang shook his head, expressing his regret. Who is so blind as to block your boss outside? Have their eyes gone blind? One executive repeatedly sought to express himself, angrily berating. Cough, cough. Uncle, it's me, Zhongli answered with a quiver in his voice. Uncle Sun Fu Yin was bewildered. It's you? How is it you? He glanced at the beautiful women behind Yi Yang and instantly understood, his heart collapsing. Just a moment ago, he was pondering how to please the new boss. And now his lecherous nephew had landed him in such a predicament. He felt an overwhelming urge to drown Zhongli in a cesspit. Zhongli was utterly terrified, kneeling on the ground. Boss, I truly didn't know. Please, spare me for the sake of your mercy. Chapter 86. Boss is indeed a remarkable figure. The female employees and numerous tourists watching this scene were all filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been making trouble for others, trying to take advantage of someone's sister, and now it seems he not only gained nothing, but also offended a significant figure. He would surely lose his job. The compensation of several million is likely beyond his means, leaving him to kneel and plead for forgiveness that a nearby general manager inquired. Yes, that is the case. The female employee, witnessing such high-ranking figures for the first time, was evidently nervous about the events unfolding, her speech stammering. Nevertheless, she described the situation rather thoroughly. The general manager nodded, internally anxious. This colossal blunder has created a poor impression of the new boss right upon his arrival. They do not believe that Yi Yang's earlier statement of merely coming to have some fun was genuine. Having navigated the business world, they had painstakingly climbed to the upper echelons. Their ability to discern a leader's intentions was astute and sophisticated. Such a lavish and extravagant tycoon, every word and action is deliberate. Yi Yang, the boss, clearly came incognito. Only by interacting with the upper management could one grasp the true situation. Only through first-hand experience can one truly understand. Brilliant! No wonder he is capable of amassing a fortune in the billions. Compared to us, the disparity in vision and stature is immeasurable. Yi Boss appears indifferent, yet he is profoundly capable. This is the true mark of a remarkable individual. These executives felt a sense of guilt, repeatedly lamenting that if only these thoughts were to reach Yi Yang, he would undoubtedly be dumbfounded, as he genuinely had just recalled that he possessed a theme park. And he was merely here to have some fun. After operating Disney for so long, the positive image cultivated has been entirely tarnished by your nephew, leaving the boss with such a poor impression. Old son, you are foolish. These executives hastily shifted the blame onto Sun Fu Yin. Indeed, you handle this one careless moment, and the boss could easily dismiss you. You brought this upon yourself, you all. Sun Fu Yin was furious, his teeth grinding. Among the executives, the subtle power struggles were evident, and this was clearly throwing him under the bus. However, for now, ensuring Yi Yang's comfort is the best course of action, that he repeatedly smiled apologetically at Yi Yang. From this moment on, I have nothing to do with him. I will sever ties with him. To atone for you, I will cover half of the 2.5 million. Additionally, I will transfer half of my shares to you. Oh, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. This Sun Fu Yin is quite adept at managing relationships, decisively handling problems. No wonder he has reached this level. Uncle, you can't just abandon me. 2.5 million. How can I possibly afford that? This position was arranged by you. You cannot distance yourself from this matter. You must help me. Zhongli was practically in tears that I can't believe. Sun Fu Yin was nearly driven to the brink of spitting blood. His words of denial were purely to save himself, intending to secretly give money to his sister later for compensation, believing Yi Boss would certainly turn a blind eye to such a trivial matter. Yet this foolish nephew couldn't even see through that. Did you grow up eating dirt? He roared, advancing to kick Zhang Li, who was already in a pitiful state from Yi Yang's previous actions. This kick, fueled by Sun Fu Yan's pent-up rage, knocked Zhang Li out cold. The surrounding executives could not contain their laughter. This Sun Fu Yin truly has a remarkable nephew, especially the two competitors. They were on the verge of bursting into laughter. Enough. If someone truly dies, it's not worth it. To why Yi Yang waved his hand. Just have him transfer the money to my account later. That will suffice. My time is quite precious. Phew. Sun Fu Yin appeared to be infuriated, but he understood that incapacitating his foolish nephew was the best choice. Seeing Yi Yang indeed not pursuing the matter any further, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief and continued to smile. What Yi Boss says is true. Such trash does not deserve to waste your time. I will immediately summon security to restore order. I will transfer the money to your account shortly. Yes, let us proceed with that. Yes, Sun Fu Yin nodded repeatedly. The top-tier luxury goods brought by Yi Yang would be difficult for them to procure in a short time. Soon, the scene was efficiently restored to normalcy through the efforts of the executives. Shall we go? Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand at the four women behind him. Boss, what about us? Umo blinked her eyes and asked. Yi Yang chuckled. Oh. Umo pouted slightly, appearing somewhat dejected at why Yi Yang, aware of her feelings, gently patted her little head and playfully said, Haven't I been spending plenty of time with you every night? Got it, boss. Third update, one more to go. Chapter 87. An exciting journey. A day full of surprises under Yi Yang's guidance. Umo and Fong Han, along with the others, busied themselves with their respective tasks. You need not follow me. I'm merely here to enjoy myself. What would it look like for you to tag along? Go do what you need to do. Upon entering the park, Yi Yang noticed that the managers behind him were still treating him with utmost respect. And he couldn't help but smile wryly. These high-ranking executives felt a weight in their hearts, pondering the implications of Yi Yang's words, that he must feel that we are robbing him of the pleasure of a casual visit. He surely desires the most genuine experience. Alas, I failed to grasp Mr. Ye's intention earlier. How embarrassing. After much contemplation, they believed they had deciphered Yi Yang's thoughts. Boss. Understood. We will leave immediately, as soon as these executives departed. Yi Yang summoned a few staff members. You all must ensure the boss is well looked after at all times. If anything like what just happened occurs again, I will have no choice but to let you go. The higher-ups felt a chill run down their spines and vowed to provide Yi Yang with the utmost VIP service, ensuring he felt the warmth and hospitality of our Disneyland. Yes, yes, the staff nodded vigorously, not daring to show any resistance. All of them prayed fervently for Yi Yang to enjoy himself, hoping it would make their own lives easier. Next, Yi Yang personally experienced the warm hospitality of Disneyland. So, if I understand correctly, the attractions can be categorized into fairy tale routes, adventure routes, and sweet routes? Yi Yang inquired. Indeed, there are numerous facilities in the park, making it somewhat challenging to experience everything in a single day. Thus, we have introduced various route strategies, replied two leggy beauties dressed as princesses with smiles. Which one would you like to pursue? I want the adventure route, exclaimed Yi Xiaozi, bouncing with excitement that I've been so bored at school. Of course, I want some thrilling adventures, and if Sister Ruru gets scared later, who knows, I might just end up in a passionate embrace with my brother. How delightful! Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian, upon hearing about the other routes, felt sleepy and naturally chose the adventure route that I Wanru added with a smile. When I was younger, my family took me on the fairy tale route, so this time I shall try the adventure route. All right, it's settled then, Yi Yang chuckled. Following the princess's lead, they embarked on the thrilling adventure route. They began with the Tron Lightcycle Power Run, followed by the jetpack flight, interspersed with a golden fairy tale gala performance. Then onto the Dwarf Mine Train, Crystal Grotto, Rope Challenge, and Thunder Mountain River Rapids, concluding their day with a ride in the Caribbean Treasure Battle. Each attraction offered a perfect blend of thrill and excitement. However, Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian had seen their fair share of grand spectacles. Riding the roller coasters and drifting on the boats felt like child's play to them. They even laughed and joked about it. For them, this was a carefree thrill, entirely different from the dangers they faced on missions outside. Thus, they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Though Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru were not typical girls, they still felt a twinge of fear amidst such exhilarating scenarios and occasionally sought refuge in Yi Yang's embrace. By the end of the day, while Yi Yang was unsure if others found the experience thrilling, he certainly felt exhilarated to the point of nearly bleeding from his nose that Li Wanru, despite appearing like a pure and demure girl, had a stunning figure that was revealed when she drew closer. Wow! After disembarking from the pirate ship, Yi Yang still felt a lingering excitement, even though the last activity had taken place in the water. Now he found himself parched at why Yi Xiaozi exclaimed, "What a rush! This is the essence of an amusement park. Compared to the fairy tale route we enjoyed as kids, this is simply exhilarating." Li Wan echoed her sentiments, feeling immensely satisfied. After experiencing such a day, the cost of several thousand yuan seemed well worth it. The boss, never forgets to promote his own business wherever he goes. Truly a commercial titan. Li Wanru teased playfully. After a day filled with exhilarating activities, having spent the entire time close to Yi Yang naturally deepened their bond, allowing for lighthearted banter. Da-da? Ha! I was merely sharing my thoughts. Yi Yang scratched his head and laughed. It seems that once one has wealth, people around them begin to unconsciously embellish their perceptions. Fourth update. Thanks to the book friends He, Yi Ji Chao, Si Ming, Fei Ming, Ru Ming, 336-1516 for the mooncake. Chapter 88. A cruise ship isn't expensive. It's just a matter of buying it. A full day of amusement had evidently drained their energy. After the attractions and performances, Yi Yang and the four women were guided by the princesses to the Ocean Cruise Restaurant, the most luxurious and prestigious dining experience offered by Disneyland. The princesses smiled as they explained. This dinner is a private affair for one table on a ship, which is quite a value, Yi Yang remarked with surprise. There was even a dedicated band playing soothing, fairy tale-like melodies. The princesses smiled, neither confirming nor denying, but internally they were both amused and exasperated, thinking, how could this be? This cruise was specially refurbished for you. It is the only one of its kind in all of Disneyland. However, the higher-ups had instructed them to provide Yi Yang and his party with the utmost VIP treatment, ensuring that he perceived this as a standard experience. Thus, as they watched Yi Yang take this at face value, they silently lamented, "The world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension." Dining on a cruise ship was indeed a pleasure. Yi Yang couldn't help but marvel at the gentle rocking of the ship, the wafting mist, and the elegant dining environment filled with delicious food. It was simply a sublime experience. "I wish I could dine on a cruise ship every day and revel in such beauty," Yi Xiaozi remarked with a smile. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow and replied, "That's not impossible, if you truly desire it." "Ah." Yi Xiaozi blinked. "What do you mean?" Yi Yang rubbed his chin. "Your words remind me that I quite enjoy this feeling as well." Saying this, he promptly dialed Yu Mo's number. The nearby servers and the princesses attending to Yi Yang were taken aback. What is he planning to do? Even Li Wanru tilted her head in confusion. Mo, please help me purchase a Disney-style water cruise restaurant. Yu Mo on the other end of the line was momentarily stunned by Yi Yang's request, but her professional demeanor quickly kicked in. "Boss, cough. Even for a small cruise ship on the river, the price for acquiring one in a short time is... the cost is not an issue." Yu Mo paused, but recalling how Yi Yang treated a car exhibition like a grocery shopping spree, spending over 10 billion in one night, she realized that the cost of a small dining cruise might not even compare to that extravagant expenditure. Coming to this conclusion, she felt relieved. "When do you need it?" "Time. Just have it delivered within 3 days and place it in the riverside leisure area next to the Jiangjing community." Yi Yang contemplated before responding. "Understood, boss. I will expedite the arrangements." Yu Mo agreed repeatedly. "Good, it's settled then." Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Everything is in order. You trust me, don't you?" Yu Mo blew a kiss through the phone. "Of course, I'm at ease." Yes. After hanging up, Yi Yang noticed the stunned expressions of those around him. The servers and princesses seemed as if they had been frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. "Why isn't anyone eating?" Yi Yang inquired, puzzled. Internally, the servers and princesses were screaming, "Goodness, this is too extravagant. We're utterly astonished." The idea of simply buying a cruise ship because he enjoyed dining on one was mind-boggling. My word! Is this the mindset of the ultra-wealthy? Just like that, he places an order for an amusement asset worth over $1 billion, as casually as buying a piece of candy at the supermarket. This single phone call had shattered their perception of money. Cough, cough. Even Li Wanru was so surprised that she started coughing. Her family was well off, but purchasing a cruise ship worth over $1 billion was hardly something one could do so casually. "Brother, you aren't really buying it, are you?" Yi Xiaozi asked, looking perplexed. She had merely mentioned it in passing. "Ah, I am buying it," Yang nodded with a smile. "It's just a cruise ship. It's not that expensive. If my sister likes it, then why not, brother?" Yi Xiaozi felt incredibly touched, her eyes welling with tears. Cough, cough. "In truth, I too find this way of dining quite delightful. For the sake of my future enjoyment, I must indulge." Yi Yang murmured somewhat sheepishly. "Humph. I knew you were a sly old brother." Just as Yi Xiaozi was about to be moved to tears, she was instead provoked into a chuckle. "Ha!" The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. After feasting to their heart's content, a butler approached, holding a beautifully crafted album. "What is this?" Yi Yang inquired with a puzzled glance at the album, astonished. The butler, ever courteous, bowed slightly and said, "We have prepared 5 identical albums. One for each person as a keepsake. Simply provide us with your address, and we will dispatch a professional to deliver the album to your doorstep." Yi Yang nodded, providing his address information. Iwan Rose shook her head with a smile, clearly having never heard of such a thing. Evidently, this was all due to the esteemed position of Boss Yi. After the Starseed banquet, as they disembarked from the cruise ship, Yi Yang and the 4 ladies were escorted by princess attendants out of Disney Park. Has Boss Yi already departed? Is there no smile on his face? Phew, he has finally left. In the office area, the senior executives released a collective sigh of relief upon receiving confirmation from the head of security. It seems the boss had quite an enjoyable day. Finally, they felt reassured. Initially, the Disney executives had contemplated sending Bossy off at the entrance, but out of consideration for his desire for an authentic experience, they refrained. Phew, what a delightful day. Yi Xiaozi skipped joyfully, her heart lighter. After all, she had previously borne the weight of her family's hopes in her studies and life, with her future depending solely on her own efforts. Yet now, her brother had suddenly become so impressive, which naturally eased her heart considerably. Observing Yi Xiaozi's carefree and joyful demeanor warmed Yi Yang's heart, this moment, as the sun dipped low in the sky. Golden twilight bathed the streets, imparting a profound sense of warmth. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. The lot was predominantly filled with vehicles belonging to visitors of Disney. Thus, luxury cars were in the minority. That it was immediately apparent that his uniquely extravagant land-based first-class cabin stood out. Just ahead, a stretched Bentley Mulsanne was parked, and a rather provocatively dressed internet celebrity was perched on its hood, posing for the camera while saying something. Beside her, her flamboyant boyfriend was constantly shifting positions to take more photos, having changed poses several times, yet still unsatisfied. They were so absorbed that they nearly resorted to lying on the ground for an aerial shot. The surrounding tourists gazed at the couple with envy, clearly mistaking them for the owners of the luxury vehicle, that if they weren't the owners, who would dare to touch such an expensive car? What if they caused any damage? They would be in debt for life. Family, you all said I was boasting. Now do you see my capabilities? Ha ha. Thanks to my great brother for this carnival, love you tons. The internet celebrity, while posing and flaunting against Yi Yang's car, exclaimed, "Now do you believe me? I am a successful person. A modern independent woman. A female CEO. I made my first 10 million when I was just 12 years old." The barrage of comments grew fervent that my heavens. She is indeed a real female CEO. How impressive. This customized stretched Bentley Mulsanne costs several million. Queen Lily is incredible. No wonder she represents the independent women of our era. The influencer Lily flicked her eyes and smirked, satisfied with the persona of a successful female CEO she had crafted, and began to brainwash her audience. Ladies, do not waste your love on men who give you nothing. If a man doesn't provide for you, or has money but does not spend it on you, he does not deserve your youth. Learn from me. I earned my first 10 million at 12. And by 15, my assets exceeded 100 million. All thanks to my own hard work as an independent woman. Women must be their own queens. Invest in yourselves. Men can go to hell. The live stream became even more animated. Yes, what Queen Lily says is absolutely right. I am completely captivated. She is our role model. How cool is that? I must record this and send it to my useless boyfriend. He delivers takeout from morning to night and barely makes 10,000 a month. He can't even afford my makeup for clubbing with my friends. The audience's emotions were stirred. Seizing the moment, the internet celebrity Lily quickly pressed on. Sisters, do you want to know why I am so successful? Just click the link for cosmetics below and purchase 100 items, and I will privately share my secrets to success with you. The viewers in the live stream began to place orders frantically. Watching the sales skyrocket, Lily's smile was nearly reaching the heavens. Yi Yang observed her boastful antics with amusement, initially thinking her impressive, only to realize in the end she was merely a scammer peddling fake products. Collecting the intellect tax from her gullible fans, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Had she not provided that sales link, he would have been inclined to applaud her. The girls nearby felt a chill run down their spines, experiencing a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. This was the first time he had witnessed such a foolish live-streaming tactic in real life, yet it appeared to be surprisingly effective. No wonder the culture of toxic positivity is so prevalent. Chapter 90. This car is mine. That it seems the audience for toxic positivity is quite substantial. Even from a distance, Yi Yang could see the notifications of orders and gifts flying up on the screen. As long as you receive my secrets to success, you can become a successful female CEO like me, a modern independent woman. You can even find yourself a boyfriend who acts like a dog. The internet celebrity Lily turned the camera towards her boyfriend, who was busy taking pictures of her with a look of disdain. Do you know why? When a woman becomes successful and outstanding, these men flock around like dogs. How impressive. How accurate. Yes, the comments exploded with gifts and praises. Yi Yang could finally no longer contain his laughter. Queen Lily was deeply immersed in her role, believing herself to be a super successful female CEO. Upon noticing Yi Yang laughing, she turned her brows into a frown. Hey, you over there, what are you laughing at? Yi Yang shrugged. Oh, nothing. I was just curious as to why you refer to yourself as a piece of dung. What did you say? The internet celebrity Lily was infuriated. Didn't you say that men come running like dogs, fighting over something besides dung? I can't think of anything else it could be. Yi Yang shrugged and raised his hands in surrender. How bold! Lily jumped down from the car, her attitude haughty. You, a poor loser, just love to attack a successful modern independent woman like me. You fear the progress of the times. You fear women's awakening of independence. You are nothing but a poor loser. A poor loser. Looking at Lily, who was revealing her true colors, Yi Yang smirked disdainfully. Ladies in the live stream, send me gifts, show him the fighting spirit of our modern women. Lily pressed on, prove your worth. Why should you rely on others for gifts, modern women? I think calling them modern idiots would be more appropriate. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly, deciding not to prolong the encounter. All right, you should go back to where it's cool. Just looking at you makes me feel nauseated. Go to the side. Are you joking? Lily stood upright, her chest puffed out, her expression brimming with arrogance. Look, this is my car. This is a stretched Bentley, worth several million. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, if you scratch my car, you won't earn enough in your lifetime to compensate. The brainless female fans in the live stream were swept up in Lily's overwhelming presence, showering her with gifts once more. Yes, this is my goddess's car. My goddess is so naturally beautiful and accomplished. You all better step aside, so you don't ruin her aura. The sycophantic boyfriend beside her was hopping with excitement, showing no signs of embarrassment from Lily calling him a lapdog in front of everyone. Such a person is utterly shameless, devoid of any human dignity, reduced to a mere dog. Are you dreaming? Wake up! Yi Xiaozi gritted her teeth, unable to contain her anger. This is clearly my brother's car. A shocking twist? If this luxury car does not belong to the internet celebrity, then her constructed persona of success would naturally crumble. At that moment, it was truly a humiliation of astronomical proportions. You are talking nonsense. Lily, in a frenzy, had only just begun to rouse from her beautiful dream, realizing that this car indeed did not belong to her. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly, too weary to argue, that he simply produced the car key and pressed it casually. Boom! The elongated Bentley Mulsanne roared to life in an instant, akin to a colossal beast awakening from slumber. Its 8-meter-long frame, adorned with dazzling lights that captivated the eye, revealed an array of formidable fangs against the twilight backdrop. Such a sense of power and intimidation made Queen Lily's legs tremble, and had it not been for the eager sycophant swiftly coming to her aid, she might have truly collapsed to the ground. Get away, you insufferable sycophant. Do you think you deserve to touch this queen? The internet celebrity Lily disdainfully shoved the odious sycophant aside, causing him to crash against the Bentley. In the next moment, her mind went blank. This was a super luxury car. If it were to be damaged by this wretched fool, how could they afford the repairs? She had never regarded this sycophant as human. Something devoid of dignity could hardly deserve love. How could that be possible? Just seeing him made her feel repulsed. Were it not for the fact that this sycophant obeyed her every command, resembling a dog, she would never have brought him out. The onlookers were rendered speechless. The live stream fell abruptly silent. Goodness! This car truly belongs to that young man. And here I was calling him a mere boy. He is a super big shot. Indeed, this foolish woman nearly had me believing her. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation. The live chat erupted with countless accusations, many viewers shamefacedly exiting the stream. What are you still watching? Scram. Yi Yang cast a cold glance at internet celebrity Lily and proceeded toward the Bentley Mulsanne with the 4 women. This is the 3rd update with one more to follow. Thanks to the book friend, Gokong Chuan Song, for the 2 mooncakes, and thanks to the book friend, Chu Mingjin de Haonanda Mooncake. Chapter 91. The song of the killer sister flowers. Your lofty image in my heart has completely crumbled. Unfollowed. Never to be seen again. Exactly. So it turns out she was pretending to be wealthy with someone else's luxury car. Oomph. And it was even the car of someone she insulted. How embarrassing. The fans were seething with rage, hastily unfollowing her. However, Wang Meili was entirely unconcerned with these matters. The individual before her was capable of affording multi-million-dollar luxury vehicles, if only she could attach herself to this super-rich individual. Then, who needed to maintain the image of a successful female CEO? No matter how well she crafted her persona or how successful her ventures were, it might take decades to earn a super luxury car. After all, the audience for her toxic self-help was limited. She was destined to never truly become a super internet celebrity. Young man, I was wrong earlier. Please forgive my lack of discernment, my lowly perception. Wang Meili humbly lowered her stance, leaving the remaining fans in the live stream, nearby spectators, and the sycophant utterly bewildered. This was a far cry from her previous icy queen persona. If you don't mind, I am willing to do anything. Let me repay my earlier indiscretion with all that I have. Such superficiality made Yi Yang want to retch. He had never been fond of the typical internet celebrity look, especially those with overly sculpted features that appeared particularly jarring. Stifling his urge to vomit, he stepped into the Bentley Mulsanne. Hurry, drive. All right, Xiao Xiaozhu couldn't help but chuckle at Yi Yang's demeanor. This is more potent than my poison, she mused. Having driven here herself, she now let Xiao Qingxian take the wheel. With a firm press on the accelerator, the Bentley Mulsanne transformed into a shadow, swiftly departing, leaving behind a distraught Wang Meili, who burst into tears, her makeup running. A major gold mine was right in front of me, and I let it slip away. Meili, don't be upset that he lacks vision. You still have me. The sycophant, completely devoid of dignity, was unfazed even when the goddess declared her intent to pursue another man, instead viewing this as an opportunity to showcase himself, rushing to assist Wang Meili in wiping her tears. Get away from me. If it weren't for your pathetic self, would I have missed out on such a perfect god? Wang Meili slapped the sycophant across the face, her phone screen reflecting her rapidly dwindling follower count. And in frustration, she smashed her phone and stormed off to, "Oh, Meili, don't go. If you're still upset, just hit me a few more times." The sycophant felt utterly wronged, convinced that he must have failed to meet her expectations, and hurried after her. The Bentley Mulsanne sped through the streets. Where to, boss? Xiao Qingxian inquired. To the nearest luxury goods store. I want to make Xiaozi a true princess, Yi Yang replied with a smile. Brother. Yi Xiaozi felt deeply touched. Silly girl. Yi Yang ruffled her hair affectionately, smiling that he not only intended to buy clothes for Yi Xiaozi, but also wanted the entire school to know that she was his sister, and he was someone whom their parents wouldn't dare to provoke. Rest assured, from today onward, you will no longer need to live cautiously at Baoli High School. This statement struck a chord deep within Yi Xiaozi, causing her eyes to well up with tears. That an elite high school filled with various wealthy heirs. The bizarre occurrences that were rare in other schools were commonplace, due to the influence of power and money. In such an environment, a child from an ordinary family could only endure in silence, too afraid to stand out. Had it not been for Li Wanru being her good friend, she couldn't fathom how much humiliation she would have had to suffer over the past 2 years. But thankfully, today all of that came to an end. No more humiliation. She, Yi Xiaozi, could now walk confidently and proudly at Baoli High School. All right. Xiao Qingxian hummed a tune. Xiao Xiaozhu wore a blissful expression that it had been ages since they had last sung. Today could easily be considered the most beautiful day of their lives. Xiao Xiaozhu gazed at Yi Yang's profile, an unfamiliar warmth blossoming in her heart. That was this man who had altered the trajectory of their lives, revealing to them that the world was not solely filled with bloodshed and conflict, but that life could indeed be relaxed and joyful. It turned out that one could genuinely be happy for an entire day. You seem to be in a good mood, humming a tune. Yi Yang teased. Xiao Qingxian hummed a folk song she learned from local gypsies while on a mission. What do you think? Sounds lovely, right? Yi Yang scratched his forehead. With all due respect, quite the opposite. You big straight man? Xiao Qingxian huffed in annoyance, yet her heart was light, continuing to hum the cheerful gypsy folk song. This is the 4th update. Thanks to the book friend Tianshan Fei Shui for the urging talisman. Thanks to the book friends 1063 9620, 2968 3305, and 439044 for the mooncakes. Chapter 92, Critical Strike Reward. The second trillion-dollar company thus, the car was filled with laughter and chatter. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Yi Yang received a call from Momo. Master, I have made the arrangements. The Baoli Cruise Company has a ready-to-use dining cruise, and I have already paid a deposit of 50 million. Once the cruise arrives, we will settle the remaining balance. Momo reported. Well done. Yi Yang nodded with a smile. Ding, it detected that you spent 1.5 billion to purchase a cruise ship. Critical strike reward. You have received 51% equity in Tencent Company. Yi Yang's heart jolted, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Tencent Company? Tencent Company is undoubtedly one of the largest companies in China. With a market value exceeding 4 trillion, it dwarfs Ida real estate by a significant margin. The founder, Ma Huateng, has not held the title of richest man solely due to his limited shareholding. Yet now, Yi Yang possessed 51% of the shares. With this one asset alone, he could firmly secure the top spot on the Forbes China list and potentially make his way onto the international Forbes list. The significance of this cannot be overstated. His assets had officially surpassed 30 trillion, more than the annual income of some small to medium-sized countries. He was truly wealthy enough to rival nations. Receiving this reward filled Yi Yang with boundless excitement that if his previous wealth primarily stemmed from either real estate, he now had another pillar to support him. This significantly increased his chances of making Wang Silin apologize. Truly splendid. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Yi Yang's face. What are you grinning about? Yi Xiaozi, observing her brother's sudden goofy smile, couldn't help but feel puzzled that you am. Yi Yang paused, suppressing his smile. Ahem. It's nothing. Just keep driving. Acquiring 1,000 billion in assets was not particularly terrifying. However, if he were to openly declare that he had just acquired 51% equity in Tencent, it would undoubtedly elicit disbelief from everyone. After all, that company ranks among the top few super trillion-dollar enterprises in China. The Bentley Mulsanne sped along the road. Baoguang Bay, the nearest luxury shopping district to Disney, is somewhat renowned in the Magic City. Yi Yang surveyed the environment of Baoguang Bay, slightly furrowing his brow. It feels smaller here compared to Demon 6 and Rainbow District. Of course, Demon 6 and Rainbow District are the top-tier luxury zones in the Magic City. While Baoguang Bay is rated second, in terms of both size and quality, it cannot compare to the former two. Li Wanru smiled and said, I see. Yi Yang nodded, acknowledging her noble background and extensive knowledge, particularly regarding luxury goods. This area is the closest luxury district to Disneyland. The Devil Number 6 and Rainbow District are simply too far away. As dusk approached, we chose to come here, explained Xiao Qingxian. Well, I suppose we shall make do with our purchases here. Yi Yang replied with a hint of resignation. Li Wanru chuckled. Although it is only a secondary district, it is still quite impressive. Some first-tier cities lack even a secondary luxury district. From Yi Yang's tone, it seemed as though shopping here was a bit of a compromise. Haha, all right then. Yi Yang gestured towards the entire street ahead. Tonight, this shall be our shopping venue. Feel free to grab whatever catches your eye. Sounds good. The ladies nodded with smiles. Wanru, with your keen eye and experience, could you help me find a suitable outfit for my sister? Yi Yang invited with a grin that it would be my pleasure. Li Wanru replied, clearly enthusiastic about dressing her dear friend. After glancing around, she headed straight for the Chanel boutique. Li Wanru understood Yi Yang's intentions. He was utterly unconcerned about the cost, showering his sister with affection, which she noticed. Hence, while selecting items, she did not focus on prices, but rather on achieving a beautiful ensemble that Yi Yang watched with satisfaction from the side. People are defined by their attire, with her natural beauty enhanced by these exquisite garments. Her grace has ascended to a new level. From this day forth, she shall transform from a common goddess into a true super goddess. Li Wanru exclaimed as she admired the meticulously styled Yi Xiaoji. Wanru, no need to flatter Xiaoji too much, Yi Xiaoji thought to herself, feeling elated. What girl does not adore beautiful clothing? Out of consideration, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, especially Xiaoji, who would mention that these affordable clothes fit well and were quite comfortable. Yet, when they adorned themselves in their dream outfits, the joy on their faces was unmistakable. How wonderful! Yi Yang relished this moment. After trying on a total of 15 ensembles, Li Wanru tapped her chin. I believe these few sets look the best. We should purchase them. I think they all look magnificent. Let us buy them all, Yi Yang declared with a wave of his hand. His extravagant demeanor made the nearby saleswomen's eyes sparkle with excitement. After a long day of travel, here is the first update, and there are 3 more to come, he noted. Grateful to the patrons who supported his endeavors, he appreciated the encouragement and invitations extended by various friends. Chapter 93. How expensive can it be? 10 digits, cough cough. Li Wanru smiled brightly, nearly forgetting just how lavish Yi Yang truly was, brother. These dozen or so outfits together must cost several hundred million. Yi Xiaoji gasped in shock. Initially, she thought one outfit would suffice, yet Yi Yang intended to purchase them all? Do not concern yourself with such trivialities, Yi Yang chuckled, ruffling Yi Xiaoji's hair. Tonight, I shall declare that you are to become a true princess. Everything else pales in comparison. Why Yi Xiaoji's eyes glistened with emotion. Brother, you are being overly sentimental today. I feel like I might cry. I've seen you cry plenty since childhood. So go ahead, Yi Yang teased. You rascal. Even with all this wealth, you still have that cheeky demeanor. Yi Xiaoji rolled her eyes. Cough, coughed. Wai Yang touched his nose and waved dismissively. In any case, just wrap all this up. Brother, my dormitory wardrobe cannot accommodate so many clothes. Really, it's unnecessary, Yi Xiaoji protested weakly. Who said these are meant for your dormitory? Understood, understood. The manager replied with a smile. This gentleman was indeed a true super tycoon, purchasing millions worth of garments without batting an eye. Such a major client must be handled with care. Yang nodded slightly and turned to look at Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu. Why are you two just standing there? Hurry and choose some outfits. Huh? Us? The assassin sisters looked at each other in disbelief. Of course. Everyone present is entitled to partake today. Wai Yang smiled at Li Wanru. You've worked hard assisting my sister. As a token of appreciation, please feel free to select a few outfits for yourself as well. Alright, Li Wanru accepted graciously. The day's camaraderie having deepened their bond, and any initial reservations had dissipated. Wai Yang exuded a warmth and gentleness that was refreshing compared to the usual airs of the wealthy. Now go on. After much deliberation, the group finalized their selections, and Yi Yang swiped his card, specifying the delivery locations. The manager meticulously recorded the details, as such prominent clients were a rarity. Ding. The system detected the host's expenditure of $848,569 on clothing, awarding a cash bonus of $1 billion that the funds have been deposited in the underground vault of Yunding Mountain. Cash, you say? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, regardless of whether it was cash or deposits. Money is money, and he had no qualms about it. Having completed his clothing shopping, he decided to explore jewelry and watches next. Wai Yang waved his hand, continuing his stroll through Baoguang Bay. Upon reaching the final jade store, aside from the improvement in Li Wanru's attire, the other three ladies had undergone a stunning transformation. While Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu had previously worn nice clothes, they now appear to have shed their former selves in favor of a more refined elegance. How much for this bracelet and these earrings? Yi Yang inquired. This jade bracelet is 500,000, and the platinum earrings are 288,000, the saleswoman explained with a smile. Yi Yang furrowed his brow. Sir, the item you are holding is rather expensive. If you find the price steep, we have several other styles available. The saleswoman misinterpreted Yi Yang's inquiry and began to elaborate. Too cheap. Is there anything more expensive? The saleswoman was momentarily at a loss for words. My goodness, that piece is worth nearly $1 million. And he calls it too cheap? She was speechless, realizing that the affluent clientele of this city was indeed plentiful. She promptly led Yi Yang and his companions to the treasure area. These are genuine super jewels, each priced at no less than $1 million, belonging to the elite class of jewelry. Yi Yang nodded with a smile, casually grabbing a sapphire necklace to measure against Yi Xiaoji. How much is this? Sir, this guardian blue was worn by the British royal family in the 18th century. It is one of our store's most prized possessions. What you are holding is a replica. If you wish to purchase the authentic piece, we would need to retrieve it from our secure vault. However, the price is rather steep. The saleswoman chuckled awkwardly, wondering why this handsome gentleman had chosen to grab the most expensive item right off the bat. Expensive? Yi Yang laughed. Are we talking 10 digits? Cough, cough. Well, of course not, of course not. Go on. Yi Yang waved dismissively. Brother, that night, Yi Xiaoji fully immersed herself in the exhilarating experience of being a super shopper, feeling a bit dazed. Do you think it looks good? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Of course it looks good. But Yi Xiaoji stammered that if it looks good, then wear it. Yi Yang replied matter-of-factly. Chapter 94. Once you get into university, I'll get you a better car. When Chairman Yu Qin heard the saleswoman's remarks and rushed out. She found Yi Yang clutching a large handful of exquisite jewelry replicas that he waved nonchalantly. Please bring me the authentic versions of these as well. Yu Qin cast a brief glance at the jewelry in Yi Yang's hands, nearly collapsing in shock. Each piece of jewelry was worth at least several million. So many together must be worth billions. This entire jewelry chain might not sell such high-value items in an entire year. Yet today, it was all in the hands of one young man, who casually stated he would like to buy them all. Sir, you have essentially emptied our treasure trove. Yuqin took a moment to collect herself, her lips trembling as she spoke. I merely selected those that caught my eye. Yi Yang chuckled. It seems my taste is quite good, as I picked all the finest pieces. What do you mean by fine? Yuqin internally screamed. Each of these jewels is a renowned name in the international jewelry world. Just owning one would elevate one's status in high society. At TOC, someone casually collects so many is something she had never witnessed in her 15 years in the jewelry industry. Forgive my frankness, sir, but your audacity is truly unprecedented in my experience. Yuqin cautiously inquired. However, given the immense value of these jewels, we would need you to provide proof of your assets before we can allow you to withdraw them from our safe. Is this enough? Yi Yang grasped Yuqin's intentions midway through her words and promptly retrieved his Centurion black card, tossing it to her nonchalantly. Please expedite the procurement and make sure to swipe the card as well. The Centurion black card. Upon recognizing the emblem on the card and feeling its unique texture, Yuqin instantly felt invigorated, her doubts evaporating entirely. What a farce! The Centurion black card commands a credit limit exceeding 100 billion even in Huaxia, not to mention its virtually limitless overdraft capacity internationally. While she regarded these jewels as immensely precious, their cumulative value barely amounted to a fraction of the card's overdraft limit. This was the superlative identification of a trillionaire. A testament to everything, sir. I will contact the secure warehouse immediately to ensure prompt delivery. Such a high-caliber super-wealthy individual left Yuqin no room for negligence. The overdraft limit on a mere bank card eclipsed her company's market value. Yang nodded slightly as anticipated. The moment his identity as a holder of the black card was revealed, the jewels he selected were swiftly escorted to him. This is yours, and this is yours. Yi Yang distributed the treasures as casually as if he were handing out candies to children, igniting envy in Yuqin's heart. Alas, though a tad extravagant, the allure of such a super-rich individual was indeed boundless. How I wish to be the fifth. Her mind began to drift into fanciful reveries, evidently misunderstanding the relationship between the four women and Yi Yang. This is perfect. Yi Yang observed the four women adorned with the exquisite jewels, which enhanced their elegance remarkably. Glancing at the sky, he smiled. That should suffice for our purchases. It is time to reveal the surprise I have prepared for you. Yi Xiaozi blinked. Isn't this already a surprise for today? From her perspective, Yi Yang had been showering her with surprises all day long, each one more astonishing than the last. Was there still more to come? Of course. Yi Yang chuckled, ruffling Yi Xiaozi's hair with a charming tilt of his head. Come, let me show you. Yi boss. Please take your time. Yuqin watched the five depart with an envious gaze, her mind still swirling with captivating thoughts. Alas, if only I were a decade younger, I would surely compete with those young ladies. Ha ha! At that moment, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon. The extended Bentley Mulsanne glided through the vibrant streets of the night metropolis, ultimately halting at the entrance of Linjiang Community. There, a fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari lay parked, a paragon of beauty and exorbitance, drawing countless envious stares just by its presence. Beep. After a prolonged silence, the Ferrari LaFerrari illuminated, and UMOMO emerged from within. Dressed in black stockings, smiling as she bowed slightly, Boss Yi Yang nodded with a grin. Well done. After receiving the car keys, he turned to Yi Xiaozi, saying, Xiaozi, from now on, it belongs to you. This. Yi Xiaozi hesitated for a moment. But under Yi Yang's encouraging gaze, she tremulously accepted the keys. The LaFerrari was worth over 30 million. Li Wanro marveled, but her admiration was cut short as Yi Yang sighed, expressing resignedly, Xiaozi, since you haven't graduated yet, I can't gift you too extravagant a car. Once you enroll in a prestigious university, I shall present you with an even finer one. Li Wanro's mind raced. Listen, is this even rational? Third update, one more to go. Thanks to the reader Yin Shi for the mountain climbing invitation. Thanks to reader 11393799 for the mooncake. Chapter 95. Young man, don't overthink. Annie is a serious person. Thank you, brother. Yi Xiaozi embraced Yi Yang deeply, and as soon as she released him, she eagerly wanted to leap into the car for a test drive. Having turned 18 this year, she had already acquired her driving license through school courses. Ahem, the surprise I mentioned isn't this. This is merely a small gift, and no rush. The car will be yours in the future, and there will be ample opportunities to drive it. Yi Yang chuckled. This is just a small gift. Yi Xiaozi, taken aback, hesitated to test drive the car, following Yi Yang into Linjiang community instead. Alas, how enviable. Even Li Wanro, hailing from a wealthy family, was thoroughly envious of Yi Xiaozi for having such a remarkable and doting brother. Although Li Wanro's family was powerful, the resources available to her were actually quite limited. The world of the wealthy was deeper than it appeared, despite her relatively high status at only 18 and still in high school. She could not afford to be overly aloof. What with multi-million supercars and billion-dollar accessories, such luxuries were entirely out of reach. Yet, Yi Xiaozi had it all today. Previously, Yi Xiaozi would often envy Li Wanro's material advantages. But now the tables had completely turned. As they entered Linjiang community, walking along the landscape path, they spotted a group emerging from the entrance of Building C. Yi Yang immediately recognized the foremost figure. The distinctive physique and demeanor were unforgettable. Oh, boss, you took the time to come personally today. Fong Si-jin's eyes brightened as she looked at Yi Yang, her heart elated. However, upon noticing the 5 exquisite women behind him, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her gaze. Yet, this flicker of sadness vanished in an instant. The moment she fell for this man, she knew it was an inevitable affair that a man so perfect could hardly escape the company of beautiful women. And the absence of such a scenario would be the real absurdity. The 4 women, aside from Yi Xiaozi, instinctively sensed a peculiar sixth sense upon seeing Fong Si-jin. The gaze of someone in love is impossible to conceal. A potential rival. In just one glance, UMO discerned Fong Si-jin's identity. This is Xiaozi, my sister. Today, I'm bringing her to see the spacious flat we prepared for her that day. Yi Yang remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar sixth sense among women, cheerfully explaining Fong Si-jin felt a wave of relief. It turned out not all were competitors. Hello. Fong Si-jin eagerly shook hands with Yi Xiaozi. By the way, why are you still here so late? Yi Yang inquired with a smile. Well, you see, with over 1,000 housing units available, all of them school district properties, the demand is overwhelming that I'm working 3 shifts a day, showing these tenants around and still can't keep up. Fong Si-jin replied with a smile, truly diligent. Yi Yang gave her a thumbs up that if I were your boss, I would at least rate you as a top-tier salesperson. Hey, who is this young man? So handsome. Some affluent ladies in the background brightened at the sight. This is the sole owner of the entire Linjiang community, Mr. Yi Yang. Fong Si-jin introduced with a smile. Hiss. Not only did the tenants gasp, but even Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanro drew in sharp breaths. The entire Linjiang community. To purchase Disneyland would require standard commercial transactions, but acquiring the entire Linjiang community, that demanded not just money but a network and background that could be described as terrifying. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible. Oh my, how impressively youthful and accomplished. Annie loves young men like you. The affluent ladies chimed in enthusiastically to DR. Oh, Yi Yang felt an uncomfortable tightening. Ahem, young man, don't misunderstand. I mean, I adore young men like you as sons-in-law. Huh? Exactly, don't get the wrong idea, Annie's the wealthy ladies hurriedly clarified. Yi Yang's expression darkened. The more they explained, the worse it got. Clearly, these Annies led quite the colorful lives. How many have you rented out so far? Yi Yang inquired. In recent days, we've rented out nearly 100 units. Fong Si-jin replied proudly. Well done, keep up the great work. Yi Yang encouraged with a smile, leading Yi Xiaozi and the 4 women toward the spacious flat and building. That this young man is truly remarkable. Alas, it seems my daughter has quite a few competitors. I must act swiftly. The affluent ladies mused that if an ordinary young man were surrounded by so many women, he would be labeled a scoundrel. Yet a wealthy man with numerous beauties by his side was seen as successful and charismatic. Such double standards never change with age. Hey, young lady, you seem quite familiar with that young man. Could you share his WeChat with my daughter? Yes. I want it too. Just give me a WeChat ID, and I'll rent for another 5 years. I'll rent for 10 years. The affluent ladies were fervent, leaving Fong Si-jin both amused and exasperated. 4th update. Thanks to readers Shu Tu and Luo Yu for the mooncake. Chapter 96. The lights begin to shine. Pool party. Now, the moment of miracles has arrived. Yi Yang casually swiped the room card through the slot. Beep! The electronic room card successfully unlocked. The expansive 500 square meter duplex flat unfolded before Yi Xiaozi's eyes. Wow! The moment she laid eyes on the grand flat, Yi Xiaozi was smitten. The vast space, the opulent decor, the delightful ambience. Absolutely incredible. Brother, you're amazing. Yi Xiaozi exclaimed, brimming with excitement, but don't rush to be astonished. Yi Yang smiled as he led Yi Xiaozi and the other four girls onto the expansive balcony. The gentle night breeze of late summer in the magical city swept over them. As the lights began to twinkle, the Huangpu River shimmered like scattered stars, with countless lights illuminating both banks and towering skyscrapers. The breathtaking night view struck them with an awe-inspiring beauty that sent shivers down their spines. "This is the surprise I wish to present to you," Yi Yang declared, observing Yi Xiaozi, who was mesmerized by the stunning scene below. Unwilling to tear her gaze away, he spread his arms as if to embrace the entire magical city beneath them. "From now on, this nightscape, this beauty, shall belong to you." The others, Yu Momo and Li Wanru, exchanged glances filled with envy. Any girl would find it impossible to resist the allure of such breathtaking beauty. "It's so romantic," Li Wanru exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Exactly," the other girls nodded in agreement, expressing their boundless envy. "Brother," Yi Xiaozi exclaimed as she leaped into Yi Yang's embrace, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. "You are the best brother in the world, foolish girl." Yi Yang chuckled, ruffling Yi Xiaozi's hair. "The room card is now in your possession. This place will be yours from now on. Feel free to invite your friends over or host any parties you desire." He handed her the new property management's contact number. "If anything gets dirty, just have them send someone to clean it up." Yes. Yi Xiaozi nodded eagerly. "Now, let me show you around," Yi Yang said with a smile, leading the four girls to explore the spacious apartment. "So this is a private elevator. I love it." They could hardly believe their future home would come equipped with such luxury. Haha, the girls gazed around in astonishment. Even Li Wanru, who had seen her fair share of high-end apartments, was taken aback that there's even a private cinema and karaoke room. "This is incredible. If we were to host a party here, it would be epic," Yi Xiaozi exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as they stepped onto the rooftop terrace. They gazed at the open-air swimming pool. "What are we waiting for? Let's throw a pool party," Yu Momo suggested with a grin. Yes, Yi Xiaozi turned. "I'll go get the champagne. I'll prepare the fruits. I'll get the party outfits." The girls enthusiastically began gathering various party supplies. With the lights and night setting the scene, the pool and bikini-clad beauties made for a delightful sight. Yi Yang reclined on a poolside lounger, enjoying a floating fruit platter and sipping fine red wine, his eyes admiring the stunning figures of the girls before him. The splashing water and their melodic laughter were both a feast for the eyes and ears. "While Momo, you are quite well endowed," Yi Xiaozi gasped, her mouth forming an A shape in surprise. Yu Momo proudly puffed out her chest, exuding a confidence unique to mature women. "Wanru, you've been hiding your assets," Yi Xiaozi remarked, glancing at her own figure and then at Li Wanru's, muttering in frustration. "It seems like I'm the smallest. It's so unfair." Li Wanru's cheeks flushed, and she retaliated with a splash of water. Yi Xiaozi dodged to the side and quickly countered. The girls splashed playfully in the water, their delicate skin glistening under the lights, creating a dazzling spectacle. After a while, the girls grew tired of playing and returned to dry off and get dressed. They soon ushered Yi Yang into the private cinema. The cinema was spacious, with 3 rows of seats. Yi Xiaozi made a point to seat Yi Yang and Li Wanru together, while Yu Momo and the others discreetly positioned themselves in front. They understood that a man as exceptional as Yi Yang could not be claimed by any single woman. In the heart of such a remarkable man, one would either need to be extraordinarily beautiful or accompany him through hardships without faltering. They had only met Yi Yang halfway. Thus, it was impossible to truly capture his heart. As the film began, the lights dimmed, and the atmosphere turned slightly eerie. Yi Xiaozi clung to Xiao Qingxian beside her, while even the composed Yu Momo felt a twinge of fear, gripping Xiao Xiaozhu's hand. Xiao Xiaozhu and Xiao Qingxian exchanged amused glances. After all, reality was often stranger than fiction. In the last row, Li Wanru sat beside Yi Yang, who was focused on the film, while she was captivated by his profile. This boy was the most extraordinary person she had ever encountered. Everything about him seemed perfect, yet achingly real. Handsome, young, controlling assets worth billions, exuding warmth, humor, and an approachable nature without being overly casual. Could such a man truly exist? Yet, here he was, unexpectedly stepping into her life, even into her heart, having never experienced love before. She felt an inexplicable flutter towards Yi Yang today. Love was like a wildfire. Once ignited, it defied rationality, especially for someone like Li Wanru, who had never felt such emotions. The first encounter with her own impulses was both thrilling and slightly terrifying. Yi Yang glanced down, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he caught Li Wanru's gaze. "What are you staring at?" Li Wanru bit her lip, wanting to express so much, yet when the moment came, she found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was best to say nothing at all. She closed her eyes, the curiosity and budding feelings within her triumphing over her fear of the unknown, and softly pressed her lips against his. Yi Yang never rejected the affections of a girl for whom he held mutual feelings. He was confident in his ability to provide the best life and security for them. So why would he turn away from a love that blossomed between them? Their first kiss was somewhat clumsy for Li Wanru, but as she grew accustomed to the intimacy, she gradually found her rhythm. Eventually, she lowered her head, as if this instinctual act stemmed from humanity's deepest desires. Something innate that required no guidance. As the film progressed, the plot shifted from mundane to thrilling, culminating in an exhilarating climax. When the credits rolled, the lights flickered back to life, and Li Wanru glanced up at Yi Yang, her face flushed, before hastily exiting the cinema, anxious to avoid revealing her flustered state to the others. "Hey, what is wrong with Wanru?" One of the girls wondered aloud. Maybe she had to go to the bathroom. She left so quickly, I barely noticed. Although the beginning was a bit scary, the latter part of the movie was absolutely exhilarating. "Right, brother?" Yi Xiaozi turned to Yi Yang with a smile. It was quite thrilling. Yi Yang scratched his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Yi Xiaozi frowned, scrutinizing Yi Yang, sensing something amiss. Some things are better left unsaid for now. Yu Momo, piecing together the earlier events and Li Wanru's swift exit, chuckled as she patted Yi Xiaozi's head. "The plot was so intense, I barely dared to breathe. I'm off to the restroom." Yi Xiaozi cheered as she dashed to the bathroom, only to find Li Wanru looking somewhat alarmed upon entering. "Oh, Wanru?" Yi Xiaozi blinked in surprise. Is there anything on my face?" Li Wanru asked, a bit sheepish. "Yes," Yi Xiaozi replied matter-of-factly. Li Wanru's face turned beet red. "You just washed your face, and there's water all over." Yi Xiaozi explained earnestly. "What?" Li Wanru gaped. "Is that what you meant? What else could it be?" Yi Xiaozi shrugged, her eyes wide with confusion. Li Wanru was left speechless. Fortunately, Yi Xiaozi was unfazed by the misunderstanding and quickly asked, Wanru, how are things with my brother? Did anything happen earlier?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing." Li Wanru shook her head vigorously. "We didn't even hold hands." "What a pity." Yi Xiaozi lamented, her face filled with disappointment. "Huh? You were talking about holding hands?" Li Wanru sighed with relief. Yi Xiaozi looked at Li Wanru with suspicion. "Sister Ro, what on earth is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit strange, and my brother has also been acting oddly just now. Oh dear, enough with the questions. Aren't you going to the restroom?" Li Wanru repeatedly changed the subject. "Oh, right." Once Li Wanru mentioned it, Yi Xiaozi immediately felt the urgency and hurried to the restroom to resolve her predicament. "Phew, that girl almost caught me off guard." Li Wanru fanned herself vigorously with her hands. She could feel the heat rising in her face. After washing her face again and confirming that there was nothing amiss, she finally exhaled a long sigh, recalling the earlier experience that a hint of shy amusement tugged at the corners of her mouth. How delightful! She found herself reminiscing about that feeling. Just as she opened the restroom door, she collided with Yi Yang. Instantly, her face flushed crimson once more. "Why you? What are you doing here?" "I'm just using the restroom." Yi Yang scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Was he here for anything other than that? Perhaps for you? Although he did not voice that thought, the mischievous glimmer in Yi Yang's eyes made Li Wanru's heart race. Chapter 98. Chinese Martial Arts, Flowery Fists and Embroidered Legs. After washing up, Yi Yang settled Yi Xiaozi and Li Wanru in the spacious apartment of Building A. with a sports car and residing in a school district. Attending classes was quite convenient. Goodbye, brother. Yi Xiaoji waved her hand reluctantly at Yi Yang. That I'll come to keep you company when I have time. The cruise ship should arrive in a couple of days. Haha, we can have a meal together. Then Yi Yang also waved back, casting a meaningful glance at Li Wanru before smiling and turning away, leaving with Yu Mimyu. Upon returning to the villa at Yunding Mountain, it was around 10 o'clock in the evening. Given his current stamina and energy, the earlier appetizer was far from sufficient. Following an in-depth discussion with Yu Mimyu, he finally drifted off to sleep, thoroughly satisfied. The next day, as he sat down at the breakfast table, Yi Yang sensed something peculiar in the gazes of the girls around him. What is wrong? Is there something you wish to say? Yi Yang inquired, puzzled. Boss, take a look at this. Xiao Qingxian pulled out her phone and showed it to Yi Yang. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. After completing his demonstration, he performed a karate bow. Fans, I am the champion of the Chinese and Japanese joint fighting competition, representing the pinnacle of Western-style combat today. I previously mentioned that Chinese martial arts are merely flowery fists and embroidered legs. From a professional perspective, I assert that this video is nothing but a performance. It is fake. The intention is to gain followers and fame. Look at this girl, with her slender arms and legs. There is no way she could defeat 5 burly men. I specialize in exposing fakes. You all have elevated this girl to the status of the light of Chinese martial arts. I'm here to clarify today. She is nothing but trash. Chinese martial arts are garbage. As he spoke, he gestured with a thumbs up, then pointed it downward. I, Fan Hu, hereby challenge the woman in this video by name. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll fight you with one hand. If you dare to accept the challenge, I'll commend you for your courage, that if you can defeat me, I'll kneel and call you grandma, and then exit the fighting world for good, alright? Haha, fans, give me likes. Let us make this go viral. Fan Hu's arrogant gesture ceased as the video abruptly ended. The comment section was filled with various opinions. Supporters of Xiao Qingxian defended her, but since it was Fan Hu's comment section, his fans quickly dominated the discourse. The front rows were filled with sentiments favoring Fan Hu. That woman clearly looks like she is acting. Chinese martial arts are just flowery fists and embroidered legs, merely for show, lacking any real lethality. Our tiger brother is the fighting champion, a karate master. What honors does that woman have? To even think of comparing herself to Tiger Brother is laughable if she dares to accept the challenge. I'll perform a handstand while washing my hair. This video ignited much excitement among the onlookers, as the question of whether Chinese martial arts could truly fight was a matter of great concern for the Chinese people. Especially after the recent emergence of a fake master like Ma Lianbian, trust in Chinese martial arts had been severely shaken. Xiao Qingxuan's viral video of her effortlessly defeating a burly man at the night market had also caused quite a stir on Douyin. Therefore, this challenge video was currently extremely popular. It had garnered hundreds of thousands of likes shortly after its release, trending toward becoming a viral sensation. After watching the video, Yi Yang's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. He could not tolerate such trash that sought to ride on Xiao Qingxuan's coattails and attract attention. Boss, what should we do? Xiao Qingxian suppressed her inner fury, maintaining the composure of a top-tier bodyguard. And first sought her boss's guidance. Yi Yang shrugged. What is there to discuss? Just beat him up. In the online realm, when a public figure was harassed by such clowns, the common approach was to avoid confrontation and ignore them. Politely speaking, it's rationality. In reality, it's merely a sign of their own incompetence and fear of trouble. Yi Yang was not one to back down. He now possessed the capability to sweep all that he found displeasing into the trash heap. Since the other party insisted on acting like a pest, he would ensure they were silenced for good. Understood, boss. Xiao Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief. This was the Yi Yang she knew. I will personally handle this matter for you. Rest assured, there will be a time for you to vent your frustrations. Yi Yang smiled. With his current power, who dared to seek fame by making others uncomfortable? Xiao Qingxian, having received Yi Yang's affirmation, promptly typed in the comment section, I, Xiao Qingxian, officially accept the challenge. These 9 short words were instantly elevated by her supporters. Many onlookers also became excited, continuously upvoting the comment, including that one who mentioned washing hair while doing a handstand. Chapter 99. I really didn't want to be an internet celebrity. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes, that he had already resolved to ensure the other party would suffer the greatest humiliation online, completely banishing them from the circle. At least in this lifetime, they could forget about becoming an internet celebrity. Such audacity. It was one thing to annoy others, but to irritate those close to him was tantamount to courting death. Next, I will personally release a video to announce the details of this competition. Rest assured, with me around, no one will make you suffer, the White Yi-Yang said with a smile. Xiao Qingxuan's eyes sparkled. Previously, when she had undertaken a mission and suffered grievances, the higher-ups had disregarded her feelings entirely for the sake of the bigger picture. Wei Yang's protective nature made her feel a warmth entirely different from before. Oh, I suddenly have gained a lot of followers. Xiao Qingxian scrolled through her back and in just a few minutes. She had accumulated over 100,000 new followers, and this number was skyrocketing. You're the heroine from that day. That is fantastic. This time, you must bring glory to Chinese martial arts. Miss, you are so cool. Support, support. These fans left messages for Xiao Qingxian. Wei Yang smiled as he observed. It seems you're on the verge of becoming a sensation, destined for the pinnacle of internet fame. Xiao Qingxian rolled her eyes. Don't think I don't know, boss. You've already surpassed 8 million followers. Yi Yang chuckled, scratching his head, oh dear, caught red-handed. During the intense battle in Lin Schwer's livestream, he had earned the title of Yi Shinhao, gaining over 5 million followers overnight. Subsequently, the piano video from Ziguang Pavilion further increased his follower count. As of now, he boasted over 8 million followers on his account, establishing himself as a super influencer, but he was also the only person on Douyin to have gained over 8 million followers without posting a single video or conducting a live stream. Today, Yi Yang finally uploaded his first video. I am Yi Yang, and I will be overseeing all aspects of this friendly exchange competition. This brief video instantly created a huge stir. Yi Shinhao has finally posted a video. After a while, Yi Yang checked the popular comments. Initially, he had expected the top comments to be filled with fans from both sides arguing over whether Chinese martial arts or karate was superior. However, wow, Yi Shinhao has finally made his official appearance. So handsome. I'm about to faint from happiness. So handsome, so wealthy, and such a magnetic voice. Simply the perfect man. Yi Shinhao, is that beauty from your side? I used to believe in Fan Hu, but now I'm a firm supporter of Xiao Qingxian. Not for any other reason, but because she is on your side. Yi Shinhao is invincible. Yi Yang looked on with a dark expression. Wasn't it supposed to be a battle of words between both sides? How did it turn into this? The focus had completely shifted. Boss, you're amazing. Xiao Qingxian, who had been somewhat annoyed and was preparing to gather her strength to teach Fan Hu a lesson, couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the praises in Yi Yang's comment section. The other girls joined in the laughter as well. Wei Yang shook his head helplessly. Such was the burden of being handsome. Mo, please get in touch with the manager of the villa area. I wish to rent the fighting gym there as a venue, Yi Yang stated. Certainly. Mo smiled gently. She was originally the head of the maid group in the Yunding Mountain Villa area, and was quite familiar with the administrators of Yunding Mountain. That it was merely a matter of extending a greeting to ASA premier affluent district. Yunding Mountain was equipped with various amenities, including private equestrian facilities, fighting gyms, conference halls, and social clubs. When Yi Yang mentioned that there was a horse racing field behind his golf course, he was not entirely jesting. In reality, behind the golf course, there indeed was a racetrack. After making the call, Yi Yang nodded slightly. The manager, it seems, is rather considerate. This matter stirred a wave of excitement on Douyin, with challenge and response videos quickly trending and securing the top spot. Fighting Champion challenges the female martial artist of Huaxia. Yi Shinhao personally appeared, promising to host the entire competition and provide live streaming. Everyone, be sure to follow Yi Shinhao. He will be live streaming soon. Let us go. Let us go. The next day, when Yi Yang opened his phone, he discovered that his Douyin followers had surpassed 15 million. Goodness, I truly never intended to become an internet celebrity. Yi Yang shook his head in a mix of amusement and exasperation. The fourth update is here. Many thanks to the reader Run Xing Yishao for the motivation to update. Thanks to the reader 28055598 for the mooncake. Chapter 100. The trillionaire magnate misunderstood as a telecom fraudster? 15 million followers. Even on a national scale, this qualifies as an extraordinarily popular internet personality. Remarkably, throughout this process, Yi Yang had only posted a single video. This achievement is bound to create a significant stir across the internet. As the preparations for the karate and Huaxia martial arts showdown were in full swing, Mark Jean gazed at the acquisition report before him, feeling a chill run down his spine. The founder and chairman of Tingshuan. Holding 20% of the company's shares, he had inexplicably lost 51% of his equity in a remarkably short time. Tingshuan had changed hands yesterday? Without needing to think too hard, Mark Jean felt a wave of inexplicable dread. Tingshuan's market value was a staggering 40 trillion Huaxia coins. To suddenly produce trillion-level funds to acquire the largest communication, gaming, and entertainment conglomerate in Huaxia. What kind of formidable strength and background did the acquiring party possess? Thus, he hesitated to contact Yi Yang immediately, instead ordering his subordinates to gather information about him. The 22 years old? Just graduated? Absurd. Mark Jean laughed. He could hardly believe that the youth before him, as detailed in the document, was the same person who had relentlessly smashed trillion-level assets to acquire 51% of Tingshuan's shares. However, as he continued to read, his doubts gradually dissipated, while his shock only expanded. Disney Resort in the Magic City. Empire Financial Building, the sole owner of the entire Linjiang community. Owner of Lafite Winery, the actual stakeholder of Vacheron Constantin. Even Yida Real Estate. By the end, cold sweat trickled down Mark Jin's brow that he occasionally met with Wang Silin, and they shared some acquaintanceship. Yet even his own company had been directly acquired, and quite recently. This was terrifying. This was undoubtedly a super magnate beyond his wildest imagination. He could not afford to offend him and could only seek ways to cultivate a relationship. Mark Jean, having reached such heights, naturally understood the importance of seizing opportunities that Yi Yang's assets spanned both domestically and internationally across various industries, each boasting substantial value. Even he could not harbor any thoughts of confrontation against such a titan. Chairman, what shall we do next? The secretary and several executives were clearly flustered. The opponent had invested heavily to acquire Tingshuan. They might have grand plans in mind. I'll personally call M.Y.E to inquire. Mark Jean sighed softly, his face etched with concern. All right. The high-ranking officials of Tingshuan gathered around, holding their breath in anticipation that this moment. A single word from Yi Yang could determine their fates and the direction of their lives. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Yang answered the unfamiliar call. Hello. Is this Yi Yang, Mr. Yi? Came the inquiry from the other end. Are you trying to sell me insurance or commit telecom fraud? Yi Yang frowned, immediately assuming the caller was a scammer. Ahem, Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. I am Mark Jean from Tingshuan Group. You just acquired our company yesterday. Mark Jean found it amusing yet bewildering, as it was the first time in his life that his identity had been mistaken for a telecom scammer. Yi Yang suddenly recalled his recent purchase of a cruise and the reward to Tingshuan Group. Mark Jean nearly spat out blood. So you just spent billions and already forgot about it. Your ambition and stature are truly staggering. What do you need me for? Yi Yang inquired. After a moment's contemplation, he replied candidly, I acquired your company merely for investment purposes, as long as you don't lose money for me. I expect no major decisions without informing me. Good. We will not disappoint your expectations. Mark Jean felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him. After Yi Yang hung up, Mark Jean was left in a state of deep contemplation. He was one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Huaxia, effectively standing at the pinnacle of his field. He had even contended for the position of the richest individual. Yet in the eyes of a true super magnate, acquiring his company was merely a whimsical investment made during a moment of leisure. Thanks to the reader, Renxingyi Xiao, for the motivation to update, and for the mooncakes. Thanks to the reader 63291598, you are indeed a generous miser. 32365523, 33641516, 11077657 for the mooncakes. Gratitude to the reader B1 for the mooncake and motivation. Thanks to the reader Pashan AI Haozhe for the climbing invitation. Thanks to the reader Yun Long Tian Zun, Invincible in Person, for the mooncake. Thanks to the reader 76486910 for the 3 mooncakes. Thanks to the reader 11081357 for the support. Chapter 101. Bringing her down within 10 seconds after hanging up the phone. Upon receiving the notification, Fang Han nearly dropped his phone under the table, trembling. Boss, you mean Tingshuan? Why, yes. Did I ask there a problem? Yi Yang inquired, puzzled that no problem. Fang Han wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Just days ago, he had been assigned to handle Yida, and now he was told to liaise with Tingshuan? My boss is truly a super magnate. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of luck to be associated with such a prominent figure. His future prospects looked exceedingly bright. After a while, Fong Han began to gradually accept this reality. That be why the way. Come to my place tonight to pick up the withdrawal vehicle. Yi Yang said with a smile. I'll arrange a Rolls-Royce for you. Fong Han was taken aback. Then he quickly realized that, given his association with a super magnate like Yi Yang, driving a Range Rover to work would indeed seem beneath his stature. Boss, I can't possibly let you spend on this. Fong Han repeatedly protested. I said I'll give it to you. Then it's yours. Yi Yang declared firmly. Then thank you, boss. Fong Han felt a wave of gratitude. Spending tens of millions on a company vehicle was a significant burden for Jinsheng law firm. All right, that settles it. Yi Yang nodded and hung up the phone. After Yi Yang set down the phone, Umo gracefully walked in. Boss, the venue is fully prepared. Yi Yang had initially thought of spending some money to generate buzz for this event. But now it seemed unnecessary. The inherent attention surrounding this matter exceeded his expectations. The debate over whether Huaxia martial arts could stand its ground had once again surged to the forefront, even more fervently than when Master Ma's 5 consecutive whips had fallen flat. Have you heard? The female martial artist has accepted the challenge. She is set to face the champion of last year's Asia-Pacific Fighting Championship. What? When is this happening? Moreover, this time it's unrestricted combat, and there will be live streaming. Finally, unrestricted combat is happening? Huaxia Kung Fu is all about no holds barred, with deadly moves flying. It's not just a trivial pursuit. Indeed, the excitement was mounting, and discussions were heating up. Countless internet celebrities began posting videos to ride the wave, further amplifying the topic's reach. Soon, this matter transcended the confines of Douyin, sparking discussions on platforms like Bihu, Bilibili, Chindu, and Tianya. Bilibili. Huaxia Kung Fu versus fighting champion. Wow. Chindu, shocking. A muscular man provocatively confronting a beauty in a public space, only to discover the beauty. Similar posts garnered immense attention within 2 days, with millions of netizens eagerly anticipating this so-called friendly exchangement to vindicate Huaxia Kung Fu. Whoosh, the plane touched down. Fan Hu, accompanied by a group of imposing figures and riding in the business car provided by his backer, made a grand entrance at the entrance of the Magic City Grand Hotel. Mr. Fan Hu, what are your thoughts on this friendly exchange that has ignited a fervor for martial arts throughout the entirety of China? How do you perceive your chances of victory? Do you believe you have already triumphed in this contest? The reporters clamored, their voices overlapping. This cannot even be termed a competition. I have merely come to enlighten these pretenders on what true combat entails. What constitutes karate? These flashy moves are utterly unworthy of my attention. With that, he arrogantly gestured across his neck and disdainfully made his iconic thumbs-down gesture towards the camera. Having spoken, he disregarded the reporters entirely and, shielded by a throng of bodyguards, entered the Grand Hotel of the magical metropolis. The immense buzz surrounding this incident has drawn significant financial backers to support Fan Hu. It seems Mr. Fan, who possesses an abundance of confidence. Whether reality unfolds as he has proclaimed remains to be seen. Chapter 102. The Billion-Dollar Gamble. The Hidden Manipulators. Fan Hu's audacious declaration of war thrilled the reporters immensely. They reveled in such sensationalism. For the more provocative the statements, the more popular their articles would become. At present, it is evident that the fighting champion, Fan Hu, is brimming with confidence, whether the outcome aligns with his expectations, where he claims to knock the female martial artist down within 10 seconds. The Magical Metropolis Evening News shall continue to provide updates. Once the news and videos of Fan Hu's interview circulated online, they ignited another frenzy. How can he be so arrogant? Absolutely outrageous. 10 seconds. How soon my goddess Xiao will leave him utterly disoriented. Fans supporting Xiao Qingxian were incensed. Spare us the hyperbole. She is merely a frail woman, struggling to contend with an ordinary person, let alone a fighting champion. You must be out of your mind. 10 seconds is merely Fan Hu showing her leniency. I predict that after a couple of punches, she will be left gasping for breath. The online discourse grew, increasingly heated. Meanwhile, Umomo received an unfamiliar call. Master, someone is looking for you. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow and answered the phone. Hello. Is this Mr. Yi, the owner? I am Song Xiao, the chairman of Genie Company, and also the primary financier behind Fan Hu in this endeavor. The voice on the other end was casual, oozing with arrogance. Speak your mind or leave if you have nothing of substance to say. Yi Yang frowned, displeased with the tone. Come now, Mr. Yi. There's no need for such hostility. I come bearing benefits. Song Xiao chuckled, his tone oily, clearly believing he had the upper hand. Benefits? Yi Yang scoffed, casually activating the call recording. Indeed, Mr. Yi, I have something truly beneficial for you. If you don't speak respectfully, I will ensure you remain silent for the rest of your life, Yi Yang warned, frowning. Ahem. We are in a win-win situation that if you provide me with 10 million, I will ensure Fan who deliberately loses to that young lady, Yi Yang narrowed his eyes, clearly realizing that Song Xiao had misunderstood the situation. However, given that he was from a company specializing in internet hype, he naturally did not believe that Xiao Qingxuan's rise to fame was due to her own abilities, but rather the result of strategic promotion that in Song Xiao's mind. The video from the night market was a mere publicity stunt. And this challenge was also a calculated ploy, in his profit-driven mentality. There was no room for good fortune or benevolent individuals that, do elaborate. Yi Yang retorted with a cold laugh, aware of the other party's true intentions and unwilling to fall for their trap. That's the spirit, Genie Entertainment Company, Song Xiao exclaimed excitedly, signaling to the other investors beside him, covering the microphone, and smirking, that kid is taking the bait. The investors chuckled coldly. They had invested heavily in elevating Fan Hu, having bribed numerous experts from foreign lands to secure his championship title. They were not about to abandon him. Their call to Yi Yang was merely to cement the notion that Yi Yang was bribing them. Even if Yi Yang did pay, they would still ensure Fan Hu competed at full throttle. Thus, if Fan Hu lost, it would be deemed a deliberate act of bribery. If he won, it would be seen as a victory for justice. In this way, they positioned themselves in an unassailable position. Their scheme was meticulously calculated. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Yi Yang. They believed Yi Yang to be a Na'vi rich heir, easily deceived, yet Yi Yang had risen from humble beginnings. What had he not witnessed? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. It appears you have a great deal of faith in that trash. What did you say? Song Xiao exclaimed in shock. I said, Mr. Yi, you can't honestly believe that you can elevate that young lady, relying on mere flashy moves, to defeat my family's fighting champion. Can you? Yi Yang smirked. Let us make a wager. What kind of wager? The investors wore expressions of confusion. Why was this not proceeding according to script? Yi Yang chuckled coldly. How much? How much? How much? Song Xiao stuttered. 100 billion. They couldn't even muster 10 billion combined if they sold themselves. And now he was proposing 100 billion? That figure was astronomical. As soon as the number was uttered, the investors' breaths grew heavy, their eyes reddening. This 100 billion is only for those who dare to bet with me. I know there are others eavesdropping. Will you join? A smirk crept onto Yi Yang's lips, filled with mockery. Zhenghan will join. And I, Zhang Ying. You lot? Song Xiao seethed internally. This was 100 billion. Old Song. Do you still wish to hoard this entire sum for yourself? Zheng Han and Zhang Ying had never considered that Fan who might lose. After all, how could a mere girl possibly defeat a seasoned fighter? Then it is settled that Yi Yang hung up the phone. Laughing aloud, that a simple maneuver had revealed all the hidden manipulators behind the scenes, sparing him the effort of further investigation. Yes, a social media sensation. Fan whose videos were undoubtedly directed by his company. This entire affair had been a setup from the outset, and now he had exposed all the puppet masters behind it. Third update has arrived, Chapter 103. Is this a competition? This is clearly a grand fan meeting. Should anyone dare to extend their hand towards me, I shall ensure it is severed completely. Yi Yang's gaze flickered, attempting to ensnare me. They are sorely mistaken. The recording of the earlier call has been preserved. At my current status, I no longer require irrefutable evidence. As long as there is proof, Jinqing Law Firm can transform this verbal agreement into reality. He is merely an internet celebrity fighting champion. And he genuinely believes he is invincible. Yi Yang chuckled softly. This billion-dollar wager is but a trap he has set for them. A conspiracy. Xiao Qingxuan's martial prowess is beyond question. The true warriors who have battled through life and death are not to be compared with those who merely score points in the ring. It is akin to the chasm between a tiger hunting in the wild and a dog merely practicing tricks. With every strike, Xiao Qingxian can dispatch her foes. Thus, my chances of victory are unequivocally 100%. The other party's wealth barely amounts to a mere fraction, and although it may seem like a reckless gamble of a naive youth, the reality is starkly different. After all, my side is bound to win. No matter how much is wagered, it equates to an absence of real cost. Song Xiao and the others are likely still in the Genie Entertainment office, mocking Yi Yang for his youthful arrogance. The thought of this scene brought a smirk of derision to Yi Yang's lips that he returned the phone to Yu Momo. The initial intent of Song Xiao's call was to entrap Yi Yang, luring him into bribery and ensnaring him in their web. Thus, his retaliation would leave them with no escape route. He intended to eradicate Genie Entertainment from existence. Yes, master. Yu Momo nodded solemnly, perceiving the cold glint in Yi Yang's eyes. The news of the impending match spread like wildfire across the internet. Many traveled to the magical metropolis, eager to witness the spectacle. The entire fighting arena had been transformed into a temporary sports venue, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. The Yunding Mountain Villa district profited handsomely from ticket sales. The manager of Yunding Mountain felt immensely fortunate for his decision, realizing that he had not only avoided losses, but had instead made a substantial profit. Indeed, associating with influential figures yields no losses. The manager of Yunding Mountain mused. Tickets for the Yunding Mountain Fighting Arena had skyrocketed to 2,000 each online, with demand surpassing supply. On the following day, the time for the match finally arrived. The venue was packed to capacity, a cacophony of voices echoing throughout. Everyone eagerly awaited to see whether the fighting champion or the martial arts heroine would prove superior. Many high-paying journalists were present, eager to secure first-hand information. Once the host took the stage, all eyes turned to him. Today's match is sponsored and organized solely by M.R. Yi Yang, in a spirit of friendly exchange and skillful competition. We invite our two contestants to the stage. First to appear is the previous champion of the Huaxia and Foreign Martial Arts Association, Mr. Fan Hu. After Fan Hu made his entrance, he confidently brandished his fists and performed his signature thumbs-up gesture towards the ground. The arena erupted with a cacophony of boos and cheers. Those who supported him revered him like a deity, while those who did not found him insufferably pretentious, eagerly anticipating the moment when the goddess would ruthlessly trample him underfoot. The other competitor was none other than the woman hailed as a folk heroine, Ms. Xiao Qingxian. As soon as Xiao Qingxian appeared, the cheers from her fans drowned out all derisive remarks. The disparity in popularity between the two was stark. Fan Hu felt a surge of irritation. With his immensely proud disposition, he found it utterly unacceptable that a previously obscure girl could eclipse his popularity. The final entrant was none other than the sole organizer of the event. Yi Yang, the esteemed Boss Yi. The host's voice rose 2 octaves, delivering the announcement with utmost gravity. Wow. The spotlight instantly focused on Yi Yang. The entire fighting arena was filled with the piercing screams and shouts of female fans, rendering all other sounds inaudible. Yi Yang, caught between amusement and exasperation, wondered how his own popularity as the organizer appeared to surpass that of both competitors combined. Was he the one competing, or were they? Who truly wished to witness a brawl? I purchased my ticket at a premium merely to see my idol, Yi Yang. The idol is so handsome. Even from this distance, I feel as though I'm soaring with happiness. Gulp. Yi Yang. I am your devoted fan. Look at me, look at me. Yi Yang could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. What was meant to be a serious martial arts competition had devolved into a grand fan meet and greet. Fourth update. Feeling a bit fatigued these past couple of days, I may add an extra chapter tomorrow depending on the situation. If you enjoy this book, don't forget to follow Jun Yang. 1054-117-329 Chapter 104. Wealthy enough to crash the server, the fervor ignited by Yi Yang's arrival took a full 10 minutes to subside. Under the escort of Xiao Xiaozhu, Yu Momo, and several bodyguards from Yunding Mountain, Yi Yang settled into the most prestigious viewing area. Fan Hu let out a cold laugh, casually raising his fist in a perfunctory salute. Little girl, don't cry when I make you feel pain later. Xiao Qingxian smiled slightly, her tone ominous. You want to even have the chance to cry later. In that fleeting moment when Fan Hu met Xiao Qingxuan's gaze, a shiver ran down his spine. It felt as if he were being targeted by a fierce tiger. He was seized by a profound sense of impending doom, despite the fact that she seemed merely a delicate young girl. How could this be? The mutual provocations instantly elicited cheers from the audience, with supporters of both Xiao Qingxian and Fan Hu brandishing their placards, rallying for their respective competitors. Yi Yang glanced at his phone. The live stream had commenced. Viewers keenly interested in the event began flooding in. Within a mere 30 minutes, the online audience surged to nearly 1 million. Such figures were astounding. Many internet celebrities with millions of followers, without purchasing promotions, typically garnered only tens of thousands of viewers. Nearly 1 million viewers was a staggering accomplishment. Unlike other live streaming platforms, Douyin displayed real-time viewer counts, unless one resorted to purchasing fake views. The numbers reflected genuine audience size. Not enough. Yi Yang smirked that if he wanted to ensure the complete downfall of Fan Hu and his backers at Genie Entertainment, the larger the impact, the better. 2 days prior, Yu Momo had spent several million to secure a front-page advertisement on Douyin for today that if the heat wasn't sufficient, extravagant gifts would fill the GAP. Yi Yang directly invested tens of millions, unleashing a barrage of carnival gifts in the livestream. Each time, at least 100, depending on his mood. In less than 3 minutes, he had already sent out 1,000 to 2,000 carnival gifts across various live streams. All those unaware of the situation were utterly bewildered. What on earth? Is the carnival being treated like cabbages? Sending out 100 at a time? My goodness, it just keeps coming. Is Douyin malfunctioning? I can't believe. It must be over 1,000 already. Each worth over 5,000. The total value of these gifts approached 10 million Huaxia currency. Gasp. Over the span of mere minutes, he had recklessly thrown down over 10 million Huaxia currency. This was terrifying. All viewers watching the live stream across various platforms were astounded. The sheer impact of 2,000 carnival gifts was simply overwhelming. I knew it. It's the legendary Yi Xinhao. Yi Xinhao? I just registered my account. Never heard of him. Is he famous? If you don't know Yi Xinhao, why are you even watching this live stream? He's just a newbie. Please enlighten me. This Yi Xinhao? Is he very wealthy? My goodness, this is incredible. I initially thought it was just a publicity stunt, but he has 8 or 9 million followers without ever posting videos or earning money from fans. Then he must truly be a wealthy individual. Coupled with the way he is showering gifts today, I'm completely in awe. No one dares to throw down millions in mere minutes unless they have a fortune in the hundreds of billions. I suspect Yi Xinhao's wealth has likely surpassed 1,000 billion. Oh my. Today I've witnessed what it truly means to be wealthy. I can't help but feel envious of his youth. Indeed, after realizing it was Yi Yang showering the carnival gifts, the viewers in various live streams felt a wave of relief. The image of Yi Xinhao had been firmly established, making him seem an untouchable figure in the eyes of the public. No matter how much he spent, it was deemed reasonable, only serving to amplify their admiration and astonishment. What are we waiting for? Let us go watch. If for no other reason, let us show our support for Yi Xinhao. Haha, let us go together. At this point, all Douyin hosts were in despair. The once bustling live streams had turned eerily quiet as many viewers departed to witness the wealthy man's spending spree. Some smaller hosts even shut down their streams entirely to join the spectacle of Yi Xinhao's generosity. Within a mere 10 minutes, Yi Yang's live stream was inundated with millions of viewers. First update, special thanks to Reader Shichi for the 2 mooncakes. Chapter 105. Is e-commerce profitable? The phone rang incessantly. The surge in requests for servers in Yi Yang's live stream caused the staff to become quite busy. Normally, a single live stream would attract tens of thousands to over 100,000 viewers. Yet, with millions streaming in at once, the Douyin system found itself struggling to keep up. This was simply unprecedented. The power of a wealthy individual was unimaginable. Once the technical team adjusted the parameters and configured the servers, they sighed in relief, acknowledging the sheer scale of the user base. Yi Yang glanced at the viewer count, which was nearing 5 million. To think that before today, anyone who claimed a personal Douyin live stream could reach over 100,000 viewers would have been met with ridicule and disbelief. Yet today, Yi Yang had achieved the unimaginable, setting a record that had never been seen before. If one were to ask how he accomplished this, the answer was simple. Financial prowess. The fight was about to commence. Who could emerge victorious? As new viewers and those unaware of the unfolding events pieced together the truth in the live stream, excitement began to blossom. Almost there. Yi Yang nodded. The real-time online count was finite. Those who could still join the live stream numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Alas, it was a pity, as he had originally hoped to attract 1 million viewers. That he sighed softly that if those e-commerce hosts were aware of Yi Yang's current thoughts, they would likely be infuriated to the point of fainting. This was a genuine audience of millions. These hosts typically spend exorbitant amounts to acquire fake views, with the top-tier host lucky to garner even a couple 100,000 real viewers. In contrast, Yi Yang's audience was on an entirely different level. If I had that kind of viewership, I could easily sell several 100 million worth of products in a day and ascend to the pinnacle of success. Winning over a wealthy suitor, over 500,000 viewers. I'm so envious I could spit blood. TCH, I feel like this is a new marketing model. Invest a few million to attract millions. Then start selling. It must be. Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. If you could casually throw a few million into marketing for yourself, you would too. Many e-commerce hosts entering the live stream were left dazed by the staggering viewer count, their hearts swelling with jealousy. Meanwhile, countless e-commerce businesses were frantically calling you Momo, eager to leverage this momentum to negotiate sales contracts with Yi Yang. Even if they had to split profits with Yi Xinhao, they would gladly accept. After all, the potential for sales was staggering. Anything put up for sale would surely vanish. Boss, this? Yu Momo inquired hesitantly. Is e-commerce really that lucrative? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, not shying away from the live stream, and posed the question directly. Yu Momo replied quietly. Master, the total value of goods these e-commerce businesses are offering you has already reached 10 billion. If everything sells, our share could be at least 2 to 3 billion. See, I merely stated that he intends to promote products. It's all a ruse to fool you. Absolutely not. He has money to burn. What does it matter if he promotes products? Are you feeding him rice from your family? Quiet down, you sour grapes, Tish. Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively. What a hassle. Forget it. I estimate the competition will be over in a matter of seconds. This trifling sum is inconsequential. What the heck, several 100 million is merely pocket change. This is even more impressive than Wang Silin's modest target of 100 million. Terrifying, I'm utterly speechless. Yi Yang showed no regard for the audience in the live stream. Once those words left his mouth, the viewers were all listening intently. At that moment, the entire live stream was enveloped in shock. E-commerce platforms clamored to present Yi Xinhao with several 100 million, yet Yi Xinhao actually declined, citing inconvenience. Oh my, an ethical streamer who doesn't sell products. I'm in love. Yi Xinhao is undeniably wealthy. Previously, I dismissed those ostentatious displays of wealth on Douyin, but from now on, I only believe in Yi Xinhao. Indeed, I feel the same. Just moments ago, I said that he was adopting a new marketing strategy merely to attract viewers for product promotion. How embarrassing for those who said that. A chorus of viewers exclaimed their admiration. Yi Yang's nonchalance towards several 100 million and his commanding presence were simply breathtaking. Yu silently received instructions and promptly switched his phone to Do Not Disturb mode, leaving those e-commerce representatives unable to reach him, lamenting their misfortune. However, they bore no grievances. When Yi Boss stated that several 100 million was a trivial amount, it was evident that he held their offers in disdain. His status was simply too elevated. Naturally, these e-commerce representatives dared not overly ingratiate themselves. Yi Boss, I believe the time is right. Shall we commence? The manager from Yunding Mountain inquired of Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Let us begin. Commence. The manager signaled to the host and the judges with an okay. This grand spectacle, drawing the attention of millions, officially commenced with Yi Yang's subtle nod. Chapter 106. A Carnival Kick? Only a few seconds before the match ends, this lad certainly has some audacity. Song Xiao from Genie Entertainment Company, along with others, sat around the large live stream screen, sneering as they commented. Perhaps they were referring to how the little girl would be knocked out by Fan, who in mere seconds. The other financiers laughed heartily. It started quick. Look. These financiers were wholly absorbed, for this match was tied to a monumental gamble worth hundreds of billions. Should they win this wager, they would reap a fortune of 100 billion. For them, 100 billion was an astronomical figure that ignited their envy. Within the Yunding Mountain fighting arena, the referee entered and blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Fan, who suddenly charged forward, having boasted to the media about a 10-second knockout of his opponent, is a social media sensation. He had to deliver on his word. Otherwise, he would face ridicule that a boxing champion failing to dispatch a weaker female opponent in under 10 seconds. Xiao Qingxian smirked, sidestepping Fan, whose straight punch, transforming her fist into an open palm. She moved with such speed that she became a mere blur, striking directly at Fan, whose throat. This speed? This reflex? Fan, whose hair stood on end to end that instant of engagement. he realized he had severely underestimated his opponent. What had seemed like a staged encounter was, in fact, her genuine combat prowess, with the rapidity of lightning. Xiao Qingxuan's palm struck Fan Hu's throat directly. Had it not been for Yi Yang's warning to temper her strikes in a public setting, this blow could have easily crushed Fan Hu's windpipe, potentially leading to his demise. Thud, thud, thud. Fan Hu clutched his throat, his body involuntarily retreating, his complexion turning crimson. The impact to his throat sent his mind reeling, his respiratory system momentarily failing. The suffocating sensation of impending death gripped Fan Hu, eliciting profound fear in his eyes. Boom! Due to the sudden lack of oxygen, his balance faltered, stumbling. He fell to the ground, clutching his neck, desperately gasping for air. Xiao Qingxian instinctively moved to deliver a finishing blow. But the referee intervened. The referee, a confidant of Yi Yang, had been instructed to monitor Xiao Qingxian closely to ensure she did not inadvertently cause serious harm. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion, Xiao Qingxian replied with a calm smile. After a moment's contemplation, the referee stepped aside. According to the rules of the ring, once knocked down, one could not continue to attack. The timer would commence, and if they failed to rise within 10 seconds, it would be deemed a loss. Yet, Fan Hu, when she had agreed to a no-holds-barred, unprotected fight, this was a predicament of his own making. A trace of excitement crept into Xiao Qingxuan's smile. With a swift kick, she struck Fan Hu squarely in the abdomen. Pooh! This kick expelled the bile from Fan Hu's stomach. However, the sensation of being unable to breathe was alleviated somewhat by this blow. You think you're so tough, a 10-second knockout? Yet, you can't even stand up? With each taunt, Xiao Qingxian delivered another brutal kick. Soon, Fan Hu's visage was a tapestry of bruises that as he struggled to rise. He was sent sprawling by another kick, crashing to the ground and enduring further stomps in agony. Fan Hu howled. The arena fell silent. Everything transpired too swiftly. Everyone was stunned that in a mere exchange, they witnessed Xiao Qingxian casually extend her hand. Followed by Fan Hu clutching his throat and collapsing, rolling on the ground in pain. It was only when Fan Hu's cries of torment pierced the air that the audience began to grasp the situation. What on earth? It's over. You call this a competition? It's clearly one-sided abuse. Oh my, this man is utterly pathetic. I can't bear to watch. Damn it, that is a well-deserved beating, he flaunted himself before. And now he is facing his comeuppance. Traditional Chinese martial arts are formidable. What did you expect? Ma Wulian's whip technique was merely a sign of his inadequacy, as the audience gradually accepted reality. Fervent discussions erupted. Only the original fans of Fan Hu were dissatisfied that it's a fixed match. Absolutely a rigged fight. How could he be so thoroughly defeated in one blow? It defies the laws of physics. Exactly. He is a fighting champion. How could he be so weak? Impossible. Defeat is defeat. He is being trampled like a dog. What else with the bravado? Is this how a rigged match plays out? Truly laughable. The fans from both sides began to argue heatedly that in the live stream, gifts flew in abundance. Beat him up. I'll send 100 carnivals. Let me kick that pretentious fool. How dare he insult traditional Chinese martial arts? I'll also send a carnival to kick him once. Finally, the authentic prowess of traditional Chinese martial arts is on full display. I'm so moved. The audience in the live stream erupted in cheers, flooding the chat with carnivals. Yi Yang chuckled and shook his head. Third update. Thanks to the book Friend Jeff of the Mooncake, Chapter 107. Shocking exposure. The crumbling financial backers of Genie Entertainment boom. Just as Fan Hu struggled to rise halfway, Xiao Qingxian delivered a kick to his chin, sending his teeth flying. He was propelled backward, crashing 3 meters away. Stop. I concede. Xiao Qingxian sneered in our combat agreement. Conceding doesn't count. Only then did Fan Hu recall that the match would only conclude if he fell out of the competition area or lost consciousness, rendering him incapable of further resistance. He abandoned all hope of rising, struggling to crawl toward the edge of the ring, the top level of Genie Entertainment. Before the large livestream screen, several financiers had prepared champagne, ready to celebrate their imminent acquisition of 100 billion. Yet, Fan Hu was unexpectedly knocked down in an instant, and then relentlessly kicked. He was reduced to a pitiful state, utterly humiliated. Crash. The champagne and song shao as hands shattered on the ground, the sound echoing sharply. His mouth gaped open in disbelief as he stared at the live stream screen. His hands began to tremble. Could it be that fan who was bribed behind the scenes? How could he lose the match so easily? It was a single blow. If Fan who were to hear such remarks, he would be infuriated. Although Xiao Qingxian had restrained some of her strength, that palm strike could easily have killed an ordinary person. The fact that he survived was remarkable. Enduring so many kicks afterward left him utterly incapable of resistance. Indeed, being trampled underfoot by a woman is a disgrace for a boxing champion, unless he was willing to forfeit his career. There was no way he could accept this payment, that if he wasn't accepting bribes. A glimmer of shock passed through the eyes of the financiers. Could that seemingly weak woman truly possess such formidable combat skills? Within the fighting arena, spare me. If you keep hitting me, I'll be killed. I was just being arrogant, but I had no choice. I was merely following others' instructions to ride the wave of hype. Spare me. Fan Hu pleaded for mercy. With Xiao Qingxuan's skills, preventing him from being knocked out or pushed out of the competition area was exceedingly simple. Did he not set these rules himself? Why was he suddenly changing them? Xiao Qingxian sneered. After delivering so many kicks, her legs were starting to feel sore. Thankfully, she had lost interest in toying with him and shifted to the matter at hand. You say someone is behind this? Who is it? Fan Hu opened his mouth and then closed it again. Not going to say anything. Then let us play a little longer. I have all the time in the world. Xiao Qingxian scoffed coldly, lifting her foot as if to stomp down. No. This action from Xiao Qingxian left an indelible shadow on Fan Hu, who instinctively knelt down to plead for mercy, his mental defenses crumbling. I confess. Behind me is Genie Entertainment. It was the owner of Genie, Song Xiao, who instructed me. He even told me not to hold back, to thoroughly torment you on stage until you faint. He also set a trap for your boss. Yi Yang. Once this competition is over, he will use the evidence of our conversation to blackmail him. This way, not only will I become famous, but he will also pocket money from your boss. Fan Hu, terrified by Xiao Qingxian's impending move, divulged everything in a panic. What? With Fan Hu's revelation, the entire venue erupted in a chaos. This was the truth behind the matter. These entertainment companies are truly foul in their dealings. In this day and age, how can such malicious individuals still exist? Even in this era, where there are interests, darkness and schemes are inevitable. You must be living in a dream. Hearing this made me furious. The audience and those in the live stream erupted with countless curses directed at Fan Hu and Song Xiao from Genie Entertainment. At the upper echelons of Genie Entertainment, several investors were left dumbfounded. Is this kid really only 22 years old? His methods are so meticulous and decisive. Don't rush to praise him. This fool has exposed us all. You better think carefully about what to do next. What else can we do? We bet our entire company. There's nothing to be done. Words alone hold no proof. They have no evidence that as long as we're shameless enough not to admit it, that's the end of it. Do you think those super tycoons who can wager billions are weak children? The investors at Genie Entertainment were all slumped on the sofa, their faces ashen. The champagne at their feet flowed, exuding a sweetness they had no desire to savor. Fourth update. Chapter 108. 30 million red envelope. Rewarding Hong Kong martial arts school, after Fan Hu revealed everything. He was of no further use. Xiao Qingxian kicked him in the back of the head, and he completely lost consciousness, lying motionless on the ground. The victor was clear. Xiao Qingxian had won. The referee, seeing that Fan Hu had finally fainted, breathed a sigh of relief and declared the result. He had never witnessed such a one-sided beating in all his years as a referee. He was genuinely concerned that Xiao Qingxian might actually kick the other to death. The audience erupted in laughter. Wasn't the outcome already determined? Yi Yang was unreserved, directly issuing a few tens of millions in red envelopes. Red envelopes are being distributed in the live stream. Thanks to everyone for your support. Totaling 30 million. Grab them freely. Wow. Tens of millions in red envelopes. I've lived my entire life without even seeing what a million looks like. This single envelope is worth tens of millions. Yi Xin is extravagant. Majestic, invincible. Mama, I've made it. I'm actually starting to grab tens of millions in red envelopes. The live stream went wild again. Everyone was astonished by Yi Yang's generosity. Ding! Detected that your accumulated recharge today has reached 50 million. Rewarding you with ownership of Hong Kong Martial Arts School. Martial arts school? Yi Yang felt a stir in his heart that today's spending was indeed related to martial arts, receiving a martial arts school as a reward aligned with his expectations. The 30 million red envelope once again attracted hundreds of thousands into the live stream. This was a grand event on Douyin. Tens of millions in red envelopes? Who has ever heard of that? Who has ever seen it? As the live stream's popularity reached its peak, Yi Yang smirked. It's time. Regarding what fan who just mentioned about Genie Entertainment bribing and setting traps, I will provide recorded evidence here. This matter will be handed over to my legal team. Rest assured, no scheming villain will escape that Yi Yang was completely unreserved, directly playing the recording of the blackmail. Yi boss, right? I am Song Xiao, the chairman of Genie Entertainment and also the biggest financial backer behind Fan Who this time. As soon as Song Xiao's voice came through, the audience in the live stream felt utterly disgusted. Why does this person speak like a freak? Is this the legendary androgynous person? If you don't start speaking human language, I'll ensure you remain silent for the rest of your life. Upon hearing Yi Yang's warning, the audience felt relieved that Yi boss is indeed imposing. Subsequently, Song Xiao proposed a trap involving $1 million to fix the match. And they heard that Fan Hu, the champion fighter, was merely a packaged marketing internet celebrity. This made the audience seethe with anger. This person is truly despicable. How about we make a bet? Yi Yang's suggestion immediately refocused everyone's attention. Curious about what Yi Shun was about to wager, the entire live stream seemed to fall silent for a moment. Did I ask this what it means to be a tycoon? To wager 100 billion directly. 100 billion gamble. This is simply terrifying. This will definitely be the top trending topic tomorrow, unless I'm buying groceries for a super double. A wager of 100 billion. How wealthy must Yi boss be? Previously, it was said that he had at most a few billion, merely a pretender with money. Now they should roll out and bow down. Haha, and those who previously accused Goddess Xiao of fixing matches. Come out too, let us all take a beating together. Exactly. Yi Yang observed the reactions in the live stream and on-site, nodding with a smile. Regarding the authenticity of this conversation, I will ask the relevant personnel to present evidence. The necessary punishments will not escape any of you. At this moment, several investors from Genie Entertainment began to pack their belongings. Some prepared to flee, while others contacted lawyers to prepare for a lawsuit against Yi Yang. Only Song Xiao slumped on the sofa, deeply feeling the terror of this young man as the one directly clashing with Yi Yang, that he recognized that this individual was meticulous and ruthless in dealing with opponents, leaving no room for survival. And no matter how one struggles, it would be futile. I truly brought this upon myself. Why did I provoke such a super heavyweight? Song Xiao was on the verge of tears, slapping himself multiple times. Yunding Mountain Fighting Gym. Though the competition had concluded, the discussions and fervor did not die down with it. Rather, they intensified online. Some claimed this was a moment of redemption for Huaxia Kung Fu. Others argued that Xiao Qingxian had merely taken advantage of a careless fan who to secure her victory. Hongfeng Martial Arts School. While the online debates continued to rage, Yi Yang began to investigate the newly awarded reward from the system. If you enjoy this book, don't forget to add it to your reading list. Fan 1054 117 329. Fan's Fan has the latest updates, and the author will often discuss the plot with everyone. Chapter 109. The turmoil caused by the 100 billion gamble. Hongfeng Martial Arts School was once the largest martial arts school, but due to the influx of foreign culture, new students flocked to learn karate and taekwondo, leading to its decline. Yet, even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. It still generates several billion in revenue each year. After reading the introduction about Hongfeng Martial Arts School, Yi Yang nodded slightly that it might be worth a visit sometime, that in recent years, there have indeed been many who worship foreign cultures, believing everything foreign is superior, that the air is sweeter and the moon rounder abroad. This mindset has contributed to the decline of national martial arts and the loss of traditional culture. Now that the competition had just ended, he still needed to contact Jinxing Law Firm to take legal action against Genie Entertainment. So he wasn't in a hurry to claim the martial arts school. That Yi boss, we are already aware of your situation. With this recorded evidence, you can leave this matter to us. We guarantee they will fulfill the contract they spoke of without Yi Yang needing to seek out Fang Han. Fang Han directly messaged Yi Yang, having already prepared a rough negotiation plan. Such high efficiency. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head just as he was about to arrange a nice car for him. He became so proactive at work. Upon returning home, it was still afternoon. After all, the match concluded too quickly. Although it had only begun at noon, it ended shortly after. Fan, whose boastful claim of knocking out his opponent in 10 seconds was unexpectedly fulfilled by his rival. "Boss, you've worked hard," a line of maids stood in welcome. "Hard work? I merely gave out gifts and red envelopes." Yi Yang rolled his eyes. The heavy lifting was done by Qing Xian, if it weren't for her forcing Fan Hu to confess everything on stage. This matter wouldn't have gained such influence. Sister Qing Xian worked hard. The maids all stuck out their tongues playfully, cheerfully welcoming Xiao Qing Xian. The boss is quite easygoing, as long as everyone does their part well. He remains amiable, occasionally even involving them in fun and thrilling games. Not hard at all. I've loved fighting since I was little. Xiao Qing Xian chuckled. "Dear sister, you simply enjoy tormenting others, don't you?" Yi Yang rolled his eyes, internally lamenting. After enjoying dinner, he began to dominate various video and media platforms. Bilibili. Men weep while women shed tears. Huaxia martial arts finally restored its reputation. In light of this martial arts event, can we conclude that Chinese martial arts can triumph over stronger opponents? The malicious entertainment company. The sordid nature of humanity. A grand gamble fueled by wealth. Trending topics. Gene E Entertainment's billion-dollar wager with Yi Shinhao. Penguin highlights. Astonishing. I actually managed to seize 30 million in red envelopes today. This incident is rife with memes and explosive moments that IT has garnered immense attention, and following the competition, the discourse has only intensified. Haha, the names concocted by these amusing editors truly leave me in stitches. Xiao Xiaozhu scrolled through her phone messages, laughing so hard on the sofa that she was rolling about. "Qing Xian, you're becoming a legend online. They re-saying you can kick an elephant to death with one kick. One punch can take down Tyson. Some even claim you're a master of transcendent realms, with the legendary 18 dragon-subduing kicks yet to be unleashed. They probably watched too many martial arts novels." Yumomo was also in stitches from the entertainment news. Xiao Qing Xian rolled her eyes. Her skills, honed in the crucible of life and death, epitomized the pinnacle of human capability. Defeating a champion so inflated with hype was, frankly, to be expected. Why the exaggeration? Although this matter continues to generate buzz online, for Yi Yang, it had essentially drawn to a close. He merely awaited the results that Feng Han would bring him. That evening, when Feng Han came to collect the Rolls-Royce, he mentioned that an agreement had been reached with the other party. Genie Entertainment would likely be transferred to Yi Yang's name within a week. Though he spoke casually, it was evident that Feng Han had exerted considerable effort to secure the deal. He had done exceptionally well. After Yi Yang nodded with a smile, he transferred 10 billion to Feng Han. "Consider this your operational funds. I have numerous matters to attend to lately, and there will be plenty of expenses." Feng Han's hands trembled slightly upon seeing the amount credited. "Boss, you're transferring 10 billion without even batting an eye?" However, Feng Han was well aware of Yi Yang's substantial assets. Such an extravagant act was understandable. Thus, he accepted the funds. Given his understanding of Yi Yang, refusing this money would only lead to Yi Yang's displeasure. After bidding farewell to Feng Han and his companions, Yi Yang headed to the private hot springs at the base of the mountain for a soak with the maids. Just as he began to relax, his phone rang. Oh no! Why is it her? Upon seeing the caller ID, Yi Yang's heart skipped a beat. Thanks to the book friend Shudu for the mooncake. Chapter 110. Lu Qianqian returns. The caller was none other than Lu Qianqian. Yi Yang's feelings toward her were distinctly different from those he held for others. When he was still renting and job hunting, Lu Qianqian had been incredibly considerate when he found Aunt Zhang's rental. Although he never truly accepted her kindness, he felt a deep sense of gratitude toward her. He also knew that Lu Qianqian had feelings for him, that a girl who treated him well before he had any money held a significance for Yi Yang that was far beyond that of an ordinary girl. Cough, cough, Qianqian, aren't you studying for your Master's at Ivy League? What prompted you to call me all of a sudden? Yi Yang asked as he answered the call. Lu Qianqian responded nonchalantly. Yi Yang suddenly recalled. Qianqian, where are you now? I've just arrived home. When will you be free for dinner? Lu Qianqian asked eagerly. That I don't have much going on lately. I can do it tomorrow. Yi Yang pondered for a moment and confirmed. All right, I'll call you once I'm ready tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you, Lu Qianqian replied joyfully. Good. All in all, it's a good thing. Master, who is it that's looking for you? As the hot spring water bubbled, Yumomo nestled closer, her smooth touch providing a comforting sensation to Yi Yang, that an old friend, I'll be heading out tomorrow to handle the transfer of Genie Entertainment. You and Fong Han can take care of IT. Wei Yang smiled that all right. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Momo's eyes, but she ultimately accepted the reality. The next day, Yi Yang perused his garage for some time. Opting for a more low-key approach, that he selected a Calman King SUV, a vehicle priced around $20 million, which was the most economical option in his garage. Moreover, this brand of SUV was relatively unknown to the layperson. He didn't want Lu Qianqian, an old friend, to perceive him as someone who flaunted wealth after becoming affluent. Lu Qianqian was certainly not a materialistic girl. Her values were quite sound, that IT would be unfortunate if she misunderstood him. With a roar, the 6.8-liter V10 engine thundered to life, and the nearly 6-ton luxury vehicle sprang into action. This time, Yang did not bring Xiao Xiaozhu or Xiao Qingxian along, as Xiao Qingxian was preoccupied with the aftermath of yesterday's buzz. After finalizing the time and location, Yang drove the Calman King towards the meeting point down on North Street Avenue. Lu Qianqian was waiting for him. ISNT that Qianqian. Long time no see. A voice of surprise came from nearby. Oh, Xiao Hong, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, taken aback. What a coincidence. Li Yuehong chuckled. Oh, don't say anything reckless. Yang hasn't he agreed to me yet? Lu Qianqian blushed and shyly replied. Feeling shy? Li Yuehong stroked her chin and suggested. Since I'm also out shopping and feeling bored, as your good sister, I might as well keep an eye on things. Lu Qianqian scratched her head. She let out a wry smile, realizing that her friend had no sense of timing. She had intended to create a romantic date atmosphere solely for herself and Yi Yang. Why was she intruding? What if Yi Yang misinterpreted her as someone who brought a friend along to mooch off a meal? Though she felt conflicted, seeing the eager glint in Li Yuehong's eyes made it difficult for her to refuse, so she reluctantly nodded. Just as she was about to advise Li Yuehong on what to be mindful of, a sleek black SUV pulled up in front of them. The window rolled down, and Yi Yang flashed a charming smile at Lu Qianqian. Get in. Wow, Yi Yang, you're so fast. Lu Qianqian was caught off guard. Having thought that Yi Yang would take a while to arrive, that MY driving skills are top-notch. Speaking of which, who is this? Yi Yang looked curiously at Li Yuehong. Are you the little boy who likes Qianqian? You quite handsome. I'm Qianqian's best friend. You better show your best side today, or I'll have Qianqian kick you out. Li Yuehong began to chatter away. Xiao Hong, Lu Qianqian felt a surge of panic. It was clearly she who was pursuing Yi Yang, that if Yi Yang got upset and rejected her, it would be unbearable. Yi Yang was at a loss for words, but considering Lu Qianqian's feelings, he chose not to comment. Come on in. Don't worry, I know men well enough. Li Yuehong disregarded Lu Qianqian's protests, glancing at the car emblem with a hint of disdain before getting in. Lu Qianqian sighed, offering Yi Yang an apologetic smile before entering the vehicle. Thanks to the book friend Chuliang Yi's for the 2 mooncakes. Chapter 111. Dare you take us to eat at Ziguang Pavilion? Where to eat? Yi Yang asked with a smile. You choose. Lu Qianqian, understanding Yi Yang's intentions, hoped he would select a more modest restaurant. Although her mother had mentioned that Yi Yang had become prosperous and moved into a large villa, she suspected it was merely an excuse. Even if it were true, it was likely just a small fortune that allowed him to purchase a house. However, for the sake of appearances, she thought he might opt for a more upscale venue. From the vehicle Yi Yang drove, it was evident that he had earned some money compared to before, but not significantly, so that in a woman's eyes, aside from brands like Mercedes and BMW, everything else was considered low tier. Occasionally, renowned brands like Rolls-Royce or sports cars might evoke a sense of luxury. Yet a lesser-known luxury brand like Calman King, which wasn't too frequently seen, was perceived as just a generic brand worth no more than $300,000. Despite being a lesser-known brand, the ride was indeed quite comfortable. Li Yuehong shifted her weight contentedly. Hey, I must say, after you get married, you should buy a better car. While this one is comfortable, a good car ultimately carries prestige. For an exceptional girl like Qianqian, shouldn't you get her a Mercedes S-Class? Xiao Hong, Lu Qianqian found herself exasperated. Don't mind her, Yi Yang. She is just like this. Her personality is a bit. It's fine. Yi Yang shrugged, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, that a Mercedes S-Class. The price of one might not even cover a tire for a Calman King. Such narrow-mindedness is truly amusing to him. Their comments were merely foolish jokes and did not incite anger. After all, ignorance is not a crime. Yi Yang chuckled lightly. All right, Let me see, brother Yi. Lu Qianqian pulled out her phone to find a reasonably priced restaurant. What else is there to choose? They said to pick something casually. Why not just go for the most expensive option? Anyone can eat cheaply, but one shouldn't skimp on their boyfriend. Isn't the money he earns meant to be spent on you? Li Yuehong sneered. Xiao Hong, how have you become like this? Lu Qianqian felt her temper flare in her school days. Li Yuehong was not like this at all. After this meeting, how did she suddenly begin to speak such misguided words? What has become of me? I am only looking out for your best interests. A man must be tested. If he cannot even afford the most expensive restaurant, how can he possibly be worthy of you? Li Yuehong let out a cold snort, feeling somewhat wronged. In her eyes, she was merely speaking up for her sister. Wei Yang furrowed his brow, but after all, she was a classmate of Lu Qianqian. If it were an ordinary person spouting such toxic advice, he would have kicked them out of the car long ago, and he despises two types of individuals above all: the purveyor of toxic wisdom and the obsequious sycophant. One is a source of endless poison, while the other, cloaked in a human guise, engages in despicable acts, longing to devour the goddess's refused. So, what do you consider the most expensive? Yi Yang asked nonchalantly. The most luxurious Western restaurant in Magic City. Ziguang Pavilion belongs to him. As for the priciest Chinese restaurant, Han Pavilion, he is one of the few holders of the exclusive Black Dragon card. For him, it matters little where they dine. Of course, we must go to an upscale place. Let's have French cuisine. Ziguang Pavilion is the finest restaurant in Magic City. Michelin 3 stars. It would be so impressive. Li Yuehong fantasized. I wanted to go there for so long. I just never had the chance. Lu Qianqian increasingly felt that Li Yuehong had become someone she hardly recognized. Earning 4,000 a month and spending it all. Don't you save any money? Save money. What for? That's a man's concern. A woman should simply adorn herself beautifully, Li Yuehong asserted, her tone confident and unwavering. Lu Qianqian was at a loss for words. Are you going or not? Li Yuehong, noticing Lu Qianqian's silence, shifted her gaze and pressed Yi Yang for an answer. We're going, Yi Yang replied with a smile. Although he appeared cheerful, he felt an overwhelming urge to throw Li Yuehong out of the car. Well, you barely passed. Li Yuehong waved her hand excitedly and began to call Ziguang Pavilion. Hello. Is this Ziguang Pavilion? I would like to make a reservation. She was filled with elation, envisioning herself dining in the most upscale restaurant in Magic City, feeling utterly extravagant and elite. I'm sorry, madam, but Ziguang Pavilion only accommodates 10 tables of guests each day. Currently, all 10 tables have been booked. That if you wish to make a reservation, it will have to be at least 3 days from now, the customer service representative replied with a sweet smile. What? There's such a rule? Li Yuehong's expression turned sour. The fantasy of being among the elite rose in an instant, only to shatter just as quickly. The disparity was simply too difficult to bear. Give me your phone. Yi Yang extended a hand toward Li Yuehong. What good will that do you? Li Yuehong rolled her eyes but ultimately handed the phone to Yi Yang anyway. This is the 7th update. This one is for happiness. Thanks to book friends Chi Yu, 1842-3733, 4274-5127, Mingming, and 4371-2695 for the mooncakes. Thanks to the senior book emperor for the 2 little whips. Haha, wishing everyone a joyful National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. The extra update ends here, but I will ensure regular updates while I go out to play during the holiday. Chapter 112. The sip you just took is worth more than 10,000. How strange could it be that what I say doesn't work, but when you say it, it does? What are you pretending to be, a domineering CEO? Li Yuehong mentally scoffed. Hello, this is Yi Yang. After taking the phone, Yi Yang spoke in a calm manner. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the customer service representative responded with a bright smile. Boss, how may I assist you? I'll be dining there tonight, arriving in about half an hour, Yi Yang stated plainly. Understood, boss. I will promptly inform Mr. Paul of your schedule, the customer service representative replied respectfully. All right, that's all. Yi Yang returned the phone to Li Yuehong. It's settled. Huh? What? Li Yuehong was bewildered. Didn't you say all the tables were fully booked? You're not tricking me, are you? This is a great opportunity to show off and take pictures. It can't be a joke. I must clarify. Yi Yang, however, was too indifferent to respond to her, driving directly toward Ziguang Pavilion. Lu Qianqian gazed at Yi Yang with sparkling eyes, wondering if Yi Yang had truly made a fortune. Ziguang Pavilion is no ordinary restaurant, that is a genuine Michelin 3-star establishment. It is the priciest Western restaurant in Magic City. The owner must be worth at least several hundred million, right, with just a word. He could secure a reservation. Yi Yang is truly remarkable. For someone she admires, the more outstanding he becomes, the happier she feels. Learning that Yi Yang might have connections with such influential figures made Lu Qianqian genuinely delighted for him. This Li Weihong huffed in indignation, feeling it was utterly unfair. The Commoner King SUV roared down the road, its heavy engine noise echoing. It finally halted in the parking lot of Ziguang Pavilion. "Let us go." Yi Yang waved his hand, leading Li Weihong and Lu Qianqian into Ziguang Pavilion. "Welcome, boss. Welcome, boss." The waitstaff and female attendants lined up, greeting him in unison. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Li Weihong was astonished at this display. Is this what the world of the elite looks like? Do they call everyone boss upon seeing them? This is incredible. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian felt a stirring in her heart upon hearing that address. Recalling Yi Yang's earlier phone call, and a surprising thought took root within her. But it was simply too far-fetched for her to believe. Yi Yang observed the expressions on the faces of the two women and smiled faintly. Choosing not to elaborate, he would neither feign poverty nor ostentatiously flaunt his wealth, that if they choose to believe, then so be it. If not, that is their prerogative. His identity would not change based on others' perceptions or thoughts. Wasting his breath on a few foolish individuals would be a waste of life. "Boss," Paul and Alice approached, presenting the ingredients for a live cooking demonstration by the top private chef, an ultimate luxury offered by Ziguang Pavilion. Isn't that the 5-star French chef from the official website? Even he calls you boss? Li Weihong glanced at Yi Yang suspiciously, sensing something was amiss. "Have a seat," Yi Yang said casually. The aura and demeanor Yi Yang exuded, along with the respect in Chef Paul's eyes, did not seem like an act. Lu Qianqian felt a stir in her heart, looking at Yi Yang with a hint of wonder. Could it be that Yi Yang truly? Once seated, Paul and Alice began preparing their dinner. "Aren't we supposed to order?" Li Weihong asked, bewildered, as Paul immediately started cooking. "When the boss is here, we naturally use the highest level of the menu," Alice explained with a smile. Li Weihong was left speechless in shock. "He really is your boss?" "Of course," Alice shrugged. Matter-of-factly, Li Weihong's mind went blank in an instant. Lu Qianqian blinked, observing Yi Yang's calm expression, feeling a sweet sensation in her heart. Regardless of whether Yi Yang would eventually like her, as long as he was well, she would be at ease. "Tonight, we will pair our dishes with Lafite red wine, which perfectly enhances the golden spices, revealing their purest and most exquisite flavors." Yi Yang nodded slightly. "Wow, is this the legendary Lafite? It seems quite expensive. I heard it costs over 10,000 a bottle." Li Weihong exclaimed in surprise. Alice's expression darkened slightly, wondering why someone so lowly was accompanying the boss. "What you're referring to is the inferior Lafite from a lesser vintage. This bottle, well, it might not even be worth the value of the sip you just took." Li Weihong was so startled that she nearly spat out her wine. Yet in an effort not to waste the exquisite flavor, she bit her tongue, causing her to wince in pain. Once the dishes were prepared, Paul and Alice bowed and departed, leaving Yi Yang and Lu Qianqian to savor the meal together. This is the first update. The book has surpassed 200,000 words. Thanks to book friends 11430848 and my own mooncake. Thanks to book friend 36543930 for the 2 mooncakes.